Chapter 1: The First Insights After Cultivating Immortality. In Edem Lilik Market, Jiang Fenglen si Japati Ziming Lai Blodrutsky, the pristinu Heitermoon emitted Nirikrim Zonglototos born with dual pupils, it would become apparent that the moon was not singular, but rather an amalgamation of multiple moons from different realms. As a transmigrator, Jiang Feng had spent considerable time discerning the peculiarities of his world, much like at the overlapping moonlight tap off. This realm weighs a fusion of several tomb-breeding novels. It took him a fair to confirm thighs after his arrival. A world intertwined with multiple tomb-breeding narratives, it seems the grave shriri practical inexhaustible hem used. This was indeed the case. The bizarre convergence so function tombs resulted in an overwhelming number of them rivaling certain regions in the Middle East were agental dig called the dual. Vesher abundant so function tombs will devent the national authority is to vigorously promote exploration, encouraging the brave to delve into the crypt stoic fortune, reflecting in the situation Jiang Fengri quality spas life or graver ober, nearly facing dire consequences for his actions. Very son for such circumstances was priority dictates value. However, in this world, one need not worry about scarcity. With an overwhelming number of tombs, aspiring graver obus might even find official support. The enlist stipulation waste to avoid reckless self-sacrifice. On one hand, they appeared individuals would cherish their lives in the other. It ways to prevent an from coming the next unfortunate soul entombed within, or worse, falling prey to the bloodthirsty creatures lurking within. With this thought in mind, Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze, abandoning his cultivation of via techniques. Upon reopening his, he found that both Eski and Moon appeared normal once more, as if restored to their original state. At that moment, a voice echoed in Hind. You have gained 5 points in the progress of your dual pupil technique with for observing celestial phenomena. Current progress 3. The ancient tomb immortal cultivation system advise vierto cyclications with richer fortune for better cultivation. Only by absorbing greater andenser fortune arcania or path toward mortality types move. Hearing the system's report, Jiang Feng felt no surprise that this ancient tomb immortal cultivation system had been his companion since his arrival in this world, capable of imparting techniques from very shect sofa mortality cultivation. Yet, first realization he encountered was not the ability to orthotescus in a sword, but rather the Jewish journey of cultivation. Without the unique advantages provided by the tomb's terrain, the pace of his cultivation cord belicanid tonanese nail shoreling a coffin. Thus, having confirmed out to expedite his training, Jiang Feng made his way to thinrest market adjacent to an ancient tomb. While the authorities did not pursue graver obers, most tombs were recurrently guarded by numerous capable individuals. To successful Ivan inside and seek treasures, one had to obey certain protocols. Safety was paramount. Had treacherous nature of ancient tombs meant that even the most skilled individuals would be courting death if they ventured near. Therefore, anyone wishing to enter a tomb must find companions. A minimum of 3 individuals was required to form a team. Without teammates, enter was denied. In this bustling market, a diverse crowd gathered. Some flaunted their edges from their tombs, while others uttered recruitalies. Looking for recruits, military veterans preferred. Har, this guy's obvious liar rookie, don't pay him our nimand in the tombs, Muramark's manship won't suffice. Relying on fiery swillenly cloud your judgment. Seeking teammates, those so hoveries at first beest sore poultry preferred, especially those white black dogs. Come check out my wheeze. I just junior that this bronze edged armag is it worth? You bronze edger dear is inferior to hand me glass. Translation: it's just de-glass. Are you trying to sabotage Gemma business? This marked was a veritable melting pot, teeming with all manner of individuals. When the crowd noticed Jiang Feng approaching, his robust physique and diverse equipment, including a shovel, led many to believe who was experienced in the field. Some even approached him with invitations. Hey, brother, were you on short want to join us? Jiang Feng grazed any bry what invitation and replied, are you talking about playing cards? Kindoff, beauties mirror like being Thieland Lord in their tomb, Arvidio have you a shovel? Edo, bottom still a bit green. Boldo few. Seeing the man how harder approached him could engage in banter, Jiang Feng decided to scrutinize him with my sight, but through his mystical techniques. I technique, chi observation. Old Hafiz dual pupil technique we used still in its infancy, he was proficient in basic chi observation. A flicker of Merkai whitening lead with grey appeared in his vision. Thys individual was merely an average eberer of muddled fortune half alive, half dead, with an unpredictable fashioned mediocre luck, who old neither strikey trick nor for calamity. Such a companion wasn't what Jiang Feng sought, her neither teammate ho cold attractorem but ith fortune representant the tombs. After declining several invitations, Jiang Feng activated his observation technique with task in the entire market. To his surprise, he uncovered some unexpected prospects. His gaze flew upon young women whose barquaster need to him, as Malkay Mera for live streaming perched on her shoulder. There he son for his interest was no attractive as ilhowit, but rather the exception or lie bizarre fortune she possessed. Hey, in this little fish and dragon market, there's a man with such fortune? A dark, crow-like symbol up he read in Jiang Feng's eyes, the inu habori this fortune he called describe it as a vessel of divine retribution. At that moment, an Athorian woman also equipped with as Malkay Mera approached the first, engaging here in conversation. The next second, a flash of purple golden light flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes. Fortune of the Purple Golden Dragon? Chapter 2 Im about us or. Upon witnessing the fortunes of these two male streamers, Jiang Feng halted in his tracks. This fortune knew was precisely what he needed. The Purple Golden Dragon fortune indicated Tartis possessor would undoubtedly experience abundant wealth along the journey, and even in the perilous depths of unseen tombs, as long as they did not act recklessly, they would surely turn misfortune into fortune. Conversely, the misfortunate streamer ways of enma revoluble to Jiang Feng in the treacherous depths of tombs, any danga could yield significant fortune, even encountering perilous traps would be stroke of luck for some like him who's a together fortune. As Jiang Feng assessed how to attractive streamers before him, they appeared to recognize each other and began chatting. Their outfits perfectly matched their fortunes clad in black, the Otharan arrange. The black-clad stream aside, Sirju, have ever found suitable their mates? I visited several stalls looking for partners, but as soon as Taylor net they'd be to mingoop with toyang women, they'll co-seat a decline. HMPH, a bunch of snobs. Husto say they've delved into tombs more than we have. Asha spoke, the black-clad stream a discreet lighted the hidden blur deck concealed in her sleeve, claliching to retaliate against those so underestimated her. Sir Julianadon wrapping her arm around the black-clad holders, don't worry to trust in Siomo's abilities. We've survived together in tombs 2-3 times already, so let's find some eater mates together. Besides, my luck has always been good, so won't need to worry too much about skills. Just pick her handsome egwee. Right, viewers? Athis, Sirju playfully winked at their camera perched on Sirius holder, her enthusiasm infectious. Given their close friendship, their fan bases all intertwined, and at that moment, the views erupted in excitement. Igatoziu had Bethalokiani to company the two beautiful streamers on their treasure hunt. Something 7 expressed orish to bint the bristling marked right then. Of course, there were those who understood taught me the streamer was particularly famous, and given the inherent dangerous nature of tomb breeding, many prefer teammate as highly robust men rather than to female streamers. After all, having gone needed weighty nature and ways already challenge in Jennifer to would be pure torture. Sir Mosoter glancing at Sir Jubit soon spurted Jiang Feng approaching and his light up. Jiang Feng was a well-built young man with a balanced physique and smooth, defined muscles, thanks to his cultivation of your techniques. His is no spark-led like the brightest stars in the night ski. Just when the sort of pleasing companion, fate had delivered on their right other doorstep. Sir Ju immediately seized the opportunity, tugging at Sir Mozyme. Looks like we're in luck. We're just talking about finding a handsome guy and Harry comes on. Let's go introduce yourselves. With that, Sir Wan Sirmo approached Jian Feng, who, noticing their approach, proceeded his observation technique and smiled. Do ladies need some meeting? Come me join or say to your mate. Tegel with the Purple Golden Dragon fortune spoke cheerfully, exuding that charm for social butterfly. With such fortune, simply being that cheerful Joe would attract endless good fortune. In contrast, the black cladgel remained excellent, her demeanor resembling the Tofaniskin. Tegel Lin Theranju dress smiled and asked, so handsome you're lurking for teammates for the upcoming treasure hunt, right? Have I found any suitable companions? Jian Feng shook his sheet Mongol present, only this it was streamers radiate had exceptional fortune. With a clear digit in sight, her hard known tin tie enough considering Anunil says at him mate. Seer jo smiley wide in Adatha's response. Well, reactually nido fetter mate for a tomb expedition forming a treasure hunting Rio, would I like to tomb up with us? Jiang Feng nodded, sure. For him, Theskils off his teammates and tomb berding were a secondary watch rulematted waster fortune, that'll suffist. Fortune influence seed birth is gains during the expedition and is cultivation speed. However, seeing Jiang Feng agree with other citation, that was streamer section jeglances their expressions shifting. So, when shall I approach a dio for looks, and are telling me genuinely hira for that too? Where hertos elector mates, and didn't even inquiry about her skills or experience before as imply agreeing? Instantly, that was streamer sex changed knowing glances. Meanwhile, viewers in the vestry and begin to voice their concerns. The chance some mega isn't a newbie-ish? Heluxiang had probably hasn't been in tombs before. I immediately agreed to him up with to be out of full streamus without the citation hemis the veforlan for the charm. Well, I fares an experienced, it's fine, the streamus re quite as skilled, so hold manage. What do yummy and bimanage? Tomb raiding, of course, what did I think he meant? I can't believe our impure without Tsar. The exchanges in the vestry mirror the excellent communication between Xiao and Xiaomo. Yet, in this market, noon called match Jiang Fengsilio. Having previous live and Joden tombs 3 times, the two goals possessed considerably appearance, having gone chedeal with a particular lion competent teammate. Assassin note, that incompetent teammate Wason Xiaomo had chosen. Despite death frustrations that came with it experience, they had a in a confidence. Now, as they looked at Jiang Feng, after a brief exchange of glances, they both nodded in agreement. Jiang Feng cowed and felt Birchuk Elaine word lie at Thegel's expressions. Did they think he was merely aperitivus? Curiously, he thought the same. Chapter 3, How about we make a bet? Once Jiang Feng had agreed to become teammates with the 2 female streamers, he followed them to a riverside location designated for boat services. Ahead lay a waterway encircled by mountains, the only route to the cave where the ancient tomb was said to reside. Consequently, the authorities had established a checkpoint at the boat service, allowing only those who adhered to the rules to pass. After Jiang Feng and his companions filled out their names on the application form, the officials promptly introduced them to the boatman, who would ferry them across in a humble skiff to search for treasures. In addition, they were provided with a peripheral map of the ancient tomb and a few provisions, including water. Since the government took control of the ancient tomb, there were both advantages and disadvantages for the tomb raiders and treasure hunters. The downside was that any exceptionally valuable artifacts would not be permitted for private ownership. The authorities would purchase them at a premium. However, items of lesser value could be retained by the treasure hunters, provided they did not sell them in bulk overseas or engage in malicious destruction. They were free to keep them or sell to collectors. The benefits included certain conveniences in procedures and transportation, as well as shared intelligence and information. The map they received was merely a portion of the intelligence the government had made publicly available. Yet, as Jiang Feng gazed at the map in his hands, he fell into a moment of silence. The map depicted a river winding through steep mountains, with the tomb's location seemingly nestled within a cave among those hills. However, the entrance to the tomb was conspicuously absent from the map, as if the authorities themselves were uncertain of the tomb's true location. It could potentially be anywhere, within the valley, atop the mountains, or even inside a cave along the waterway, but none had been discovered thus far. Furthermore, with the government safeguarding the area, extensive exploration was prohibited. Contemplating the map's design, Jiang Feng felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered it before. After a brief moment, he stood in the skiff and inquired of the 2 female streamers. Currently, are the authorities and other tomb raiding groups still uncertain whether there is an ancient tomb on this mountain? Indeed, one responded, it is said that this tomb is quite peculiar. Everyone is certain that there is definitely an ancient tomb here. However, to date, no one has discovered the true entrance to this tomb. While there are numerous caves along the nearby rivers and the undulating terrain enhances the environment, many have purportedly unearthed antiques from the rivers and caves in the vicinity. Nevertheless, very few have genuinely struck it rich by uncovering anything of significant value here. As the sociable Xiaoju explained the situation, she regarded Jiang Feng with a growing sense of skepticism about his expertise as her teammate. Nonetheless, his earnest contemplation of the map was quite appealing, and his concern for their mission indicated a commendable level of diligence. Not a bad choice, they were determined to stick with this handsome man. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng's contemplation stemmed from the realization that, if he was not mistaken, the map in his possession likely depicted the outer environment of the 7-star Liuang Palace. It was astonishing to think that a mere stroll through the market in search of a teammate would lead him to this significant location. What fortuitous luck! At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. Detected that the host has arrived at a convergence of fortune and spiritual energy. Spiritual energy concentration in this area. Hi. This location is exceptionally suitable for cultivation and refining, yet one must remain cautious due to inherent risks in places of concentrated spiritual energy. Current cultivation progress. Eye Technique 5. Sword Control Technique 2. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, the site of the ancient tomb was a nexus of fortune and spiritual energy. The eye technique and sword control technique were the only two celestial arts he had managed to cultivate over the past 6 months, albeit with limited progress. Previously, the values of fortune and spiritual energy available for cultivation in other parts of the country had been dismally low, but upon arriving here, his progress began to surge. If he were to obtain treasures from the tomb, rich in fortune and spiritual resonance, he could certainly cultivate even more celestial arts. Moreover, the system had kindly marked the locations with higher concentrations of spiritual energy and fortune, facilitating his quest to locate the ancient tomb of the 7-star Liuang Palace. Simultaneously, as Xiaoju observed Jiang Feng lost in contemplation of the map, she sat in the boat, confirming their position with Xiaomo. The surrounding mountainous terrain appears quite uniform, lacking any prominent landmarks, and the tomb's location surely cannot be within those conspicuous caves. Those caves are far too obvious. If the entrance truly lay within a cave, it would have been discovered long ago. Xiaoju, you have always been fortunate, why not take a guess? Me, guess. Upon hearing the two streamers converse, Jiang Feng emerged from his reverie. He chuckled, shaking his head at their suggestion to guess a spot to excavate. Xiaoju's luck was indeed remarkable, but having a jinx like himself in tow and not capsizing thus far was merely a result of their combined fortunes. Expecting to pinpoint the entrance to the tomb directly was an unrealistic hope. Noticing that Xiaoju and Xiaomo seemed inclined to direct the boatman toward another river, Jiang Feng crouched down to feel the water's current along the edge of the boat, then addressed the boatman. This is the spot. No need to proceed further. Going any farther would only lead us past the nearest entrance. Master, please dock the boat here. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's instructions, the boatman nodded in agreement. However, Xiaoju and Xiaomo exchanged glances of astonishment. The viewers in their live stream were also momentarily taken aback. Hey, this handsome guy is quite convincing. Just looking at him, one might think he is the one leading the team. I reckon he is simply pointing randomly. How could his luck surpass that of our streamers? I followed the streamers during their last excavation. I was astounded when one of them, while traversing the tomb, casually guessed the mechanism and fell straight into the treasure chamber. After docking the boat, Xiaoju crossed her arms and asked Jiang Feng, "Hey, handsome, are you so certain there is an entrance to the ancient tomb here?" "Of course," Jiang Feng replied with a smile. "If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet?" Chapter 4, Let us get to work. How dare you, a wager? The two female hosts exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Jiang Feng. "What kind of bet do you propose?" "Quite simple," Jiang Feng replied, gesturing to the very ground beneath their feet. "We wager that within this very area we stand upon, we shall uncover the true burial chamber." Despite its appearance, this patch of earth seemed no different from the surrounding terrain. However, through the system's detection, Jiang Feng discerned that this was the region with the most concentrated spiritual energy nearby. Undoubtedly, beneath this land lay the entrance to a genuine tomb. After indicating the soil at his feet, Jiang Feng continued, "Once we excavate here, you will discover the walls of the tomb, if they exist. Should that occur, I shall consider myself the victor of this wager. From now on, you must adhere strictly to my instructions. Conversely, should I lose, I will comply with any directives you two may issue." Upon hearing this, Xiaomo let out a soft chuckle, seemingly dismissive. she initially thought that their approach of relying on luck to locate the ancient tomb was already quite mystical. Little did she expect Jiang Feng's demeanor to be even more so. As they listened to his words, both female hosts couldn't help but entertain some rather outrageous thoughts. After all, it was rather audacious for a man to suddenly propose a wager that would compel them to follow his commands. What if he suggested something they found difficult to agree to? Nonetheless, considering they had no definitive way to ascertain the tomb's location and were live streaming, they had to maintain their image as hosts. Should they display a refusal? What if the audience concluded that they, as hosts, were merely timid? Contemplating this, Xiaoju waved her hand. A wager it is, handsome. Prepare to do some manual labor for us shortly. Xiaomo, fetch the shovel. The usually taciturn girl in black nodded and grasped the Luoyang shovel. Jiang Feng stepped on the soil beside him, indicating where to dig. Xiaomo swiftly plunged the shovel into the ground and began to sense the conditions below. Observing their earnestness, Jiang Feng stretched lazily. Excavation was a fundamental skill for a tomb raider, and it appeared these attractive hosts possessed some degree of expertise. Found it. Xiaomo's Luoyang shovel trembled slightly, as if it had struck something solid beneath the surface. Out, the two hosts gripped the steel rod, extracting the shovel bit by bit. Upon inspecting the soil at the shovel's tip, their faces turned pale almost instantaneously. The earth was a vivid crimson, exuding an intensely foul odor. Yet, after a brief moment of disgust, expressions of delight spread across their faces. Although they could not ascertain the nature of the blood-like soil, it was evident that something sinister lay beneath. Furthermore, judging by the sensation transmitted through the shovel's handle, it was clear there was a wall below, otherwise, they wouldn't have felt such resistance. Immediately, both Xiaomo and Xiaoju regarded Jiang Feng with newfound respect. Handsome, are you serious? The audience in their live stream had initially perceived Jiang Feng as nothing more than a pretty face, yet, he had effortlessly pointed out the location of the tomb. It was common knowledge that the authorities had established a protective perimeter here for over a decade, during which countless tomb raider groups had failed to locate the entrance, and yet, Jiang Feng had simply indicated it with a casual gesture. In that moment, both female hosts and their viewers grasped the reality that this man, once regarded as merely an ornamental figure, possessed extraordinary capabilities. Goodness! How fortunate these two are! Initially, it seemed they had merely found a decorative teammate in the market. Now it's evident they've discovered a truly remarkable ally. This is certainly intriguing. The tomb has remained unlocated by officials for years, yet the hosts have finally found it. I wonder what spectacular outcomes will arise from the remarkable luck of these two hosts as they descend into the tomb. Realizing this, Xiaoju approached Jiang Feng, extending her hand. Let us get properly acquainted, shall we? I am Suju, and she is Qingmo. You may also call us Xiaoju and Xiaomo. We look forward to your guidance in the future. At this moment, Suju finally regarded Jiang Feng as a collaborator rather than merely a handsome figure. Jiang Feng naturally reciprocated her handshake, noting the strength in her soft grip. However, the name of the girl in black, Qingmo, was intriguing. Historically, her name suggested a unique fate. After shaking hands with Jiang Feng, Xiaoju stepped back, her expression gleeful as she examined the crimson soil they had unearthed. Though aware they had lost the wager, the clever hosts opted to deftly shift the topic, prolonging the moment. Moreover, what truly excited both the hosts and their audience was the ancient tomb beneath their feet. Without hesitation, the two female hosts removed the current shovel head and replaced it with one designed for excavation, commencing their work on the surrounding earth. Observing their enthusiastic labor, Jiang Feng chuckled softly. How delightful, he thought, he was spared from doing manual labor himself. Even standing at the entrance, the spiritual energy here was abundant, and he could feel his progress in cultivation steadily increasing. Thus, he decided to continue meditating. Qingmo, seeing Jiang Feng close his eyes to meditate while they toiled, couldn't he help but roll her eyes at him. How could he have the audacity to watch them work while he rested? However, recalling their earlier wager loss, she bit her tongue and resumed her excavation of the soil beneath. Before long, they had nearly cleared the surface dirt, revealing the walls of the tomb. As the two hosts prepared to enthusiastically dismantle the wall, Jiang Feng finally opened his eyes and intervened. Chapter 5. Cultivating other celestial arts. When Jiang Feng opened his eyes, the brief moment of closed-eyed meditation had indeed yielded some rewards. You are cultivating in an area with a high concentration of spiritual energy, achieving commendable progress. Progress of the double pupil technique. 10. Progress of sword control technique. 5. Before Jiang Feng could assess the gains within the system, Xiaoju voiced her complaints. Hey, handsome, why are you stopping us? Xiaoju appeared somewhat anxious, for they were currently live-streaming. The ancient tomb beneath their feet had remained undiscovered for over a decade, and now they had unveiled its true entrance. It was likely that news would spread quickly, and if they failed to be the first to explore the tomb, it would be a significant loss. Yet, recalling the contents of the earlier wager, Xiao Mo tugged at Xiaoju's hand, pulling her aside and signaling for Jiang Feng to take charge. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. These two individuals weighed a total of 200 jin, with over 400 kilograms of rebellious spirit. Even when they had first joined a treasure hunting team, their eagerness had been palpable. Yet now, before Jiang Feng, they had so swiftly become compliant. Truly, one thing can subdue another. Of course, some had already begun to leak information about their discovery. An ancient tomb, concealed for countless years, was finally poised to be revealed to the world. The attention it would garner would undoubtedly exceed all expectations. Jiang Feng, however, paid no heed to the thoughts of others. He retrieved a short sword from his waist and approached the tomb's wall. With a swift thrust, the once impenetrable wall crumbled like tofu beneath the blade. Viewers in the live stream might marvel, believing the short sword to be a finely crafted weapon. Otherwise, how could such a seemingly well-preserved wall be pierced so effortlessly? In truth, Jiang Feng's sword was merely a hastily fashioned tool, its formidable power deriving solely from his mastery of the sword control technique. Though a rudimentary skill, it proved useful. After dislodging several bricks from the outer wall, a striking crimson surface emerged before Jiang Feng's eyes. Xiaoju, standing behind him, pointed at the vivid wall and exclaimed, Hey, handsome, what is this wall? It looks as if it's been coated with wax. Without offering an explanation, Jiang Feng casually produced several bamboo tubes and a jade vial. He then summoned a force from his palm, drawing the liquid from the waxy wall into the vial like a straw. This liquid was a valuable find for Jiang Feng. Once he had absorbed it all, the last few drops of crimson fluid dripped from the wall, splattering onto the ground below. Instantly, a sizzling sound resonated, as if the earth itself were being corroded. Even the nearby stones Jiang Feng had set down were swiftly eroded, developing numerous holes. Xiao Mo and Xiaoju, witnessing this, paled and instinctively retreated a few steps. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished. What on earth is this stuff? Surely sulfuric acid isn't this corrosive? Those stones have been reduced to a state resembling charcoal. How terrifying. Thankfully that handsome guy stopped the two streamers. Otherwise, if they had approached and touched that wall, they would have ended up drenched in this dreadful substance. Seeing how Suju and her companions initially intended to treat the handsome guy as mere eye candy, I can't help but laugh. Who truly is the eye candy here? No wonder this ancient tomb has remained undiscovered for over a decade. Even before entering, there are such perilous mechanisms. Once Jiang Feng had safely collected all the highly corrosive liquid, he turned to the two female streamers and explained, this substance is called alum acid. It is extremely corrosive and constitutes a mechanism of the tomb. Should you recklessly strike it, the liquid would pour over you, eroding your flesh to the bone. I see. Xiaoju patted her appealing chest, her gaze toward Jiang Feng filled with gratitude. It seemed her luck was as fortuitous as ever. She had not anticipated that her good fortune would manifest in the form of this captivating gentleman. Now, you may proceed to break down the wall. After giving his command, Jiang Feng closed his eyes once more, appearing to resume his meditation. As he savored the sensation of the concentrated spiritual energy and the convergence of luck, he truly comprehended the hardship he had endured in his previous cultivation. After 6 months of diligent practice, he had barely managed to reach a meager 1% due to the thinness of the spiritual energy. Yet now, at the entrance of this tomb, his mastery of celestial arts was visibly and rapidly advancing. It was indeed delightful to have the luxury of a leisurely experience. However, Jiang Feng's apparent reluctance to assist did not escape Xiaoju's notice, prompting her to stick out her tongue at him. Was he not a man? He had been unwilling to lend a hand while digging earlier, and now, In the face of physical labor, he still refused to help, yet, gazing at the wall before them and knowing that behind it lay a tomb that had never been truly explored, both Xiaoju and Xiaomo felt invigorated. Wielding their tools, they began to strike the wall with fervor. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream could only watch in exasperation. I can't take it anymore. These two streamers seem so pleased that the handsome guy isn't helping them. I initially thought that after winning the wager, he would make the two beauties perform some unspeakable labor. Who would have thought it would be actual physical work? Someone, please, let me out of this situation. This isn't treasure hunting. While the two ladies toiled away, Jian Feng remained occupied, studying the alum acid he had just collected. Though this substance did not possess any inherent luck, it was certainly not trivial. While it could not be absorbed directly, it could be exchanged within the system for other cultivation techniques. Chapter 6. It is time for the eyebrow pencil to reveal its fortune. The techniques of dual pupils and sword mastery that I have cultivated have cost me a considerable fortune to acquire. I wonder what this alunite will bring me. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for mastering a brand new technique. Mystical Doors of the Wind. Current progress of Mystical Doors of the Wind cultivation. 0. Is this the technique of the Mystical Doors? Upon discovering that this vial of alunite could grant him such an extraordinary method, Jian Feng's face quickly broke into a smile. The Mystical Doors technique allows one to establish a palace beneath their feet, manipulating the surrounding environment with its fluctuations. In the practice space, one can at most apply the Mystical Doors technique to oneself, enhancing their agility. Upon reaching mastery, one can control the flow of time around them, achieving the true effect of time dilation. Moreover, Jian Feng possesses the ancient tomb cultivation system, which may enable him to harness the fortune and spiritual energy from within the ancient tomb to elevate these mystical arts to unprecedented heights. At this moment, Jian Feng settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to comprehend this technique. He intended to utilize the rich spiritual energy and fortune emanating from the entrance of the ancient tomb to advance his cultivation progress to 1. Meanwhile, the two female streamers were not idle. They had already broken through the wall, creating an opening wide enough for two to pass side by side. Their dexterity was indeed commendable. After breaking through the outer wall of the tomb chamber, Xiaomo and Xiaoju exchanged glances at Jian Feng, who was seated in meditation, seemingly unaware of their progress. Instantly, they shared a silent understanding. Should we wake the handsome guy now? It's fine. I don't sense much danger below. We have some gear with us. Even if we encounter a corpse or something similar, we can manage to retreat after a tussle. Besides, there's only one way down here. He will naturally catch up once he wakes up. With this thought, the two streamers, akin to sisters, nodded in agreement, picked up their flashlights, and ventured into the tomb chamber. After all, a competitive spirit lingered within them. Having explored tombs 2 or 3 times, they were unwilling to be overshadowed by Jian Feng. If they could discover something before he arrived, they would have the opportunity to boast. Thus, they entered the tomb chamber, flashlights in hand, walking side by side. However, unbeknownst to them, as they stepped into the chamber, Xiaomo, who bore the fortune of the celestial lone star, was the first to place her left foot inside, while Xiaoju, endowed with the purple gold dragon's luck, lagged behind by a mere step. This slight delay caused the previously stable fortune to falter. The moment Xiaomo's foot crossed the threshold, a piercing sound echoed through the chamber, as if a long-hidden creature was awakening. 4 crimson-hued shadowy beetles surged forth from the darkness, propelled by the beam of their flashlight, lunging towards Xiaomo. What? Are these corpse toads? Why do their shells look different? There are only 4 of them. Let's just squash them. Recognizing the monsters, Xiaoju and Xiaomo felt a surge of courage. They had encountered corpse toads in other tombs before, and the fact that only 4 emerged here bolstered their resolve. Although each of these creatures was nearly the size of an air conditioner, the two streamers acted decisively, wielding the pickaxe they had just used to break the wall. However, the anticipated scene of the corpse toads being smashed into a pulp did not unfold. Instead, a resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of steel colliding. Xiaoju and Xiaomo felt their wrists jarred painfully, and had their spirits not been notably stronger than the average girls, they might have struggled to maintain their grip on the iron pickaxe. Are these monster shells really that hard? Witnessing the advancing crimson corpse toads, Sier Mo could no longer contain her retreat. Sier Mo, look at your pickaxe. Sier Ju exclaimed, prompting Sier Mo to glance at her tool, only to be engulfed by a chill. The location where her pickaxe had struck the dark red toad shell was already beginning to corrode. The rust on the pickaxe had started to spread ominously. Observers in the live stream were left in shock. What on earth is going on with these creatures? Sier Mo merely struck them once, and now her pickaxe is starting to corrode. The intensity of this corrosion must be several times that of sulfuric acid. This level of corrosion, could it be comparable to that alunite from earlier? With such hard shells, I have no doubt their exoskeletons could withstand bullets. Where's that handsome guy? My girlfriend is in trouble, come save her. If you don't hurry, there will be double casualties. Despite the viewers clamoring for help, Sier Ju and Sier Mo remained resolute, determined to strike harder at one of the dark red corpse toads to see if they could subdue it. The sounds of the struggle within the tomb reached Jian Feng, who was meditating outside, causing him to pause for a moment. Could these corpse toads have mutated after consuming that red alunite combined with the sinister energy of this ancient tomb? What kind of luck does this girl have? At that moment, Jian Feng comprehended the essence of the celestial Lone Star's fortune. It was evident that no one besides himself could perceive the fortune of these two girls. Otherwise, anyone knowledgeable would have advised against Sier Mo stepping in first. These blood-red mutated corpse toads were creatures not found in the original tale. Yet, because of Sier Mo's misfortune, she had encountered them. However, as he pondered, Jian Feng couldn't help but lick his lips. Surely, within these mutated corpse toads, there must be several demon cores forged from the sinister energy, which would be a tremendous boon for him as a cultivator. Chapter 7, The Mutated Species. Within the tomb at the entrance of the burial chamber, Sier Mo found that the head of her hammer had been almost entirely corroded away by the dark red corpse beetle, leaving only a mere remnant. This hammer was originally a double-headed tool, yet after striking the dark red beetle just a few times, it had been reduced to this pitiful state, were it not for their foresight in having excavated a sufficiently large entrance to the tomb, which facilitated their movements, coupled with the fact that although these beetles possessed formidable bodies and a potent corrosive ability, they would at least pause momentarily under Sier Mo's blows. They might have already been bitten by the four beetles by now. However, they found themselves utterly powerless against the dark red creatures before them. This situation cannot persist. Sier Ju, help me with a shovel. Let us see if we can overturn one of these beetles. I refuse to believe that after flipping it over, its shell will still remain so impenetrable. As she gazed at the shovel head, now reduced to a mere half due to corrosion, Sier Mo felt a surge of urgency and called upon her companion to assist in dealing with one of the beetles. Sier Ju silently nodded, then grasped the shovel, dragging it along the ground with the intent to lift one of the beetles. The moment it was raised, Sier Mo would strike down with the pickaxe. The viewers in the live stream seemed to sense their impending plan and held their breath, dreading the potential calamity that would befall the two streamers if they faltered. Yet, although this strategy was sound, the physical strength of the two young women proved insufficient. Sier Ju managed to position the shovel beneath one of the beetles, but the weight of these mutated creatures exceeded her expectations. In an instant, she could not manage to flip it onto its back. As she attempted to exert more force, disaster struck. The iron rod of the shovel was bitten by the beetle, and the overwhelming corrosive properties erupted, causing the head of the rod to be devoured, the shovel head consequently falling away. This is impossible. These beasts are far too heavy, we cannot move them. We must find a way to escape. But they have already surrounded us. Sier Mo's face turned ashen as she surveyed her surroundings. The beetles had effectively encircled them from all four directions. Earlier, in their effort to assist each other against one of the dark red beetles, they had inadvertently positioned themselves together. Moreover, with Sier Ju's shovel now broken, Sier Mo was nearing exhaustion. Help, Jian Feng. At this moment, a pale-faced Sier Ju recalled Jian Feng and shouted his name desperately, while Sier Mo's expression remained icy, unwilling to yield. With such danger present, that man has likely fled already. We must rely on ourselves. Despite her words, Xiao Mo's gaze continually drifted towards the entrance of the tomb they had excavated. Yet all she received in return were the advancing dark red beetles. Just then, a sharp short sword was hurled from the dim depths of the tomb, almost instantaneously piercing one of the dark red beetles, pinning it to the ground. Sword technique. Following this, several more short swords emerged from the shadows, impaling the remaining dark red beetles. In the blink of an eye, the once insurmountable creatures had been decisively dealt with. Emerging from the shadows of the tomb, Jian Feng tossed the short swords aside and approached the two girls with a smile. "Are you both unharmed? I was nearly asleep outside, but upon hearing your struggle, I came in. How could you sleep through this chaos?" Sierju exclaimed, taken aback by Jiang Feng's calm demeanor, her voice a blend of laughter and reproach. She let out a sigh of relief and sank down onto the ground. Xiao Mo, though more reserved, looked at Jiang Feng with eyes brimming with gratitude. The audience in the live stream similarly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's Jiang Feng. That heroic rescue was simply magnificent. I can't believe you were asleep, but considering this handsome guy can sleep standing up, perhaps it's true. What a timely appearance, I'm smitten." But why did those dark red beetles seem so feeble in Jiang Feng's hands, easily dispatched by thrown daggers? I wonder if they become weaker when facing away from their enemies. In any case, the viewers were finally able to relax. Once Xiaoju had calmed her emotions, she turned her gaze towards the mutated beetles that Jiang Feng had swiftly dispatched, asking curiously, "Handsome, how did you manage to pierce through the bodies of these beetles so effortlessly?" "Just consider it a case of strength-yielding miracles," Jiang Feng replied. Of course, he had not merely thrown the swords, he had employed his sword technique to launch them. Even these mutated beetles could not withstand that maneuver. Xiao Mo, striving to temper the overwhelming gratitude in her expression, softly inquired, "So, handsome, do you know what these creatures actually are?" Jiang Feng crouched beside one of the mutated beetle corpses and observed it carefully. "These creatures are likely a form of mutated species. There must have been a large population of beetles residing nearby, but they inadvertently came into contact with the acid on the walls. Due to the extreme corrosiveness of the acid, most of the beetles perished, leaving only these for survivors. The surviving beetles, through their tenacity and centuries of mutation, adapted to the presence of the acid, even using it as a weapon in defense. This transformation has led them to evolve into an entirely new species. Perhaps blood beetles would be a more fitting name." With this realization, Jiang Feng found himself increasingly intrigued by this world. It was not only a fusion of various tomb-raiding realms but also gave rise to such unique mutated species within ancient tombs. Having only just entered the tomb, they had already encountered a blood beetle. He wondered what other mutated creatures and monsters might await them, especially under the unfortunate luck that seemed to follow Xiao Mo. Yet, none of it mattered, for all these monsters would ultimately serve as elixirs for his cultivation. Chapter 8. Should I use the girl as a shield? Jiang Feng began to explore the corpses of the blood corpses nearby. Initially, he remained cautious of the toxicity within these blood corpses, but perhaps due to their mutations, these creatures had transformed into a non-toxic species. Even the potent acid that once coated their shells had lost its corrosive properties upon death. Jiang Feng threw his knife, and even if it embedded itself within the bodies of these blood corpses, it remained uncorroded, allowing him to retrieve it after a quick cleanup. Next, he sought to discover whether there were any treasures akin to inner elixirs concealed within these mutated corpses. Little Jew, intrigued, asked, "What are you searching for, handsome?" "Well, I intend to investigate whether these blood corpses possess anything resembling demon cores. If this creature has truly been mutated for centuries, it must have gained some essence, rendering its remains quite valuable. I won't take long here. If you wish to leave, you may descend first." No sooner had he spoken than Little Jew and Little Mo shook their heads vigorously, as if they were shaking a rattle drum. After the chaotic encounter with the mutated creature, they had no desire to depart. They bore with it, understanding that Jiang Feng was the leader of their group, while they were to obediently await his guidance. A few minutes later, Jiang Feng rose from the ground, swiftly collecting for crimson inner elixirs. As he had initially surmised, the presence of a unique girl in their party had attracted an array of formidable fiends along their journey. The more vicious the monster, the more likely it was to coalesce inner elixirs within. However, consuming these elixirs directly would undoubtedly lead to poisoning, so Jiang Feng opted to extract them for the system to convert into pure cultivation energy, which would then replenish his own reserves. Thus, upon appearing in Jiang Feng's hands, these inner elixirs vanished and transformed into pristine cultivation energy, returning to his body. You have absorbed 4 inner elixirs from the blood corpses. Your cultivation level has increased. Progress of dual pupil technique. 25. Progress of sword mastery. 20. Progress of wind after mysterious gates. 5. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, Jiang Feng could not suppress his delight. This was a considerable gain even before fully entering the tomb. The credit not only belonged to the ancient mausoleum but also to the extraordinary fortune radiating from the 2 women. He even contemplated whether to place Little Mo at the forefront of their group, leaving Little Ju at the rear. This strategy would ensure an unbroken series of encounters with various monsters, while the fortuitous Little Ju would safeguard their retreat. However, would this approach of using the girls as shields draw reproach and condemnation for being somewhat heartless? Meanwhile, the 2 female streamers remained oblivious to Jiang Feng's scheming thoughts, engrossed instead in observing the murals on the tomb's walls and the 4-legged square cauldron within the chamber. The duo had quickly immersed themselves in the task of searching for treasures. The ancient inscriptions on the stone slabs flanking the tomb were arcane and difficult to decipher, so the 2 girls diverted their attention to the impressive square cauldron. With Jiang Feng seated nearby, they felt emboldened and began inspecting the cauldron closely. "This cauldron is quite large. I doubt we can fit it into our backpacks," remarked one. "Indeed, we can't take it with us. The officials have stated that we are prohibited from pocketing overly large and well-preserved artifacts," another replied. "What a pity, it looks beautiful, adorned with engravings of celestial bodies." "Since we can't take it, we might as well touch it," suggested the first. True enough, thus, the curious duo approached the cauldron, ensuring they would not damage it as they reached out to touch its surface. The first to make contact was Su Ju, who possessed a fortune of purple gold. Upon her touch, the cauldron emitted a resonant sound, reminiscent of some hidden mechanism being activated rather than any noise originating from within the cauldron itself. Not far away, at the entrance to the lower level of the tomb, the coffin emitted a creaking sound, as if some terrifying entity was attempting to break free. Observing the commotion caused by the 2 girls, Jiang Feng ceased his meditative state, glancing towards the coffin before turning to Little Ju and Little Mo. "Which of you activated the cauldron?" "It was me," Little Ju admitted, her demeanor akin to that of a child caught in mischief, her hand trembling as she looked at Jiang Feng, ready for reprimand. The viewers in the live stream found the scene amusing, especially those familiar with the fearless personalities of the 2 streamers. However, before Jiang Feng could pursue further inquiries, Little Ju had already frightened herself. Yet, Jiang Feng waved dismissively. "It's fine, you did well." The creature inside was bound to emerge eventually. Choosing to activate the mechanism intentionally was preferable to inadvertently triggering it. It was akin to deliberately stepping on snow before an avalanche. The resulting snow slide would be significantly less than one triggered by natural forces. Determined to stay close to Jiang Feng, the 2 girls had no intention of approaching the coffin or seeking treasures within. They remained at a considerable distance, aware that if Little Mo touched the cauldron, it might cause the mechanism to malfunction, leading them to mistakenly believe the area was devoid of danger, thus heading directly toward the coffin. Such a misstep would result in an encounter with the millennia-old blood corpse within, a confrontation that even divine beings would struggle to survive. Chapter 9. You are blood corpse, but I am a cultivator. Xiaoju gazed at Jiang Feng, who still wore a tranquil expression, and inquired, "Handsome, what do you think is inside this coffin?" "Just a blood corpse with nearly 1,000 years of cultivation. There's no need to panic, it's not something insurmountably formidable." Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, the audience in the live stream erupted into a flurry of question marks. "I must say, handsome, your humble bragging is a tad excessive. If there truly is a 1,000-year-old blood corpse within that coffin, this live-streamed tomb raiding show will swiftly morph into a race for survival. No need for that transformation. I believe the hosts should start making their escape immediately. I once witnessed an official archaeological team nearly obliterated by a blood corpse with just a century of cultivation. If you are now facing one with a millennium of experience, how far should you run? I can't help but think your luck has taken a turn for the worse, hosts. I initially followed the beautiful streamers because of your remarkable fortune, yet today, your luck seems to have soured dramatically. Upon hearing the mention of a 1,000-year blood corpse, Xiao Ju and Xiao Mo began to contemplate retreating. They were considering whether to flee outright. Approximately 6 months prior, the national authorities had organized a significant archaeological expedition. After all, the government would not entrust all ancient tombs to mere local excavators without exercising some oversight. However, during that expedition, the officials inadvertently provoked a blood corpse with several hundred years of cultivation, resulting in the tragic demise of dozens within the archaeological team, who barely escaped the hellish tomb. It was that massacre that truly enlightened the world about the terror of blood corpses. If a blood corpse with merely a century of cultivation could be so vicious, it was alarming to hear Jiang Feng dismiss the imminent threat of a 1,000-year blood corpse as trivial. At this moment, the two female streamers felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. Their steps unconsciously began to retreat towards the entrance of the tomb, ready to flee the moment the coffin lid was flung open. Yet, more bewilderment awaited them. In an instant, Jiang Feng swiftly seized the moment before the 1,000-year-old corpse could emerge from the coffin, dashing forward with remarkable agility. Wind after strange gate. Acceleration. Although Jiang Feng's mastery of the wind after strange gate was merely at an entry level, it was sufficient to enhance his speed dramatically inside the coffin. The 1,000-year-old corpse began to crawl out, straightening its pale body, its form radiating a murderous aura as it fixated on Jiang Feng with the gaze of a dying creature. Its hand shot forth like the sharpest spear, aimed directly at Jiang Feng's throat. Double eye technique, dread. Jiang Feng was well prepared. His double eye technique had shown promising progress through rigorous training. In that instant, an almost imperceptible beam of light shot forth from his eyes, embedding itself in the mind of the 1,000-year corpse. Although the effect of the dread was fleeting, it was adequate. System, now is the time to determine the location of the most potent energy within this corpse. Report to the host, the most concentrated energy resides in the lower dantian. Excellent, then that is where I shall strike. The spiritual energy of the sword control technique converged in his wrist, and taking advantage of the moment the 1,000-year corpse was momentarily stunned, Jiang Feng thrust his sword into its lower dantian and forcefully pulled. In that moment, the effect of the dread dissipated, and the 1,000-year corpse immediately regained its ferocity, but it was too late. Jiang Feng's hand now grasped a golden elixir, the core of the 1,000-year corpse. Observing the corpse's return to its vicious state, Jiang Feng wasted no time, yanking the inner core from the creature's body. This core encapsulated its entire essence and cultivation, and given that it was not truly alive, it depended solely on its ferocity for movement. Once deprived of this core, the corpse collapsed like a marionette with its string severed, tumbling back into its coffin. Jiang Feng, seizing the moment, absorbed the golden inner core with remarkable speed. Exposure to air would cause the spiritual energy within to dissipate rapidly, so the sooner it was consumed, the better the outcome. As the elixir entered his body, the system promptly evaluated the results. The 3 techniques you are cultivating have each increased by 15 in progress. Double eye technique cultivation progress. 35 sword control technique cultivation progress, 30 wind after strange gate cultivation progress, 20 additionally, you have acquired 1,000 points. Points can be exchanged for various cultivation items in the system's store. The rarer and more powerful the item, the higher the points required. Upon receiving this feedback from the system, Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Your system is quite discerning. Previously, when I absorbed the inner cores of those mutated corpses and a vial of acid, it didn't reward me with any points, yet, after absorbing the inner core of a 1,000-year-old corpse, you grant me 1,000 points. However, Jiang Feng found this acceptable. He was currently within the Grand Tomb of the 7 Stars Luwang Palace, where treasures would undoubtedly abound. Perhaps he would soon acquire a genuine celestial sword from the system's store. Meanwhile, as Jiang Feng reveled in the benefits of the 1,000-year blood corpse's inner core, the 2 female streamers and their audience were left utterly dumbfounded. From their perspective, Jiang Feng had dispatched the 1,000-year blood corpse within mere seconds. The blood corpse, infamous for annihilating entire archaeological teams in other tombs, now lay in the coffin as if it had merely performed a set of sit-ups, forever at rest. Chapter 10 The watchful eyes of the official archaeological team. Was it not agreed that a millennium-old blood corpse is among the most perilous creatures within ancient tombs? How is it that this one was dispatched by the streamer in an instant? You cannot possibly be unaware. Could it be that this Zongzer will revive shortly? Yet, the issue lies in the fact that the direction in which this Zongzer fell appears to have been directly excavated by the handsome man, leaving a gaping hole, presumably having emptied its innards. I doubt even a Zongzer could possess such tenacity of life. My curiosity about the nature of the weapon wielded by this handsome man grows ever more intense. Earlier, he pierced through that remarkably tough corpse with ease, and now he has done the same to this Zongzer spirit. I recall that in other archaeological videos, these Zongzer spirits were impervious even to bullets. When the streamer cast the flying knife, one might attribute it to sheer strength, but can this too be termed a miraculous feat of strength? At this moment, within the live stream of Xiaoju and Xiaomo, the hundreds of thousands of viewers began to inundate the chat with question marks. Even the expressions on Xiaoju and Xiaomo's faces mirrored a similar astonishment, gazing at Jiang Feng with widened eyes, their admiration palpable. They had begun to question whether this handsome man belonged to the same realm as them. No wonder he claimed that this millennium-old blood corpse was not formidable. It truly seems trivial in his presence. Who is this remarkable individual we have encountered? How fortunate we are to have crossed paths with him. At this juncture, Xiaomo displayed a look of existential doubt, observing the two young women rendered speechless. Jiang Feng smiled and urged them gently, consider this as a dream. If you do, there is nothing to find unacceptable. Moreover, do you still intend to continue? You must realize that the news of this tomb being unearthed will soon be fully disclosed. If you linger here any longer, other treasure hunting groups, or even members of the official National Archaeological Team, may arrive, and you will miss the opportunity to be the first to unveil the treasures hidden beneath this tomb. Are you truly willing to relinquish this chance? After all, explaining his cultivation journey would require significant time. It would be wiser to dangle a greater temptation before the two girls, prompting them to contemplate the matter later. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Feng's enticing proposition, the spark of interest ignited in their eyes. As streamers, they could hardly refuse the allure of securing first-round exposure, especially alongside this handsome man, which would undoubtedly ensure their safety. With this thought in mind, Xiaoju nodded and casually selected several jade artifacts from the enormous four-legged cauldron as rewards for their exploration, stowing them in her satchel, before following Jiang Feng to the staircase behind the coffin. However, before embarking on their descent, Jiang Feng glanced at the blood corpse, now thoroughly emptied by his actions. Given that this being had cultivated for a millennium, could the body of the Zongzi spirit not also be considered a treasure? After all, lacking any national identity, if I were to dissect you, the authorities should not come after me, should they? Meanwhile, as Jiang Feng contemplated dismembering the Zongzi spirit, the national authorities finally took note of the situation. Within a vessel moored along the river, several distinguished middle-aged individuals clad in Zhongshan suits gathered in a conference room, deliberating the recent developments. A young scholar knocked and entered to report, esteemed elders. Professors, we have received promising news from the public. The precise location of the ancient tomb of the 7 stars of Luwang Palace has finally been discovered. The individuals who pinpointed the tomb's location comprise a trio of treasure hunters who approached this matter through legitimate means. Upon hearing this, an elder seated at the conference table broke into a broad smile. It appears good news is imminent for our region. We have been encircling this mountain for over a decade, dispatching exploration teams multiple times. Yet, due to the overwhelming environment, no one has been able to accurately identify the tomb's location. Now that we have made the exploration rights public, capable individuals have successfully uncovered the true location of the 7 stars of Luwang Palace. What do you think, Elder Ju? I have always maintained that by loosening the restrictions on treasure hunting permissions and sharing information about the tombs we have found, it would enable those adept in the craft to emerge and locate the tombs. In due course, capable individuals will assist us in finding the exact location of the tomb. An elderly man with spectacles cast a glance at the bearded elder Jew, who appeared resistant to allowing a horde of treasure hunters into the tomb. As he listened to his colleague, he could not help but snort derisively. HMPH, a bunch of crude treasure hunters, utterly ignorant of how to preserve relics. Few among them can recognize artifacts of true value. Should one of them inadvertently damage the tomb during excavation, can you bear the responsibility? Even if they appear compliant when signing applications, who knows if they will turn into greedy lunatics once inside the tomb? Elder Jew, you need not worry about that. The reporting scholar interjected. Among the trio of treasure hunters, 2 are streamers, and they are currently broadcasting live. Their treasure hunting process will be exposed in real time. Thus, we will naturally be able to observe whether they engage in any excessive destructive behavior within the tomb. That is indeed a sound idea. It will allow us to witness how these 3 capable individuals discovered the location of this tomb. Chapter 11. Why do you, a mere rustic, not covet ancient relics but instead focus on the blood corpses? Set up the projector, and let us check the live broadcast replay of that streaming room. We must ascertain how these 3 individuals managed to infiltrate a tomb that has eluded our discovery for over a decade. Within the shipping conference room, several individuals began to scrutinize the live feed, displaying a remarkable level of proficiency. After all, the national authorities encourage civilians to conduct archaeological excavations and tomb explorations without causing damage. Consequently, these streaming sessions are under constant surveillance by officials. When they witnessed Jian Feng casually indicating the tomb's location with a mere gesture, several attendees could hardly contain their astonishment. Come on, my friends. JPG, we have dedicated over 10 years and countless resources to uncover the site of the 7 Stars Luwang Palace, yet you, as if simply admiring a scenic view, pinpointed it effortlessly. This has left the assembled professors and elders visibly unsettled. Subsequently, upon seeing Jian Feng locate the alum behind the wax wall and neutralize the mutated blood corpses, a serious expression emerged on the faces of the elders and professors present. They too had significant expertise in this area. Merely observing the tomb's external defenses suggested that the internal design of this ancient sepulchre must be intricate, otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered such myriad dangers without even stepping inside the chamber. Jian Feng's deft maneuvers naturally sparked admiration among several professors and elders. This individual named Jian Feng possesses remarkable skills. Does the registration form truly state that this is his first foray into tomb raiding? Indeed, it is his first time. Conversely, those 2 female streamers are seasoned veterans in this domain. It seems he is yet another talent emerging from the local scene. If conditions permit, we should extend an invitation to gauge his interest in joining our endeavors. However, as they continued to observe Jiang Feng's exploration, particularly when he mentioned that the creature lying within the coffin had been a blood corpse for at least a millennium, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, with beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. The mere mention of blood corpses elicited pained expressions from the professor in white gloves, a result of a harrowing incident months prior when an archaeological team had encountered a blood corpse, leading to the near annihilation of the entire team. Several members of that ill-fated expedition had been the professor's cherished disciples, now reduced to mere memories. The passage of time, coupled with the grief of outliving one's students, weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, within moments, less than 10 seconds, Jiang Feng managed to utter a heartfelt phrase to the blood corpse, instantly vanquishing what had become a nightmare for many archaeologists. Witnessing this scene, the assembled professors were left in a state of stunned silence. A military officer clad in uniform turned to the bespectacled professor beside him and inquired, "Director Lin, how much did your team pay as a price when you last confronted a blood corpse in that tomb?" Director Lin's face contorted with anguish as he shook his head. Due to restrictions on heavy weaponry within that tomb, the most formidable weapon we could carry was a 12mm anti-material sniper rifle. However, the blood corpse moved with astonishing speed, leaving me no opportunity to aim. It could sense danger, without forcibly subduing it. Hitting the target was impossible. Ultimately, 8 brave souls paid with their lives, and at least 15 or 16 others were gravely injured, just so the sniper could find a moment to penetrate its defenses and deliver a fatal shot. Such a creature on the battlefield would be an unequivocal harbinger of death. Yet this young man single-handedly dispatched a millennium-old blood corpse within a mere 10 seconds, unscathed. How I wish he had been with us during our descent into that tomb. Director Lin sighed deeply, reluctant to speak further. Then, breaking the silence, the bespectacled professor waved his hand, stating, "Now, let us switch to the live feed of these young adventurers. I wish to see what they are currently undertaking." "Certainly." The young assistant quickly transitioned the live projection to Jiang Feng's group's perspective. As the feed switched, the attendees could hardly suppress their feelings of nausea upon realizing that Jiang Feng was in the midst of dismembering the blood corpse. He had already severed its limbs and appeared to be thoroughly enjoying the gruesome task. Observing this spectacle, the professor in white gloves and Director Lin displayed expressions of satisfaction, while the other professors and elders expressed their bewilderment. Is this young man perhaps a bit off-kilter? The two female streamers seemed to embody the essence of seasoned tomb raiders, even feeling compelled to examine the offerings within the square tripod before departing. Yet he, seemingly unimpressed, it illustrates that this young man possesses a commendable spirit of adventure. Furthermore, he appears to be devoid of greed. Though his teaming up with the two young women might hint at a touch of infatuation, such is the nature of youth. The other professors in the conference room, listening to the white-gloved professor's defense, could hardly contain their incredulity. The elder presiding over the meeting waved his hand and declared, "In any case, we can affirm that this young man is exceptionally capable. Should the opportunity arise, we ought to seek to recruit him. Moreover, we should send a few individuals to follow behind. Their trio is simply too small a contingent." Meanwhile, on Jiang Feng's side. Chapter 12, even the ordinary folk who venture into the tomb can wield firearms. The skeletal remains of a millennium-old blood corpse can be utilized for artifact refinement. Cultivation points 100. The teeth of the millennium-old blood corpse possess a certain level of toxicity and can serve as concealed weapons. Cultivation points 100. The leg bones of a millennium-old blood corpse can be used for artifact refinement. Cultivation points 100. The current host possesses a total of 1,500 points. Jiang Feng ostentatiously tossed the severed remnants of the blood corpse into his backpack, yet in that very instant, they were absorbed by the system. As he listened to the incessant chimes of rewards emanating from the system, he soon realized that the blood within the coffin had been nearly exhausted of any further resources to extract, and a look of regret crossed his face. Indeed, the most valuable asset within such a blood corpse was its inner core. No other part could rival the worth of a complete inner core, even if he stripped it bare. If he could extract a few thousand more points, he could procure a genuine celestial sword from the system's marketplace, rather than these toy-like short swords. Although these short swords had become revered as formidable weapons in the eyes of the live-stream audience, including Xiao Mo and Xiao Ju, the viewers could not help but shiver at the hint of regret displayed on Jiang Feng's countenance. I initially thought his habitual standing sleep was outrageous enough, but it appears there are even more absurdities. I suspect that for the blood corpse, they may have stumbled upon something even more terrifying. From now on, those Zongzi might wish they had 8 legs to flee at the sight of Jiang Feng. But this is fortuitous for our host. It's unlikely that one day, Jiang Feng will suddenly decide to dissect the host, right? The audience in the live stream gasped, while Xiao Ju gazed at the blood corpse, now so thoroughly dissected that it bore no resemblance to a human form, feeling a tinge of surrealism. How could the blood corpse, rumored to have effortlessly claimed the lives of dozens within an archaeological team, transform into such a state? Handsome, this is a bit too outrageous, don't you think? What? Is there an official decree against desecrating these Zongzi? Not exactly. Xiao Ju shook her head, feeling increasingly convinced that the handsome fellow they had recruited was becoming more and more unlike a typical person. Xiao Mo shared a similar sentiment of helplessness and then tugged at Xiao Ju's arm. All right, since there is nothing else in this tomb entrance, let us continue our exploration. After all, they remained unaware of what treasures and fortuitous encounters awaited them below, and as the first wave of explorers in this ancient tomb, their curiosity was at its peak. Jiang Feng nodded, contemplating for a moment before quietly positioning himself behind the two girls. Given the distance, he could still protect them if needed, and allowing them to lead would certainly grant them more opportunities for serendipity. Xiao Mo harbored doubts about whether Jiang Feng might suddenly stand back there and fall asleep again, while Xiao Ju, flashlight in hand, cast a glance down the nearby tomb passage before proceeding cautiously along the wall. However, given the extraordinary luck of these two, standing together would typically negate any misfortune, but their separation now could certainly lead to trouble. As Xiao Ju advanced with the flashlight, she had barely Consequently, Xiao Ju lost her balance and fell to the ground. However, her extraordinary luck manifested swiftly. After a solid tumble, she merely collected a bit of dust, suffering no injuries whatsoever. In contrast, the wall adjacent to her seemed to have triggered a mechanism due to her contact, unveiling a hidden door that had not existed in the original narrative. This compelled Jiang Feng to re-evaluate the two girls before him. Truly, their extraordinary luck was unparalleled, as it was only with them that such hidden monsters or concealed chambers could be uncovered along this path. Xiao Ju, are you all right? I'm fine, but let's take a look inside this door. What is going on? Perhaps there is a hidden mechanism within the tomb wall, and when you leaned against it, you inadvertently triggered it, revealing this concealed chamber. Wow, isn't our luck astonishing? We've stumbled upon a hidden door. Xiao Mo rushed over to help her best friend to her feet, ensuring she was unharmed. Once reassured, the two female hosts began to shine their flashlights into the darkened chamber beyond the door. As the beam illuminated the space, they were astonished to find rows of bookshelves, each lined with bamboo tubes. Seemingly due to the chamber's sealed state prior to the mechanism's activation, these ancient bamboo scrolls showed minimal signs of deterioration, most remaining in remarkably good condition. Upon witnessing these scrolls, expressions of sheer delight illuminated Xiao Mo and Xiao Ju's faces. Ancient scrolls. These treasures were among the most valuable artifacts. Once submitted, they could not only fetch a handsome sum but also earn merits with the authorities. It was said that with sufficient merit, one could rightfully exchange it for firearms. After all, in normal circumstances, ordinary citizens had no access to firearms. However, within this world of tomb raiding, moreover, should one lack the skills to operate a firearm, the authorities would even offer expedited training in firearms handling. Despite being young women, Xiao Mo and Xiao Ju were not devoid of fears concerning insufficient firepower. Furthermore, behind the array of ancient scrolls, there appeared to be an even larger space awaiting exploration. Chapter 13. How could there be terracotta warriors here? Behind those rows of bookshelves lies a larger space, astonishingly filled with a lineup of figures resembling terracotta warriors, each one a hefty, clay-like statue displayed prominently. Upon witnessing this array of terracotta warriors, both Xiao Ju and Xiao Mo, filled with curiosity, hastily approached. As they beheld the ranks of these lifelike figures, the audience in the live stream could not suppress their astonished exclamations. Is this a terracotta warrior? It looks remarkably similar to those from the Qin Emperor's mausoleum. No, there are considerable differences. These soldiers vary in size, with some towering at least 3 meters high. The terracotta warriors of the Qin Emperor's tomb are quite uniform, but look at these. Not only do they differ in size and shape, but they barely resemble humans, and there aren't even any burial pits beneath them. Regardless, this discovery by the streamer is undoubtedly an epoch-making revelation. By the way, I hope that handsome guy isn't dozing off at the back again. As Xiao Ju gazed at the stone giants before her, reminiscent of terracotta warriors, she felt a profound sense of wonder. She then glanced over her shoulder. After all they had experienced previously, the absence of Jiang Feng would leave them feeling rather insecure. Turning around, she found Jiang Feng engrossed in examining the contents of the bookshelves. From the murmurs escaping his lips, it became clear what these soldiers truly were. To be precise, these figures should not be referred to as terracotta warriors, but rather as shadow soldiers. Jiang Feng had seemingly entered unnoticed and began perusing the ancient scrolls. The texts detailed a legend from the Warring States period about a king named Lu Shang who wielded a treasure called the Ghost Seal to summon shadow soldiers. Subsequently, Lu Shang declared his intention to return to the underworld for judgment, after which he passed away, leaving behind such a tomb. The Duke of Lu believed he would return, thus constructing a crypt and preparing these shadow soldiers, akin to terracotta warriors, for him to command upon his return from the netherworld, to wreak havoc on his enemies. After listening to Jian Feng's casually recounted tale, Xiao Mo approached with a glint of curiosity. "Handsome, can you comprehend the script on these ancient scrolls? No need to grasp every detail. You merely need to understand the general meaning of what is inscribed." With that, Jian Feng contemplated utilizing the system to see if he could exchange these ancient scrolls for points. However, this time the system remained unresponsive, indicating that not everything could be accepted, only items imbued with fortune or spiritual energy would suffice. After hearing Jian Feng's narrative, Xiaoju smiled and jested. Ancient people certainly love to boast, and this tradition of summoning shadow soldiers seems to have existed for thousands of years. Take a look at the presidential elections in the beautiful country. The tradition of summoning shadow soldiers has only emerged recently, and those who invoked them still ended up losing. Xiao Mo, unimpressed by her friend's dark humor, continued to observe Jian Feng and noted his ability to read the inscriptions on the bamboo scrolls without the aid of a flashlight, which left her astonished. "Handsome, do you possess night vision?" "Well, you could say that." With his advanced eye techniques, Jian Feng could perceive the world even in darkness, a trivial feat for him. However, his casual remark elicited curious glances from the two women and the livestream audience, who were increasingly convinced that the seemingly unremarkable Vars was, in fact, a genuine expert. After expressing her admiration for Jian Feng, Xiao Mo turned her attention back to the bamboo scrolls. "We should hasten to collect all these bamboo books. These items occupy little space and are exceedingly valuable once removed." Agreed. The two female streamers then produced some sealed boxes, preparing to store the bamboo scrolls within. However, as Xiao Mo reached for the first scroll, an incident occurred. The once still figures, resembling sculptures, suddenly emitted a series of mechanical sounds and began to stir. The first to animate was a stone giant, towering over 2 meters. This stone giant was presumably one of the shadow soldiers crafted by the Duke of Lu, yet for reasons unknown, it had come to life. From its posture, it seemed displeased with Xiao Mo and her companion's attempt to seize the bamboo. Its physique, significantly more robust than that of an average human, began to pound the ground before charging at Xiao Mo. True to her reputation as a girl of exceptional luck, she found herself embroiled in yet another fortunate encounter. "Big and impressive, ho. Just a mere soldier statue, watch us smash you to smithereens. Handsome, just watch from the back, we can handle this brainless behemoth." Xiaoju brandished her iron shovel, which had been rewrapped, while Xiao Mo wielded her trusty iron hoe. Despite the stone giant's imposing appearance, it resembled nothing more than a clay sculpture. While it appeared formidable, a solid strike could shatter it to pieces, much like the actual terracotta warriors. However, Jian Feng harbored grave doubts about the two girls. They seemed like mischievous students who never took their teacher's lessons seriously. This was a shadow soldier, not a genuine terracotta warrior. Yet, observing the stone giant's movements, Jian Feng sensed a dark aura emanating from it, akin to a mechanism at work. Were these shadow soldiers crafted with inspiration from the mechanism masters? No. The mechanism masters wouldn't utilize dark energy to animate such constructs. This seems more akin to the puppetry of the Yangshi. System: exchange knowledge regarding the legends of the Yangshi. Chapter 14: The Undying Puppet. 100 points required for redemption. Redemption successful. After all, the ancient knowledge contained within these texts demands a considerable number of points for exchange. I wonder if I can regain these missing points after dismantling that puppet. Upon completing the exchange, the tales of the Yangshi associated with this ancient tomb were imprinted in Jian Feng's mind like the output of a 3D printer. Now he could comprehend all the content that had previously eluded him in those ancient scrolls. The 7-star Luwang Palace was once transformed from the tomb of King Mu of Zhou. During a Western inspection, King Mu encountered a carpenter who claimed to be a Yangshi after crossing Kunlun. King Mu invited this Yangshi back to the palace, where he crafted many performers. Yet, these performers were in fact puppets made from leather, wood, resin, lacquer, and chalk. Subsequently, when King Mu established this tomb, it was only natural that he left behind these puppets. The performers, originally intended for music and dance, perfectly matched the image of the spectral soldiers summoned upon King Shang's return, prompting alterations to the puppets. Thus, the origin of these puppets is revealed. Jian Feng leisurely perused the ancient texts. He then glanced at the two girls, Xiao Mo and Xiao Ju, who were engaged in combat with an awakened stone soldier. They were in for a challenge. The puppets created by the Yangshi were not merely lifeless terracotta warriors. Internally, they possessed vital organs: liver, gallbladder, heart, lungs, spleen, kidneys, and stomach. Externally, they were adorned with sinews, limbs, fur, and teeth. Though artificial, they were crafted to resemble living humans with remarkable accuracy. Over the years, through the accumulation of yin energy and the deliberate modifications by the Duke of Lu, these puppets had transformed into genuine spectral soldiers. Treating them as mere puppets would spell disaster for Xiao Mo and Xiao. Fortunately, the space within this dim chamber was relatively ample, and both female streamers possessed commendable stamina, allowing them to evade the spectral soldier's advances for the time being. Having gauged the soldier's speed, in the instant the soldier missed its target, Xiao Mo emerged from the shadows, her dark attire providing a natural camouflage. With a mighty swing, she brought her pickaxe crashing down upon the soldier's head, producing a resounding clang as its head was sent flying. From their exceptional coordination, it was evident that the two girls possessed extraordinary courage. Their claims of being seasoned tomb raiders were not mere bravado. Victory achieved. Did you witness our prowess? As the head of the spectral soldier tumbled down, Jing Mo and Su Ju exchanged triumphant high fives. The audience in the live stream breathed a collective sigh of relief. Truly, they are streamers. Their teamwork is remarkable. I am increasingly convinced that the two streamers might share some familial connection. Had these spectral soldiers truly been so formidable, it would not have been Qin that ultimately triumphed over the 6 states, but Lu. Wait a moment, Jing Mo, be cautious. Although some viewers in the live stream detected the impending danger, their warnings could not reach the streamers in time. In that fleeting moment, Jing Mo was astonished to see the very spectral soldier, whose head she had just struck off, still retaining the ability to move, now closing the distance to her by merely an arm's length. How can this headless creature still move? The spectral soldier lunged at Jing Mo with a powerful slap. Had she not instinctively raised her pickaxe to shield herself, she would have suffered a grievous blow. The impact sent her crashing into a corner, where Jian Feng, unbeknownst to her, had positioned himself and effortlessly caught her. You a handsome stranger, you're awake. Feeling herself enveloped in a strong embrace, a faint blush crept onto Jing Mo's typically composed face. Reluctant to admit her embarrassment, she hastily changed the subject. I was merely reading, I wasn't truly asleep. What were you all thinking? Jian Feng gently set Jing Mo down, and Su Ju hurried over, relieved to see Xiao Mo had been caught by Jian Feng. However, upon glancing at the spectral soldier not far away, her expression darkened once more. She observed as the towering soldier seamlessly reattached the head that had just been struck off. Moreover, not only that, but as the spectral soldier began to move, the remaining puppets, previously as still as terracotta warriors, also stirred to life. There were at least 5 or 6 of them. It appeared that these spectral soldiers, originally crafted to serve King Shang of Lu, had gained the capacity for movement due to the accumulation of yin energy within this tomb over the millennia, transforming them into authentic spectral beings. However, it seemed not all of the created soldiers could undergo such a transformation. Most remained stationary, akin to mere mercenaries. Nevertheless, in Jian Feng's eyes, these puppets represented perfect opportunities for accumulating points. Chapter 15, Our invention of gunpowder was not intended for warfare. Hey handsome, what on earth are these things? Even if they are terracotta warriors, surely they wouldn't be able to move after having their heads knocked off. As Su Ju observed the eerie puppets of the underworld beginning to awaken one by one, a chill ran down her spine, prompting her to glance at Jian Feng. Jian Feng succinctly explained the origins of these spectral soldiers. Upon hearing this, both the audience in the live stream and Su Ju were left utterly astounded. Such a formidable weapon of war, and its predecessor was merely a performer skilled in song and martial arts. I find this perfectly aligns with our nation's long-standing traditions. Can you imagine that gunpowder was initially used merely for the spectacle of fireworks? It was only later that individuals discovered these fireworks could be repurposed for other applications, gradually evolving into instruments of war. Just as the various drones we have developed today were initially intended for performances and photography, yet there will always be some with ulterior motives who seek to employ them for warfare. Now that this handsome Jian Feng has revealed the true purpose of these spectral soldiers, I find it remarkably reasonable. The viewers in the live stream were marveling at the formidable nature of these spectral puppets. Meanwhile, in a conference room at the shipyard, the officials, having listened to Jian Feng's description, were first struck by his vast knowledge. The bespectacled professor exclaimed, "This young man is so remarkably youthful, yet he can reference historical materials from those ancient tomes beside him. It seems this young man not only possesses exceptional skills but is also extraordinarily well-versed. And judging by his description, he appears to have some understanding of the puppeteering arts. Where did this prodigious talent emerge from?" A jovial professor in the conference room smiled and remarked, "Perhaps he is actually an ancestor who has emerged from a tomb, har har har." Meanwhile, the underground treasure-hunting factions who had been watching the live stream were also stirred into action, setting sail for Jian Feng and his companions' location. After all, it was evident that Jian Feng and his group had uncovered a wealth of treasures in this tomb in a remarkably short time, igniting the greed of the other treasure-hunting groups. As for the dangers Jian Feng and his companions faced in this tomb, how many would genuinely regard such threats seriously in light of the overwhelming temptation of riches? At the same time, within the hidden dark chamber of the 7-star Luwang Palace, as the spectral puppets drew nearer, Su Ju and Qing Mo instinctively took a step back behind Jian Feng. They had already tested these spectral puppets' resilience, discovering that even if their heads were severed, they could still function, and even reattach their heads. It seemed that unless these creatures were utterly obliterated, halting their advance was impossible. The only alternative was to trust Jian Feng. "Since they are puppets, we can simply dismantle their core. Hand me the iron shovel." Su Ju nodded and passed her shovel to Jian Feng. He grasped it firmly, feeling the pulse of spiritual energy within him. Although the system did not quantify Jian Feng's current level of cultivation, the inner elixirs and spiritual energy he had absorbed along the way had undoubtedly strengthened his physique. Jian Feng was curious whether his physical strength, without resorting to formal celestial arts, could rival that of a proper Zongzi, yet he was confident that dealing with these puppets would be a simple matter. Thus, Jian Feng activated the acceleration array of the wind backward chi gate and swiftly positioned himself before the 2-meter-tall spectral puppet that had just sent Qing Mo flying with a single slap, striking it with the shovel. Like a massive paddle shattering the surface of water, the towering puppet was instantaneously dismantled by Jian Feng's blow. Fragments of its form began to roll across the ground. Even if the puppet possessed the ability to revive, it would be unable to reassemble its body. However, as Jian Feng shattered these spectral puppets, his keen eyes caught sight of a cube-like structure within one of them emanating an eerie glow, an aura of fortune. Could this be the core of the puppet, created from the malevolent energy of the tomb? Jian Feng would not overlook such a treasure infused with fortune. He reached out and seized it before turning his attention to the remaining spectral puppets with his shovel in hand. Meanwhile, the 2 female livestream hosts and the audience were left dumbfounded. "Is this what they mean by overwhelming strength?" Qing Mo exclaimed, her eyes wide. She had expected Jian Feng to exploit the typical weaknesses of these puppets, but instead, he opted for a brute force approach, dismantling them without concern for their potential to reassemble. Jian Feng continued his unrefined method of shattering the spectral puppets, collecting 6 or 7 cores brimming with malevolent energy along the way. Witnessing this scene, the officials and professors in the livestream felt a pang of anguish. Each of these spectral puppets held extraordinary research value, and now they were being reduced to mere fragments by Jian Feng's violent methods. What a waste of precious resources. Chapter 16. The star-crossed solitary one as the harbinger of the path. If it were not for the sight of the majority of the shadow soldier puppets still retaining their original forms and not yet transformed into true specters, the impending annihilation of these shadow soldier puppets would not be absolute. At least a few would remain as subjects for further study, otherwise, the officials monitoring the live broadcast would likely be on the verge of despair. After shattering the last operational shadow soldier puppet into fragments, Jian Feng cast a glance at the remaining immobile terracotta warriors. "Now, it seems there are no more puppets likely to transform into shadow soldiers," he remarked. Upon hearing Jian Feng's words, many viewers in the live stream felt a twinge of disbelief. Is it just me, or does it seem like Jiang Feng is implying he hasn't yet quenched his thirst for destruction? You need not speculate. The handsome gentleman is indeed suggesting just that. If the remaining puppets possessed any semblance of intelligence, they would surely feign composure and refrain from transformation. After all, even if they were to become shadow soldiers, this gentleman would undoubtedly reduce them to mere rubble with a single strike. Heaven forbid, if he were to obliterate them all, the esteemed members of the official archaeological team might find themselves in dire straits upon their arrival. Having confirmed that the puppets before him would not morph into anything peculiar, Jiang Feng instructed the system to collect the puppet cores he had just gathered. Core of the puppeteer from Yangshi. A total of 7 pieces. Can be exchanged for 700 points. Current points accumulated by the esteemed host, 2300 points. Excellent, with a bit more accumulation, I can exchange for a genuine celestial sword from this system's marketplace. Jiang Feng perused the system's marketplace and discovered that even the most modest celestial sword was valued at no less than 8,000 points of cultivation value. This cultivation system truly mirrors the reality of the cultivation world, where various magical artifacts are exceedingly precious. However, Jiang Feng had no intention of immersing himself in a relentless pursuit of wealth. Expenditure was necessary at times. Meanwhile, Suju, observing that Jiang Feng had successfully dealt with the shadow soldier puppets, approached him with concern. Are you all right, handsome? What could possibly be wrong with me? Jiang Feng shrugged and returned the iron shovel to Suju. He had not anticipated that these 2 female streamers could serve as mobile storage, conveniently aiding in the transportation of various items. Suju gazed at Jiang Feng with admiration, finding him increasingly radiant. Standing nearby, Jingmo felt a similar sentiment, yet, Jiang Feng casually knocked on a nearby bookshelf. The books on these shelves are quite valuable, and if we do not place them in a vacuum environment, they will deteriorate at an alarming rate. Are you not planning to put them into your bags? Oh. Jiang Feng's remark instantly prompted the 2 female streamers to spring into action, retrieving completely sealable wooden boxes to store the bamboo scrolls. During the process, Xiaomo inquired, handsome, with this, we need not worry about any disturbances, right? It appeared that the recent battle had left her somewhat rattled, considering she had nearly taken a solid blow from a shadow soldier puppet. Jiang Feng patted her shoulder reassuringly. No worries, at least here we need not fear encountering further danger. Even should Qingmo's luck be akin to that of a star-crossed solitary one, triggering it would likely entail a cooldown period. However, feeling Jiang Feng's hand on her shoulder, Qingmo's stern countenance momentarily flushed with color before she resumed the task of quietly placing the ancient texts into her backpack. Suju was engaged in a similar endeavor, yet it seemed that the luck of the star-crossed solitary one had not activated here, leaving it to her, the lucky one, to trigger her fortune. Why does this bamboo tube feel so different? Could it be, is this crafted from the more precious? Jiang Feng accepted the tube, glanced at its contents, and returned it casually. These are classical texts regarding the art of puppetry from the Yangshi. They were likely collected by King Mu of Zhou in ancient times. This is of no use to me. If you wish to keep it, feel free to do so. His own learned spells were genuine cultivation techniques. If a millennia-old serpent spirit were to serve as his familiar, Jiang Feng might entertain the idea, but he held little regard for puppetry. Nevertheless, for Suju, Qingmo, or any tomb raider and ordinary person, such a treasure was invaluable. Suju and Qingmo exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly having silently resolved to add the art of puppetry to their collection. After tidying up the books on the shelves, Jiang Feng and the others returned to the original tomb passageway, collectively glancing back at the hidden area revealed by the dark door within the tomb. Currently, this concealed area held no further treasures, with only the remaining puppets yet to be destroyed by Jiang Feng. The 2 female streamers were acutely aware that officials were undoubtedly monitoring their live stream. Following the puppets, there was unlikely to be any further danger. A shadow soldier puppet would require centuries of sinister energy to fully transform into a shadow soldier, unless another individual with luck akin to Qingmo's were to appear. It was improbable that a shadow soldier puppet would spontaneously materialize. After concluding their tasks here, Suju and Qingmo resumed their exploration of the tomb's depths with their flashlights, while Jianfeng continued to meditate. Beneath this ancient tomb, the spiritual energy and associated fortune values were exceptionally dense. Even with the elimination of perilous traps and various monsters lurking in the tomb, the environment itself remained a veritable haven for cultivation. Thus, Jianfeng took care not to neglect his training, even as he walked. However, when he opened his eyes, he could not help but notice, why was Qingmo leading the way? Chapter 17. This thing can still be drunk. Having the celestial lone star lead the way was bound to result in trouble sooner or later. Indeed, just as Jianfeng lagged a few steps behind, a series of sounds reminiscent of creeping insects suddenly emanated from the pitch-black tomb passage ahead. Merely listening to the cacophony, it was evident that a multitude of bugs was advancing toward them. Xiaomo, being an experienced tomb raider, promptly directed the beam of her flashlight forward. However, despite the illumination, no insects were visible. The sounds, however, clearly indicated that the unknown creatures were inching closer. "Don't look down, look up." Jianfeng's urgent voice quickly reached. As their gazes followed the beam of light, Qingmo and Suju were nearly paralyzed with fear, their faces draining of color. Upon glancing upwards, they beheld a dense swarm of corpse crickets, akin to a legion of ants flying through the air, relentlessly crawling toward their foreheads. One particularly swift corpse cricket was almost upon Qingmo's head. Had Jianfeng's warning come a second later, the creature's saliva would have dripped directly onto her face. Though these corpse crickets were merely ordinary in size, they possessed formidable venom. Should that drop of saliva land on Qingmo's visage, it would likely result in her immediate disfigurement. Furthermore, the sheer number of these insects resembled an overwhelming army, the commotion nearly immobilizing the entire ceiling of the tomb passage. Fortunately, Qingmo reacted swiftly, retreating while deftly waving her hand, causing the nearest corpse cricket to be pierced by a needle, which sent it plummeting to the ground. These two girls, possessing some knowledge of concealed weaponry, were rather impressive. However, given the present circumstances, no matter how effective their projectiles, not even a machine gun could fend off the plethora of corpse crickets overhead. "Don't look back, run!" Suju exclaimed, quickly grasping Qingmo's shoulder. Upon noticing Jianfeng still standing in place, seemingly lost in meditation, her frustration boiled over, and she violently shook him awake. "Handsome, wake up, that horde of corpse crickets is approaching. Even if you're extraordinarily powerful, you can't possibly handle so many." "Indeed, I cannot." "Then why aren't you running with us?" Suju was practically stamping her feet in desperation, attempting to drag Jianfeng along, but her own weight hindered her efforts. However, Jianfeng was not incapable of eradicating the corpse crickets entirely. The task of clearing them would be time-consuming and laborious, and since these creatures were non-mutated, their elimination would yield no benefits, no enhancement of his cultivation, nor any. Yet, he possessed a method to easily disperse the swarm. System: exchange for a vial of Chilean blood. No need for much, its deterrent power will suffice. Exchange successful, 200 points deducted. Current remaining points: 2,100. Once the system completed the exchange, a vial of crimson blood appeared in Jianfeng's hand, contained within a test tube, resembling a bottle of oral liquid. It seemed the system was not a rogue merchant, refraining from exploiting this opportunity to siphon off more points. Meanwhile, Suju continued her efforts to pull Jianfeng away, but she soon noticed that upon revealing the vial of red blood, the corpse crickets that had been crawling on the ceiling suddenly froze in place, as if their souls had been snatched away. Many of them fell to the ground, crushing down as though they had lost all will to move. What is happening? Why have these insects suddenly stopped? Qingmo, previously on high alert with her iron shovel in hand, now wore a perplexed expression as she observed the corpse crickets cascading from the ceiling like rain. She then turned her gaze towards Jianfeng, recognizing that the vial of blood was the cause of the insect's current stasis. Corpse crickets are creatures of extreme yin, naturally terrified of the blood of the utmost yang, Jianfeng casually remarked. He opened the vial of Chilean blood and unleashed his spiritual energy, dispersing the blood's potent essence throughout the area. Once the energy of the Chilean blood was fully released, the corpse crickets began to retreat, and within less than half a minute, had there not been a single corpse cricket left behind in the tomb passage, one might have thought nothing had transpired. In the next moment, the audience in the live stream, the two female streamers, and the official Archaeological Association observing the situation all displayed expressions of astonishment. The army of corpse crickets was indeed a bane to the archaeological team and their treasure-hunting counterparts, each insect-repulsive, toxic, and numerous, thriving in the damp darkness of tombs now. Witnessing Jiang Feng effortlessly dispel the horde, just a small tube of it is enough to scare away so many corpse crickets. You are truly my idol. Oh, it's not a hazardous substance, it's actually drinkable. With that, Jiang Feng proceeded to gulp down the contents of the vial. Chapter 18:7 Coffins. The reward exchanged was none other than the blood of a Chilean, a substance of great rarity. Although consuming it would not grant Jiang Feng the bloodline of a Chilean directly, it would undoubtedly enhance his physical prowess to a certain degree, a feat easily achievable. With the horrifying creatures, the corpse bugs, now frightened away, it was likely they would not return for quite some time. Even if they did, the intimidating effect of the Chilean blood would still prevail, rendering the consumption of this vial akin to enjoying a fine beverage, thus not a waste at all. However, witnessing Jiang Feng nonchalantly drink this miraculous potion capable of repelling the corpse bugs caused an uproar among the viewers in the Two Sisters live stream. Is this truly how you treat such a precious treasure? This is a divine artifact that can ward off corpse bugs when, I dare say, if this handsome gentleman were to sell this potion in the market, it would fetch a price of 100 or 200 million in no time. What a waste! Is there no one who can intervene on behalf of this gentleman? I doubt anyone can. After all, this item belongs to him. At the very least, could you enlighten us on what this potion contains? Not only were the live stream viewers struck, the professor seated at the head of the table rubbed his temples in frustration. We must urge our archaeological support team to hasten their progress, not for any other reason but to prevent this young man from carelessly squandering such invaluable treasures. Elder, our support team is already aboard the vessel, making their way through the waterways at maximum speed towards the site of the 7-star Luang Palace, came the response, implying that no. Professor Hao, wearing glasses, appeared deep in thought before suddenly exclaiming, did this young man not mention that the blood of the sun could, to some extent, counteract the corpse bugs which dwell solely in ancient tombs? I recall a young lad from our archaeological team who inadvertently found himself encircled by the corpse bugs, yet for reasons unknown, those creatures showed no interest in attacking him. Some even chose to circumvent him entirely. At the time, we were utterly baffled by this phenomenon, but it now appears that it may be due to the peculiar bloodline within that young man. Director Lin nodded in agreement. It seems we may have discovered an alternative method to repel the corpse bugs. This young man truly is a treasure for us. In the past, when the archaeological teams encountered swarms of corpse bugs, they would unleash a barrage of firepower and bullets, even resorting to throwing Molotov cocktails to drive the creatures away. However, this approach not only consumed vast resources but also posed significant safety risks, often exacerbating the perilous atmosphere of the ancient tombs. The flames would render the already claustrophobic air within the subterranean chambers even more suffocating. Without gas masks, further exploration would be nearly impossible, yet historically, fire had been the most effective means of driving away corpse bugs. Unpleasant as the air might be, it was preferable to death. Now, Jiang Feng had once again provided them with a method previously unknown, prompting the individuals in the Archaeological Association's meeting room to regard him with newfound respect. Meanwhile, within the tomb passage of the 7-star Luang Palace, after consuming the Chilean blood, Jiang Feng infused it with his spiritual energy. A Chilean tattoo manifested on his wrist, and at that moment, he felt as if his arm was imbued with 1,000-fold strength. This was within his expectations. The vial of blood he had just ingested undoubtedly held some potency. As for Suju, upon noticing Jiang Feng's apparent indifference towards the two beautiful sisters, she blushed and shot him a glare before taking Qing Mo's hand and saying, "Let's go. With those corpse bugs having been scared off, they shouldn't attack us for quite some time. Besides, the handsome gentleman can see clearly in the dark, we won't disturb him, come on." "All right, just make sure not to lag too far behind us, handsome." Qing Mo nodded before following Suju as they proceeded deeper into the tomb passage. Jian Feng observed the sequence of their movements, with Suju leading the way and Qingmo trailing behind. It seemed their streak of misfortune had come to an end, and good fortune was now at hand. As anticipated, due to Suju's remarkable luck, she successfully navigated through the labyrinthine tomb without encountering any traps or hazards. In such a perilous ancient tomb, evading danger was already a stroke of extraordinary luck. Not only did they avoid peril, but Jian Feng could also sense that Suju had inadvertently led them into a shortcut. While Jian Feng could not directly analyze the entire map of the tomb, he could discern the correct path by sensing the flow of fortune and dragon veins. Up until now, every route chosen by Suju had been impeccable, much to Jian Feng's satisfaction, as it allowed him to continue his meditative practice without interruptions to direct them. Carefully traversing for about 10 minutes, the trio soon arrived at a spacious chamber. Upon entering, Suju, Qingmo, and the viewers in the live stream all wore expressions of ecstatic delight, for within this expansive chamber lay a perfectly arranged series of coffins, 7 in total. At this sight, Jian Feng lazily opened his eyes. The 7-star doubtful coffins. Here, the aura of fortune was undeniably rich. Chapter 19. Even if there are traps, one must tread. Wow, 7 coffins. It is clear at first glance that there are quite a number of treasures here. Observing the 7 coffins before her, the vivacious Suju couldn't help but smile, evidently already indulging in fantasies about the offerings that lay beneath them. Q, however, cast a cautious glance at the coffins and spoke up. Could it be that the master of this tomb has buried his entire family here? The presence of so many coffins suggests as much. Could it be that all these coffins are genuine? As she spoke, Q carefully approached one of the coffins, intending to open it and ascertain whether it indeed contained a corpse. However, upon noticing Q's intention to pry open the coffin, Jian Feng swiftly grasped her arm, preventing her from proceeding. Don't open it, what lies beneath is not something pleasant. She soon realized that he was holding her a bit too tightly, prompting her to furrow her brow slightly. Nevertheless, recalling Jian Feng's previous demeanor, she managed to remain composed, gently shaking her wrist to signal her understanding and to request his release. At that moment, Suju approached and inquired, "Handsome, is it possible that these coffins, like the one we encountered earlier, contain blood-soaked corpses?" Not quite, Jian Feng replied. If all these coffins housed songs or spirits, he would be delighted to exchange them for points, thus reaping significant rewards. He gestured at the coffins, stating, "These coffins are all fakes, what they conceal is not treasure, but rather mechanisms." Suju, still skeptical, asked, "Are all 7 coffins merely illusions?" Indeed, Jian Feng confirmed, judging by. After all, the tomb's design was quite opulent, and the coffins appeared equally magnificent and flawless, even their arrangement was meticulously orderly. Suju struggled to comprehend how these coffins could possibly be false. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments from her fans in the live stream only intensified her curiosity. "Streamer, you should boldly take a look. As a treasure hunter, are you truly afraid of what lies within the coffins?" Exactly. Besides, you should know that this handsome guy possesses considerable skills, yet he has likely never set foot in this ancient tomb. Therefore, if something unexpected occurs, it remains unpredictable, so you needn't heed his warnings. Even if the tomb's architect crafted 6 fake coffins as decors, surely at least one of these 7 coffins must be genuine. I concur. Considering the designs of previous tombs, even if some employ mechanisms to thwart tomb raiders, it seems improbable that all 7 coffins are mere traps. Why hesitate? Isn't it all for the sake of fortune? Streamer, listen to me, I'll send you 500,000 in gifts. I support you in opening that coffin now. Wow, is the brother upstairs really that affluent? At that moment, behind the scenes, members of various archaeological societies were equally eager to support Suju's audacity in opening the coffin. Tomb robbers and treasure seekers, driven by the prospect of wealth, would not shy away from the risks involved in prying open the coffins. The archaeological societies, too, often succumbed to the temptation of exploration, even when aware of potential dangers. After all, it is said that great rewards often accompany great risks. Thus, within Suju's live stream, several viewers were encouraging her to bravely proceed with the coffin's unveiling. Listening to the urging comments and the notifications of wealthy patrons showering her with gifts, Suju felt an irresistible urge to swallow hard. After all, she was not merely a tomb raider, she was also a streamer. Influenced by the persistent coaxing of her viewers and her own adventurous spirit, Suju glanced at Jian Feng and said, Handsome, since we've come this far, it would be a pity not to take a look inside these coffins. Therefore, could you hold the flashlight for me while I open the coffin over there? With that, Suju handed Jian Feng the flashlight she was using to illuminate the dark space, signaling for. She leaned closer and cheerfully added, Handsome, it's all right, even if your warning about danger in these coffins turns out to be a fib, at least our live broadcast will gain some excitement. Just look at how many viewers are showering me with gifts. If we end up profiting handsomely from this, rest assured, we shall share the earnings with you. I'm referring to the revenue from our stream. Naturally, a significant portion of the treasure will be credited to you. After saying this, Suju winked playfully, exuding an air of cuteness while striving to avoid offending him. Jian Feng, however, displayed an unconcerned demeanor. He had already given his warnings and had no interest in playing the role of a guardian. In any case, this girl's luck was of the highest caliber, akin to that of a purple golden dragon. If any malevolent spirit or dragon energy were to confront her, it might overshadow her, posing a genuine threat to her life. As for these lifeless mechanisms, they posed no danger. Q, meanwhile, took a few steps back, acutely aware of her own misfortune and recognizing from Jian Feng's earlier grip that he was not being deceptive. Yet, as the saying goes, if treasure hunters such as themselves, especially those who are streamers, encountered a coffin and failed to open it, they would be deemed negligent in their duty. Thus, despite Jian Feng's protests, Suju was resolute in her decision. However, it was evident that the moment Suju began to push the lid of the coffin, the tomb was instantaneously illuminated by bursts of flames. Chapter 20, Are you truly emerging from the tomb? Once the coffin was opened, the candles that had long extinguished within the tomb chamber suddenly flared to life. The pitch-black surroundings were instantaneously illuminated by the dim flicker of candlelight. However, it was evident that the arrival of light at this moment heralded no good tidings. In the next heartbeat, several sharp arrows surged forth from the shadows, aimed directly at Suju, who had just pried open a small gap in the coffin. The razor-edged projectiles whizzed perilously close to her scalp, severing several strands of her lustrous hair in their wake. Oh! Suju could not suppress a shriek as she felt the icy rush of danger nearly upon her. Yet, she was not the type to merely scream in terror. As the arrows continued to rain down, she instinctively crouched low and positioned her sturdy backpack in front of her as a makeshift shield. Like a timid snail, she curled her body beneath the protective cover of her bag. Though her posture might have appeared somewhat comical, it proved to be remarkably effective. The sharp arrows embedded themselves in her backpack barely a heartbeat later. Had she not reacted swiftly, she might have been riddled with holes. Xiaoju. Qingmo, watching in horror from the sidelines, turned pale as she desperately wished to rush to her companion's aid. Just then, a sharp arrow struck the ground perilously close to her feet, sending her retreating several steps, nearly wanting to backtrack all the way to the entrance of the tomb. To her dismay, she discovered that the passageway behind her had mysteriously closed off, deepening her panic. In that moment, she instinctively remembered Jian Feng, who had been standing by her side, only to find him lightly tapping her forehead. Just stay here. This spot is the blind spot for the mechanism's attacks. If you dare take another step forward, you will be shot to pieces. Upon hearing Jian Feng's words, Qingmo obediently nodded and quietly leaned against the tomb door. Yet, as one crisis seemed to subside, another emerged. The clamor of the mechanisms must have rekindled the interest of the corpse beetles that Jian Feng had previously scared away with the blood of a Qilin. However, these creatures posed little threat. Not only had Jian Feng just consumed a vial of Qilin blood serum, but even if it were to be expelled from his system eventually, that would take considerable time. With the residual power of the serum, repelling the beetles was hardly an issue. What was most pressing at that moment were the activated mechanisms. The tomb's master had likely buried thousands of arrows within these traps. The hail of arrows now raining down filled the chamber almost completely. Were it not for Suju's extraordinary luck and the fact that her large backpack had deflected numerous projectiles, she would surely be in grave danger by now. Yet, Jianfeng strode into the chamber, unperturbed by the deadly rain of arrows, leaving Qingmo wide-eyed in disbelief. Meanwhile, he began to examine the mechanisms hidden beneath the coffin, seemingly oblivious to the quaking Qingmo and the shrieking Suju concealed beneath the backpack. So, the seven-star coffin conceals a deeper mystery. The internal mechanisms beneath these coffins are interconnected. Once one coffin's mechanism is triggered, the mechanisms in the other 6 coffins will activate as well. These arrows, while numerous and poisoned, are not particularly remarkable. Their true significance lies within the mechanisms below. Though the arrows danced through the air in a chaotic flurry, their speed appeared sluggish to Jianfeng, whose mastery of the heavy eye technique had reached 40. He could easily discern the trajectories of the arrows in advance, rendering them ineffective against him. Thus, he navigated through the perilous chamber, making his way to the side of one coffin to investigate its interior. The insides of these coffins should contain cores of mechanisms that could be converted into substantial points within the system. Jianfeng had not intended to trigger the mechanisms, yet since Suju had already done so, collecting these cores was merely a matter of convenience. The audacity of his actions left the viewers of the live stream utterly astonished. What is this maneuver? The free and easy wandering technique, and not a single arrow struck this handsome fellow. Now, I am even more convinced that this guy is not human. Is this truly the movement of a mortal? I'm beginning to share the same doubts. Based on this gentleman's previous performances, I increasingly question his humanity. Moreover, he claimed that the mechanisms would be triggered here, and that all 7 coffins are fakes. It seems to be true. HMPH, in my view, those urging the streamer to open the coffins can now be considered accomplices to murder. Had you not been clamoring, I doubt the streamer would have dared approach. A few minutes ago, I would not have believed it. Now, I find myself curious about who this handsome Jianfeng is. Why does he seem to possess such intimate knowledge of this ancient tomb? Meanwhile, within the official Archaeological Association's ship, a gathering of elder professors turned their attention to a man clad in a Zhongshan suit. Earlier, this elderly gentleman had suggested that Jianfeng might have emerged from an ancient tomb. Initially, the suggestion had been dismissed with a laugh, but witnessing Jianfeng's adeptness with the 7-star coffin, coupled with his evident prowess far beyond that of an ordinary human, led them to reconsider. Could it be that Jianfeng truly had risen from some ancient sepulchre? Chapter 21, Almost Scared to Death. Cough. Rather than concerning ourselves with the support team, should we not first conduct an investigation? In our recent archaeological endeavors, have we encountered any completely vacant tomb chambers, where the occupants have inexplicably vanished? Indeed, there have been numerous such instances, often attributed to tomb raiders, venomous creatures lurking within, or perhaps due to irregularities in the construction of the tomb itself, resulting in the incomplete preservation of the interments and the consequent loss of some remains. So, you cannot truly suspect that this young man, Jianfeng, has emerged from an ancient tomb, can you? Given his appearance, it is indeed difficult to dismiss such suspicions. The assembly of esteemed professors and elders found themselves lost in contemplation. Ultimately, Professor Hao shifted the topic. Currently, our archaeological volunteer team should have descended into the tomb via the previously unearthed passage. Make sure to instruct them to heed Jianfeng's guidance once they are below. They must proceed east and not venture west. Should they dare defy these orders, they will face appropriate consequences upon their return. The professors and elders nodded in agreement, fully aware through the live stream of Jianfeng's considerable capabilities, which commanded their respect. However, Director Lin furrowed his brow. If memory served him correctly, the members of the archaeological team were largely comprised of proud and arrogant individuals, particularly when confronting tomb raiders. This was understandable, as those raiders were perceived as exceedingly feeble by legitimate archaeological teams. The elders present in the conference room were cognizant of Jian Feng's remarkable skills, yet the pressing concern was that the support team en route might remain oblivious to this reality. At the 7-star coffin site, Jian Feng was presently toying with a Rubik's Cube extracted from within the coffin. Core mechanism of the 7-star coffin. The true core mechanism of the 7-star coffin was not the arrows shooting from all directions, but rather the coffin itself. It was this core, capable of triggering a cascade of effects, that held true value. Upon depositing it into the system's marketplace, a swift response was received. Sad smiley, you have successfully exchanged the core mechanism of the 7-star coffin for 500 points. Current remaining points. $2,600. With the acquisition secured, the mechanism naturally ceased its operation, likely due to the depletion of arrows. Jian Feng glanced back at the two female streamers behind him. Both appeared thoroughly terrified. Suju trembled, huddled behind her backpack, relieved that her recent weight loss had spared her from potential disaster beneath the hail of arrows, especially after observing her now pierced backpack, resembling a hedgehog. Suju felt a pang of regret. Fortunately, her backpack contained various miscellaneous items, which had shielded her from the barrage of arrows. Qingmo, too, pressed against the wall, remained in a state of shock, barely daring to breathe. Despite her position near the edge, her infamous luck had led an arrow to graze her calf, exposing a patch of fair skin. This spectacle undeniably suggested that, were it not for the girl's considerable courage, they would have been thoroughly frightened by the ordeal. Following the onslaught of arrows, Suju found herself unable to rise until Jian Feng approached and assisted her to her feet. My apologies, handsome. We should have heeded your advice earlier. Had we done so, we would not have had to endure such an... I completely understand your perspective. As a streamer and a tomb raider, how could one resist the urge to open a coffin upon sight? Upon hearing this, Suju's face flushed with embarrassment, her gaze dropping as she could not bear to meet Jian Feng's eyes. However, her good friend Qingmo stepped forward, enveloping Suju in a comforting embrace. Then, Qingmo redirected the conversation. But, handsome, how did you know that the 7 coffins are all fakes? Have you encountered a similar design in another tomb? Yet today should be your first descent into a tomb, correct? Jian Feng casually pointed towards their previous path. Do you recall the information we uncovered in that hidden chamber? King Lushang himself was a tomb raider. He would undoubtedly understand the actions of tomb raiders, enabling him to deduce that the 7-star coffins are mere illusions, which is not particularly challenging. Upon hearing this, both Qingmo and Suju nodded in agreement. This explanation was far more comprehensible than the earlier speculation in the comments suggesting Jian Feng had emerged from the tomb himself. After taking a sip of water and regaining her composure, Suju surveyed the expansive, vacant space around them and inquired, but, handsome, with this area being so vast and empty, could it truly contain only these coffins as traps? That is not the case. Jian Feng pondered the content of the original text. The individuals in the source material were relentlessly pursued by corpse insects and Zongzi spirits, leaving them no time to explore the area surrounding the 7-star coffins, thus unaware of the treasures that lay beneath the tomb. From a visual standpoint, the place was riddled with traps, yet from the perspective of feng shui and aura, Jian Feng could distinctly sense that the energy and spiritual essence here were extraordinarily potent. After closing his eyes and attuning himself to the most concentrated areas of spiritual energy, Jian Feng's gaze was drawn to one of the 7-star coffins. He approached it, placing his hands upon its surface and exerting pressure to push it. To the astonishment of onlookers, this coffin, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, was effortlessly moved by Jian Feng. Damn, I knew this handsome man's strength was not that of an ordinary person. Chapter 22, The Elixir of Immortality. As the audience in the live stream marveled at Jian Feng's strength, he had already shifted aside the topmost coffin, revealing a passage descending below. After casually tossing a match to illuminate the way, he watched it burn out before extinguishing, then waved his hand and said, "Let us proceed. The path below is safe, this is a secret chamber, and there may be unexpected treasures hidden beneath." With that, Jian Feng took the lead and descended, leaving the two female hosts and hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live chat momentarily stunned. Previously, Jian Feng had appeared to be in a state of quiet contemplation at the back of the group, but his sudden initiative took both the audience and the hosts by surprise. "Let us follow him. What else can we do?" Jingmo, at that moment, firmly established her role as Jian Feng's junior companion without overthinking it and followed him down. Suju naturally did the same, hastening to keep pace with Jian Feng. Their hidden passage concealed beneath the mechanism led to a stone chamber, which was not particularly spacious. Inside, there were merely a few silk scrolls and, in addition, a coffin. However, unlike the neatly arranged bamboo tubes and scrolls found earlier in the tomb corridor, these bamboo tubes and silk scrolls lay scattered in disarray. The coffins, though not large in size, were crafted entirely from jade, making it improbable for them to contain a human corpse, unless it were that of a child. It appeared that these coffins were more suited for storing items. Is this yet another hidden chamber? You truly have a knack for finding intriguing places, handsome, Suju remarked as she entered behind Jian Feng, illuminating the concealed stone chamber with her flashlight. Due to the chamber's small size, the beams from several powerful flashlights rendered the space extraordinarily bright. The dazzling light naturally bestowed a remarkable courage upon the onlookers. However, having experienced the prior events, both Suju and Jingmo merely gazed curiously at the sealed coffins, despite the audience's incessant urging in the chat for them to open the coffins. They remained content to observe Jian Feng's actions. "Feel free to open it, there are no traps here," Jian Feng reassured them, his curiosity piqued by the hidden stone chamber not described in the original narrative. With one hand firmly grasping his short sword, he reached out to open the coffin, prepared to swiftly eliminate any potential monsters that might emerge using his sword technique. To his astonishment, what lay within were iron beans possessing an aura akin to that of elixirs. These beans, half green and half silver, appeared quite peculiar. Through the system's perspective, Jian Feng sensed that these 10 iron beans were imbued with an extraordinary density of spiritual energy and fortune, suggesting they were indeed valuable treasures. Seeing the iron beans appeared harmless, Suju curiously extended her small hand and inquired, "Handsome, what are these beans? Are they valuable?" "I'm not certain yet, but you'd best refrain from touching them. They likely contain some hazardous radioactive materials." "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Suju exclaimed, startled, retracting her hand immediately. Jian Feng, unfazed, cast a casual glance. "It's your impatience that led you to want to examine the beans inside the coffin first." Of course, the two young women's behavior was emblematic of tomb raiders. Suju, slightly embarrassed yet undeterred, retorted, "I can't decipher the ancient characters on these scrolls, handsome. Since you're so capable, could you help us interpret the contents?" As she spoke, Suju clasped her hands together, adopting an endearing expression of pleading. Jingmo, observing beside her, couldn't he help but shake her head in exasperation. This girl truly resembled a social misfit. Jian Feng, indifferent to their antics, began to interpret the ancient texts on the scrolls. The writings were quite clear. They spoke of iron-faced Sheng, the strategist of King Lushang, who, in their quest for immortality, aside from the jade figurines that would appear at deeper levels, the only means King Lushang could conceive to achieve immortality was through alchemy. This was hardly surprising, as King Lushang had a profound fear of death, primarily due to the haunting memories of those he had cruelly harmed in life, and he likely harbored some wariness towards iron-faced Sheng. Therefore, aside from his last resort, he would also seek alternative methods in his pursuit of immortality, much like Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Upon hearing Jian Feng's words, the audience in the live stream began to comment fervently. No wonder they were thinking of alchemy for immortality in the spring and autumn warring states period. Qin Shi Huang would certainly be familiar with this. So these beans are actually elixirs of immortality. Do you think they truly hold any efficacy? Nonsense about immortality. Our modern society has yet to achieve such feats, let alone in ancient times. That is debatable. After centuries of change, who knows what strange phenomena might exist in ancient tombs. Just because modern technology can't create an army of blood corpses doesn't mean ancient wisdom lacks merit. One must respect the wisdom of our ancestors, yet the ingenuity of modern individuals is equally commendable. But honestly, Jian Feng truly has an eye for discovery. He unearthed this hidden stone chamber and these concealed treasures. At that moment, most viewers in the live stream were convinced that these elixirs of immortality were surely false. After all, drawing from a famous saying attributed to the great sage equal to heaven, hasn't he the pursuit of immortality led countless lives astray over the centuries? However, based on the spiritual energy and fortune encapsulated within these elixirs, Jian Feng found himself equally skeptical about their authenticity. Chapter 23. Are you using the elixir of immortality to woo women? System. Are these elixirs real? Yes, but not entirely. Host. As a cultivator, if you consume this elixir, you may find it unpalatable and suffer from a mild stomach upset for a day or two, but you will not experience any other adverse reactions. Speak plainly. After hearing the system's explanation, Jian Feng finally grasped its meaning. Firstly, these elixirs of immortality indeed possess the effect of prolonging life, yet the elixirs themselves remain but half-finished products. This is due to a fundamental issue that has yet to be resolved. The toxic essence contained within the elixir. The toxicity of the elixir is exceedingly potent, rendering it nearly impossible for any living organism to withstand its harmful effects. However, according to the system's assertions, this elixir genuinely offers the potential for immortality. Upon hearing the system's clarification, Jian Feng sincerely acknowledged that the king of Shang was indeed a remarkable individual, having succeeded in researching an elixir of immortality that even Qin Shi Huang could not achieve. Nevertheless, despite having developed the elixir, the toxicity it harbored remained unsolvable. The toxicity was so severe that even a cultivator would suffer adverse effects upon consumption. Naturally, Jian Feng would never consider consuming such a substandard elixir. Once his points accumulated sufficiently in the future, he would be able to learn the authentic techniques for refining celestial elixirs, yielding products far superior to those found within these tombs. If all else failed, he could exchange points in the system's store for elixirs that enhance longevity, which would undoubtedly prove far more effective. Thus, Jian Feng opted to directly exchange these half-finished elixirs of immortality for points. After donning gloves to shield himself from the radioactive toxicity, he divided the elixirs into 3 jade vials in a ratio of 8:1:1. Holding the vial containing 6 elixirs, he tossed the other 2 vials to suit. The 2 women, upon seeing this, hurriedly caught the elixirs thrown their way, their faces betraying an incredulous expression. Are these for us? It was not merely the quantity that astonished them, but rather given that Jian Feng had navigated nearly every perilous encounter along their journey, even locating the hidden stone chamber, it was a considerable gesture. Even if these elixirs of immortality were counted, the fact that Jian Feng was willing to share 2 of them with them left Suju and Qingmo feeling a mix of disbelief and admiration. Could it be that this handsome man had ignited a spark of unbidden affection within their hearts? With this thought, both Qingmo and Suju couldn't help but blush. The audience in the live-streaming room, witnessing this scene, began to tease them. Well, I see it now. This handsome guy is clearly trying to charm the ladies. Using elixirs of immortality to woo women, I would call this the most extravagant courtship endeavor in history. Forget about impressing with luxury cars or movie dates. Come learn from our dashing Jian Feng, who uses elixirs of immortality to woo women. What can I learn from this? Annoyed, if the elixirs Jian Feng has discovered are indeed the only batch of true immortality elixirs, then his actions are truly unprecedented. Jian Feng, however, paid no heed to the audience's banter or the thoughts of the 2 women beside him. After securing the elixirs within the jade vials, he promptly commanded the system to convert these half-finished elixirs of immortality into points. 500 points per elixir. Current available points for the host, 6,600 points. In an instant, he had accrued a substantial number of points, and a smile involuntarily graced Jian Feng's face. Additionally, if these elixirs of immortality were complete, their value would increase tenfold. Jiang Feng. Well, he felt as though he had just been dealt a crushing blow. If all these elixirs were authentic, he could have easily procured a genuine celestial sword from the system's store. However, for now, he still needed to gather more points. Nevertheless, accumulating such a vast number of points reaffirmed Jiang Feng's belief that their expedition into the tomb was indeed a judicious decision. Beside him, Suju cradled her jade vial as if it were a treasure, while also ensuring she stuffed the bamboo slips and silk scrolls piled nearby into her backpack, exclaiming with joy, "Having a handsome guy accompany us into the tomb today feels like our lucky day." Handsome. In ancient tombs, every opportunity comes with its fair share of danger. Perhaps we simply haven't triggered any mechanisms yet, Qingmo confidently suggested with a nod. That's all right, after all, with a handsome guy around, even if we inadvertently encounter danger, we should be safe, right? He recalled that in the original storyline, the tomb raiding team faced relentless pursuers and stumbled into a pitfall, leading them to discover the ultimate burial chamber. However, here, Jiang Feng could almost feel that this tomb chamber was nearing its end. Although they had yet to thoroughly search the original chamber of the Seven Stars Pass, Jiang Feng had previously scanned the area with his enhanced vision and found no pathways leading to lower levels. Thus, it seemed that the final method to access the lower levels would be singular. With this thought in mind, Jiang Feng turned his gaze toward Qingmo, noticing Jiang Feng's attention, and recalling how he had just gifted her a vial. Suju and Qingmo, unable to decipher Jiang Feng's demeanor, continued to wield their flashlights and exited the stone chamber. However, in the next instant, Qingmo, having advanced her left foot a mere centimeter too far, Chapter 24, the enigmatic bronze tree with bewitching powers. As the mechanisms were to life, the floor beneath their feet suddenly collapsed, revealing a gaping chasm in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Qingmo found herself plummeting into the abyss, her scream echoing like a wretched cry from a precipice. Suju, narrowly avoiding a similar fate, managed to stabilize herself, her center of gravity resting predominantly in the rear of her body, thus preventing her from falling into the void. Once she regained her composure, Suju leaned over the edge of the pit, calling out anxiously below, "Qingmo, are you all right?" "It hurts, but I'm fine, thankfully. I didn't hit my head," came Qingmo's pained reply. What terrible luck! Shining her flashlight downwards, Suju noted that the cliff below was at least. Qingmo's face contorted in discomfort as she leaned against her backpack, gazing up at Jiang Feng and Suju. "It's not all bad, at least this is a pathway leading deeper down. Though you've taken a tumble." He then leaped down, assisting Qingmo to her feet. Suju, lacking such bravery, surveyed the situation before fashioning a rope to facilitate their descent, sliding down it with care. Once they found their footing below, the group began to explore their surroundings. The space was far more expansive than they had anticipated. It resembled not a subterranean tomb but rather some kind of underground cavern. Within this cavern, there was little to behold, save for a peculiar ancient bronze tree that stood at the center of the clearing. Upon sighting the strange bronze tree, Jiang Feng immediately grew wary. In the realm of tomb raiding, the most perilous entities were often not the malevolent spirits but these very plants. Many of them had thrived since antiquity, with some possibly existing for millennia, their longevity rivaling that of seasoned cultivators. Jiang Feng could not ascertain whether this bronze tree was akin to the mythical nine-headed serpent. Instead, it was Suju who spoke up. Jiang Feng shook his head and gestured for the two female streamers behind him to approach for a closer inspection. Upon examining the bronze tree, they discovered it was indeed peculiar. Although it resembled a tree, it bore patterns akin to those of a serpent. "Wait a minute, double vision, activate." Jiang Feng's gaze transformed as he employed his unique vision, and the bronze tree's oddities became apparent. First, the tree emanated a dreamlike pink hue, and secondly, the serpent-like patterns on its bark exhibited subtle, almost imperceptible movements, as if they were breathing. The patterns on the tree were alive. Instantly recognizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Feng turned to the two streamers behind him. "Do not succumb to the illusion, quickly cover your noses and shut your eyes." However, his warning arrived too late. The two streamers appeared entranced. From Jian Feng's perspective, they resembled intoxicated individuals, yet they seemed utterly oblivious to their plight. Su Ju, ever the social butterfly, gasped in astonishment, "Handsome, why do you suddenly look like two people?" Upon reflection, it makes sense. With your extraordinary abilities, it's plausible you could appear as two, she mused, her cheeks flushing as if encountering something indescribable in this illusion. Meanwhile, Qingmo showed no inclination to intervene, appearing equally entranced by the enchantment. Hee. Su Ju, isn't he this just perfect, she giggled. Now we have two dashing Jian Fengs, we can each have one without any need to compete. With that, the two streamers approached him from either side, wrapping their arms around him. Despite their seemingly divergent paths, they converged upon Jian Feng, enveloping him in a soft embrace. In that moment, he felt as though he were ensnared by two warm, yielding forms. Though he had sensed the beguiling effects of the bronze tree, he had not anticipated such an unconventional manifestation of its allure. Upon realizing the streamers had succumbed to its enchantment, Jian Feng contemplated the necessity of rendering them unconscious. After all, in the original narrative, those who were enchanted quickly turned against one another, yet, perhaps the dynamic was different here. Su Ju and Qingmo harbored no malice towards one another and shared a profound trust, thus their enchantment had taken a different turn. The audience in the livestream, on the other hand, was left utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? I remember these two streamers weren't this forward. Could it be that Jian Feng's charm is simply too potent, compelling them to offer themselves willingly? But that can't be right. Listen to what they're saying, they claim to see two Jian Fengs. Yet from our perspective, we can only see one. Perhaps, as the handsome one suggested, they are indeed under a spell. Streamer, I warn you, do not strip my husband of his clothing. System, can you exchange for an item that will awaken them from this stupor? Jian Feng inquired, observing the two girls, who were on the verge of clinging to him and attempting to tear his clothes off. He knew that if this continued, he would have to question whether their livestream would endure any longer. Chapter 25, Should one carry a safety catch on their firearm? Dear host, there are numerous items that, after all, if they drew too close, it was likely that both could easily reach out and touch their own abdominal muscles. As for Jian Feng himself, he felt no concern of succumbing to enchantment, thanks to the protection afforded by the heavy pupil. The system responded swiftly to Jian Feng's request. Awakening token, those who wear this token can avoid falling into a state of confusion to a certain extent. However, it is prone to being lost. As long as it was affordable, he was satisfied. Exchanging for two awakening tokens cost merely 100 points, with 500 points still at his disposal, he was content. Soon, two jade tokens appeared in Jian Feng's hand, their touch remarkably cold, prompting him to seriously suspect that the cooling effect might be the very thing that would awaken one from a stupor. However, these jade tokens were equipped with pendants that could be worn around the neck, a delightful feature that allowed Jian Feng to easily adorn others with them. Without delay, he seized the two women beside him and hung the pendants around their necks. The icy jade tokens instantly jolted Su Ju and Qingmo awake, their previously flushed faces returning to normal. This indicated that they had indeed emerged from the state of enchantment. Su Ju was the first to regain full awareness, rubbing her head and murmuring, What just happened? Sir Mo, I feel as though I just dreamt a strange dream about Jiang Feng, the handsome guy, turning from one into two. How peculiar, I feel like I had the same dream. The next moment, both women realized that this was clearly not a mere figment of their imagination, but rather a reality that had transpired. Upon realizing how close she had been to Jiang Feng, Qingmo let out a scream and immediately recoiled, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, unwilling to utter a single word. Su Ju, too, awkwardly scratched her face, her once silver-tongued chatter rendered utterly speechless. Attentive Jian Feng explained the situation. This peculiar ancient bronze tree possesses the ability to enchant humans. If one gets too close, they will inevitably fall under its spell. Moreover, both the bark of this tree and the fragrance it emits can induce hallucinations. You both were caught unaware earlier, but thanks to these jade tokens, you were spared further enchantment. Oh, I see, Qingmo replied, her cheeks still burning, and then inquired, Fortunately, you weren't enchanted, handsome, otherwise, our team would have been in serious trouble. Moreover, had Jian Feng's mind been clouded, they too would have faced dire consequences. Hearing this, many viewers in the live chat couldn't help but wear knowing smiles. If I were the handsome guy, I would have certainly indulged a bit longer, at least until the two female streamers were fully awake, perhaps after having enjoyed the moment for a while longer. What a pity that our Jian Feng is a Sigma male. Aren't you forgetting this is the live stream of these two female hosts? You really won't last long. Perhaps you should check where the hosts currently are. This is an ancient tomb, and in such a place, why would you entertain such thoughts? The ancient tomb's resident spirits are quite surprised that, after being, while most viewers were teasing, in the conference room, the official members from the Archaeological Association stared at Jian Feng in astonishment, not only for his immunity to enchantment but also for his ability. The man seated in the chief position of the conference room gasped, "The methods possessed by this young man are truly remarkable." Director Lin sighed, "If only we had this young man with us, our soldiers could fire their weapons without hesitation." Among the protocols established for descending into tombs, a long-standing debate has ensued regarding whether firearms should be equipped with safety catches. After all, not having a safety catch allows the armed soldiers to fire at a moment's notice. The dangers encountered within tombs are often instantaneous, leaving one with only a fleeting moment to react, making it nearly impossible to disengage the safety catch in time. Yet, the decision to employ safety catches arose from a grave tragedy in the past, when a soldier wielding a firearm inexplicably fell under an enchantment. In a fit of madness, he opened fire, the overwhelming barrage of bullets piercing through all those who attempted to assist him, resulting in the annihilation of the entire team. The shooter survived, but upon exiting the tomb, he succumbed to madness, ultimately vanishing without a trace. That incident remains the most painful loss in the history of the official archaeological team. Moreover, within the tomb, countless traps and mechanisms exist that can ensnare the mind, unless one completely seals off their senses or possesses an extraordinary fortitude like Jian Feng. It is nearly impossible to avoid being bewitched. However, a chance discovery revealed that those who fall under enchantment may know how to pull the trigger but are oblivious to disengaging the safety catch on their firearms. The noise generated by gunfire inevitably attracts further dangers, such as the army of corpses. Since that moment, the troops established a rule: firearms must be equipped with safety catches unless in emergencies, when they may be disengaged. Jian Feng, who not only remains immune to enchantment but also knows how to dispel the confusion affecting others, has beneath the ancient tomb. After awakening the two female streamers, Jian Feng turned his gaze toward the ancient bronze tree. In the realm of tomb raiding, bronze represents an almost supremely enigmatic quality, always elusive and difficult to grasp. Alas, it seemed that the tree's hue merely resembled that of bronze, or rather, the chaotic movements of things concealed within its branches appeared to share a bronze-like essence. Chapter 26, The Bronze Nine-Winged Python. Handsome, is it just my imagination? Why is that tree moving? After a prolonged moment of composure, Suju clenched the jade spirit token in her hand, gazing apprehensively at the distant ancient bronze tree. The bewilderment she had experienced moments ago was now vividly etched in her mind. No, it is not merely your illusion, that tree is indeed in motion. Reveal yourself. Jian Feng's hand produced a short sword, which he hurled towards the bronze tree. In an instant, a creature, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, emerged from the ancient tree, swatting the thrown sword aside with a single strike. Even more terrifying was the creature's appearance, reminiscent of a prehistoric beast. Its form resembled that of a colossal bronze python, emanating a radiance akin to that of bronze, adorned with scales resembling wings scattered across its body. As it moved along the ground, it seemed less like it was crawling and more like, when illuminated by the flashlight, the bronze scales began to shimmer with a dazzling brilliance, the mere sight of their color nearly inducing vertigo. Upon witnessing the emergence of this creature, the viewers in the live stream instantly heightened their vigilance. What kind of creature is this? I've never encountered anything like it in other ancient tombs. As expected, the tomb discovered by the hosts is significantly more perilous than any other ancient crypt. I even suspect that the owner of this tomb might have inhabited it thousands of years ago. Otherwise, why would such a prehistoric creature reside here? Just looking at this creature's imposing presence, it appears to be as dangerous as that previous rice dumpling spirit. I wonder how the hosts plan to respond this time. How to respond? Of course, it's to let the handsome one handle it single-handedly. The officials from the Archaeological Institute were equally intrigued by the appearance of the bizarre giant python, curious as to how Jiang Feng intended to confront this adversary. Handsome, what exactly? Jiang Feng glanced at the giant python. This creature could perhaps be aptly named the bronze nine-winged python. It is said that it should not exist here, however, perhaps due to your extraordinary luck, you have encountered this creature. Qing Mo curiously asked, so, is the python's method of attack to confuse its prey before launching an assault? Perhaps, Jiang Feng mused. It appeared that the ability to bewitch the mind was not solely possessed by the bronze tree, but rather by the python before him. Observing the long-fanged, clawed python, Jiang Feng exhibited no hint of panic. Instead, his expression was one of eager anticipation. As he traversed the path, he had been absorbing the spiritual energy around him, and he had recently mastered a new skill in the rapidly advancing technique of the dual pupil. Given that this giant python had attained such a formidable level, it could no longer be classified as an ordinary species but rather as a demonic beast. As a creature of such caliber, it undoubtedly possessed a demon core that would not disappoint Jiang Feng. Thus, it remained to be seen whether this demonic beast could withstand his next move. Current progress of dual pupil technique. 15. Let us witness what true mental intimidation entails. Dual pupil, mind explosion. The bronze nine-winged python, which had been charging towards Jiang Feng, suddenly perceived its surroundings transforming. Within its once empty consciousness appeared a colossal eyeball, penetrating through its very insides, scrutinizing every organ from head to toe. Subsequently, a series of explosive sounds erupted from within the python's body. Although its exterior remained tough and seemingly unscathed, internally, it had been ravaged by the mental assault of the dual pupil technique, leaving it in a state of utter disarray. This technique directly targeted the victim's psyche, and for the bronze nine-winged python, which had cultivated for many years yet exhibited low intelligence, such an onslaught was profoundly debilitating. It lacked the spiritual. Before long, it collapsed, spewing blood, and lay motionless on the ground. Done. Jiang Feng snapped his fingers and proceeded to gather the demon core from the fallen beast. Although the python had met its fate at Jiang Feng's hands, being a true demonic, after all, the core from the blood corpse was derived not from innate cultivation but from the gathering of malevolent energy within the tomb, which was certainly inferior in quality and efficacy to a core attained through genuine cultivation. Meanwhile, the two female streamers and the audience in the live stream were left utterly stunned, witnessing the python collapse suddenly as if struck by a mysterious ailment. Why did that creature just inexplicably fall to the ground? Is there something supernatural at play? Supernatural, I think even if a true ghost appeared before this handsome one, it would be inconsequential. So, what exactly caused the demise of this creature? I saw it drop to the ground without warning. I can't comprehend it either, but I am utterly astonished. I think it's possible that this handsome one simply killed it with a single glance. That would be even more absurd. Then what do you propose was the cause of this creature's death? Given this handsome one's demeanor, I doubt the demise of the bronze nine-winged python is related to him at all. At this moment, many viewers gazed at Jiang Feng, not with relief but with fear. What kind of unseen means had he employed to eliminate the giant python with such swiftness? Even now, within the conference room of the shipping department, several professors and elders had decided to replay Jiang Feng's actions in slow motion for analysis. Chapter 27. The transformation of the giant python. What on earth did this young man do to dispatch that creature, which resembled an ancient beast, in a mere instant? Did you discern anything noteworthy? Someone replayed the footage of Jiang Feng confronting the bronze nine-winged python, yet the essence of the event remained elusive. Professor Hao, adorned with spectacles, pondered aloud, could it be that this young man employed a mental attack just now? His tone bore a hint of jest. However, as soon as he uttered this, the others nearby exhibited expressions of contemplation. Unless the giant python committed suicide, that indeed seems plausible. Jiang Feng's abilities are evidently extraordinary. It is not beyond reason to suggest that he possesses a technique to exert control over other beings' minds, employing a form of neural assault. In any case, we should instruct the archaeological team to examine the remains of the giant python. They might uncover the truth. Then we shall know whether this creature fell victim to a mental attack or perished for other reasons. Indeed. Elder Jew stroked his beard thoughtfully. Among the personnel assigned to the archaeological team at the 7-star Lu Wang Palace is one of my students. I trust he will bring me commendable news. Upon this topic, several professors in the conference room cast envious glances at Elder Jew. The value that an unearthing of the previously undiscovered ancient tomb of the 7-star Lu Wang Palace could yield is immense. If given the chance, the elders and professors present would have eagerly descended into the tomb themselves to unravel its mysteries. However, due to their advancing years, they risked difficulties in mobility within such an environment. Moreover, they felt it imperative to allow younger individuals the opportunity. Thus, each professor had nurtured several promising students, hoping they would one day carry their names to national prominence. The 7-star Lu Wang Palace undoubtedly represented a highly anticipated venture. Especially with the presence of an extraordinary figure like Jian Feng in the project team, the safety of the expedition was significantly enhanced. The privilege of being among the first to explore the tomb could yield immeasurable rewards, particularly if one could forge a connection with an individual of Jian Feng's caliber. Regrettably, the arrangement of the archaeological team had already been finalized, and the other professors present in the conference room found it impossible to assign their own students to the expedition. Within the ancient tomb, before the bronze tree, Jian Feng grasped a small knife, deftly slicing through the skin of the bronze 9-winged python, creating an opening in its skull. From within, he extracted a bronze-hued beast core. The energy emanating from this core surpassed that of the millennium-old Zongzher essence he had previously obtained. This was not to suggest that the ancient Zongzher was weaker than the python. Rather, it was a matter of differing specialties. Upon retrieving the beast core, Jian Feng began his examination through the system's perspective. Beast core of the bronze 9-winged python, an exceedingly rare beast core. Consumption will markedly enhance the cultivation of a practitioner. Furthermore, this giant python has cultivated for over 9,000 years, merely 1,000 years shy of transforming into a true dragon. This creature truly met an unfortunate fate. Regardless, even if it were to break through its limits after a millennium and become a genuine dragon, in the presence of a practitioner like Jiang Feng, it would merely await its inevitable demise. Next came the anticipated consumption phase. However, as Jian Feng prepared to ingest the beast core, the system presented him with two options in his mind. The host may choose between two consumption methods. The first method enhances the host's internal cultivation and current progress in their techniques, while also granting an immediate increase of 2,000 points in the system's exchange list. The second method requires a portion of the host's essence blood as a sacrifice. The host will experience temporary weakness, while the beast core will evolve into a true dragon core upon consumption. This will also enhance their host's cultivation and provide an additional understanding of a dragon-related spell. Such an advantageous opportunity. Naturally, Jian Feng opted for the second method. After placing the beast core in his mouth, he expelled a mouthful of essence blood upon it, initiating its metamorphosis once more. Following this expulsion, while Jian Feng's complexion paled slightly, his spirit surged with excitement. Even with the sacrifice of a bit of essence blood, his cultivation still far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. If he could directly acquire a dragon attribute technique, it would be an extraordinary gain. After a brief moment, as the beast core completed its transformation within Jian Feng's mouth, a dragon pattern emerged upon it. Satisfied, he swallowed it whole, instantly feeling a surge of immense spiritual energy coursing through him, almost striking his crown. As his cultivation level rose, the progress of his techniques also advanced significantly due to the infusion of this beast core and the spiritual energy he had absorbed along the way. In addition to the original 3 techniques, he had successfully acquired an additional 1. Progress of the dual pupil technique, 70 progress of the sword mastery, 65 progress of the wind and haze technique, 30 progress of the dragon transformation technique, 5 observing the newfound strength of this technique. Jian Feng smiled contentedly. 2,000 points for this technique, what a remarkable bargain. Meanwhile, behind Jian Feng, Suju approached him, noticing he had been standing still for quite some time. Handsome, do you plan to continue standing here in a stupor, or are you simply fatigued? Nothing much, I'm just hungry. Chapter 28. You don't spare even the prehistoric beasts. Suju blinked adorably and inquired. I noticed that your performance along the way has been entirely indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. It seems you, too, experience hunger, she remarked. Upon hearing this, both Jianfeng and Qingmo, along with the viewers in the live stream, couldn't help but roll their eyes at Suju. As for Jianfeng's declaration of needing to eat, it was merely an attempt to replenish the vital essence he had lost while swallowing the inner Dan earlier. It was only natural that he would feel hungry, considering they had been exploring the tomb for several hours since their entry. Jianfeng was relatively fine, but the two young women had been in a state of heightened tension throughout the journey and were now feeling quite famished. However, they had already placed their trust in Jianfeng as their leader, thus leaving all decisions regarding the team in his capable hands. Upon hearing Jianfeng's words, Qingmo promptly began rummaging through her backpack. Handsome, what would you like to eat? I have some compressed biscuits, vacuum-packed canned food, and chicken leg ham sausages. As for vegetarian options, there are some vegetable crackers. Which one do you prefer? Indeed, being a girl, despite the large backpack filled with various items that could be useful in the ancient tomb, it was primarily stocked with an assortment of food and snacks. Listening to Qingmo, Jianfeng waved his hand dismissively. There's no need, here lies a treasure trove of delicacies that you could never find outside. With this, Jianfeng gestured towards the massive corpse of the giant python sprawled on the ground. This was the flesh of a serpent that was on the brink of transforming into a true dragon, possessing a mere millennium of cultivation left to attain that metamorphosis, and the blood within was rich with vitality, perfectly suited to Yet, as the two female streamers followed Jianfeng's finger to gaze upon the corpse of the bronze nine-winged python, they couldn't help but shiver at the sight. After all, it was a commendable feat for a girl to suppress her fear upon encountering such a sight. When Jianfeng expressed his intention to consume the serpent, they felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Are you certain we truly have to eat this? Suju asked, casting a wary glance at the giant python's carcass, clearly still haunted by the earlier incident of enchantment. However, Jianfeng enticed them further. Are you sure you don't want to partake? This giant python has cultivated in this tomb for many years. It is entirely natural, pollution-free, and devoid of any toxicity. Its blood and flesh are a boon for anyone. Consuming it would not only serve as a significant nourishment for your skin, making it appear whiter, more radiant, and youthful, but it could also delay the onset of menopause, ensuring your beauty remains intact for longer. Furthermore, it would directly enhance your physical strength. If you choose not to eat, I shall proceed to cook it for myself. With that, Jianfeng finally retrieved his backpack, allowing everyone to see its contents, which surprisingly included firewood. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but be left speechless. Wait, who brings firewood into a tomb? Is that really the point? The real surprise is that this handsome guy actually plans to eat the giant python, a prehistoric creature. Fool! Did you not hear how Jianfeng described the quality of the meat? It's not only nourishing but also beneficial for beauty, far exceeding the value of beef. If I were there, the moment this handsome guy invited me to partake in that meat, I would certainly accept. What is amusing is that this guy genuinely intends to eat it. Doesn't he worry that this creature might be the last of its kind in the world? Consuming it would deprive the Archaeological Institute of the chance to study it. That is an archaeological concern, not ours. Indeed, those monitoring the live stream from the Archaeological Institute were also feeling a headache coming on. They had originally hoped to study this peculiar bronze-colored giant python, speculating that it might yield insights into civilization spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, yet, now Jianfeng intended to consume it outright. Although there were only 3 of them, they certainly could not finish a massive python measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. The thought that their archaeological researchers might lose several kilograms of valuable research material was disheartening. Director Lin, not being a researcher, couldn't he help but chuckle upon witnessing the pained expressions of the archaeological experts. This may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. At least, this way, the young man will have to slow down his pace for the sake of a meal. This will afford our support team enough time to catch up with them. This statement elicited nods of agreement from several elder professors at the institute. In truth, the archaeological support team had already entered the tomb several minutes prior. However, due to Jianfeng's astonishing speed and prowess, no obstacle could possibly impede him. Moreover, the tomb was a labyrinth of paths, rife with various dangers. Although Jianfeng and his companions had traversed the route once, who could guarantee that other hazards wouldn't emerge on their journey? Thus, the elder archaeologists were concerned that by the time the support team caught up, Jianfeng would have thoroughly explored the entire tomb. Now that Jianfeng and his companions had paused for a meal, it provided the support team ample opportunity to catch up. Meanwhile, in the depths of the tomb, Jingmo and Suju could hardly contain their nods of agreement upon hearing Jianfeng's enticing propositions. The prospect of consuming meat that could enhance their beauty without compromising their figures was an irresistible temptation for them as female streamers. They were finally beginning to relish the experience of enjoying sumptuous meals alongside someone as esteemed as Jianfeng. Chapter 29 What on earth do you have in your backpack? As Jianfeng kindled a fire and placed the flesh of the enormous python on the grill, he savored the delightful barbecue that this colossal serpent provided. Initially, the two female streamers were quite resistant, but after tasting the exquisite flavor of the bronze nine-winged python, they became utterly unwilling to part with it. Presently, each of them held a skewer of python meat, relishing their meal with evident pleasure. The python scales, after being subjected to the intense heat, turned crisp and crunchy, offering a texture akin to that of small biscuits. Naturally, with such delectable meat at hand, who would concern themselves with these biscuit-like snacks? Jianfeng himself indulged quite heartily, consuming even more than the combined total of the two female streamers. After all, partaking of the blood and flesh of this bronze nine-winged python significantly replenished his own essence. In essence, he was profiting from an internal dragon dan. Remarkable, the viewers in the live stream, observing Jianfeng's leisurely demeanor, felt as though their worldviews were being thoroughly challenged. During the descent into the tomb, igniting a fire and commencing a barbecue, I dare say this trio, consisting of the streamer and this handsome gentleman, is undoubtedly the first in history to undertake such an audacious endeavor. Setting aside the striking gentleman, what astonishes me is that our two female streamers appear to be enjoying themselves so heartily. A friendly reminder to other tomb exploration teams. It's advisable not to consume any fragrant food while delving into tombs, as such aromas can be irresistibly alluring to certain peculiar entities dwelling within. Consequently, I have observed that other professional teams have prepared foods that are rather bland and tasteless. I initially found it absurd that our two female streamers had vacuum-sealed meat products and sausages in their backpacks, but I never anticipated something even more outrageous. I just noticed that the dashing Jianfeng's backpack, aside from firewood, contained various seasonings. It seems he truly fears that the enticing aroma might not permeate the surroundings. There's no helping it. After all, our Jianfeng exudes an extraordinary sense of security. Had it been anyone else attempting to barbecue in this tomb, I would have deemed them suicidal. Moreover, our charming Jianfeng is quite the eater. He is currently consuming more than both female streamers combined. Heavens, I never imagined that a tomb raiding livestream could leave me feeling so ravenous. Previously, while some were excavating treasures, the grotesque creatures reminiscent of Chulhu almost made me nauseous, so I would ensure to fill my stomach before watching a tomb raiding stream, to avoid being sickened by the sight of other streamers' exploits. Being in the company of Jianfeng not only provides an unparalleled sense of safety but also frequently challenges my perceptions of reality. In truth, Jianfeng deliberately made the meat so delectable, hoping to lure out some creatures from the tomb. After all, he had no aversion to acquiring more monster dan. However, Jianfeng was not endowed with the extraordinary luck shared by these two female streamers. Despite his efforts to render the barbecue irresistibly fragrant, he could not entice a single creature. It appeared that whether in seeking danger or treasures, entrusting the task to these two female streamers yielded far superior results. After satisfying his hunger, Jianfeng leisurely stretched. Suju, observing his demeanor, couldn't he help but tease, "Handsome, you're not planning to doze off again, are you?" "Well, I've eaten my fill, I'll digest for a bit, where we go next is up to you." Jian Feng replied before resuming his meditative state. He digested the flesh and blood of the demon beast, the python Dan, while absorbing the fortune and spiritual energy present in the ancient tomb. At this point, Jian Feng and his companions had ventured deep into the tomb, where the system detected a remarkably high concentration of spiritual energy and fortune. In any case, leading the way had never been his concern. He would continue to cultivate in this auspicious place and progress along the path of greatness. Su Ju and Jing Mo observed Jian Feng slipping into a meditative state, shaking their heads in disbelief. To them, this seemingly carefree gentleman, despite the looming dangers, always appeared so languid. Let us move forward, Siar Mo, Su Ju suggested. Indeed, we have yet to encounter the chamber of the tomb's master, nor do we know the location of King Lu Shang's coffin, Ching Mo replied. Let us first examine the area near that tree. After gently patting her stomach, Ching Mo stood up and, with Su Ju, made her way toward the ancient bronze tree. The giant python that Jian Feng had vanquished had lost its power to confound, yet the ancient tree itself bore the marks of age. As they began their search around the vicinity of the bronze ancient tree, it wasn't long before Su Ju clapped her hands, exclaiming, Xiao Mo, come take a look. Is there not a hidden passage beneath this tree? Just 5 steps away from the central bronze tree, Su Ju noticed a particular stone slab on the ground that appeared notably loose. Luckily, she happened to step on it, or they might have overlooked this peculiarity. Jing Mo approached, running her fingers over the slab, and soon discovered that several of the tiles could be pried up. This must be it. It seems we've uncovered another path leading downward, she said. Could it be that the tomb's master struck some mysterious bargain with the python we just consumed? Had we reached this point without encountering the python, even if we fortuitously discovered this hidden passage, we would have been devoured by the serpent lurking above. To design a tomb with such perilous traps, King Lu Shang surely was an extraordinarily dangerous individual. The 2 women then began to pry up the tiles. As they removed the bricks, a passage, barely wide enough for a single person to descend while standing upright, came into view. Jian Feng, still in his meditative state, acknowledged the unfolding events with a nod. With these 2 ladies by his side, he would never need to worry about getting lost. What a relief. Chapter 30, The Man-Made Cavern beneath. Upon re-entering the subterranean passage leading to the lower levels, the path below appeared far removed from the ambience of an ancient tomb. Rather, it resembled a vast underground cavern, albeit larger than the one above, which was adorned with a bronze ancient tree and home to a mysterious giant python. The surrounding walls bore no traces of brick or tile, consisting solely of dark, obsidian-like stones. As the flashlight illuminated the environment, the sound of flowing water echoed through the cavern, suggesting that its true expanse was several times greater than one might envision. Observing the breathtaking scenery of this underground cavern, many viewers in the live stream could not suppress their astonishment. Wait, aren't they supposed to be tomb raiding? How did they end up in what looks like a prehistoric cave? This ancient tomb is colossal. They have been digging for ages and still haven't reached the main burial chamber. It's no wonder the handsome Jian Feng remarked that the tomb's architect, King Lu Shang, is a genius for discovering such a vast natural cavern to serve as an underground mausoleum. The grandeur of this environment alone could elevate his subterranean city to new heights. I've heard several tomb raiding teams and an official archaeological team have followed them in. I wonder if they trace the same path as the host and the charming Jian Feng. Given the current state of this underground cavern, even if they find their way here, they might easily lose their bearings. Gazing at the surroundings and the peculiar chill that permeated the cavern, Su Ju could not help but lean closer to Jian Feng, who still sat with his eyes closed in contemplation. Jing Mo similarly observed the surroundings with curiosity, remarking, "The giant python we encountered earlier seems to have been merely a guardian creature. We must surpass its challenge to witness this more magnificent scene below," Su Ju noted. "Indeed, it is undeniably magnificent, but given our present circumstances, how are we to find the way further down?" The sheer size of the underground cavern was disorienting, enough to cause one to lose their sense of direction. The 2 female hosts contemplated whether to split up in their search but ultimately decided against it, as they were only 3 in total and neither wished to stray far from Jian Feng's side. If only the visions we witnessed with the bronze beast had been genuine. Then Nanyang human could have shared the company of two handsome men, eliminating any hesitation. Ahem, I didn't say anything earlier, and you didn't hear anything, right? Said Qingmo, blushing as she coughed lightly. Jian Feng, appearing to have heard everything, maintained his meditative posture, only to remind them, firstly, this cavern is not of natural formation, it has been hewn by human hands. What? Created by humans? How could such a vast cavern possibly be man-made? Upon hearing Jian Feng's assertion, both female hosts displayed expressions of disbelief. Although their trust in Jian Feng's words had grown considerably, this particular claim strained their credulity. Jian Feng chuckled nonchalantly. The ancient texts you collected do indeed document this place and explain how the burial chamber was excavated. However, your disinterest in those texts has left you unaware of these details. Embarrassed, Suju stuck out her tongue. Isn't it because only you can comprehend those ancient texts? We naturally wouldn't know. She then intended to flatter Jian Feng with a few kind words, hoping to coax more tales of the tomb from him. Noticing the girl's attempt to curry favor, Jian Feng chose to close his eyes once more and resume his meditation. Upon arriving here, the abundance of luck and spiritual energy had become somewhat overwhelming, even chaotic, rendering it increasingly difficult to navigate based solely on the density of the spiritual energy. Of course, the characters from the original narrative had not explored this location due to their divergent paths, making it undeniably a hidden site for Jian Feng. With the extraordinary luck of these two girls, it was only a matter of time before they stumbled upon a treasure-laden site. Seeing that Jian Feng remained unmoved, the two women conferred and decided to explore the upper regions of the cavern first. They had discerned clear evidence of human excavation, noting the pronounced elevation changes. Generally, the deeper one ventured in tomb raiding, the greater the peril, prompting them to inspect the upper sections before delving deeper. After ascending a few steps, they soon encountered a distinctly carved archway. Shining their flashlight within, they could clearly see a massive bronze cauldron nestled inside. This cauldron bore resemblance to the square cauldron with 4 legs they had seen at the tomb entrance, and it was covered with a lid, hinting that it might conceal treasures within. In the past, Qingmo and Suju would have eagerly rushed to examine what treasures lay within. However, at this moment, they all turned their gazes toward Jian Feng in unison. Jian Feng finally opened his eyes from his earlier state of meditation and looked at the two female hosts. It seems you two have finally learned your lesson, he remarked. Not at all, the two replied with shy smiles. After all, we encountered a similar trap at the entrance. If we were to blunder into this one as well, not only would you, handsome, be disappointed, but the viewers in the live stream would surely scorn us. Thus, it seems that there are indeed considerable dangers lurking here, correct? Jian Feng nodded. Indeed, your concerns are valid. This is the lair of the corpse turtle. Chapter 32, The Elixir of Apparent Death. The tortoise king is quite recognizable. Not only is its physique considerably smaller than that of an ordinary corpse beetle, but its coloration is also more vibrant and striking. However, despite Jian Feng's exhaustive search with his heavy pupil eyes, he was unable to locate the tortoise king's presence. Having found no trace of the tortoise king within the lair, could it be that it resides in the final main burial chamber? Among the myriad concerns Jian Feng harbored within this ancient tomb, the unknown dangers and the hidden presence of the corpse beetle tortoise king weighed heavily on his mind. The tortoise king not only possesses immunity to the suppressive effects of Chilean blood but also wields the ability to summon all the corpse beetles within the tomb, whether in life or death. Although Jian Feng's strength would enable him to fend off an onslaught from all the corpse beetles in the chamber, the two female streamers accompanying him would be defenseless. Thus, if the opportunity arose, Jian Feng intended to eliminate the corpse beetle king while he still had ample space to escape, to preempt any unforeseen complications during their exploration. Naturally, the outcome would be swifter than the onset of any changes. Should he fail to vanquish it here, it would not pose a significant issue. The two young women were obedient enough that even if they encountered the tortoise king, it would not lead to any grave troubles. Since he could not locate the tortoise king, Jian Feng decided to seize the opportunity to collect some interest ahead of time. He fixed his gaze upon a white, slightly red-veined egg sac that had sprouted from a corpse. These eggs were notably more exquisite compared to other egg sacs, as they belonged to the tortoise king. Ordinary corpse beetle eggs were utterly useless, but the Tortoise King's eggs could indeed be utilized for alchemical purposes. Without hesitation, Jian Feng approached and collected them. As for the surrounding corpse beetles, perhaps due to their inferior quality or the absence of the Tortoise King, they showed no inclination to protect the Tortoise King's eggs. Upon sensing the oppressive aura of Chilean blood emanating from Jian Feng, they simply chose to ignore him. So, it seemed that as long as he was not taking their own eggs, they felt no pangs of regret. This, of course, provided Jian Feng with considerable convenience. Soon enough, the system transformed the collected eggs into points. Tortoise King egg, total of 5. Gained 500 points. Current available points. 7,000. Upon exiting the nest, Jian Feng immediately piled a heap of firewood at the entrance and set it ablaze. The roaring flames would deter the corpse beetles from emerging for the time being. Having completed this task, he turned to the 2 female streamers behind him and said, "All right, you may open this cauldron now. These insects will not venture out until the fire has completely burned out." As expected of a handsome guy. "We were just fretting over how to open this square cauldron without disturbing the corpse beetles," Jingmo remarked, casting a grateful glance at Jian Feng. The 2 streamers eagerly approached the cauldron, and with combined effort, they managed to lift the large lid. The interior of the cauldron was also quite spacious, revealing several items. As soon as the lid was removed, inside, there were several bamboo scrolls alongside white pellets resembling red beans. These bean-like pellets had previously been encountered in another secret chamber. They were essentially peculiar elixirs concocted by ancient practitioners. Although ancient scrolls lay beside the elixirs, the 2 streamers could not recognize them. Observing Jian Feng, who had adept extracted the scrolls, they curiously inquired, "Handsome, what are these elixirs? Are they longevity potions like the ones we saw before? Why do the colors of these elixirs appear different?" Upon hearing this, Jian Feng cast a sidelong glance at Suju, who had posed the question. Did she truly believe that ancient alchemists were solely focused on concocting elixirs for immortality? After examining the elixirs within the cauldron and glancing at the bamboo scrolls in his hands, Jian Feng replied, "These elixirs are known as the elixir of apparent death. Unlike the half-finished longevity elixir I previously encountered, this elixir remains effective even today. As for its effects, consuming it induces a peculiar state of apparent death, during which the body remains preserved and uncorrupted for an extended period, awaiting the day it can be revived from this dormant state. Still effective." Upon hearing this, Suju and Jingmo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and even the viewers in the live stream expressed their astonishment. "What? This elixir has survived for thousands of years and is still effective. The shelf life is astonishing. Could this truly be the essence of elixirs? While the effects may seem limited, the mere fact that it possesses the shelf life of millennia qualifies it as legendary." "What do you mean by limited effects?" "Consider a scenario where this elixir is consumed during a famine. One could survive without food or water for an extended time, thus enduring the hardship. I even believe that if this elixir were further developed, it could entirely freeze both body and consciousness, allowing individuals to be revived once humanity truly masters the extension of life." "Wait, hold on. You trust this man's claim that the elixir still has a shelf life? Have you tasted it yourself? Who's the fool up there? Hurry up and kick him out." Throughout this journey, has the handsome Jian Feng ever led us astray? Jian Feng paid little mind to external opinions of him, instead focusing intently on the bamboo scroll in his possession, his expression deep in contemplation. The 2 female streamers, sensing his pensive demeanor, refrained from interrupting him, waiting patiently until he finally opened his eyes before daring to ask, "Handsome, what exactly is recorded in this ancient scroll?" "Nothing much, just the complete formula for the elixir of apparent death. At present, I am contemplating the specific herbs and other alchemical materials required, which should be obtainable from contemporary society." What? Chapter 33. As one approaches death, their words become profound. Upon hearing the term Danfang, and even after Jian Bin remarked that the elixirs inscribed within the Danfang could indeed be replicated, the atmosphere in the live-streaming room, particularly among the members of the Archaeological Society in the background, erupted in fervor. The concept of Danfang diverges significantly from that of ordinary antiquities. Even in contemporary times, it possesses remarkable practicality and reference value. Moreover, the circumstances demonstrated that the Danfang in Jian Bin's possession was not a mere fabrication, but rather the genuine article capable of producing authentic elixirs. While the practical applications of their fake death elixir might be momentarily disregarded, its potential remains obscure. What is crucial is that this elixir represents an unprecedented research material for the members of the Archaeological Society. In the conference room of the shipping department, the professor seated at the head turned to a young student and issued a directive. You are to seek out funds, procuring as much as possible, to facilitate our transaction for this Danfang scroll from Jianfeng. Other antiquities and treasures may be disregarded. However, this Danfang must unequivocally come into our official possession. Yes, Vice President. Before long, the members of the Archaeological Society's conference room engaged in animated discussions, deliberating on how best to conduct their research once Jianfeng presented the elixir's formula. They also contemplated the rewards they would bestow upon Jianfeng and his companions upon their emergence from the ancient tomb. Within the tomb, Jianfeng examined the fake death elixir for a few moments before tucking it away. He held little interest in the elixir itself, yet the prospect of utilizing the research on the fake death elixir to derive the formula for the turtle-breathing elixir from the system piqued his curiosity. The turtle-breathing elixir is a legitimate celestial remedy. Its effects remarkably straightforward and brutal. It allows one to retain life after sustaining fatal injuries, provided the circumstances do not involve severance of the head, and one may sustain this breath for an extended period until true safety is attained. This elixir proves far superior to the self-induced state of false death. Subsequently, Suzhou discovered several ancient texts within the ancient cauldron. Though their content lacked significance, these texts chronicled the endeavors of King Lushang and Tai Mianxing as they embarked on their quest to create a fake death elixir capable of deceiving the emperor. The texts further revealed that King Lushang and Tai Mianxing had captured numerous refugees for experimentation, even including those who had aided in the construction of the ancient tomb. The lethal nature of the fake death elixir, which could lead one to the brink of death, necessitated precise control. Otherwise, King Lushang would not dare to ingest it. Consequently, the research process claimed numerous lives, and only after the elixir's efficacy was assured did King Lushang feel emboldened to consume it in the presence of the Duke of Lu. After hearing Jianfeng's account of the ancient texts, Suzhou remarked with resignation, "The more we delve into the exploits of King Lushang, the more it becomes evident that he was a tyrant devoid of compassion. How many lives did he extinguish in pursuit of his selfish desires during that era?" Qingmo nodded in agreement. For every general who achieves glory, countless bones lie in the wake. Our only recourse regarding the transgressions of those who lived centuries ago is to endeavor to unearth the truth and expose it. Of course, if this individual is indeed a villain, reclaiming his burial treasures would amount to a virtuous deed. At this, Qingmo chuckled softly. Naturally, we tomb raiders are driven by the allure of wealth and renown. Even if we are aware of the illustrious figures buried within this tomb, we have already ventured here. However, knowing that King Lushang was a scoundrel alleviates some of the moral burden of plundering his grave. I'm curious about this tomb's peculiarities. The tale of ordinary people deceived into concocting elixirs must be a significant blight on King Lushang's legacy. Why would he choose to immortalize such a narrative within his tomb? Perhaps it's due to the adage, as one approaches death, their words become profound. Look at that old fellow in the beautiful country. Isn't he it somewhat similar? That could be, but there are plenty of individuals who have lived their lives as villains in this world. As for the audience's inquiries, Jianfeng could certainly provide answers. For ultimately, it was not King Lushang but Tai Mianxing who remained entombed in the deepest recesses of this ancient sepulchre, his effigy resting atop the jade figurine. The infamy of King Lushang's legacy bears no relation to me, Tai Mianxing. After further exploration of the tomb and confirming that there were no useful artifacts left for them, save for items far too large to fit into their packs, the group decided to depart. The most significant takeaway from this venture was the formula for the fake death elixir. While Jianfeng had no use for the elixir itself, he could transform it into a genuine celestial remedy. Additionally, the abundant fortune and spiritual energy within the hidden chamber constituted a valuable gain. Having completed their exploration of the cavern, Jian Feng and his companions returned to the original inner cave. Their ascent reached its zenith, and it was time to retrace their steps downward. Observing the two young women leading the way with admirable diligence, Jian Feng closed his eyes to rest while pondering the treasures discovered in that chamber, noting the absence of any peril. It seemed Suju had activated her good fortune. Next, it would be Qingmo's turn to encounter her misfortune. The two girls, walking in tandem, epitomized the principle of the conservation of luck. What misfortunes lay ahead, he wondered. Thank you for your efforts in arriving here. May I inquire if it would be convenient for me to accompany you on your forthcoming journey? Just as Jian Feng contemplated this, unfamiliar voices echoed from the darkened path ahead. Chapter 34, Isn't it better to lie down? Gazing ahead, one could discern a sizable contingent of individuals. The composition of this group appeared remarkably formal, although a few donned practical expedition attire. Their skin bore an unmistakable youthfulness, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. The remainder of the assembly was clad in military uniforms, armed with firearms, and adorned with specialized military daggers at their waists. Merely by observing their equipment, it became evident that these individuals were characterized by a singular word: professionalism. These individuals seemed to belong to an official archaeological team, one remarked. Indeed, only they would muster such a large force in one fell swoop, another replied. It was evident from their tone that Qingmo and Suju exhibited a distinct disinterest, even a hint of animosity, toward the official archaeological team. Despite the government's leniency in permitting the exploration of ancient tombs and allocating a considerable portion of the development rights to ordinary citizens, it did not mitigate the intense hostility that some professional archaeological teams harbored towards civilian tomb raiders like Suju and Qingmo. In their eyes, the government's decision to allow ordinary grave robbers access was a response to the overwhelming number of peculiar ancient tombs in existence, far too many for the state to explore and develop alone, necessitating the involvement of outsiders. Some members of the official teams even regarded these civilian raiders as expendable fodder in their perilous explorations. Such occurrences were not uncommon. While not all official archaeological personnel engaged in such conduct, the susceptibility of the majority to the influence of a minority was a hallmark of human nature, including the current sentiments of Qingmo and Suju. As for Jian Feng, although unfamiliar with this particular group, he could surmise their origins. When these individuals, alongside other tomb-raiding teams, infiltrated the burial chamber, Jian Feng had already sensed the various auras emanating from them. Evidently, following their earlier consumption of giant python meat, coupled with the numerous challenges they had surmounted, Jian Feng and his companions had traversed a significant portion of this subterranean cavern, allowing these individuals to finally catch up. This official archaeological team comprised a dozen members, with the two individuals at the forefront appearing to be the leaders of their respective factions. One was a refined young scholar, clad in predominantly white expedition gear, likely the leader representing the Archaeological Association. The other was a robust soldier, possessing a square jawline reminiscent of Jian Feng's stature, presumably an officer among the team's armed forces. Upon mutually acknowledging each other's presence, the polished young scholar approached Jian Feng, extending his hand. Good day, sir. You must be the first to have discovered the true entrance to this ancient tomb. I must say, your luck is quite remarkable. We have searched for this tomb's location amid these mountains for many years without success. My name is Zhu Yi, a student of the Archaeological Association and the team leader of this excavation. A pleasure to meet you. However, upon observing the personnel accompanying Jian Feng, Zhu Yi could not suppress a look of disdain. A young man flanked by two strikingly beautiful female broadcasters. Was this a team of tomb raiders? It appeared more like an excursion for thrills rather than a serious undertaking in such a perilous environment. Surely, their journey to this point had been fueled by nothing but sheer luck. Simultaneously, Zhu Yi felt a pang of jealousy. The first to unveil the secrets of the Qixing Luwang Palace would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir across social media and the world at large. Zhu Yi yearned for that recognition, only to find it snatched away by this grave robber, seemingly through mere fortune. Moreover, upon receiving the precise location of the Qixing Luwang Palace, they had hurriedly assembled their team, unaware of the dangers Jian Feng and his companions had encountered within. Upon Zhu Yi's utterance, Jian Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he could not ascertain the thoughts of this freshly met individual, the palpable jealousy and hostility radiating from him were unmistakable. Furthermore, the aura surrounding this man was shrouded in darkness, interspersed with glimmers of golden light, an embodiment of fortune coupled with peril. Outwardly, Jian Feng maintained a languid demeanor, shaking the young scholar's hand and offering a brief introduction. After Zhu Yi stepped away, the officer approached Jian Feng, extending his hand in greeting. Greetings, Mr. Jian Feng. I am an instructor from the military district and serve as the deputy commander of this archaeological team. You may call me Wang Wei. Feel free to refer to me as Deputy Captain Wang. This officer's aura mirrored that of an ordinary individual, albeit marred by a hint of dark energy, suggesting a looming calamity in his fate. Yet, immediately upon shaking hands with Jian Feng, that trace of darkness dissipated entirely. How intriguing! The officer's demeanor suggested a mere obligation to fulfill his role, neither overly reverent nor contemptuous. Meanwhile, Jian Feng's two female companions were effectively overlooked, receiving no acknowledgement as they resembled mere followers in this perilous setting. After mutual introductions, Zhu Yi smiled at Jian Feng. Mr. Jian Feng, it is indeed a fortuitous encounter amidst the dangers of this ancient tomb. How about we journey together henceforth? We may provide each other with some measure of support along the way. What do you think? Before Jian Feng could respond, Su Ju and Qing Mo exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a sense of reluctance, accompanied by subtle gestures toward Jian Feng. Chapter 35. Establishing a friendship with Jian Feng is settled. It was evident that neither of the two female streamers wished to associate with the members of the archaeological team. Hoping that Jian Feng would decline their requests, however, Jian Feng smiled and said, "Sure, after all, the only path leading downwards is the one we must take. If you ladies don't mind accompanying us, then please, join me." "Of course not, you are the first to discover the true entrance of this ancient tomb, and you've made it this far. How could we possibly disdain you?" Upon hearing Jian Feng's agreement, Zhu Yi immediately beamed with joy, celebrating with his team that they had gained 3 new friends. The other members of the archaeological team had no significant objections. At least Jian Feng and his companions appeared quite agreeable, with the 2 young women and a handsome man possessing remarkable looks. As Jian Feng nodded in acceptance of their invitation, Su Ju couldn't help but lean closer to him and inquired, "Handsome, we really don't need to team up with them. They can follow their own path, and we can follow ours. Why must we bring them along?" In response, Jian Feng shrugged and replied, "Because, as it stands, we have only one route to take, which is to continue down this internal cave. In a scenario where there is but a single path, we will inevitably travel alongside them. Since they have taken the initiative to invite us, we cannot refuse." "Oh, I see. Well, very well then." After hearing this, the 2 female streamers could only nod helplessly, realizing that they would indeed have to journey alongside the archaeological team for a while. They hoped these archaeologists would not bring them any trouble. Su Ju and Qing Mo were very much inclined to continue exploring the tomb independently with Jian Feng, but reality did not seem to permit such a scenario. Meanwhile, the individuals from the Archaeological Association, who were monitoring the live stream in the background, were already elated. In particular, Elder Ju, seated in the conference room, was grinning from ear to ear. Zhu Yi was one of his most favored disciples. The person seated at the head of the conference table nodded in agreement, saying, "Bringing Jian Feng into a team makes things easier. This way, we can foster mutual connections. Once our relationships deepen, we can smoothly extend an invitation for him to join our archaeological association as a member. Old Zhu, your disciple must possess quite a high emotional intelligence, I presume." Elder Zhu proudly chuckled, "Rest assured, Zhu Yi is the student I take the most pride in. He is always eager to take the initiative in any endeavor and is also very filial. His emotional intelligence is commendable, and he is quite talkative. I believe he will at least establish a certain level of friendship with Jian Feng. The only unfortunate aspect is that our team lacks attractive young women. There are hardly any who could match the beauty of those 2 female streamers accompanying Jian Feng. This might slightly diminish the allure for the young man, har har." Elder Zhu was in particularly high spirits. The professors sitting nearby exchanged glances of envy towards old Ju. After all, Jiang Feng was a top talent, and the opportunity for his disciple to forge a connection with such an individual was indeed a remarkable stroke of luck. Only Professor Hao, standing off to the side, wore a worried expression. Based on his understanding of old Ju, this old fellow harbored a strong animosity towards organizations involved in tomb raiding. Such animosity may have been misguided, but in light of the changing political landscape, old Ju's perspective appeared somewhat antiquated. Professor Hao was genuinely concerned that this outdated mindset might inadvertently influence his own students. After all, the archaeological team entering the ancient tomb was unaware of the live stream's content. They only knew that Jiang Feng and his companions were the first to locate the true entrance and position of the 7-star Luwang Palace tomb. They did not possess much understanding of Jiang Feng, which could potentially lead to disastrous consequences. Within the subterranean cave, after a brief exchange, the group began to proceed further down the passage. With others leading the way, the two female streamers naturally opted not to walk at the forefront, while Jiang Feng maintained his demeanor of resting with closed eyes. Whether teamed with the two female streamers or the archaeological team, Jiang Feng consistently chose to walk at the rear of the group, absorbed in his meditative practice. The two female streamers preferred to remain close to Jiang Feng, thus the trio instinctively positioned themselves at the back of the larger group. Ju Yi, noticing that Jiang Feng and his companions had willingly placed themselves at the back, couldn't help but smile with pride. Now they had the opportunity to move forward and stand out. Su Ju lamented, "This is troublesome, they are at the front of the line, and with so many people accompanying them, even if we find some treasures in the tomb, we won't be able to take them." Although contemporary archaeological efforts could reach a sort of peaceful coexistence with tomb raiders, both parties had to contend with potential disputes when treasures were uncovered simultaneously. Thus, a standard judgment prevailed: whoever found it first would claim it, with equitable distribution considered thereafter. Now that the archaeological team, with its considerable numbers, was leading the way, it was unlikely that the trio would stumble upon any ancient artifacts. Despite their backpacks already brimming with bamboo scrolls and precious jade, as tomb raiders, they naturally wished to possess even more treasures. In this regard, Jiang Feng was unconcerned, stating, "It's all right. If they wish to explore ahead, let them. This cave is larger than one might anticipate, and we may yet uncover some hidden wonders." Do not be deceived by the numbers of the archaeological team. Their ability to find treasures was far inferior to that of the two young women, for these individuals were rather mediocre in fortune, relying predominantly on sheer numbers for their search efforts, and their professional skills were questionable at best. Moreover, merely encountering the archaeological team had already triggered a stroke of misfortune for Qingmo. Thus, it was time for a stroke of good fortune to emerge. Chapter 36: The Cells in the Underground Palace. As we ventured deeper, the path through the internal caverns began to narrow and steepen, revealing small cliffs along the way. Here, one had to rely on the wall for support. A dozen members of the archaeological team walked ahead, cautiously navigating the edge of the precipice while clinging to the walls. Once they had all traversed the narrow walkway, Jiang Feng and his companions followed suit. As they ascended, Qingmo glanced back at Jiang Feng. It was astonishing to see him, even on such a precarious path, walking with his eyes closed. Both Qingmo and the audience in the live stream were somewhat speechless. This handsome fellow truly excels in his practice of the art of tranquility. To traverse such a precarious path with his eyes shut is remarkable indeed. I recall a prominent figure in the Archaeology Institute who was born blind, yet possessed an extraordinary sense of various energies and an uncanny ability to detect danger, allowing him to foresee traps and the presence of monsters. However, that individual evidently lacks the current prowess of our dashing Jiang Feng. Walking along a cliff with his eyes closed, and judging by his steady breathing, he might as well be asleep. It's utterly absurd. While the spectators were engaged in their banter, at the forefront of the group walked Suju, who was known for her remarkable luck. However, she was not particularly fond of the archaeological team. Thus, even as she trailed behind, she deliberately maintained a distance of several paces, creating a noticeable gap, given the narrowness of the cliffside path, which could only accommodate one person at a time. A gap of several meters emerged between them. It was likely that Ju Yi, the leader ahead, could no longer see Jiang Feng and the others. This narrow path is indeed perilous. When will it come to an end? After several minutes of traversing the treacherous cliffside path, the way ahead still appeared dauntingly long. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. As Suju leaned against the wall for support, she felt the section of the wall she was touching suddenly soften, accompanied by a sensation akin to pressing a button. In the next moment, a doorway materialized where she had been leaning. With her center of gravity shifted towards the cliffside, Suju lost her balance and fell into the newly revealed opening. From the sound, the cavity did not seem particularly deep. She merely uttered a startled exclamation before landing on the ground. Upon hearing the commotion, Jinmo hurriedly approached, steadying herself against the wall as she entered to check on Suju. Jian Feng, meanwhile, cast a glance at the mechanism at the entrance. It was truly remarkable that the dozens of individuals ahead had all navigated the path in the same manner without triggering the mechanism, which activated instantly as soon as Suju passed. Indeed, the luck of the purple gold level was beyond imagination. Had it not been for these two young women, even Jian Feng would find it hard to fathom that such a cliff could conceal a mechanism. Subsequently, he too stepped inside. Due to the relatively low volume of Suju's exclamation, coupled with her intentional distance from the archaeological team, the latter remained oblivious to the sudden disappearance of Jian Feng's trio for the time being. Driven by an urgent desire to uncover the treasures of the seven-star Luwang Palace, the archaeological team continued their steadfast descent into the abyss. Inside the concealed cavern, after brushing off the dust from her clothes, Suju switched on her flashlight and began to survey her surroundings. Their hidden dungeon was riddled with deep pits, each topped with a tangle of thorny iron nets. Directing her flashlight into one of the pits, she could clearly see numerous skeletal remains within, all unmistakably human. Despite the sight of the bones, the two female streamers, possessing considerable courage, felt no fear. Instead, they were filled with curiosity. As they observed, they couldn't help but inquire, "Handsome, what is this place?" Jian Feng, surveying the surroundings and the chains evidently designed to prevent anyone from escaping the pits, confidently replied, "This is clearly a subterranean prison." The ancient iron working techniques were not particularly advanced. To construct a dungeon for prisoners would require an excessive amount of iron, hence, it sufficed to excavate a deep pit that would be difficult to climb out of and surround the entrance with iron nets, creating a natural dungeon. I see. Jian Feng's analysis was logical and convincing to both the female streamers and the audience in the live stream. The presence of human remains within the pits further indicated that this had once been a place of confinement. The audience in the live stream began to delve into the implications of this discovery, with some reveling in the misfortune of the archaeological team. Look at those archaeologists. No matter how fast they move, what does it matter? In the end, discovering ancient texts relies on our trio. And I notice the archaeological team hasn't even realized that the three behind them have gone missing. I wonder when they will realize they've overlooked something significant. We can't be sure this is a treasure trove. After all, the handsome streamer said this is a prison, and prisons typically don't house treasures. Moreover, I have a question, weren't they supposed to be tomb raiding? Why would they find a prison within an ancient tomb? Is such a facility common in tombs? Thus, I suspect there are two possibilities. Either the existence of this prison is a secret best left undisclosed, or our handsome Jian Feng misspoke. Chapter 37. The hidden dungeon of darkness. As the viewers in the live stream began to discuss the dungeon discovered by Jian Feng and his companions, within the shipping conference room, several elder professors from the Archaeological Society turned their gazes towards Elder Ju, whose expression was decidedly grim. "Your disciple's competence leaves much to be desired," one of them remarked. 3 individuals have gone missing from the back of the archaeological team, and now those very 3 have stumbled upon a hidden dungeon nestled within a sheer cliff, yet your disciple, as the team leader, remains oblivious to this fact. Professor Hao, feigning deep contemplation, interjected, "I recall an advertisement slogan that rings true, running fast does not guarantee victory. Avoiding a fall is the true success." Upon hearing this, Elder Ju's countenance darkened even further. Ultimately, an elder professor resembling a peacemaker cleared his throat and said, "Well, after all, this hidden dungeon is indeed well concealed." Additionally, both the archaeological team and the young individuals find themselves precariously perched on a cliff, which inherently limits their visibility and access. Thus, it is quite understandable that Ju Yi failed to notice the absence of several team members at the earliest opportunity. Elder Ju forced a smile, conceding, indeed. Though his smile belied his inner turmoil, Elder Ju could not help but scold inwardly, what on earth is Ju Yi doing? Does he not realize that Jian Feng is the focal point here? To place him at the rear of the team is one thing, but to have no one keeping an eye on him throughout is simply disgraceful. In the hidden dungeon of the Chishi Wang Palace, Jingmo observed the barrage of comments in her live stream questioning Jian Feng. Known for her forthright nature, she glanced at the contents of the comments and then inquired, handsome, under normal circumstances, shouldn't a crypt and a dungeon be distinct entities? How can you assert that we are currently in a dungeon? Jian Feng casually pointed to a pit below. If you direct the flashlight a little further down, you will see that, aside from the skeletal remains, there are also several lines of small characters inscribed. The writing is deeply concealed. Without careful scrutiny, you would not perceive it. Is that so? Qingmo and Suju expressed their curiosity, promptly directing the beams of their flashlights into the depths of the pit. With Jian Feng's guidance and their meticulous observation, they finally discerned the presence of small characters etched at the bottom of the pit. These inscriptions appeared to be written in blood. However, the darkness was so profound that, had it not been for Jian Feng's prior warning, they would have never discovered these markings. Deciphering the content of these inscriptions might reveal why this crypt housed a dungeon for imprisoning criminals. After all, it is inconceivable that one would construct a tomb within a prison cell in ancient times, yet, the inscriptions were in archaic script, which left the young women at a loss, compelling them to seek Jian Feng's assistance. Jian Feng began to elucidate the meaning and intent of the inscriptions. The content inscribed above primarily conveys rather grim tidings. To facilitate your understanding, I shall articulate it in simpler terms. On the 7th day of being imprisoned in this dungeon, my fellow inmates seemed to realize that I was the only one among them capable of reading and writing. They implored me to document the atrocities committed by that demon, in hopes that one day, the truth of our plight would be revealed. I acquiesced to their request and commenced recording everything that transpired in this dark dungeon. On the 11th day of captivity, I witnessed several individuals from the adjacent cell being taken by that demon for experimentation, praying that they would return alive. However, our hopes were dashed. Upon their return, they appeared utterly unmoored, as if their very souls had been stripped from them. They stood there, vacant and oblivious, even when their names were called. 2 days after one such individual was subjected to the demon's experiments, he succumbed to lifelessness, and such occurrences seemed to transpire incessantly within this forsaken dungeon. Listening to this harrowing account, Suju remarked, it appears that the original inhabitants of this dungeon were subjected to perilous experiments. And these experiments seem to have been meticulously documented by those confined here. Qingmo, more proactive, seized the moment while Jian Feng paused, offering him a glass of water to soothe his throat. Though Jian Feng had not yet deteriorated to the point of requiring such overt assistance, he welcomed the gesture nonetheless. After quenching his thirst, he continued, on the 25th day of my imprisonment, yet another unfortunate soul was captured. However, this individual returned appearing somewhat different from those previously taken for experimentation. Though he too spoke haltingly, his heart and breath nearly extinguished, there was an unsettling semblance of life about him. We yearn to uncover the reason, yet regrettably, the nature of the demon's research remains a mystery. The captured brother seemed to have entered a peculiar state of hibernation, huddled in a corner, refusing sustenance, and impervious to calls. While the situation is bewildering, we can ascertain that the demon conducting the experiments has seemingly achieved something new. On the 32nd day of my confinement, it appears that the demon has discovered my existence. These remnants of last words were few in number, yet the content was chilling enough. When Jiang Feng reached this juncture, he fell silent, indicating that the last of these messages had been exhausted. A shiver ran down Suju's spine as she inquired, it seems the purpose of this dungeon is to facilitate some unspeakably vile experiments conducted by a certain individual. So, handsome, do you have any insight into the nature of these experiments? Jiang Feng nodded in response. Chapter 38, The Conservation of Character. Disorganized and undisciplined, the essence of this experiment is something you have already witnessed on your way here, so there is no need to inquire further. You should already have the answer in your minds. Qingmor contemplated for a moment before promptly articulating, is it those false death elixirs? Based on the bloodstains recorded by these individuals, it was evident that the experiment involved concocting a potion capable of inducing a state of apparent death. They had speculated about this upon encountering the elixirs that could simulate death, but to truly refine such a potion would undoubtedly require the considerable efforts of many, perhaps even at the cost of their lives. To their astonishment, these sacrifices turned out to be the abduction of innocent individuals to serve as experimental subjects. The answer is now quite apparent. The reason this prison cell is concealed in such a location is entirely due to the shameful nature of conducting experiments that cost human lives. Moreover, the King of Lusheng built the dungeon here to obscure his own schemes, leaving these unfortunate test subjects to suffer. It is tragic that they have all become the ill-fated casualties of failed alchemical endeavors. Witnessing the grim reality before them, the two female hosts could not help but sigh. The seemingly glamorous false death elixir concealed such a harrowing tale beneath its surface. However, Jian Feng shook his head and remarked, what you just stated is somewhat inaccurate. If they are indeed experimental subjects, then it follows that there must be successful specimens, as well as failures. The King of Lusheng, in his pursuit of immortality, is exceedingly cautious. Even if he manages to produce the false death elixir, he would first administer it to certain subjects before partaking himself. There should be a few individuals in this prison who have ingested the genuine false death elixir. Oh. Upon hearing this, the two female hosts and the audience in the live stream became intrigued. The notion of a potion that could instantly induce a state of apparent death piqued their curiosity, though few would dare to consume it. The fact that such a potion was readily available in this prison was an enticing opportunity to satisfy their curiosity. Jian Feng led the two female hosts to the deepest recesses of the dungeon, arriving at the cells that housed several distinct corpses, or more accurately, individuals who appeared as desiccated husks. These individuals remained seated in their cells, utterly motionless, their bodies grotesquely decayed, severely consumed by the ambient negative energy, yet, they had not fully decomposed into mere skeletons. Remnants of flesh reminiscent of zombies clung to their forms. Observing these figures, Su Ju inquired, handsome, are these individuals the ones who consumed the genuine false death elixirs? Are they still alive? Could they suddenly rise from the dead? That is truly difficult to ascertain. Jian Feng utilized the power of his heavy pupils to scrutinize the bodies resembling zombies within the pit. However, due to the peculiarities of this tomb and the fact that these individuals had been entombed for over 3 millennia, he could not discern the truth, even with his enhanced vision. Each of these zombie-like corpses was imbued with an abundance of negative energy, which was overwhelmingly potent. Thus, while it was certain that these individuals were indeed deceased, whether they could unexpectedly reanimate remained uncertain. Upon hearing Jian Feng's uncertainty regarding the corpses rising from the dead, the two female hosts felt a surge of anxiety. Qingmor, possessing a modicum of self-awareness regarding their luck, spoke up. Little Su, since there are no other treasures in this hidden dungeon, we should make haste to leave. Although there were no other treasures to be found within these cells, the authorities did offer a reward for uncovering ancient history and tales through tomb raiding. Therefore, even reporting the narrative they had just uncovered would yield a reward from the officials. Additionally, given the absence of gold, silver, or jewels, only bones and possibly reanimating corpses, the two female hosts resolved to depart promptly. However, Jian Feng suddenly detected the sound of approaching footsteps from outside. It seemed the law of conservation of fortune had been set into motion. Su Ju had undoubtedly triggered her good luck, and now those returning to this location would be met with misfortune. Before long, a team of over 10 individuals appeared before Jian Feng and his companions. It was the archaeological team that had previously descended. It appeared they had finally noticed the sudden absence of 3 members and had retraced their steps to search for them. The leader was none other than Ju Yi. Ju Yi surveyed the surrounding environment and then glanced at Jian Feng and his companions, who had been here for quite some time. A shadow of displeasure crossed his face. Why did this hidden place have to be discovered by these fortuitous tomb raiders? Were the members of our archaeological team destined only to follow in the wake of these grave robbers, scavenging for scraps? After a fleeting moment of irritation, Ju Yi quickly masked his expression, donning a feigned smile of concern. Mr. Jian Feng, what brings you here? We were quite worried about you earlier. If you intended to leave the team, you should have informed us first. Otherwise, we might have thought you encountered some misfortune. Though his words appeared cordial, a closer examination revealed that he was subtly criticizing Jian Feng for his disorganization and lack of discipline in departing without informing them. Yet, how could he lecture them on organization and discipline when they were merely tomb raiders? Jian Feng's response was equally cunning. With his hands behind his head, he feigned indifference and replied, "Truth be told, we were unaware that there was a hidden dungeon here. It was Suju who, while navigating the cliff's wall, inadvertently triggered a mechanism and fell inside. We were concerned for her well-being, so we hurried in without notifying you." Chapter 39. The blooded corpses, and not just one. Afterwards, we took a moment to observe in this concealed dungeon and inadvertently stumbled upon some inscriptions carved within its walls. Since we had already discovered them, we proceeded to decipher the content of these inscriptions. Just as I was about to inform you, you all arrived. Jian Feng's words were a blend of truth and embellishment. Indeed, Suju and the others had entered this dungeon entirely by accident, even startled upon their arrival. Upon hearing Jian Feng's jestful response, Ju Yi's face immediately flickered with shades of green and purple. Subsequently, it was Vice Captain Wang Wei who tactfully redirected the conversation. "Mr. Jian Feng, I trust you haven't encountered any dangers within this hidden dungeon." "Not as of yet, but there are a few peculiar corpses in the deeper chambers of this dungeon that may pose a certain level of risk. I have no objection to you examining them. However, we have yet to conduct any research on those corpses." Although Jian Feng suggested caution, Ju Yi's interest was piqued upon hearing that there were elements within the dungeon yet to be explored. The prospect of uncovering what others had not was precisely the opportunity for our archaeological team to shine. As the leader of the archaeological team, it was imperative for him to demonstrate his superiority over Jian Feng and his rustic companions. Let those corpses, which they dared not approach, be examined by the archaeologists. With this thought in mind, Ju Yi smiled and said, "Mr. Jian Feng, since you are unwilling to investigate those strange corpses, allow us to take on the task. Let us proceed." With that, Ju Yi swiftly led his team to the outermost cell. Meanwhile, Jian Feng retained his indifferent demeanor, leisurely closing his eyes to absorb the abundant spiritual energy in the air, undisturbed by the intentions of the archaeological team. As long as he remained within this tomb, drawing from its rich essence and vitality, his cultivation would remain uninterrupted. Suju, observing Jian Feng, inquired, "Handsome, shall we continue to wait here? If you wish to delve deeper, feel free, I am indifferent. You truly remain consistent, don't you?" Qingmo cast a helpless glance at Jian Feng, and they too opted to stay behind and watch. Even Suju displayed an expression brimming with anticipation for the misfortunes of others. The corpses within the cell were so enigmatic that even the illustrious Jian Feng could not ascertain their nature. Yet these individuals dared to approach them. Truly, they were in for a harsh lesson. In the innermost chamber, Ju Yi and his archaeological team stood before the grotesque, partially decayed corpses resembling zombies, unable to suppress a chuckle. What is there to fear? They merely resemble zombies. Someone, cut these chains, let us see what peculiarities these corpses possess. Upon hearing this, Vice Captain Wang furrowed his brow and responded, "Are you certain you wish to sever these chains and descend? Is that not a tad perilous? These corpses have not entirely decomposed, and there may be further discoveries worth our exploration beneath this dungeon." In Vice Captain Wang's perspective, delving into this pit filled with zombie-like corpses was unnecessary. A mere inspection from above with a flashlight sufficed. After all, accessing the pit required ropes, and one was particularly vulnerable while climbing. Should those zombie-like corpses spring to life during the descent, they would be utterly defenseless. However, Ju Yi countered, "How can there be no research value, Vice Captain Wang? The appearance of these corpses is unprecedented. We have never encountered such hues in any other tomb. Their current state surely stems from deeper reasons. Moreover, the texture and coloration of these corpses merit our investigation." Vice Captain Wang frowned but chose not to argue further. In this team, he held the position of vice captain, and given the official directive to deploy soldiers to assist with archaeological endeavors, the scholars often took the lead, and their judgments were mostly sound. Thus, Vice Captain Wang waved his hand, instructing his team to retrieve tools and sever the chains. They then lowered a rope into the pit, ensuring safety by removing the safety catch from their firearms, ready to aim at the corpses should they move unexpectedly. They exercised extreme caution throughout the operation. Soon, several scholars from the archaeological team descended into the dungeon pit via the rope, prompting Jian Feng to slowly open his eyes and gaze into the depths of the dungeon. Observing Jian Feng's awakening, Su Zhu asked, "Handsome, what troubles you?" Jian Feng replied, "The reason I could not ascertain whether those corpses were alive or dead is that I felt only a dense aura of yin energy emanating from them. Perhaps this is due to their rage at being subjected to experimentation in life, or perhaps it stems from their suffocation within this dungeon over the millennia. Either way, their bodies are saturated with yin energy. These corpses lack vitality, they bear no trace of the living. Should the essence of the living significantly infect these corpses, they may very well rise again." Su Zhu continued to inquire, "So, if those individuals descend, the corpses might sense their vitality and rise?" "Not necessarily," Jian Feng shrugged. Chapter 40, Do not offer anger to these corpses. If the breath of the living is merely what sustains them, it will not significantly benefit these heavily tainted corpses. A more potent essence of life is required. Thus, under normal circumstances, their examinations are unlikely to attract these zombies back from the dead. With that, Jian Feng resumed his meditation, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Upon hearing Jian Feng's words, Su Zhu shook his head in disappointment. "So that's the case, these individuals truly have remarkable luck." At this, the audience in the live stream could not contain their laughter. Who would have thought our beautiful host harbored such a cunning side? Yet, it seems our charismatic Jian Feng possesses far greater insight. He need not delve into the depths with ropes to discern the nature of these corpses. Had the members of the archaeological team merely inquired with Jian Feng, they would have understood the origins of these corpses, yet they have chosen not to ask. The leader of the archaeological team appears to be rather eager, as if he were intent on proving his own capabilities in unearthing something significant. Indeed, for one must realize that the archaeological team is also under the scrutiny of a live stream. Did you not notice the cameraman accompanying them? Achieving fame within the archaeological team's broadcast would certainly elevate one's status, while the audience engaged in lively discussion. Within the conference room of the shipping office, Elder Ju from the Archaeological Association wore an expression of considerable displeasure. As the audience had rightly pointed out, had Ju Yi taken the initiative to inquire about the corpses from Jian Feng, they might have gained a clearer understanding. Although the corpses affected by the false death elixir possess some research value, they are archaeologists, not biologists. Thus, the significance of these corpses is not particularly substantial for them. Moreover, by this point in the broadcast, several seasoned elders of the Archaeological Association could clearly discern Ju Yi's intentions. It is not uncommon for those seeking fame or eager to claim the first accomplishments in a tomb excavation to behave in such a manner, as these archaeological experts are human too, and many have gained renown through their discoveries. Unexpectedly, Ju Yi, a prized disciple of Elder Ju, exhibited similar tendencies. What on earth is this foolish disciple up to? Has he yet to realize that Jian Feng should be their primary focus? Even if they wish to explore the corpses for valuable findings, they ought to first consult Jian Feng. Elder Ju's face flushed with frustration. Just moments ago, he had boasted about his disciple in this very conference room, reveling in the opportunity his student had to delve into the tomb. With someone as skilled as Jian Feng accompanying them, their safety would be significantly assured. Many seasoned elders within the Archaeological Association understood that the key to success was not merely what they could recover but rather the assurance of safety. As long as Ju Yi and his team could follow Jian Feng safely through the passage to the final chamber, they would garner substantial credit. Yet, Ju Yi chose to pursue glory for himself. The other professors and elders present in the conference room felt at a loss, unable to voice their opinions on the unfolding situation. They understood all too well that sometimes even their own students could engage in such disgraceful behavior, bringing shame upon their esteemed professors. However, it was unprecedented for someone like Ju Yi to embarrass himself simultaneously in 2 live streams. No, to be precise, it was 3, for the 2 young women accompanying Jian Feng each possessed their own live stream accounts and cameras, in addition to the archaeological team's broadcast. A professor in the conference room, who could somewhat empathize with the situation, cleared his throat gently. Ahem, Elder Ju, there is no need for excessive concern at this juncture. At least Jian Feng has mentioned that their side is unlikely to encounter danger. Young people are often impulsive and crave fame, but as long as they can ensure their lives, there will always be opportunities for redemption upon their return. Upon hearing this, Elder Ju sighed, though worry still lingered on his face. As for the other elders, they had little to contribute regarding the present circumstances, opting instead to continue observing the live stream. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber, the archaeological team and Ju Yi remained blissfully unaware of these dynamics, as they could not perceive the interactions within the live streams. Approximately half of the team had descended into the cell-like pit, commencing their examination of the corpses for any potentially valuable items. At that moment, a masked scholar inadvertently cut his finger on a piece of rusted metal. The rust appeared to have fallen when the vice-captain had severed the original chains, and it was remarkably sharp. As blood dripped from the scholar's fingertip, it landed squarely on the corpse before him. Yet, the masked scholar seemed oblivious. Upon noticing his bleeding finger, he exclaimed in surprise. "What happened? Is there an issue down there?" Ju Yi inquired, concerned. "No, I merely grazed my finger on the rust." "Oh, such a trivial injury. No need for theatrics, find a band-aid and tend to it." "Understood, Captain." The masked scholar began rummaging through his belongings for a band-aid and antiseptic supplies, but then he noticed something peculiar. The corpse that had been splattered with his blood seemed to twitch slightly. However, he dismissed it as an illusion, shaking his head. "Impossible, these corpses have long been dead, they cannot possibly possess the ability to rise again." Little did he know, human blood inherently harbors an abundance of life essence. Chapter 41, Disembowelment. Blood-soaked in the dungeon. At the entrance of the dungeon, Jian Feng stood, attuning himself to the aura emanating from within, maintaining a meditative posture while shaking his head slightly. Upon noticing this, Su Ju inquired, "Handsome, what's wrong? Is something about to happen again?" "Nothing much, just that a person has inadvertently dripped a drop of blood onto those corpses," he replied. "If you wish to avoid getting splattered with blood, I suggest you take a few steps back," he cautioned. Su Ju was momentarily taken aback, but both she and her companion, obedient to Jian Feng's words, promptly moved further away without a second thought. Meanwhile, in the archaeological team's live stream, a significant number of viewers were present, with many switching back and forth between the 2 streams. Upon hearing Jian Feng's warning, someone rushed over to alert, "Hurry and call those below to come up. Stop the exploration at once, didn't he just say not to let the living essence taint these corpses? Why are they still proceeding?" What I want to emphasize is that the members of the archaeological team are largely oblivious to the barrage of comments. They tend to believe that the audience's perspective cannot possibly match their expertise. We may indeed lack professionalism, but Jian Feng, the handsome chap, is an expert. Now, even if we wish to warn them, it's already too late. Within the dungeon, the student had dismissed the earlier stir caused by the zombie's movement as mere hallucination, and he was now paying the price for his negligence. The zombie's hand, sharp as a blade, pierced through the student's abdomen, swiftly tearing it apart. Blood, entrails, and various internal organs erupted forth as if a zipper had been unzipped on the human torso. The blood sprayed onto the awakened zombie, while more of it splattered onto the other corpses. This gruesome scene startled everyone instantaneously. The vice-captain of the archaeological team, Wang, reacted the quickest. Standing at the dungeon's entrance, he immediately aimed his gun at the zombie that seemed to be absorbing the blood essence from the now disemboweled student, firing 3 shots without hesitation. The blood-sucking zombie was instantly dispatched, as several bullets penetrated its skull. In the archaeological team's live stream, many viewers were left dumbfounded by the unfolding horror. Everything transpired with alarming swiftness. In the first second, the victim was rummaging through his backpack for a band-aid. In the second, his abdomen was pierced and ripped open, and in the third, Wang had already shot the suddenly reanimated zombie in the head. Such a blood-soaked tableau caused many in the live stream to feel nauseous. The slowest to react were those students still exploring the pit, including Ju Yi, who suddenly felt a burning sensation on their faces. The blood of their companion had splattered upon them. Then came Wang's furious shout, "Quick, escape from below, don't linger down there." Ju Yi finally snapped back to reality, glancing at their companion, torn in two, eliciting a visceral shudder. Simultaneously, despite being on the brink of death, the masked student still possessed a flicker of awareness, casting a pleading gaze towards Ju Yi. However, Ju Yi, in haste, scrambled up the hanging rope in the dungeon, oblivious to the desperate look of his comrade. Yet, for the viewers fixated on the archaeological team's live stream, that desperate gaze was all too clear. In contrast, the two female streamers beside Jian Feng fared much better. Standing at a safe distance, they were spared the first-person perspective of the horror, thus minimizing the impact on themselves and their audience. However, merely witnessing the student's plight, they too sighed in unison, mirroring Su Ju and Jing Mo's sentiments. How tragic! His entire abdomen was torn open, and it happened in an instant. That zombie truly possesses immense strength. I wish I could make a joke about tearing apart ghosts, but given this scene, I find it impossible. Vice Captain Wang's reaction was remarkably swift. Even before I could comprehend, he had already dispatched the zombie, yet he couldn't save that student. Moreover, at the end, the student had yet to fully succumb. That pleading gaze. Even I feel restless tonight. Me too. Ju Yi, who clearly brought people down, is now the one quickest to climb the rope. However, didn't Jian Feng say that if one only relied on breathing, it wouldn't cause these zombies to suddenly reanimate? What on earth is happening? I just came from the archaeological team's live stream. It was because that student's hand was cut, and a drop of blood fell onto the corpse, causing it to revive. So that's how it is. Not only were the viewers in the live stream expressing their astonishment, but Jian Feng's two female companions could not help but voice their lamentation. Despite their peculiar luck and adventurous spirits, witnessing such a tragedy unfold before them prompted a moment of silence. Alas, who would have thought that merely a drop of blood could yield such dire consequences? One remarked. It seems Jian Feng was indeed correct, another conceded. Observing the expressions of Jing Mo and Su Ju, Jian Feng shook his head, saying, "This is far from over. There's more than just that one corpse awakening." What? There are more? Both Su Ju and Jing Mo turned their gazes back towards the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the blood from the student, who had met a gruesome fate due to his disembowelment, had splattered onto the other corpses. At that moment, the remaining corpses sensed a surge of potent life essence washing over them, their internal yin and yang energies gradually reaching a remarkable equilibrium. Soon, they began to transform from mere zombies into blood corpses. Gradually, all the corpses within that dungeon room began to stir to life. Chapter 42, Your disciple must bear primary responsibility. Pull him out, quickly, commanded Vice Captain Wang, his gun trained on the corpses below. Without waiting for the others to ascend via the rope, those above took the initiative to haul them up. Only a third of the archaeological team had descended into the dungeon, while the rest stood guard at the entrance. Upon hearing Vice Captain Wang's order, they began to exert their strength, pulling the individuals below up the rope. Meanwhile, Vice Captain Wang and several soldiers had already opened fire, targeting the corpses that were slowly undergoing transformation below. Under the barrage of bullets, the transforming corpses suffered severe damage, their heads exploding under the relentless assault, thereby losing any chance of further movement. The soldiers stationed below prepared for combat, ready to push back any threats that may venture forth, allowing their comrades enough time to ascend. Witnessing this scene, Jian Feng nodded in approval. It was evident that Vice Captain Wang had made a commendable decision. He acted swiftly and correctly, taking advantage of the fact that the corpses had not yet fully transformed to obliterate their heads. Had they waited for the transformation to complete, they would have been faced with genuine blood corpses, entities that bullets could scarcely contend with. Although the danger posed by these mutated corpses might not rival that of the millennia-old blood corpse Jian Feng had encountered at the entrance of the tomb, the prospect of facing hundreds of blood corpses, each with a century of cultivation, was undeniably sufficient to annihilate the archaeological team. Despite the team's rapid escape and the covering fire from above, the presence of over a dozen transforming blood corpses below meant that complete suppression of fire would require time. In the midst of this critical moment, one blood corpse, nearly halfway transformed, extended its claw and grasped a soldier's ankle, drawing blood with a vicious grip. The soldier, already clinging to the rope with one hand, found himself unable to resist, gritting his teeth against the pain as he awaited his comrade above to shoot the corpse behind him. After a frantic yet hasty period of stabilization, everyone finally emerged from the pit. The corpses that had remained within had all been dispatched, their heads obliterated beyond resurrection. Yet, even though they had narrowly escaped this peril, somber expressions adorned the faces of most, reflecting the grief of witnessing once vibrant companions become mere sacrificial offerings within the tomb. Vice Captain Wang's team promptly began to assess their injured comrade, who had been clawed at the ankle, the pain so intense that even a battle-hardened soldier struggled to suppress a cry of anguish. Dark lines began to creep up from the site of the injury, casting a shadow over their temporary safety. While the archaeological team bore these grim expressions, within the conference room of the dock, Elder Ju's countenance was ashen, resembling a dormant volcano on the brink of eruption. Though everyone understood the perils of provoking Elder Ju in such a state, the gravity of the situation compelled the elder seated at the head of the table to speak. Old Ju, your disciple must bear at least 80% of the responsibility for this student's demise. Elder Ju sighed, his spirit somewhat dejected, responding, I shall ensure he is punished upon his return. Indeed, if the matter had merely involved a few minor mistakes, a reprimand would suffice. After all, who among the young had not erred? However, when lives were at stake, the situation escalated dramatically. The audience, both in the live stream and the conference room, clearly understood that the unfortunate student had inadvertently inflicted a wound upon himself, triggering the transformation and awakening of the corpses. Had Ju Yi not recklessly sought to investigate the corpses without consulting Jiang Feng about their nature, such dire consequences would not have ensued. The answer was unequivocally no. Thus, the misstep was clear, and Elder Ju understood that his disciple would bear the brunt of the blame. He refrained from contesting the vice president's assertion. Professor Hao, seated beside Elder Ju, echoed his sentiments. Ultimately, this misjudgment stems from your long-standing bias against grave robbers and such groups, Old Ju. You have often belittled their capabilities. While I acknowledge that individuals of Jiang Feng's caliber are rare among grave robbers, we must also trust that there are exceptional talents among the populace. You have inadvertently imparted this sentiment to your disciple, which likely explains his reluctance to consult Jiang Feng regarding the corpses and the dungeon, opting instead for a headstrong approach. I understand, hand me my phone. I shall confront this wayward disciple immediately. To prevent further deterioration of the archaeological efforts, Elder Ju resolved to contact his disciple and clarify the focus of concern within the ancient tomb. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Officer Lin grappled with another pressing issue. The soldier who had been injured in the dungeon, although his wound had been treated and disinfected, the dark, hair-like lines continued to spread ominously from his ankle, threatening to reach his left knee within moments. It was evident to all that these encroaching dark lines were harbingers of dire consequences. Chapter 43, The Mystical Art of Wind and the Delay of Death. Despite having undergone disinfection, why do these substances, resembling toxins, continue to spread relentlessly? Could it be that they are not toxins at all? In the dimly lit underground palace of the Seven Stars Luwang, Vice Captain Wen gazed anxiously at the wound on his brother's ankle, where the toxins spread like black tendrils of hair, causing him considerable distress. However, even the accompanying team doctor was at a loss, utterly unable to ascertain the underlying cause of this predicament. Naturally, Vice Captain Wang could not bear to witness his brother's prolonged suffering. Soon, he recalled the enigmatic figure of Jiang Feng. Through their harrowing experience in this dungeon, Vice Captain Wang had come to fully grasp the perilous nature of the Seven Stars Luwang Palace. They had only just arrived, and their true encounter with Jiang Feng had occurred merely minutes ago. Despite their superior equipment, they had sustained such severe injuries so swiftly. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and his companions had traversed this treacherous depth without any firearms, relying solely on their sheer luck. Having recognized this sobering reality, Vice Captain Wang approached Jiang Feng and inquired, Mr. Jiang Feng, may I ask if you have any knowledge regarding the nature of these black markings? Jian Feng cast a glance at the soldier's ankle wound and then at Vice Captain Wang, responding, "These are known as death qi, or alternatively, yin qi. The corpses have remained in a state of semi-death for at least 3,000 years, thus their bodies are saturated with such death qi. To put it plainly, it is best for the living to avoid any form of contact with the dead, lest their bodies become eroded by yin qi. Once this death qi has thoroughly invaded the brain and heart, even if the individual survives, they will be reduced to a state akin to that of a living corpse. You may not fully grasp the concept of a living corpse. To simplify, it is a condition slightly worse than that of a vegetative state. Death qi. Although Jian Feng's theory sounded fantastical, witnessing his brother's agonizing state and the encroaching black markings, Vice Captain Wang found himself compelled to believe Jian Feng's words. Without delay, Vice Captain Wang pressed on. Generally, the solution is quite straightforward. Exposing the individual to the midday sun for a few minutes would suffice to disperse the yin qi. The blazing sun. Upon hearing this, Vice Captain Wang furrowed his brow. He knew how deep into the underground palace they had ventured. Even if they hurried back at full speed along the safest route, it would likely take over an hour. Clearly, his brother could not endure such a wait. Jian Feng, aware of the impracticality of this method, continued, "Of course, there is a simpler solution. Amputate the leg before the death qi spreads to the knee." This Vice Captain Wang glanced at his brother, who was clutching his leg as the black mist crept up from his ankle to his calf. As a soldier and a man, the thought of losing a leg brought forth the daunting reality of future hardships. Moreover, they lacked the facilities for surgery, and the accompanying doctor could not guarantee that excessive blood loss would not result in death during the amputation. Thus, this method seemed equally unreliable to Vice Captain Wang, yet, he observed Jian Feng's calm demeanor, as if this was merely a trivial matter to him. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Vice Captain Wang pressed further. "Then, Mr. Jian Feng, do you possess any alternative solutions?" "I do," Jian Feng replied, gradually emerging from his meditative state, meeting Vice Captain Wang's gaze. "I can prolong the spread of the death qi. Currently, the rate at which the death qi is spreading in your soldier will turn him into a living corpse in no more than an hour. I can extend this time frame to 48 hours. As long as you ensure he receives exposure to the most intense midday sun within that period, the death qi will naturally dissipate." Upon hearing this proposal, Vice Captain Wang nodded in agreement. "However, I have a minor condition. Should the archaeological team uncover any items of interest during our exploration, I wish to take possession of them. I require your assurance that your organization will not pursue the whereabouts of these items afterward." This Vice Captain Wang hesitated momentarily, glancing toward Zhu Yi, the team leader, only to find him engaged in a phone call. After a mere 0.1 seconds of contemplation, he recognized that the life of his brother held greater significance. He then clasped his fists and declared, "Very well, should we uncover anything that Mr. Jian Feng requires during our archaeological endeavors, we shall certainly refrain from seizing it from you. Moreover, if you find it necessary, we would be willing to assist you in retrieving this item. It is a promise." Having uttered these words, Jian Feng stretched, appearing as if he had just awakened from slumber. The fans in the two female streamers' chat rooms reacted with indifference to this spectacle, while the audience in the archaeological team's live stream found the scene somewhat absurd. How could one manage to close their eyes in such a perilous environment and even appear on the verge of falling asleep? Subsequently, Jian Feng approached the soldier afflicted by the deadly energy and assessed his condition. Although only a brief moment had elapsed, the sinister force was already encroaching upon the soldier's entire lower leg, nearly engulfing his knee. An eerie chill emanated from his leg, as if it had just been extracted from a glacier, yet, Jian Feng promptly applied acupressure, silently reciting, "Wind behind the strange gate, time dilation." Chapter 44. How can you think of your reputation first when someone has died? Through the arduous journey of cultivation, Jian Feng had naturally advanced his wind behind strange gate to an entirely new stage. At present, he could effortlessly conjure a peculiar formation within a human body, manipulating effects of acceleration and deceleration at will. Even within the bodies of others, he could achieve the same results. Moreover, the deceleration effect he induced within the afflicted body could effectively delay certain ailments, including the progression of death itself. After swiftly applying acupressure to the soldier's leg, Jiang Feng rose and declared, "It is done." Vice Captain Wang and the surrounding soldiers immediately turned their attention to the soldier's leg, astonished to witness the spread of death indeed halt at that moment. To the naked eye, without a magnifying glass, the malevolent energy's progression was imperceptible. Even if it were to continue, its pace was so slow that it could be likened to that of a creeping crawl, sufficient for them to escort the soldier out to bask in the sunlight. With the spread of the ominous energy slowed, the soldier's complexion visibly improved. Upon witnessing this, Vice Captain Wang's gaze transformed into one of gratitude as he clasped his fists in salute to Jiang Feng. "Mr. Jiang Feng, thank you for your assistance." "It is nothing, merely a trifling effort," Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly, waving his hand before returning to his previous state of meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy and fortuitous aura of the surroundings to continue his cultivation. Observing Jiang Feng's aloof demeanor, Vice Captain Wang did not dwell on it, promptly gesturing for a healthy soldier to assist the injured comrade. As for the scholar's corpse, it would have to be regrettably entrusted to others for subsequent handling. After all, they were an archaeological team, not a mortuary service. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the audience and the two female leads following Jiang Feng were captivated by the unfolding scene. Our charismatic Jiang Feng truly seems capable of anything, even dispelling such malevolent energy. Had it not been for Jiang Feng's timely presence, that soldier would have surely met the same fate as the scholar who perished here. Speaking of that deceased scholar, I find it infuriating. Why was Wang Wei not made the captain instead of merely the vice captain? Because this is fundamentally an archaeological endeavor, and it is more prudent to allow the archaeologists to arrange the itinerary in most cases. Perhaps you are unaware that there was a time when an archaeological team lost their way in a tomb. Fortunately, the leader then was Professor Hao, who ingeniously deciphered ancient inscriptions on the walls to find an escape route, guiding the resource-depleted team to safety. As for Zhu Yi, he is an exception in rare circumstances. So now, can we consider our two female streamers as well-behaved? Only in the presence of the illustrious Jiang Feng. Su Ju and Qing Mo exchanged glances as they observed the audience in their livestream discussing them, their expressions betraying a sense of helplessness, yet, their admiration for Jiang Feng's remarkable abilities remained steadfast. The fact that he could resolve such a complex issue with such ease was truly commendable. At that moment, while Jiang Feng was performing acupressure on the soldier and leaving behind a peculiar formation to delay the spread of death, Zhu Yi received a phone call from outside the tomb. His mind was already in disarray, and instinctively, he considered hanging up when he noticed the caller ID displayed his teacher's name. With trepidation, he answered the call. The caller was, of course, Elder Zhu, who had been infuriated during the meeting at the Archaeological Association's dock. Despite his fury, he managed to suppress his anger, addressing Zhu Yi with a calm demeanor. "Zhu Yi, I witnessed the events unfolding on your end through the live stream. To be frank, your performance has disappointed me. However, do not let it dishearten you, nor should you dwell in self-reproach or self-denial. Gather your spirits," he advised. "What is done cannot be undone, so you must strive to present a mature and composed image as a captain. Avoid reckless ambition, and if uncertainties arise, consult the experts around you. Proceed diligently with the archaeological mission at the 7 Stars Luwang Palace." At that juncture, Elder Zhu had temporarily left the conference room and returned to his personal quarters to contact Zhu Yi and guide him on his next steps. Yet, upon hearing his teacher's voice, Zhu Yi's anxiety only intensified, and he spoke in agitation. "Teacher, I never anticipated that the student would perish here. I am concerned about whether this incident will tarnish my reputation and achievements," he lamented. Elder Zhu was momentarily taken aback before responding with indignation. "Wretched disciple, a member of your team has died, and your foremost concern is your own reputation. When did I ever teach you such a thing?" Elder Zhu was nearly apoplectic with rage. One of his team members had sacrificed their life, and instead of prioritizing the implications of this tragedy, mourning the deceased, or considering how to boost the morale of the remaining team members for the arduous archaeological work ahead, Zhu Yi's primary concern was whether the death of a team member would tarnish his name. Subsequently, Elder Ju chastised Ju Yi over the phone. In any case, your immediate task is to regard Jiang Feng as a respected and highly capable senior. During the exploration of the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace, should you encounter any uncertainties or dangers, do not hesitate to seek his counsel. If he is unwilling to assist, remember to keep your distance from danger and avoid undertaking any perilous actions. With that, Elder Ju, nearly seething with anger, ended the call, hoping that his reprimand would help his disciple regain some clarity. Although Elder Ju had previously held a low opinion of tomb raiders and treasure hunters, Jiang Feng had irrevocably altered his perception. Chapter 45. To leap from the cliff, a young man, possessing an almost encyclopedic knowledge of the perils and mechanisms within ancient tombs, along with the ability to read classical texts, remained remarkably unassuming despite his myriad skills. Apart from a slight air of languor, he exhibited none of the flaws typically associated with his temperament. This individual was more than sufficient to alter Elder Ju's perceptions, who fervently hoped that his disciple would similarly revise his views on Jiang Feng, refraining from any prejudices simply because Jiang hailed from humble origins. After chastising his disciple, Elder Ju sighed and, with a tone of cautious counsel, advised, the situation has already unfolded as it has, and since you are still within the confines of the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace, the Archaeological Society will not consider recalling you at this moment. Instead, they wish for you to thoroughly explore the palace. It will take some time before your exploration concludes. During this interval, focus on fulfilling the responsibilities of a captain. Should uncertainties arise, do not hesitate to approach Jiang Feng for guidance, and strive to rectify your missteps. Once he had finished speaking, Elder Ju ended the call, leaving Ju Yi within the subterranean chambers, his countenance darkening further upon reflecting on his teacher's admonitions. Hey there, can we proceed further down now? For Su Ju and Qing Mo, the affairs of the archaeological team were of little concern. Noticing their apparent reluctance to depart, they turned to Jiang Feng to inquire about his intentions. Jiang Feng nonchalantly replied, "If you find it bothersome to linger here, feel free to move on. I shall accompany you." After all, these 2 young women possessed extraordinary luck, and Jiang Feng was inclined to follow them rather than others. The sole disappointment was the dearth of opportunities for him to amass points within this dungeon. The resurrected corpses had not undergone sufficient cultivation, rendering them incapable of yielding any points. Of course, should those corpses eventually attain the level of blood corpses, the dungeon's intensity would be sufficient to annihilate the entire archaeological team. Qing Mo nodded and declared, "All right then, let us head down. Handsome, the archaeological team should catch up with us soon enough." With that, Qing Mo and Su Ju prepared to descend, while Jiang Feng maintained a posture of serene contemplation, following closely behind them. Not long after Jiang Feng and the 2 women departed, Ju Yi of the archaeological team appeared to emerge from the shadow of his earlier distress, commanding, "Let us hasten to follow Jiang Feng and his companions. We cannot afford to lose their trail." A confident smile returned to his face, as if nothing had transpired. After traversing a considerable distance, Su Ju and Qing Mo began to sense that the path along the cliff seemed interminably long, devoid of any indication of an endpoint, with even their flashlights beam failing to illuminate the way ahead. Su Ju quickly voiced her concerns. "Hey, why does it feel like this cliffside path has no end? We've been walking for quite some time, and yet there's still no sign of reaching the end." Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this path is rather lengthy. If you continue along it, you may find yourselves walking for quite a while longer. In fact, there exists a more exhilarating means of descent, one that does not require such a protracted journey." With a gesture towards the abyss below, Jiang Feng suggested an alternative. Considering Jiang Feng's reputation for audacity, Qing Mo couldn't resist asking, "Are you implying that we should leap directly off this cliff?" "That is precisely my suggestion. A direct jump would spare you a considerable detour." "Very well." Naturally, Qing Mo was not inclined to heed Jiang Feng's words to leap without caution. Instead, she and Su Ju secured a sturdy rope to the adjacent cliff face, preparing to slide down it. Jiang Feng, however, required no such apparatus. His mastery of sword techniques allowed him to traverse the air effortlessly upon his flying sword. Yet, he chose not to descend first. His current vitality was too potent, and a hasty descent could frighten away any concealed malevolence. It would be wiser for the two fortunate young women to go ahead, perhaps uncovering hidden treasures along the way. Once the two streamers had secured the rope, Ju Yi and the archaeological team caught up. Ju Yi, upon spotting Jian Feng, wore a sincere smile. "Mr. Jian Feng, you've halted here. We thought you had ventured far ahead. What are your intentions in stopping?" At this moment, Jian Feng remained indifferent, eyes closed in nonchalance, while Su Ju responded on his behalf. "Oh, have you concluded your affairs? We do not intend to continue along this cliff path. Instead, we plan to slide down to the base using this rope. The handsome one mentioned that the bottom of this cliff is our next destination, so it seems prudent to descend directly." "I see," Ju Yi nodded, promptly instructing his team to lower ropes, evidently intending to follow the two young women's lead. However, his rapid shift in demeanor left many viewers in the livestream perplexed. Why has the archaeological team leader's attitude changed so swiftly? I recall him placing our esteemed Jian Feng at the back of the line, clearly disregarding his input. Now, after significant losses, he suddenly heeds Jian Feng's counsel. I suspect he was just on the phone, likely receiving a reprimand from the higher-ups at the Archaeological Society. It serves him right. Yet I wish for his conscience to be restored, as altering the team leader amidst such turmoil is akin to changing generals on a battlefield. Chapter 46, a serpent of several meters in length that can fly. Thus, within the confines of the underground palace, the individuals began to construct a rope along the precipice. Once the rope was securely in place, several of them commenced their descent along it. Naturally, the first to slide down were the two female hosts, Su Ju and Qing Mo. Despite their seemingly delicate appearances, these young women possessed remarkable agility, though they could not quite match the extraordinary capabilities of Jian Feng. Nevertheless, their descent along the rope was executed with considerable expertise. Their hands gripped the rope tightly while their feet pushed forcefully against the cliff face, and they strategically positioned their flashlights within easy reach to monitor the distance to the ground below. Meanwhile, Jian Feng remained standing at the edge of the cliff, maintaining an air of serene contemplation. The members of the archaeological team had also completed their rope setup, yet they appeared to harbor some trepidation regarding it. After all, it was these very ropes that had led to the loss of a comrade in the dungeon. The harrowing memory of that loss lingered in the minds of many. However, in the spirit of continuing their exploration, a number of them secured themselves to the ropes and slowly began their descent. The archaeological team had prepared a total of 6 ropes, and with the two female hosts now utilizing one, a total of 8 individuals were suspended from the cliff. At that moment, Ju Yi also took the lead, attaching himself to the rope, though his eagerness raised suspicions regarding his desire to be the first to uncover the treasures concealed beneath the cliff. As these individuals gradually descended, Jian Feng attentively observed the state of Su Ju and Qing Mo. The ropes, tightly wound around the slender forms of the two hosts, accentuated their figures in a manner that was undeniably alluring. Positioned directly above them, Jian Feng could not help but indulge in the visual feast presented before him. However, his thoughts were consumed by a different matter, the fortune associated with the two female hosts. Having previously triggered Su Ju's good luck by discovering the hidden dungeon, it stood to reason that Qing Mo was now due to experience her own misfortune, according to the law of conservation of luck. Although Jian Feng could not yet discern the deepest secrets concealed beneath the cliff, he sensed the presence of a formidable force imbued with extraordinary fortune lurking below. Just as the group continued their descent along the ropes, something below the cliff appeared to be awakening. "Quick, look below. Am I seeing things? Why is something flying?" At last, one of the archaeological trainees hanging from the rope caught sight of a glimmering object ascending from the dark shadows below. Upon hearing this exclamation, the others immediately became alert, and those soldiers who had not yet secured themselves to the ropes swiftly removed the safety catches from their firearms, aiming downwards. Yet, upon witnessing the creature emerging from the depths, both the viewers in the livestream and those present on site were left utterly dumbfounded, for what emerged from the cliff was not a winged monster, but rather a multitude of serpents. At times, the tails of these serpents seemed to possess an almost infinite length. As they ascended from below, inching ever closer to those suspended on the ropes, the sight left the viewers in the livestream in a state of sheer terror. What on earth are these serpents? How can they fly without wings? Moreover, their tails appear to be of limitless length, climbing upwards as if they have scaled over 10 meters, yet their tails continue to elongate endlessly. Just the appearance of these serpents defies the theory of evolution. Forget about evolution. The fact that these serpents can soar from the cliff without wings, seemingly using their tails to support themselves, is enough to baffle Newton himself. Indeed, one cannot adhere to principles of physics in archaeology, for one soon realizes that the laws they hold dear are rendered irrelevant within the tombs of our ancestors. While the viewers in the live stream were engulfed in astonishment, those clinging to the ropes were left in a state of sheer panic at the unfolding scene. Why are these serpents flying? Those on the cliff, don't just stand there, fire your weapons. The individuals suspended on the ropes found themselves utterly powerless against the serpents hurtling towards them, placing their hopes on those above wielding firearms. The loudest voice among them belonged to Ju Yi, who had volunteered to descend the fastest. Vice Captain Wang, also armed, found himself at a loss in the face of the unfolding chaos. The writhing serpents coiled dangerously around the ropes, perilously close to those suspended from them. Any reckless firing could endanger their comrades or sever the ropes entirely. Thus, in light of the dire circumstances, Vice Captain Wang took command with caution. Put your guns away, do not fire, everyone, pull the ropes upwards immediately, and those suspended should climb as best as they can. This approach was marked by prudence, for engaging in a futile attempt to retaliate could yield disastrous results. The most prudent course of action was to evade the impending danger. Meanwhile, Su Ju and Qing Mo, witnessing the unfolding scene, were momentarily taken aback, then simultaneously called out to those above. Hey, handsome, please, help us pull the ropes up. Jian Feng, however, remained composed and shook his head. Even if you exert every ounce of strength to pull the ropes upwards, those serpents will still catch up to you. Chapter 47, Not a serpent, but a tree. The ethereal serpents that slithered up from below did not move with great speed. However, they were undeniably far more agile than the individuals suspended by ropes. Even if those perched atop the cliff exerted all their strength to pull on the ropes, they could not hope to surpass the serpents soaring upwards. Upon hearing Jian Feng's seemingly nonchalant remarks, a wave of unease washed over the two female hosts. What should we do now, handsome? After a moment's contemplation, Jian Feng assessed that his mastery of sword control had been significantly enhanced by the absorption of spiritual energy and luck, nearing an impressive 80 of his training progress. Without a second thought, he leapt from the cliff's edge. My goodness! Witnessing Jian Feng's decisive action, the audience in the live stream and those present could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Surely, even in the direst of circumstances, one would not simply jump off a cliff, as if to join the two women in a tragic fate. Yet, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, they observed that Jian Feng was plummeting directly towards the trajectory of a serpent ascending from below. With remarkable precision, his foot landed squarely on the serpent's head, causing it to crash to the ground. The serpent, seemingly devoid of sensation, maintained its expressionless visage, yet was effectively subdued by Jian Feng's forceful descent. Utilizing the serpent's body as a springboard, Jian Feng propelled himself as if he had encountered an invisible wall of air, executing a graceful flip to return to the cliff's edge. He then produced a short sword and embedded it firmly into the cliffside. Grasping the sword, he found a secure footing, effortlessly suspending himself halfway along the precipice. Thus, even while dangling perilously with no solid ground beneath him, Jian Feng retained ample room for maneuver. Mastery of his sword control allowed him to navigate the air with ease. Of course, Jian Feng could have resolved the predicament with greater simplicity, utilizing a true celestial sword to slay the serpents that had surged forth. However, lacking such a weapon, and recognizing the subpar effectiveness of the short swords he had previously acquired, he made the most pragmatic choice. Nevertheless, even this sequence of events left the livestream audience and viewers utterly astounded. Is this truly a feat achievable by a human? I'm flabbergasted. If you told me Jian Feng was attached to a wire, I would believe it. A friend of mine, an action actor, claims Jian Feng's maneuver is fake. Even if he were on a wire, such execution is implausible. It's surely digitally altered. Then that makes it even more absurd. Are we to believe the live footage we just witnessed was fabricated? So has our handsome Jiang Feng begun his journey towards becoming something inhuman. The professors and elders from the Archaeological Society, witnessing this spectacle, were equally taken aback. They had initially believed Jiang Feng's prior display of skill was his pinnacle, only to discover that he could perform even more impressively. Indeed, with Jiang Feng present, this excavation mission poses no danger whatsoever. Elder Ju, returning from a phone call, marveled at the live stream. He mentally added, considering his disciple's temperament, that this assertion hinged upon the individual not recklessly courting danger. Within the ancient tomb, as Jiang Feng's airborne kick dispatched a serpent, the atmosphere of peril momentarily ceased. All the serpents now directed their attention towards him, recognizing that the young man before them represented a far greater threat than the helpless figures ensnared by ropes. The onlookers were still in a state of shock from Jiang Feng's previous maneuvers, and currently, he found himself precariously positioned beside Su Ju and Qing Mo. The two female hosts felt their sense of security surge, reassured by the presence of this dashing figure. "Your display was truly spectacular, handsome," Su Ju exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Though Qing Mo remained silent, her gaze mirrored that of her companion, brimming with awe. Jiang Feng, however, was not preoccupied with their thoughts. Instead, his focus was fixed upon the numerous serpents, some measuring several meters in length, converging before him. Through the observation granted by his dual pupils technique, he discerned the true nature of these serpents. In fact, the treasure they concealed was the very artifact Jiang Feng had yearned for since entering this tomb. Their hydrocypress, as Jiang Feng pondered, a voice from above, belonging to Deputy Captain Wang, resonated through the corridor. "Jiang Feng, your skills are truly commendable. Do you intend to confront these serpents in this manner? Do you require our assistance?" Jiang Feng gently shook his head. "No need. Your gunfire would only endanger me further. I shall manage on my own. By the way, I forgot to mention, these serpents are not animals, but rather plants." "Plants?" Upon hearing Jiang Feng's revelation, many were left in a state of astonishment. The notion that a plant could disguise itself to such an extent, transforming into serpentine forms, elicited a sense of intrigue regarding the peculiar tree at the cliff's base. Yet, before anyone could fully grasp the implications of this bizarre phenomenon, the serpents launched a coordinated attack against Jiang Feng, forsaking all other targets. As these anomalous serpents were, in fact, botanical entities, Jiang Feng's mental assaults had little effect on them. Had this been Jiang Feng prior to his descent into the tomb, he might have found himself at a disadvantage. However, his current prowess was ample to confront the challenge ahead. Chapter 48, The Charming Rogue's Devious Strategy. Soar Technique, soaring through the air. With a powerful push of his left foot against the sheer cliffside, Jiang Bin soared like an arrow shot from a bow towards the menacing horde of serpent-like creatures. The grotesque serpents, formed from the branches of the nine-headed serpent cypress, extended their bodies in an attempt to ensnare Jiang Feng, who was leaping towards them. However, even in midair, Jiang Feng's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He delivered a forceful kick to one serpent's head, utilizing the recoil to gain additional height in his aerial maneuvering. What Jiang Feng accomplished at that moment was akin to true flight, as he deftly navigated through the air by stepping on the heads of these serpents. Naturally, the serpents were not merely passive targets. As Jiang Feng approached, they slowed their movements, compressing their long bodies like coiled springs, ready to spring forth. In the blink of an eye, one serpent's head lunged directly at Jiang Feng's chest, gleaming with a metallic sheen that suggested its speed could rival that of a bullet piercing through flesh. Witnessing this terrifying scene, many viewers in the live stream instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the thought of Jiang Feng's chest being pierced. Yet, in the face of this ambush, Jiang Feng channeled his cultivated spiritual energy into his hands and effortlessly grasped the incoming serpent's head, yanking it with all his might. The serpent's head, along with a portion of its body, was torn asunder, and as Jiang Feng released his grip, the headless creature plummeted into the abyss below. Jiang Feng's razor-sharp maneuver left the audience, both in the live stream and on site, utterly astonished. They had never anticipated such a brutishly straightforward method of dismantling the imminent threat. The difficulty of this feat was akin to catching a bullet with one's bare hands mid-flight. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng felt that his pace in dispatching these serpents was rather sluggish. Observing the serpents writhing in the air like ropes, an ingenious idea sparked in his mind. Without hesitation, Jian Feng stepped onto one serpent's body and began to retreat through the air. As he neared several footholds on the cliff, he kicked off the rock face, skillfully evading the serpents that lunged at him. So far, none of the serpents had managed to strike Jian Feng, yet he seemed unable to find an opportunity to counterattack, leading to a stalemate in their aerial dance. Watching Jian Feng glide through the air as if engaged in a waltz with the serpents, Suju and Qingmo, dangling from the ropes, exchanged worried glances. From above, Vice Captain Wang shouted down, "Mr. Jian Feng, are you certain you do not require our assistance?" "Not necessary, you may observe from above," Jian Feng replied, exuding confidence and composure. The onlookers, both those suspended by ropes and those on the cliff, could only continue to watch. At the very least, the spectacle was quite captivating, with many viewers in the live stream commenting that such thrilling action sequences were rarely seen even in sci-fi or action films. After several minutes, Jian Feng appeared to tire of his aerial acrobatics and found a suitable handhold on the cliff. The serpents, seizing the opportunity, all aimed their heads at him and charged. However, Jian Feng remained still, watching the oncoming serpents with a bemused smile, as if he were a spectator at a performance. Just as the serpents were a mere inch away from biting him, they seemed to be caught in an invisible bind, frozen midair. No amount of effort could extend their heads far enough to reach him. Jian Feng chuckled. Indeed, these serpents, born of plants, are remarkably dim-witted. From above, it was evident that the dozen or so serpents, each nearly 30 meters long, had become hopelessly entangled after Jian Feng's aerial maneuvers. Even with their ability to fly, they were now rendered immobile, their bodies knotted together like a tangled ball of yarn. Having resolved the situation, Jian Feng called out to the others above, "All right, you may descend now. Rest assured, these serpents can no longer reach you." With that, he boldly leaped off the cliff, searching for protrusions to use as footholds as he descended step by step. Meanwhile, the serpents, now ensnared in a tangle, could only watch helplessly as Jian Feng descended, their eyes wide with disbelief. The onlookers above, including the archaeological team, were left in awe at how swiftly the ordeal had concluded. In the end, seeing the once deadly serpents now entwined like a ball of yarn, viewers in the live stream couldn't help but burst into laughter. I now truly believe Jian Feng's assessment was spot on. These serpents are incredibly dim-witted, capable of tangling themselves so easily. I thought such a scene could only be found in animated series or sci-fi films. I never imagined I would witness it in reality. Are you referring to the earlier moment when he seemed to dance above the serpent heads, or the sight of them now intertwined like a yarn ball? Both, of course. Could it be that our charming Jian Feng possesses a slightly mischievous talent, deliberately ensnaring these serpents in such a manner? Undoubtedly. Chapter 49. The final encounter with the Hydrocyprus. In conclusion, after vanquishing those exceptionally peculiar serpents, the group was finally able to descend smoothly from the ropes to the base of the cliff. Upon arriving at the foot of the precipice, their faces inevitably displayed expressions of profound astonishment as they surveyed the surroundings. The beam of their flashlights illuminated the area, revealing that the base of the cliff was a vast natural cavern, estimated to be large enough to accommodate several elementary school playgrounds. Curiosity piqued, one of them shone the flashlight upward, discovering that there were virtually no pathways leading down from the cliff's summit. It appeared that even had they not employed ropes for their descent, they would have had no choice but to find a way to plummet straight down to the bottom of the cliff, or alternatively, carve out a new route for egress from this subterranean lair. What truly amazed them was the presence of a colossal tree within this natural cavern beneath the cliff. Observing the strangely shaped giant tree, many viewers in the live stream expressed their astonishment. What on earth is this tree? Its size could rival that of the largest creature on the planet, the blue whale. Be confident, this giant tree is even more immense than a blue whale. The latter reaches a maximum height of only 5 or 6 stories, whereas I suspect this tree's height is comparable to that of my 12-story building. Setting everything else aside, I believe the sheer size of this tree has fundamentally altered the world's perspective. From this moment on, the largest living organism on Earth is no longer the blue whale but this tree that has emerged from the ground. How fortunate is Lushang Wang. He managed to uncover such a celestial wonder within the very tomb he intended to inhabit. And this tree's appearance is utterly bizarre. The sprawling vines give off an ethereal aura, some vines float in midair, while others dangle to the ground, and some even penetrate the nearby rocks. I suspect the strength of these vines could easily bore through the stone. Moreover, do you see the intertwining vines on the tree? Aren't they the very serpents that attacked the host, the archaeological team, and the handsome Jiang Feng? Indeed. No wonder Jiang Feng insisted from the outset that these serpents were plants rather than animals. It turns out he was right. By the way, how long do you think this tree has existed? That's hard to say. I estimate that even Jiang Feng might struggle to answer that question. For the members of the archaeological team present, as well as the two female hosts beside Jiang Feng, the most delightful surprise was not the towering giant tree itself but rather, beside it, at the base of the cavern, was a jade bed. From a distance, it appeared as though a person lay upon this jade structure, resting atop a series of descending steps that created an elevated viewpoint. Upon seeing the jade bed, the faces of the archaeological team and the two women, Suju and Qingmo, finally broke into smiles of long-awaited anticipation. At last, they had reached the terminus of this grand tomb. The figure reclining on the jade bed was undoubtedly the ancient tomb's master, Lu Shangwang. Furthermore, with such an extraordinary tree guarding the location, it was clear that only the tomb's owner could occupy such an exalted resting place. However, after enduring numerous perils on their journey, coupled with the imposing presence of the giant tree, the group dared not advance recklessly. Suju turned to Jiang Feng and inquired, "Handsome, what is the name of this tree, and why does it appear so strange?" Jiang Feng shrugged and replied, "This tree is known as the Hydra cypress. Indeed, it is a tree that actively attacks other living beings and has a penchant for consuming humans. If any of you had been ensnared by those flying serpents while on the ropes, you would have been dragged into this tree. If you wish to explore whether there are any digestive substances within the tree, feel free to do so without hesitation. Of course, it may look formidable, but as long as you maintain a safe distance from its attack range, you should be fine. Moreover, the aggressive vines on the tree have largely coiled themselves together, so you need not worry about this giant tree launching another assault on you." Listening to Jiang Feng's words, many in the archaeological team felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had not anticipated that the tree possessed such a carnivorous capability. Had it not been for Jiang Feng's remarkable assistance during their descent, they would likely have already been swallowed by the tree. Now, gazing at the tree's immense size, one could only imagine that being consumed by it would mean never ascending again. Nevertheless, upon hearing Jiang Feng assure them that the tree posed no further danger, the members of the archaeological team became increasingly excited. Ju Yi smiled and declared, "All right, since you say there's no danger, let us investigate the remains of Lu Shangwang and uncover what extraordinary secrets lie within." With that, Ju Yi eagerly led the archaeological team toward the jade bed, practically running in his haste. After all, for him, the earlier misstep in the dungeon had nearly tarnished his reputation, and he was desperate for an opportunity to redeem himself and showcase his capabilities. If he could be the first to reveal the story of Lu Shangwang, it would certainly bolster his standing and mitigate the earlier blunders he had made as the team leader. Thus, the ambitious Ju Yi hurriedly made his way towards the jade bed. Suju and Qingmo, witnessing this scene, initially intended to follow suit. However, upon noticing that Jiang Feng appeared disinterested in the jade bed, they quickly halted and turned to him with questions. "Handsome, are you not coming?" Chapter 50. Tens of thousands of points, exchange for immortal sword. Well, if you wish to go and see, then by all means, proceed. I shall take the opportunity to study this tree, Jiang Feng remarked, his gaze alight with an uncommon excitement as he beheld the Hydra cypress. Indeed, this was the very object he had most eagerly anticipated encountering since entering the Seven Stars Luwang Palace. Merely by observing it with the naked eye, one could discern the immense vitality and fortuitous energy it possessed. Furthermore, the presence of this tree rendered the surrounding spiritual aura exceptionally dense. Should he manage to extract the essence contained within this tree, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon, while also bestowing upon him a copious amount of points. For someone endowed with a cultivation system, this tree was undeniably a treasure beyond imagination. Thus, as the members of the archaeological team prepared to approach the jade bed, Jiang Feng made his way towards the base of the colossal tree. Suju and Qingmo, naturally, chose to remain by his side, for they felt far more secure in his company than amidst the stockpiling team, which they found rather unappealing. Although Jiang Bin was aware that the corpse of the green-faced fox lay upon the jade bed, potentially possessing a captivating effect, the archaeological team numbered over a dozen individuals, making it unlikely that they would all succumb to enchantment at once. As Jiang Feng approached the base of the hydrocypress, he sensed waves of anger and terror emanating from the tree. Can a tree truly experience fear? This certainly aligns with the old adage that anything might attain sentience given enough time. For Jiang Feng, even if the tree conveyed feelings of dread, it would not deter him from absorbing its essence. As he drew nearer, the tree began its final resistance, thrusting its few remaining movable branches to launch an assault on him. Some branches even circumvented Jiang Feng to target Suju and Qingmo, seemingly taking advantage of his momentary distraction to ambush the two defenseless girls. Jiang Feng, however, would not grant it such an opportunity. With a swift swing of his sword, he severed the serpentine vines that obstructed his path, then casually hurled a few short swords, silently reciting the incantation for his sword control technique to slice through the vines threatening Suju and Qingmo. Yet, fortune favored Suju once again. At that moment, she unexpectedly slipped, dragging Qingmo down with her in a tumble, causing the attacking vine to miss its mark due to their sudden fall. In other words, even without Jiang Feng's timely intervention, her extraordinary luck allowed her to evade danger. These two girls were indeed remarkably fortunate. However, Jiang Feng remained oblivious to the fact that as he effortlessly dismantled the hydrocypress's final defenses, a last vine extended from the tree, conveniently hanging above the jade bed. An almost imperceptible energy flowed along this vine, continuously transmitting to the corpse lying on the jade bed. As Jiang Feng successfully struck the hydrocypress with his sword, the tree's trunk swiftly revealed gaping openings. Within these vast cavities, a formidable life force surged forth, and merely inhaling the air made Jiang Feng feel as though his lifespan had been enhanced in that very moment. While the tree did not contain any inner elixirs, the life energy within it far surpassed that of any beast's inner core. Sensing the life energy enveloping him, Jiang Feng was determined not to waste a single second. He immediately closed his eyes to cultivate. System, grant me the ability to refine the spiritual energy here. If it can be absorbed, allow me to take it in to bolster my cultivation. For any energy that cannot be absorbed, convert it all into points. No problem, esteemed host. Thus, Jiang Feng commenced collaboration with the system, creating an opening within the hydrocypress and continuously absorbing the energy contained within the colossal tree. He could instantly feel his cultivation levels soaring at a visible rate. Observing this scene from the entrance of the tree, Suju and Qingmo, despite their usual absent-mindedness, quickly grasped Jiang Feng's intentions. Is the handsome guy perhaps absorbing the energy from this tree to aid his cultivation? Qingmo exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Suju nodded in agreement, saying, if that is the case, it would explain why Jiang Feng's strength far surpasses that of ordinary humans. He is on an entirely different path from us. He is not a normal person at all. His remarkable strength must stem from his continuous absorption of the strange energies found in these ancient tombs. At that moment, the two female streamers had yet to deduce that Jiang Feng was engaged in the practice of immortality. As they marveled at the unfolding events, Jiang Feng continued to absorb the vast spiritual energy while sensing the points in his system surging upwards. You have absorbed the essence from the hydrocypress, earning 1,000 points. You have absorbed the purification from the hydrocypress, earning current available points 10,600 points. Though the rapid accumulation of points had yet to cease, indicating that the energy within the hydrocypress remained unexhausted, Jiang Feng decided not to linger any longer. Seizing the moment to absorb this immense life energy, he hastily summoned a genuine immortal sword from the system. After all, he had accumulated these points for this very moment. As a cultivator, how could one possibly be without a true immortal sword? System, draw forth an immortal sword for me. Chapter 51. The Celestial Sword of Long Yuan, the Passage of the Shadow Soldiers. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the esteemed host for acquiring the Celestial Sword, 7 stars Long Yuan. 7 stars Long Yuan. Capable of cleaving the Zishan mountain, releasing the stream within. After the system directly deducted a substantial 10,000 points from the score, an ordinary celestial sword materialized in Jiang Bin's grasp. The sword's appearance was quite stunning. Gazing down, the blade was akin to standing atop a lofty mountain and peering into a profound abyss, ethereal and deep, as if a colossal dragon lay coiled within. Holding this sword, named 7 stars Long Yuan, abbreviated as Long Yuan, a flicker of joy finally crossed Jiang Feng's visage. At last, he had obtained a true celestial sword. Previously, he had wielded only mundane short swords, and as a cultivator, he had grown weary of such inadequacies. As he felt the power emanating from the 7 stars Long Yuan, Jiang Feng grasped the sword with satisfaction. Being of the water attribute, he realized he could fully manipulate it using his own spiritual energy, conjuring a river right from the spot. This ability to alter the environment would greatly assist him in his endeavors within the tomb. Next, he would perform the blood acknowledgement ritual, nurturing the sword with his immense spiritual power to establish his claim as its new master. Simultaneously, while Jiang Feng engaged in the sword's acknowledgement ceremony, the system continued to assist him in absorbing the energy from the Hydrocypress, causing his cultivation level to surge, replenishing the points he had just expended. Current available points: 5000. If calculated thus, the energy contained within this Hydrocypress was indeed vast. The energy alone could provide him with 9,000 points. The intensity of this supply likely surpassed all the opportunities available within the entire 7 stars Luwang Palace, truly a treasure he had anticipated since entering this tomb. As Jiang Feng absorbed the energy from the Hydrocypress with ease, the 2 female streamers observing from outside the great tree were utterly bewildered by his actions. They could only watch intently, engaging with their audience in the live stream. Suju even curiously queried the viewers, "Dear audience, being well versed as you are, can you discern what this handsome gentleman intends to do?" In response, the viewers in the live stream rolled their eyes. "Host, do you take us for fools? We may have seen much, but this handsome man is an absolute enigma. I reckon what this gentleman is doing resembles something from a novel about cultivation. If so, it might explain his remarkable prowess." Cultivation. How could such a thing exist? I'd rather believe he is some ancient ancestor who emerged from a tomb, having consumed elixirs of immortality and beauty. But wait, instead of focusing on this gentleman, haven't you noticed the surroundings becoming somewhat dim? What you just said is utter nonsense. They are currently in the underground palace. How could it not be dim? I'm not referring to the ambient light. The atmosphere around seems particularly somber. Let us put it this way, even if a fire were burning beside them, I'd wager its flames would appear black. Now that you mention it, I sense it too. What on earth is happening? Being entertainers by nature, Suju and Qingmo would often interact with the chat during their downtime. Now, noticing an odd notification in the chat, they immediately grew alert, shining their flashlights around. However, as the beams illuminated their surroundings, they were astonished to find that no matter where the light fell, it failed to penetrate the gloom. The natural cave's illumination had transformed entirely, enveloping the world in a shadowy hue. Most alarming to the 2 streamers was that even when they directed the flashlight beams onto each other's faces, they could distinctly see a swirling grey mist enveloping them. Only Jiang Feng, who was continuously absorbing the life essence from the Hydrocypress, appeared vibrant amidst the gloom. What is happening? Could it be that the archaeological team has inadvertently triggered some mechanism, and Jiang Feng hasn't awakened yet? What should we do? Faced with this sudden, eerie anomaly, the 2 female streamers were thrown into a state of panic. Meanwhile, from the archaeological team's perspective, they were unconcerned with Jiang Feng's activities. Upon seeing the corpse upon the jade bed, Ju Yi almost instantly forgot the warning that Elder Ju had previously conveyed to him. Eagerly, he led his team up the steps to the jade platform and turned to the livestream camera, exclaiming, "Dear viewers, you must have seen it. The body lying on this jade bed undoubtedly belongs to the late King Lu Shang. And as you can observe, beside this figure lies a mysterious female corpse. Judging by her form and her presence here, she must have been the king's consort in life." As he spoke, Ju Yi hurriedly instructed the cameraman to capture the details of the corpses on the stone platform. The appearance of these 2 bodies struck the livestream audience as peculiar. The female corpse was not only veiled but exhibited no signs of decay, maintaining an eerie beauty despite her lifelessness. The male corpse, adorned with a green fox mask, emanated an air of mystery, clutching a purple golden box tightly in his grasp. Just as Ju Yi was about to don gloves and retrieve the jade box, Vice Captain Wang swiftly intervened. Hold on. I've heard that among tomb raiders, there's a tradition that dictates one must seek the ancestors' consent before claiming any treasures from the main tomb. Chapter 52, Illusory Space. Jiang Feng awakens, and look, the corpse of this green-faced fox seems to exhibit a lingering unwillingness to depart. Its eyes remain wide open even now. I've heard that among tomb raiders, there exists a tradition akin to ghost blowing the lantern. Shall we give it a try? Although Deputy Captain Wang Wei had been a staunch materialist, after witnessing Jiang Feng's recent actions, he had come to a realization. In the civilized realm, one might adhere to materialism, yet in the realm of tomb raiding, it would be prudent to set aside such dogmas. Beneath this ancient tomb, the more bizarre or supernatural the phenomena, the more they could assist in one's survival. However, at this moment, Ju Yi seemed entirely unconcerned, confidently remarking, "What merit is there in experimenting with the traditions of tomb robbers? Let us first retrieve this purple gold box. This object undoubtedly possesses significant research value. We must secure it promptly to prevent it from falling into the hands of those who might exploit it." With that, Ju Yi eagerly extended his hand toward the chest of the bronze-skinned corpse. At the instant his hand descended, the surrounding environment began to darken ominously, as if any light were unable to penetrate the eerie gloom. Instead, the beam of the flashlight seemed to deepen the shadows. The oppressive atmosphere retained only the most minimal illumination, rendering the surroundings increasingly dim. Yet, most of the archaeologists present were absorbed in observing the corpse and the purple gold box they held, entirely oblivious to the gradual dimming of the light around them. The sight of Ju Yi's actions caused Elder Ju, who was attentively watching the live stream, to feel his blood pressure rising. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming in anger, "Wretched disciple! What have I told you? When in doubt regarding danger, consult Jiang Feng. Do not rush recklessly into action. Are my words merely falling on deaf ears?" Initially, Ju Yi had no intention of rushing ahead but rather planned to descend alongside Jiang Feng and his companions. Elder Ju had believed that his disciple had finally set aside his haughty demeanor, recognizing the necessity of collaborating earnestly with Jiang Feng's group, even if that cooperation was still largely influenced by Jiang Feng. Yet, much like a game, being aided by one's teammates ultimately leads to victory. However, the sight of the jade platform and the purple gold treasure chest reignited the greed that had been suppressed within him. It was as though the box itself was a devil, enticing the avarice nestled in his heart. In the conference room, several elder professors glanced at Elder Ju, who was visibly agitated, and felt reluctant to comment. Given the circumstances, even if they were seated in Elder Ju's position, their emotions would likely mirror his. As Elder Ju's frustration mounted, he decisively slammed the table and declared, "No, I must call that reckless youth and urge him to cease his actions immediately." Though such a move would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation as an elder, it was preferable to the archaeological team making a grave error that could cost lives. Just as Elder Ju resolved to do so, the vice president of the Archaeological Society, seated nearby, shook his head and gestured for Elder Ju to sit. "It's futile, it is already too late for you to call him. If I am not mistaken, they have now entered a peculiar space. If my intuition serves me right, it is an illusory space. In this mystical illusory realm, they cannot hear any external voices, only the voices of those within the illusion." As he described this space, the vice president's aged face bore a nostalgic expression, as though he were recalling past experiences. Observing the scenes in the live stream, he relied on his extensive experience to discern the unfolding events. Upon hearing this revelation, the others in the conference room were taken aback. Elder Ju, undeterred, immediately picked up his phone to call Ju Yi. Then, an uncanny scene unfolded. A melody emanated from the phone in Ju Yi's pocket, indicating that Elder Ju had indeed placed a call, hoping to rouse his audacious disciple. However, at that moment, Ju Yi appeared entirely oblivious, exhibiting an expression of sheer delight as if he had struck gold. Witnessing this, several elder professors from the Archaeological Society turned their gazes toward their vice president, inquiring, "Vice President, how did you manage to escape that strange illusory space?" Despite their awareness of Jiang Feng's extraordinary knowledge and unparalleled combat prowess, they feared that even he might be powerless against such an enigmatic realm. The archaeological team might very well face annihilation, despite having such a formidable ally. The vice president's eyes trembled momentarily before he shook his head, stroking his weathered visage. Rather than saying I escaped from that bizarre illusory space, it would be more accurate to say I made a deal with an unseen, strange entity, a transaction that cost me my lifespan. I consider myself fortunate that during that incident, I inadvertently became separated from the other team members, allowing me to enter that illusory space alone. The creature responsible for creating that illusion seemed indifferent to capturing anyone but me, thus offering me a means of escape. In truth, I am only 40 years old, what? Observing the vice president, whose white hair and deeply wrinkled face suggested he appeared to be in his 80s, the expressions of those in the conference room morphed into one of sheer horror. Meanwhile, within the ancient tomb, Jian Feng finally emerged from the prolonged absorption of the Hydrocypress's energy, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him and noting the significant advancements in his various techniques. A broad smile spread across Jian Feng's face. Chapter 53, The Azure-Faced Fox emerges, and the Shadow Soldiers appear. Having absorbed the energy from the nine-headed serpent cypress, the current progress of your cultivated techniques is as follows. Hapismiley, the progress of the dual pupil technique. 100 progress of the sword control technique, 150 progress of the wind behind the mysterious gate technique, 90 progress of the Huolong technique, 50 not too shabby. It appears that it is indeed time for me to embark on the cultivation of new spells. Moreover, the progress of the sword control technique has astonishingly surpassed 100. In Jian Feng's view, this is likely due to the fact that he has recently exchanged for a celestial sword, Long Yuan. Only with a superior magical artifact can one elevate the original level of their cultivated techniques. If the dual pupil technique or any other techniques he cultivates later could also be paired with effective magical artifacts, upon sensing the strength within him, Jian Feng quickly discerned that the entire underground cavern now seemed to have entered a peculiar state. The surrounding colors were shrouded in darkness. No matter what light was cast, it remained dim. However, Jian Feng's dual pupil technique allowed him to be unaffected by this gloom. Is that fateful calamity star, Qingmo, causing mischief again? Clearly, the strange environment surrounding them was not part of the original narrative. In Jian Feng's estimation, it was likely that Qingmo's extraordinary misfortune had summoned this phenomenon. Nevertheless, with his current strength having undergone significant enhancement, he was eager to see how long this sudden crisis could withstand his prowess. As Jian Feng emerged from the cavern created within the nine-headed serpent cypress, Suju and Qingmo, who had been waiting outside for a considerable time, quickly approached him, surrounding him with concern. "Handsome, you've finally awakened. You've been asleep for quite a while. What is the situation around us?" Feeling the almost unimaginable sense of security emanating from Jian Feng, Suju appeared as though she might press her slime against her chest in sheer relief. Qingmo glanced down at her own chest, briefly contemplating before deciding against such self-deception. Jian Feng first surveyed his surroundings, then turned his gaze towards the archaeological team, nodding in acknowledgement. "It seems we have entered a strange illusory space." As he spoke, Jian Feng noticed a vine appearing atop the corpse of the azure-faced fox. If his intuition served him right, the fox's own cultivation level was insufficient to create such an illusory realm. Otherwise, in the original narrative, it would not have only been able to ensnare one or two individuals using illusions, nor would it have been easily discerned. However, just moments ago, the nine-headed serpent cypress seemed unwilling to relinquish the life energy it had absorbed over the years entirely to Jian Feng. Thus, it extended a vine, suspending it above the azure-faced fox's head, transferring the last remnants of its cultivation to the corpse. This enabled the azure-faced fox to conjure an illusory formation capable of altering the surrounding environment, an impressive feat indeed. "Handsome, what insights have you gleaned?" Suju looked at Jian Feng with eager anticipation, hoping for another miraculous revelation. Jian Feng lazily stretched, replying, "As of now, I have yet to discern the nature of this illusion. It likely wishes for us to respond to its challenges. Let us first observe what tricks this illusion intends to play." He was in no rush. With his current cultivation, he could effortlessly tear a gap in this illusion and escort everyone out. However, such an action might damage the artifact responsible for casting this illusion. for the sake of his greatest benefit, it was wiser to first ascertain the intentions behind this peculiar phenomenon. Meanwhile, not far away on the stone platform, Ju Yi and the rest of the archaeological team had begun to investigate how to open the purple gold box in their possession. They soon discovered a keyhole on the box and noticed the key resting in the mouth of the female corpse nearby. Just as they intended to retrieve the key, a chilling voice echoed from behind the team. "Return it to me." Ju Yi felt a hand suddenly resting on his shoulder. Frustrated with his inability to open the box, he assumed it was Deputy Captain Wang's antics and waved his hand dismissively. "Stop asking, can't you see I'm busy?" Yet, a young team member cried out in sheer terror, "Captain Ju, quick, look behind you." "What?" Ju Yi suddenly realized that the hand gripping his shoulder emitted no warmth. Momentarily stunned, as he slowly turned his head, he was confronted by the sight of a fox-faced figure, not a person, but a creature resembling the azure-faced fox they had seen on the jade bed in the ancient tomb. This revelation nearly sent Ju Yi into a faint, as he desperately sought to escape the grip of the azure-faced fox. To his surprise, the creature did not seem intent on holding him tightly, allowing him to break free with ease. Just as he contemplated the fortunate escape, the archaeologists nearby frantically urged him, "Captain, look at your face." "What is wrong with my face?" Ju Yi inquired, perplexed, as he touched his visage. The next moment, he was taken aback, for he discovered wrinkles forming on his skin. He was barely under 30 years of age. From the perspective of others, Ju Yi had transformed into a more horrifying figure, having aged a decade in the blink of an eye. This prompted the archaeological team and all the viewers in the live stream to regard the suddenly materialized azure-faced fox with unbridled fear. The azure-faced fox slowly picked up the purple gold box that Ju Yi had dropped, its voice devoid of any human warmth. It thundered, "You disturb my eternal slumber, die." In the next moment, the sound of galloping hooves reverberated through the natural valley. As they turned to look, grey figures resembling soldiers appeared as if conjured from the shadows, manifesting like monsters in the depths of the pitch-black gorge. Chapter 54, The Celestial Sword and the River of the Underworld. A cacophony of galloping hooves reverberated through the air, swiftly followed by a formidable presence. Soon, beneath the cloak of darkness that enveloped the valley, an ominous army clad in black began to coalesce, its numbers stretching far beyond the eye's reach. A cursory estimate suggested that this legion comprised no fewer than 1,000 souls. Are these the soldiers of the underworld? King Lushang truly possesses the ability to summon such spectral warriors. Qingmo gazed upon the darkened figures before her, recalling the tales that Jian Feng had shared with them previously. According to legend, King Lushang wielded the power to conjure the soldiers of the netherworld to the battlefield, a reality that now lay starkly before her. Su Ju, her temperament more forthright, turned sharply to interrogate the archaeological team. "Ju Yi, what have you done?" At that moment, Ju Yi appeared to have aged a decade, his complexion ashen, rendered speechless. The remaining members of the archaeological team, gripped by a sense of urgency, hastened to position themselves near Jian Feng. His previous displays of prowess had unequivocally demonstrated who among them could provide the greatest sense of security in this dire situation. Given the peculiar atmosphere, they instinctively sought refuge beside him. After venting her frustration at Ju Yi, Su Ju turned her gaze towards Jian Feng, inquiring, "Handsome, what should we do? How do we confront these spectral soldiers?" Vice Captain Wang approached, his demeanor laced with concern. "The legion of spectral soldiers is slowly advancing towards us. Should we open fire?" His thought process was straightforward. In the face of danger, it was prudent to strike first, though this logic held merit under normal circumstances. Jian Feng relaxed his shoulders and replied, "The physical damage inflicted by bullets will have no effect on these spectral soldiers. They are mere illusions conjured by the environment here. Even if, hypothetically, the ghost seal had the power to summon such entities, King Lushang's cultivation would be insufficient to bring them forth. Even if he had meditated within this tomb for millennia, it would make no difference. Otherwise, he wouldn't be engaged in such research. He would simply take action." Upon hearing Jian Feng's assertion that these spectral soldiers were mere phantoms, a collective sigh of relief swept through the archaeological team. It seemed that as long as they did not succumb to fear, the present scenario need not provoke excessive concern. However, Jian Feng quickly followed up with a cautionary note. Of course, even if these spectral soldiers are illusions, they still possess considerable intimidating power. When they approach you, a portion of your vitality may be siphoned away, akin to what has happened to this fellow. He gestured towards Ju Yi. Although these spectral soldiers and the surrounding illusions are fabricated, the toll they exact upon you within this illusion is very real. What? The faces of the archaeological team and the live stream audience paled at Jiang Feng's words. Despite the eldest among them being in their 40s, no one wished to have years of their life abruptly stripped away. Isn't it astonishing how formidable our ancestors were, capable of summoning such entities? On the battlefield, who could withstand such power? So, who claims that the ancient battles of our nation were mere brawls among primitive men? Clearly, they were celestial confrontations. While the existence of this illusory space is fictitious, the costs incurred are undeniably real. The danger posed by the 7-star Lu Wang Palace surpasses all the tombs our archaeological team has explored over the years. What then shall we do about these spectral soldiers? Their handsome gentleman stated they are immune to physical attacks. Must we simply enlist a few monks to chant spells for their exorcism? I don't know, but judging by the ease on the handsome gentleman's face, he must have a strategy in mind. At that moment, Su Ju, discerning Jiang Feng's composure, intuitively understood he had a plan, otherwise, his demeanor would not exude such tranquility. She shook his arm with urgency. Handsome, could you please stay awake? Offer us some guidance. How do we resolve this predicament with the spectral soldiers? Jiang Feng yawned, responding, the solution is akin to the method we employed to dispel the deadly aura. Spectral soldiers, like shadows, cannot endure the light. As long as we stand beneath the midday sun or are surrounded by potent sunlight, these specters will disintegrate without a fight. Upon hearing this, the archaeological team quickly adjusted their various lighting devices to their maximum brightness. Yet, the illumination they produced remained dim, utterly incapable of penetrating the dark illusions before them. It seemed that the light emitted from their equipment paled in comparison to genuine sunlight, failing to dispel the encroaching darkness. Witnessing this, despair etched itself across many faces. Meanwhile, within a distance of no more than 300 meters, the heavy thuds of approaching footsteps reverberated, as a tide of spectral soldiers surged towards them, with several cavalrymen leading the charge. Above them, the fox-faced corpse had already taken to the skies, directing the oncoming forces. Warriors, trample those who disturb my rest. In the next heartbeat, the spectral soldiers surged towards Jiang Feng's position. As their advance quickened, the archaeological team huddled together, uncertain of their next move. Vice Captain Wang drew his firearm, aiming at the fox-faced corpse, his voice hoarse. If we cannot harm these spectral soldiers, let us simply shoot this fox-faced creature in the face. I refuse to believe even it is immune to bullets. Jiang Feng, however, chuckled lightly. That is hardly the case. I possess a much simpler solution. You merely need to step back a few paces. With that, he unsheathed his Dragon Abyss sword and took a few deliberate steps forward. The sword, resembling a coiled dragon, instantly captured the attention of many. In the next moment, Jiang Feng swung the sword forward, proclaiming, Dragon Abyss sword, divide the sea. Transform the sea into the river of the underworld. Chapter 55. The Dragon Abyss breaks the Yin soldiers. The celestial sword cuts through illusions. As Jiang Feng swung the celestial sword in his hand, a pitch-black river flowed before his eyes. The once flat valley now bore a long river carved by Jiang Feng's blade, which pierced through both sides of the cave's floor. When the river of the underworld lay before them, the Yin soldiers seemed utterly oblivious to its presence, charging headlong into the dark waters. One by one, thousands of these spectral soldiers met their demise within the river, without even a splash to mark their passing. Yet, the river appeared pristine and untainted, resembling an ordinary stream. As these countless Yin soldiers were consigned to the depths, the river remained, as if it had been conjured into existence by Jiang Feng himself. Once the last of the soldiers was engulfed, Jiang Feng slowly lowered his sword and turned to gaze at those behind him, members of the archaeological team, including 2 female streamers, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief, particularly Su Ju and Qing Mo. Although they had begun to acclimatize to Jianfeng's extraordinary prowess, it was evident that such feats surpassed the realm of human capability. Observing their reactions, Jianfeng casually remarked, "Illusions are created by altering the environment. Thus, one can counter them by transforming the surroundings. These formless Yin soldiers mindlessly advance, offer them a reflective surface, and they will inevitably succumb to the depths." Suju interjected, "Handsome, we understand your reasoning, but isn't your ability a tad too extraordinary? You can't possibly be an ancient being who has survived since the primordial era, can you?" Jianfeng humbly smiled in response, "Not at all. My ability to summon this river is solely due to the power of this sword." He spoke truthfully. While his own spiritual energy was indeed profound, manifesting a river in one breath would be significantly more challenging without the aid of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. After his explanation, although many still found the scene utterly surreal, they were somewhat more willing to accept it. The viewers in the livestream echoed their astonishment. So, could it be that this dashing gentleman is truly a master who emerged from an ancient tomb, capable of wielding such artifacts? Much like the ghost seal, which can summon Yin soldiers, the sword in his hand seems to possess the ability to conjure rivers. I still believe that this sword of Jianfeng is incredibly useful. The capacity to create rivers out of thin air would undoubtedly make him a formidable force in infrastructure. While the notion of our nation being filled with construction enthusiasts is deeply ingrained in our minds, I advise everyone to temper their excitement. Our streamers are currently in the midst of tomb raiding. Speaking of artifacts, I've heard tales of someone who acquired a peculiar eyeball from an ancient tomb that allowed them to curse others, inscribing great eye wrinkles upon their victims. There are also accounts of individuals who obtained a strange flute, enabling them to summon fierce and venomous creatures. I believe such beings genuinely exist, relying on their ancient artifacts for such abilities. In retrospect, could that peculiar object also be considered an artifact? Speaking of which, the beauty of this sword is truly remarkable. As the audience marveled in astonishment, the archaeological team experienced a rare flush of color, feeling as if their lives, nearly lost, had returned to their grasp. Amid the collective awe, the green-faced fox, witnessing its summoned legion of Yin soldiers fall to Jianfeng, felt a surge of indignation. Gripping the purple gold box in one hand, it waved dismissively, summoning a flock of birds that appeared in the air above the valley. These airborne creatures, evidently also summoned Yin soldiers, signified an ancient air force. However, these flying entities, of course, could not quench their thirst from the river below. They dove from the sky, charging toward Jianfeng. This scene reignited the tension that had just begun to ease, and everyone turned to Jianfeng, eager to see how he would counter this new assault. Yet, Jianfeng merely gripped the Dragon Abyss sword, performing a decisive downward strike. The rivers of the world are not merely horizontal, they also cascade downward in waterfalls. Dragon Abyss, River of the Underworld, Waterfall. A magnificent waterfall materialized before all. The flying Yin soldiers, lacking any sense of direction, plunged into the cascading waters, dissolving without a trace, just as their ground-bound counterparts had. Clearly, even the aerial Yin soldiers summoned by the Mirror Fox were no match for Jianfeng's might. Watching yet another wave of summoned soldiers succumb to Jianfeng's prowess, Suju couldn't help but cheer. "Handsome, you are truly incredible. Go for it, defeat this ancient wretch." Upon hearing this, several members of the archaeological team exchanged glances, unable to suppress their skepticism. An ancient wretch, they too were uncertain whether Jianfeng was as youthful as he appeared. After all, he could very well be a long-lived creature emerging from some tomb. Yet, in the moment, no one dared voice their doubts, casting instead admiring gazes at Jianfeng. Except for Ju Yi, who gazed at the celestial sword in Jianfeng's hand, muttering to himself, "If only I could wield that sword, perhaps no one would dare look down on me, and I could finally redeem my past disgrace." Chapter 56. Is this archaeology or a duel of magic? At this moment, Ju Yi found himself ensnared in a somewhat frenzied reverie. However, few were paying heed to his condition. Instead, their attention was fixed upon the distant blue-faced fox. It appeared distinctly unyielding, its hollow voice tinged with a measure of ire as it proclaimed, "What a detestable band of thieves! Must I resort to those long-concealed treasures? O wretched and utterly useless forms, lend me your strength to vanquish these intruders." The blue-faced fox, it seemed, still had a trick up its sleeve. Under its command, a rhythmic sound of footsteps emanated from the depths of the valley, yet, compared to the previous sounds, these footsteps bore a noticeably heavier cadence. Soon, towering stone giants, resembling puppets, materialized before the gathering. Those present, along with some viewers in the live stream, recognized them instantly, for these puppet giants bore an uncanny resemblance to the figures Jian Feng and the two female hosts had encountered upon entering the secret chamber within the Chixing Luwang Palace. They were indeed puppets crafted by the Yangshi. Moreover, there were easily over 100 of these puppets, suggesting that the chamber Jian Feng had initially discovered was merely one of several hidden within this vast underground palace. In the next moment, the blue-faced fox summoned yet another 100 spectral warriors, who gradually began to merge with the puppets, transforming these mere constructs into something far more sinister. Eerie azure light began to emanate from their darkened eyes, as if they were stirring to consciousness. Jian Feng, observing this spectacle, was equally taken aback. So these puppets can indeed serve as vessels for the spectral warriors. How unexpected! Had I known this earlier, I would have smashed them upon first sight. Nevertheless, for Jian Feng, the situation was not dire. He possessed ample strength to tear apart these spectral puppet warriors. Simultaneously, the unfolding scene was a revelation for the numerous viewers in the live stream. Wait, and these the puppets that the hosts encountered on the first level, who would have thought they could truly transform into spectral warriors. When the hosts first laid eyes on those puppets, they should have dismantled them all right then. Stop playing armchair quarterback. Who could have anticipated that these puppets would become the blue-faced fox's allies? Yet what strikes me as more absurd is the current situation. Watching this live broadcast, I am beginning to seriously doubt whether the hosts are truly excavating tombs. This is clearly a contest of sorcery. I believe, at this juncture, our dashing Jian Feng bears significant responsibility, one remarked, humorously. Isn't Zhu the leader of this archaeological team? As the viewers mercilessly criticized someone in the live stream, Elder Zhu could not help but heave a deep sigh in the Archaeological Society's conference room. Ultimately, the vice president, seated at the head of the table, stepped in as a mediator. Old Zhu, at least you need not worry, with Jian Feng around, Zhu Yi and the archaeological team should be able to escape that underground palace unscathed. Moreover, it appears that even this illusion cannot ensnare Jian Feng. Saying this, the vice president could not suppress a feeling of nostalgia. Had he possessed the assistance of Jian Feng when trapped in a similar illusionary space years ago, he would not have suffered the loss of half his lifespan. Elder Zhu sighed, I would rather this reckless lad perish within that palace, sparing him the embarrassment of emerging. This remark was clearly an expression of exasperation, and those present in the conference room exchanged knowing smiles, refraining from further discussion. Professor Hao, seizing the moment, lightened the mood with a jest. If these puppets are now transforming into genuine spectral warriors, then I dare say our young friend will likely dismantle them on the spot. Let us hope he exercises some restraint. Otherwise, there won't be a shred left for research, he quipped, causing the previously somber atmosphere to ease somewhat. Now, all eyes turned to Jian Feng, eager to see how he would confront these fully activated spectral puppet warriors. In the murky depths of the palace, the footsteps of the activated spectral puppets grew increasingly weighty as they advanced toward Jian Feng and his companions. Observing their approach, those beside Jian Feng began to inquire, Jian Feng, these spectral warriors have transformed significantly. How do you plan to deal with these monstrosities? How else to handle them? Jian Feng replied nonchalantly, stretching. Just consider these EU figures clad in armor. Because of this armor, they can now withstand physical attacks. Really? Vice Captain Wang Wei felt a surge of hope. Finally, there was something they could do. He promptly grasped his firearm and began firing at the encircling spectral puppet warriors. Though the armor of the puppets appeared remarkably resilient, ordinary bullets seemed unable to penetrate their defenses. Nevertheless, the impact produced visible sparks upon contact, indicating that these spectral warriors, now adorned in puppet gear, were indeed vulnerable to these modern weapons. This revelation invigorated the archaeologists armed with firearms, who hastily switched to armor-piercing ammunition and unleashed a torrent of fire. It appeared that their earlier fright at the hands of the spectral warriors had left them feeling quite stifled. Now, with an opportunity to vent their frustrations, they eagerly took action. As for Jian Feng, witnessing the soldiers' enthusiastic assault, he decided to seize the moment to relax, recognizing that the sheer number of spectral puppet warriors might overwhelm them, rendering their offensive inadequate. Chapter 57, The Celestial Sword Can Summon Mountains. Deputy Captain Wang, we cannot hold them off any longer. Beneath the earth, although the archaeological team took advantage of their firearms and the river that Jian Feng had conjured, creating a temporary geographical advantage, the relentless onslaught of the ghostly soldiers was becoming overwhelming. These armored phantoms, seemingly undeterred by the raging waters of the River of Souls, stepped boldly into the torrent, advancing relentlessly. Upon witnessing this scene, Suju hastily roused Jian Bin from his stupor. Handsome, you must wake up. The ghostly soldiers are almost upon us. Can you deepen the river just a bit more? Jian Feng stretched lazily. That is not feasible. If we deepen the river further, it will disrupt the geological veins within this mountain, potentially causing a catastrophic landslide. And it would collapse from the inside out, he added. At that point, we would all be trapped beneath this mountain. What? Suju grew increasingly anxious. Initially hoping to drown the armored spectres by deepening the river, she now realized that such a plan would instead lead to their own demise before the spectres even reached them. Hearing this, Deputy Captain Wang and the others understood that even Jian Feng was unable to assist them. They could only intensify their fire, attempting to eliminate one enemy with each bullet. Observing their fervent struggle, Jian Feng, though tempted to rest a while longer, shook his head at the futility of their efforts against the formidable army of spectres. Very well, allow me to intervene. With the Long Yuan sword in hand, Jian Feng stepped forward, quickly becoming the beacon of hope for all. Only Ju Yi, with a venomous glint in his eyes, seethed with jealousy. What is he trying to prove? Is his power solely derived from that artifact in his hand? If I possessed such a treasure, surely all eyes would be upon me. The others were oblivious to Ju Yi's thoughts, while Deputy Captain Wang voiced his concern. Jian Feng, do you think you can handle so many ghostly soldiers alone? After all, there were over 100 of them, and the River of Souls Jian Feng summoned had proven ineffective against these foes, meaning they could only resort to physical means to confront them. However, Jian Feng was disinclined to respond to Wang's query. Instead, he brandished his Long Yuan sword with a casual sweep. Where there is water, there are mountains. Summon the Long Yuan mountains. As the ghostly soldiers prepared to cross the river, a mountain suddenly materialized above their heads. Swiftly, the mountain descended, and the multitude of spectres was instantly crushed beneath its weight. In a heartbeat, they were obliterated. The archaeological team and numerous viewers in the livestream gasped in astonishment. What? They were dispatched so effortlessly. These ghostly soldiers arrived with such ferocity, ready to form an invincible army, and yet, in the blink of an eye, they were annihilated. I dare say, if this were a scene in a movie, it would surely receive scathing reviews. I was anticipating an epic battle between the archaeological team and the spectres, only to witness their swift demise. Geneva, refund. The artifact in his hand is remarkably powerful, capable of summoning rivers and even mountains. Imagine if he applied this artifact to land reclamation. Dogeface, yet, with so many puppets, he simply crushed them all. I wonder how the Archaeological Society's members felt upon witnessing this. They must be heartbroken, likely to faint from shock. They lost a valuable research subject, which could indeed lead to a fainting spell. In the conference room, some members of the Archaeological Society felt a pang of despair. After all, these ghostly soldiers represented invaluable research material, now obliterated before their eyes. Nevertheless, Jian Feng's artifact and his ability to summon mountains and rivers left the high-ranking officials of the society in awe. It seemed that even in this perilous illusory realm, Jian Feng's presence ensured the safety of those within the underground palace. Within the underground palace, the sight of the massive army of spectres seemingly crumbling at Jian Feng's touch left many in stunned silence. Eventually, several gazes shifted towards the corpse of the blue-faced Fox. It appeared that the fox had exhausted its options, beginning to repeat its spell, summoning yet another wave of formless phantoms that surged towards Jian Feng. However, Jian Feng had no intention of prolonging this encounter. His eyes transformed into a radiant duality, and he unleashed a mental attack upon the blue-faced fox. Dual gaze, neural detonation. Drawing upon his prior mastery attained within the Hydra Cypress, Jian Feng's technique was now fully realized. Coupled with his current prowess, the blue-faced fox stood no chance. Had it not been for the prior purification it had undergone from the Hydra Cypress, its brain would have surely erupted from Jian Feng's formidable assault. Subsequently, Jian Feng swung his sword through the air, releasing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that tore through the fabric of this illusory space. The blue-faced fox, now acutely aware of its inferiority, trembled violently in the air after enduring the mental onslaught, erratically flying in all directions. It soon darted towards a specific direction within the underground valley, the direction of the bronze coffin. Chapter 58. The coffin bound by chains, the sword sheath. Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that beneath the stone platform, cracks had begun to form while the individuals were engaged in their chaotic skirmishes. It is likely that the tremors were evoked by the Dragon Abyss sword as it struck down, causing the very ground of the underground palace to shudder, thus revealing the coffin that had long been concealed beneath. At this moment, the green-faced fox, clutching a purple-golden box, soared to the side of the coffin. After uttering a few incantations directed towards the unknown entity beneath the coffin, it abruptly succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. However, upon witnessing the coffin entwined with layers of iron chains, many faces lit up with excitement, for if their suspicions were correct, this coffin was the final resting place belonging to the Chishing Luwang Palace. The corpses previously laid upon the jade bed, though equally extraordinary in appearance, were not interred within coffins. Rather, they seemed to be guardians stationed outside. Coincidentally, the position where the green-faced fox had lain provided clarity to their unanswered questions. Simultaneously, as Jian Feng severed the illusionary space with a sword strike, and with the fall of the green-faced fox, the surrounding illusions finally dissipated. When the flashlight regained its normal brightness, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. The young scholars from the archaeological team expressed their gratitude. Thank heavens we have Jian Feng among us. Without him, we would have been in grave danger. Who could have predicted that our team leader would touch the purple jade box atop that corpse and end up like this? The circumstances within this tomb are truly unfathomable. Hey, Team Leader Ju, why does your face still look like that? Exactly, haven't we already escaped from this illusionary space? The young scholars quickly realized that although the illusionary space had been dispelled, the aged appearance on Ju Yi's face remained unchanged. Ju Yi, momentarily taken aback, hastily utilized the camera held by the accompanying cameraman as a mirror to inspect his reflection. To his dismay, he found that his visage still bore the same semblance. Once a man in his 20s, he now appeared to be nearing 40. Observing Ju Yi's face, which was now thrust before the livestream camera, the audience reacted with disdain. Get that face away from the camera. If you're going to show it, at least swap it for one of the two female hosts' faces or the handsome Jian Feng's. That face was already filled with pretense, and now it looks even uglier with age. Naturally, Ju Yi was oblivious to the livestream comments and showed no concern. His only focus was on why he still appeared this way. Qingmo cast him a glance and replied coldly, have you forgotten what handsome Jian Feng said earlier? Although the shadow soldiers and the illusionary space are mere facades, the price paid is all too real. You were caught by that green-faced fox, and it is fortunate that you were not entirely drained of your vitality. Upon hearing this, Ju Yi's complexion grew even more pallid. Previously, he had thought Jian Feng's words were mere bluster, dismissing them because he held the tomb raiders in contempt and did not believe his claims. Now he understood that Jian Feng's assertions were entirely truthful. In an instant, his emotion spiraled into a state of despair. Fortunately for him, the dissolution of the illusionary space allowed Elder Ju from the Archaeological Association to finally reach him via phone. Initially, Elder Ju had intended to scold his incompetent disciple, but upon seeing Ju Yi's current disheveled state, he sighed and began to offer words of consolation. Do not be troubled. Even if you bear this appearance now, you remain my disciple. Talent is not bound by age. Our association's vice president is only in his 40s, yet he has ascended to such a position. Upon hearing this, the vice president present in the meeting room shot a glare at Elder Ju. Why did you have to use me as an example, old man? However, the vice president chose not to dwell on it, as the archaeological team had managed to preserve most of their members, which was a commendable outcome. In the underground palace, the archaeological team seemed to have abandoned the notion of relying on Ju Yi as their leader. Naturally, Jian Feng was unwilling to lead them either, so their gaze turned towards Vice Captain Wang. Vice Captain Wang, unable to voice any objections, indicated that they should promptly investigate the chained coffin. After all, this coffin appeared to be the final destination within the underground palace, and he was eager to finish their exploration and retreat as swiftly as possible, given the multitude of dangers present. Su Ju and Qing Mo shared the same sentiment, only to discover that Jiang Feng had wandered off to another location. Upon turning around, they found Jiang Feng peeling the bark off a 9-headed serpent cypress. "Handsome, aren't you coming down with us?" "What are you doing?" Jiang Feng glanced at them and replied, "I intend to use this tree's bark to craft a sheath for my Dragon Abyss sword. It may take some time. If you wish to inspect the coffin, feel free to do so." Through his experiments, Jiang Feng had determined that the Dragon Abyss sword, combined with his own spiritual energy, unleashed formidable power capable of transforming vapor into rivers and soil into mountains. Such a potent sword deserved a proper sheath. However, his cultivation system had not provided him with one, thus necessitating the creation of his own. Although the life energy within the 9-headed serpent cypress had been entirely absorbed by his system, the tree's material was still of top-tier quality, even in the realm of cultivation. He would not squander it and would instead craft a sword sheath, extracting the last vestiges of value from the tree. Who says that cultivating immortality precludes one from being a capitalist? Chapter 59, The Literary Knowledge Beaten by Jian Feng. As for the safety of Su Ju and Qing Mo, there should be no immediate cause for concern. The phantasmagoric space they just experienced, with the emergence of spectral soldiers, likely represents the unfortunate consequences brought about by this young lady, Qing Mo. According to the law of conservation of fortune, it is now time for Su Ju to experience a turn of good luck. Thus, the archaeological team, accompanied by these two female streamers, is unlikely to encounter any peril for the time being. Regarding the meager treasures below, Jiang Feng is similarly indifferent. After all, having journeyed this far, coupled with his understanding of the ancient tomb of the Seven Stars Luwang Palace, he is aware that the treasures beneath are unlikely to yield any significant surprises. Moreover, according to national regulations regarding tomb exploration, the artifacts below possess considerable value for collection and research, yet hold little cultivation significance for him as a cultivator. This presents an opportune moment for him to dedicate some time to crafting a perfect sheath for his Long Yuan sword. Since the illusion that produced the spectral soldiers did not reward him, he might as well obtain something from this tree, as they are all creatures of the same tomb. Hence, the principle of debt repayment seems quite reasonable. Of course, no situation can be 100% certain, so while crafting the sword sheath, Jian Feng will also leave a thought behind for these two female streamers, ensuring their safety from unforeseen misfortunes. Observing Jian Feng's demeanor, which suggested he had already devised a plan, both Su Ju and Qing Mo felt an overwhelming sense of resignation. However, considering their combined efforts would not sway Jian Feng, they straightforwardly followed the members of the archaeological team into the deepest tree hollow of the suddenly appeared valley. This turn of events left the audience in the live stream somewhat disappointed yet simultaneously excited. The disappointment stemmed from the fact that they would not see Jian Feng for a while the excitement was fueled by the anticipation of uncovering the final coffin hidden beneath this ancient tomb and the conclusion it would bring to the archaeological endeavor. Upon entering the last concealed tree hollow, the first sight to greet them was a bronze coffin, bound in chains and adorned with an intricate tapestry of inscriptions. Upon witnessing these ancient characters, Qing Mo instinctively sought out Jian Feng, hoping he would be there to interpret the inscriptions. However, upon turning her head, she discovered that Jian Feng had once again ventured into the opening carved within the body of the Hydra cypress, likely already immersed in tasks within the tree hollow. Meanwhile, Su Ju turned to a nearby archaeologist, a young scholar clad in spectacles. Interpreting historical documents should fall under your archaeological team's purview, correct? Could you enlighten us on the content of the inscriptions on this coffin? Perhaps flustered by the sudden attention from a beautiful woman, or maybe due to his own inadequacy, the bespectacled young scholar broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Su Ju's inquiry. Well, we don't quite understand it either. We can only grasp a rough idea. Very well then, once Jian Feng descends, we shall inquire how he interprets these inscriptions. After realizing the young scholar's limitations, Su Ju decisively turned away, showing no sign of lingering attachment. The bespectacled scholar appeared quite disheartened, reluctant to be looked down upon by a girl, especially one as attractive as Su Ju. Thus, he took out a rubbing and began to decipher the ancient inscriptions with a forced bravado. This inscription evidently states that the person buried within this coffin is indeed the Lu Xiangwen we seek. Moreover, it recounts his life, indicating that Lu Xiangwen seemingly passed away before the age of 50, and that he died in a state of meditation before the Duke of Lu. It is also noted that Lu Xiangwen had neither daughters nor sons, leaving no descendants. Upon hearing this, Su Ju pressed further, what else? For instance, what does this peculiar pattern on the coffin signify? It features a character resembling Qi alongside a string of symbols representing the 12 zodiac signs. What does this sequence primarily describe? Upon hearing this, the young archaeologist began to perspire profusely, stammering as he flipped through the rubbing, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Finally, he managed to mumble, this likely describes the specific time and date of Lu Xiangwen's burial. Witnessing the young scholar's flustered demeanor, the audience in the live stream could hardly contain their laughter. Little Ju, you should stop teasing him. Clearly, this student is a novice. If you keep it up, his face will turn beet red. Indeed, our streamer would never dare approach Jian Feng, fearing a counterattack. That's not a counterattack. That's outright humiliation. Speaking of humiliation, it seems this archaeological student is truly being outclassed by Jian Feng. Throughout this journey, he has encountered these ancient characters countless times, yet Jian Feng has consistently provided precise interpretations, while this professional archaeologist stumbles through his research. Even without considering Jian Feng's extraordinary combat prowess, his knowledge is on par with that of a seasoned archaeology professor, perhaps even surpassing the capabilities of many. During this period without Jian Feng serving as our ancient text translator, how we miss him. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the expressions of the professors from the Archaeological Society watching the live stream were slightly awkward. It was unavoidable, their archaeological trainee had been thoroughly outperformed by Jian Feng, a mere layman, in the study of ancient inscriptions, which was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Nonetheless, this only solidified the Archaeological Society's determination to recruit Jian Feng. Simultaneously, within the body of the Hydra Cypress, Jian Feng vaguely sensed another group's presence gradually approaching. Chapter 60, The Female Streamer's Impressive Skills. In the deepest part of this underground palace, is there a second presence aside from the two female streamers and the members of the archaeological team? At present, my perception and the range of my ocular technique have fully encompassed this entire subterranean valley. Within this underground palace, where an eerie silence prevails, I have suddenly become aware of an unfamiliar vitality. It is evident that others have intruded into this valley. Upon sensing this strange aura, Jian Feng, who was crafting a sword sheath, began to ponder the origin of this presence. Before long, Jian Feng deduced the source of these energies. After they had opened the entrance to the Seven Stars Luwang Palace, the two accompanying girls, being streamers affiliated with the tomb raiding organization, naturally drew the attention of other tomb raiders and local guides. Consequently, once the livestream aired, members of the archaeological team and tomb raiders would undoubtedly rush to locate this entrance. After all, it is common knowledge that the early bird catches the worm. Those who descend first are bound to uncover more treasures. Currently, the archaeological team has directly located them and is now traversing the same path. Thus, the remaining presence in this vicinity must belong to the tomb raiding team. It appears they entered the tomb via a different route, avoiding an encounter with Jian Feng and his group along the way. Having clarified the implications of this other presence, Jian Feng instinctively relaxed, for these individuals posed no significant threat. Not to mention, the archaeological team, led by Wang Wei, had brought along soldiers into the tomb. Although the effectiveness of their firearms may be somewhat diminished against certain bizarre ancient tomb creatures, these soldiers are undoubtedly well versed in dealing with bandits. However, a sudden thought struck Jian Feng. He recalled observing the fortune of Vice Captain Wang Wei. Aside from the usual bland white hue, there had been a faint, dark aura, although this shadowy essence vanished upon Jian Feng's arrival, it was undeniable that this ominous symbol of misfortune had indeed existed. Deep within the hollow of the tree, no one could discern the inscriptions engraved upon the coffin. The only individual likely capable of interpreting these markings was the leader of the archaeological team, Zhu Yi. However, Zhu Yi's current emotional state appeared exceedingly unstable, prompting the others to instinctively disregard him, yet this collective oversight only served to darken Zhu Yi's expression further. Meanwhile, the group's attention shifted toward the iron chains binding the coffin. Su Zhu, ever the lively one, exclaimed, "This enormous coffin is secured with these iron chains, dating back to the Warring States period. These chains must be quite rare treasures indeed, to have been used in such abundance to lock this coffin. However, these chains seem to have rusted over time, and there's no discernible lock to undo them. It appears that in order to open it, we must forcibly break the chains," she continued, donning gloves and attempting to pull on the chains experimentally. As Su Zhu tugged at the chains, the coffin trembled slightly, and a faint groan emanated from within. Startled by the sound, Su Zhu instinctively stepped back, steadied by her previous experiences that had bolstered her courage. The others nearby also grew alert, their gazes fixed on the chained coffin. Jing Mo expressed her astonishment. This coffin appears entirely airtight, and the chains seem to have remained locked since their installation. Yet, astonishingly, the king of Lushang within seems to be alive. The faces of the group mirrored her shock, struggling to accept this reality, momentarily frozen in place. With Jian Feng fortuitously absent, Zhu Yi, typically eager to issue commands, now wore an unusually dejected expression, leaving the team without a leader to issue orders. Ultimately, it was Su Zhu who decided to test her luck. "We should first sort through these chains and open the coffin," she suggested. "I believe, knowing Jian Feng's character, if he were aware of the imminent danger here, he wouldn't be so comfortably focused on crafting his sword sheath. Moreover, even if this creature within is indeed a blood corpse, with so many guns trained on the entrance, it would surely be a simple matter to take it down should it emerge," she reasoned, reassured by the numerical advantage. Jing Mo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while the corpse might be somewhat peculiar, their collective firepower would mitigate potential risks. However, at that moment, Vice Captain Wang's countenance darkened. "I must mention," he began, "due to our earlier exertions and the gunfire expended against those shadow soldiers, we've used ammunition liberally. After accounting for our remaining rounds, I estimate we have less than a dozen bullets left. Once those are exhausted, we will have no choice but to engage in close combat." Damn. Su Zhu felt that the sense of security offered by the 10 or so men surrounding her paled in comparison to the reassurance provided by Jian Feng alone. She silently wished for his swift return once he completed his sword sheath and declared, "We can't wait any longer. We cannot simply stand by and ignore this coffin. Let us get the sword." With that, Su Zhu retrieved a metal sword designed for cutting chains from her backpack, while Jing Mo did the same from hers. One must commend these two female streamers. Their courage was matched only by their formidable practical skills. Chapter 61, Grave Robbers from Afar. At this moment, the professors of the Archaeological Association, who were intently watching the live broadcast, were teetering on the brink of madness. This was due to the fact that the backpacks of the two female hosts were crammed with various ancient texts, yet these wretched women had the audacity to place a hacksaw alongside these precious tomes. Should any of these ancient books sustain scratches from the saw, it would surely incite a murderous impulse among the professors of the Archaeological Association. However, deep within the sepulchral chamber, a few individuals were entirely unconcerned with such matters and were instead cautiously using the saw to sever the iron chains. Initially, a few young men from the archaeological team attempted to take the saw from the girls to undertake the task themselves, unable to bear the sight of women performing such laborious work. Yet, not only did they fail to adopt the correct sawing posture, but they also could not endure as long as the two girls had, which elicited hearty laughter from numerous viewers in the live chat. Moreover, when Su Zhu and Jing Mo observed that some kind-hearted individuals had come forward to assist them, they promptly decided to rest, choosing to accept help without hesitation. After all, if benevolent souls were willing to lend a hand, why not graciously accept? Clearly, both young women possessed a hint of cunning in their hearts. It suddenly struck me that earlier, when we first entered at noon, our handsome companion had insisted that these two female hosts engage in physical labor. It now seems there was some rationale behind it. Who could blame our two charming hosts? Aside from their beauty, they exhibit no signs of frailty in any other respect. Poor young men, completely ensnared by the charms of these female hosts. Yet, these enchanting women become as docile as lambs in the presence of the dashing Jiang Feng. I say, Jiang Feng has only been away for a mere 5 or 6 minutes. Must you all begin to miss him so fervently? What? I thought this live stream was filled with fans of the handsome Jiang Feng, smirking, as laughter and merriment resonated among the viewers in the live stream. Within the depths of the sepulchral chamber, the team's efforts had nearly severed the chains binding the coffin, leaving only 2 remaining chains securing it in place. The moment of greatest anticipation, the opening of the coffin, was at hand. Sug jestingly remarked, I wonder what the ancient occupant of this coffin is thinking. Previously, it put on a show of movement, yet now that we are ready to take action, it feigns death, remaining utterly still. Jingmo chimed in, regardless of what monstrosity lies within, we have come this far. Our only course of action is to fully open this coffin. Gentlemen with firearms, please keep your weapons trained on the coffin, she instructed. Clearly, at this juncture, with Jiang Feng absent, these two female hosts had taken on the mantle of leadership. Deputy Captain Wang and his companions nodded in agreement, raising their rifles, which had only a few rounds remaining, and aimed at the coffin. The remaining team members prepared to collectively lift the seemingly heavy lid. Meanwhile, Ju Yi cast a resentful glance at the two girls, silently cursing that whatever emerged from the coffin would be a horde of monsters that would eliminate them all. Just as they prepared, a sharp gunshot rang out, startling everyone. Deputy Captain Wang quickly clarified, that shot did not originate from our side, there is no way our firearms could misfire. Others have entered this deep valley. His words immediately cast a pall over the group, and soon, raucous laughter echoed from the entrance of the deepest tree hollow. Our esteemed gentlemen and ladies, as the saying goes, all who see shall share in the spoils. A group of over a dozen individuals sauntered into view. Compared to the archaeological team, these newcomers bore expressions of fierce malevolence, and the leader, marked by a prominent scar across his face, exuded an even more intimidating presence. However, it was not merely their menacing demeanor that unnerved the onlookers. Rather, it was the sight of firearms in nearly every hand. The scarred leader's weapon was still smoking, clearly the source of the earlier gunfire. Suju and Jingmo, recognizing the ill intentions of these intruders, tightened their grips on their weapons. However, the meager arms they held posed no threat to the armed marauders before them. Observing the newcomers, Deputy Captain Wang swiftly redirected his gun, aiming it at the intruders. He then scrutinized their diverse assortment of firearms and demanded, confess, where did you acquire your weapons? While the government had recently established new regulations permitting certain archaeological workers to bear arms based on merit, the official issue was uniformly the Model 95 assault rifle, ensuring ease of distribution and retrieval. Yet, the eclectic mix of firearms in the hands of these intruders raised significant suspicion in Deputy Captain Wang's mind. The scarred leader, however, seemed reluctant to divulge any information. Instead, he cast a fervent gaze toward the coffin behind the archaeological team and the two female hosts, a fervor igniting in his eyes. I never expected to find officials here. Under ordinary circumstances, we would prefer to avoid conflict with you. However, the surprises we've encountered along the path to the 7-star Luwang Palace have been abundant, revealing dangers and opportunities that have truly broadened our horizons. We are now certain that the treasures hidden within this coffin are extraordinary. Therefore, why not allow us passage to take this coffin for ourselves? Chapter 62, Do not panic, there is still young Master Jiang Feng not at all. In response to the unreasonable demands put forth by the opposing party, Deputy Captain Wang promptly leveled his rifle, joining the other members of the archaeological team in aiming their weapons at the group before them. This gang of grave robbers mirrored their stance. It was evident that Deputy Captain Wang and his team were at a distinct disadvantage. Not only did the adversaries outnumber them, but they also wielded more firearms. The archaeological team had a maximum of 8 individuals armed, while the opposing force boasted over 20. As deputy captain Wang aimed his gun at them, a man with a scarred face among the robbers broke into a brazen grin. "You know," he taunted, "I heard that you folks fired your weapons in this tomb for quite some time. I wonder what it was you were shooting at." He continued, "But I suppose your firearms must be running low on ammunition by now." Upon hearing this, Deputy Captain Wang gritted his teeth, yet he refrained from responding. In this perilous situation, facing such ruthless villains, daring to lower his weapon would indeed lead to certain death. Thus, he remained steadfast, continuing to confront the grave robbers with his firearm raised. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast were equally taken aback by the sudden appearance of these individuals, exclaiming in unison, "Why are there suddenly more people, and they certainly do not seem like good company." Given that the 2 female hosts attracted quite a crowd during their broadcast, it's hardly surprising that others have arrived, including more grave robbers, apart from the official archaeological team. But why did they have to show up at this particular moment? Could it be that the earlier summoning of the spectral soldiers by that green-faced fox has led to the emergence of several puppet soldiers, thereby opening hidden exits and guiding these individuals here? It stands to reason that the spectral soldiers must have been concealed within their respective chambers, and the call from the green-faced fox opened these secret passages. That green-faced fox truly cannot find peace even in death. No, what I mean is how fortuitous it is that these villains arrived just when young Master Jian Feng is absent. Oh, then it's not a problem. As the audience expressed their astonishment in the live stream, the members of the Archaeological Society in the conference room also became acutely alert to the unfolding situation. After all, the previous anomalies in the ancient tomb were merely manifestations of its inherent dangers, but the emergence of this new band of grave robbers signified a clear human calamity. Li Xiaoqian. That rascal is still alive. In the conference room, Director Lin suddenly slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. The grave robbers who had appeared in the tomb were the very same wanted criminals he had previously confronted. The vice president glanced at the suddenly standing Director Lin and inquired, "Director Lin, could you please elaborate on the situation regarding this Li Xiaoqian?" Director Lin nodded and began to explain the circumstances surrounding the grave robber. Li Xiaoqian, like Su Ju and Qing Mo, was a grave robber. However, he deviated from the code of conduct upheld by many in the profession. Within the ranks of grave robbers, there were indeed those who adhered to certain rules, striving to minimize disruption to the feng shui and geomancy while excavating. Furthermore, they would not sell the ancient relics they unearthed to foreign buyers, no matter how exorbitant the offers. When encountering members of the archaeological team or other groups during their endeavors, they would negotiate a fair division of spoils based on labor. Yet, for every rule-abiding individual, there were also those who flouted the norms, and Li Xiaoqian was among them. When paths were obstructed, he resorted to explosives, and should anyone attempt to join his team, they were left with 2 options. Submit to him or face death to prevent any sharing of the loot. Due to his ruthless and exceedingly selfish disposition, he was also a wanted figure within the robber society. Previously, the archaeological team had fallen victim to his treachery, prompting Director Lin to lead a pursuit that continued into the depths of the ancient tomb. It was only when he believed Li Xiaoqian to be surrounded by a swarm of insects, with no hope of escape, that he withdrew his team. To his astonishment, he found himself facing this foe once again. As he recounted Li Xiaoqian's exploits, Director Lin expressed his conviction, "I can assure you that when I declared him vanquished, he was indeed engulfed by that swarm of insects, and his abilities could never rival those of young Master Jian Feng. Thus, there is no way he could have fought his way out of that predicament. Therefore, I firmly believe this man must have perished." The vice president, seated at the head of the table, gestured dismissively. The tomb itself can produce an array of bizarre phenomena and occurrences, including the possibility of some individuals returning from the dead, which would not be surprising. Director Lin, we require you to immediately lead a team to seal off the exits of the 7 Stars Luwen Palace, as well as all exits of this mountain. Ensure that no one escapes this tomb. In addressing the sudden crisis, the vice president displayed his experience, promptly making a sound decision. Given the current circumstances, dispatching personnel to enter the tomb and pursue the robbers was no longer feasible. Even if a path had been previously cleared, reaching the innermost depths of the tomb safely would take several hours. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to send a team to seal off every exit of the mountain. Of course, it was impractical to focus solely on the original entrance, for the vice president understood that in most cases, those descending into the tomb rarely retraced their steps. Instead, they often sought alternate routes, potentially discovering new paths within the mountain. Consequently, the best strategy would be to deploy personnel, even arranging helicopters to patrol the skies to ensure the mountain was sealed off, preventing any escape. Director Lin nodded in agreement with this decision, promptly rising to establish a blockade around the mountain. While support could not arrive in time, it was imperative that these nefarious individuals did not slip away. However, Professor Hao interjected, "Gentlemen, there is no need to be so anxious. We still have young Master Jian Feng on our side." Chapter 63, Dare to touch them, and you shall perish. Indeed, it is as you say. With Jian Feng's remarkable abilities, dealing with these individuals would be a mere trifle. The official Lin, poised to depart, nodded in strong agreement with this statement. However, Elder Ju shook his head, responding, "If only it were that simple." Yet, as you have all witnessed, the conduct of our archaeological team in this situation has been far from commendable. Especially my incompetent disciple. From the current perspective, it is not surprising that rather than forming a favorable rapport with Mr. Jian Feng, he might instead provoke some animosity from him. To expect this young man to assist us, or to act heroically under such circumstances, seems to pose considerable challenges. The prominent figures in the conference room did not contest this assertion, for the present situation indeed warranted such concerns. Whether this scenario could be deemed critical entirely hinged on Jian Feng's willingness to intervene. However, considering that Jian Feng himself was a grave robber, it was conceivable that, should the conditions permit, he might forge an alliance with Li Xiaoqian and his band of tomb raiders. Thus, the peril existed, albeit its source might be even more peculiar than anticipated. In the innermost depths of the seven-star Luwang Palace, the archaeological team, along with the two female hosts, Suju and Qingmo, were still locked in a tense standoff with Li Xiaoqian and his entourage of over 20 individuals. The atmosphere between the two factions showed no signs of abating. Nevertheless, the tomb raiders behind Li Xiaoqian seemed to have taken note of the striking appearances of Suju and Qingmo. Beneath the dim, shadowy confines of the tomb, these two hosts had traversed the path under Jian Feng's vigilant protection, rendering their journey remarkably secure. This allowed them to maintain an appearance that, despite lacking any additional adornments, remained resplendent. Suju was vivacious and radiant, while Qingmo exuded a cool and captivating beauty. Upon witnessing the two hosts, several members of the tomb raiding team immediately began to whistle and jest. Who would have thought there would be two stunning beauties here? Truly magnificent. Sisters, why not join us instead? Our skills, whether in excavation or in the bedroom, far surpass those of this archaeological team. Har har har. Listening to the lewd banter from these individuals, the typically forthright Suju could hardly contain her anger and retorted fiercely, "I suggest you take a good look in the mirror. With your grotesque appearances, how dare you think you could flirt with me? I could easily crush you on the spot, do you believe me?" With that, Suju tightened her grip on the shovel in her hand. Meanwhile, Qingmo regarded the ruffians before her with a cold, disdainful gaze. She felt no inclination to even respond to such filth. Of course, the true reason Suju and Qingmo felt unafraid was that they knew Jian Feng would undoubtedly be aware of their predicament. It was merely a matter of when he would choose to intervene. However, Suju's fiery demeanor only seemed to further excite the tomb raiders, prompting Li Xiaoqian to laugh heartily. Indeed, these two girls are quite fiery, full of character. Once we have thoroughly explored this tomb and claimed the treasures within, we can take these two lovely ladies back to enjoy ourselves. At this, Deputy Captain Wang Wana chuckled softly. She had just learned through her earpiece of the identities of these brigands and mockingly remarked, "I advise you, Li Xiaoqian, if you wish to be clever, you would do well to refrain from setting your sights on these two girls. Otherwise, you might find your demise rather gruesome. Moreover, have you not noticed we are currently live streaming? I am certain that those outside have already sensed the situation here and may well have surrounded us. There is no escape for you, Li Xiaoqian. Deputy Captain Wang, along with the other members of the archaeological team and the audience in the live stream, were aware that Jian Feng was merely stepping out to craft a sword sheath for his suggestions, and would not be long in returning. If, upon his return, Li Xiaoqian entertained any lewd intentions towards Su Ju and Qing Mo, it was highly likely that these individuals would soon find themselves joining the corpses in the dungeon. Consequently, many viewers in the live stream remained unconcerned about the potential chaos these sudden intruders might cause. Their only worry was whether, should something go awry, Jian Feng would adopt a mere spectator's stance. However, Li Xiaoqian appeared oblivious to this reality, believing Deputy Captain Wang's words to be nothing more than empty threats. He erupted into a cacophony of raucous laughter. Har har har, the captain of the archaeological team, do you truly believe your threats are of any consequence to me? Since we managed to gain entry, we surely possess the means to escape as well, so you need not fret. While I am curious about how you plan to make our deaths particularly humiliating, our current objective is the coffin behind you. Step aside. With that, Li Xiaoqian fired another shot in this direction. However, the shot was remarkably precise, barely grazing Deputy Captain Wang's scalp before striking the coffin behind him. Under such pressure, Deputy Captain Wang clutched the trigger tightly, refraining from firing. After all, the remaining bullets were their last bargaining chip. Should they give away their dwindling ammunition, they would truly lose any hope of retreat. If the brigands realized their firearms were nearly depleted, they would likely resort to even more aggressive tactics. Given the current predicament, they had little choice but to withdraw from the coffin's vicinity. After exchanging glances, the members of the archaeological team gradually distanced themselves from the coffin, with a few compassionate souls guiding the increasingly unstable Ju Yi away, creating a safe space. As they observed the archaeological team's compliance and prudence, smiles naturally crept onto the faces of Li Xiaoqian and his companions, who then approached the coffin. What a grand and ancient coffin this is! The treasures within must be worth a fortune. Chapter 64. My sheath is ready. As the tomb raiders pried open the sarcophagus, 3 nearby live-stream cameras fixated intently on the scene, eagerly anticipating the treasures that lay within. The number of tomb raiders was considerable. Despite the weighty lid of the coffin, through their combined efforts, they eventually managed to lift it. Upon removing the uppermost cover, a resplendent jade bed revealed itself, adorned with intricately arranged jade stones that transformed the interior of the sarcophagus into a dazzling spectacle of precious gems. Upon beholding these exquisite stones, several members of the tomb raiding group were immediately struck with greed. One particularly avaricious raider exclaimed, "So much jade, if we gather it all together, it must be worth a fortune. Let us hurry and collect these jewels." However, the leader, Li Xiaoji, who appeared to possess some knowledge about the jade, swiftly halted his men's actions. Do not move, these jades seem to be part of an intricate set. If we dismantle them for sale, they will lose their value in the eyes of foreign buyers. First, let us open the outer layers of the sarcophagus, then devise a method to carefully extract the entire set of jade. The group proceeded to methodically continue their work on the coffin. Although the act of opening a sarcophagus by others was unsatisfactory, the presence of the cameras allowed the viewers in the live stream to witness the unfolding events. Naturally, a few experts from the Archaeological Society remained in the live stream, interacting with the audience while observing the footage. Dear viewers, many sarcophagi from that era featured a dual or even triple coffin structure, thus the interior is composed of several layers. As for the jade stones, they are likely miner's jade, reputed to be an exceptionally rare form of jade found only in high-altitude regions. Thanks to our informative team, it is a pity that such treasures have fallen into the hands of these tomb raiders. Hey, hold on, not all tomb raiders are reckless, many adhere to the rules. Besides, isn't he handsome? Jian Feng and these 2 female streamers also tomb raiders? Yet, I must say something rather unpleasant. The techniques these raiders employ to open coffins are, regrettably, superior to those of Captain Ju Yi from the archaeological team. Let us not hastily generalize all members of the archaeological team as Ju Yi. Wait, Jiang Feng the handsome has returned. As the audience in the livestream eagerly anticipated the treasures and oddities that might emerge from the sarcophagus, the cameras suddenly shifted focus to a young man. Upon seeing this unexpected figure, Su Ju and Qing Mo felt a surge of joy and instinctively moved towards him. However, their youthful shyness restrained their excitement. transforming it into a bashful, soft-spoken greeting. "Handsome, you're back." The faces of almost all members of the archaeological team lit up with relaxed smiles upon Jian Feng's return. With this invincible warrior back, Li Xiaoqi and his crew seemed far less threatening. Only Ju Yi, watching Jian Feng's return, wore a look of resentment. This man, just like those still opening the sarcophagus, was a tomb raider. Why did he receive such attention? Was he not the one who had invested the most effort to locate the final resting place of the sarcophagus? Meanwhile, Li Xiaoqi's group remained focused on their task, unaware that another person had suddenly appeared among the archaeological team. Jian Feng surveyed the two female streamers and the archaeologists, then glanced at Li Xiaoqi's group, calmly stating, "I have completed my sheath, so naturally, I have returned." With that, Jian Feng touched the sheath, now wrapped around the Dragon Abyss sword. Crafted from the bark of the nine-headed serpent cypress, this sheath exuded a certain antiquity and a weighty historical essence. Before the sword could be drawn, it radiated vibrant life. When unsheathed, it would undoubtedly unleash a storm of bloodshed. Jian Feng mused that if he were to exchange for such a sheath through the system, it would cost him a significant 500 points, yet he had effortlessly crafted it for free using the cypress bark. Quite a remarkable feat. Seeing Jian Feng before her, Suju felt compelled to voice her grievances and explain the situation. Jian Feng, however, appeared unfazed. Though he had been outside, his consciousness had continuously enveloped the area, allowing him to respond instantaneously to any upheaval. After all, he relied on the fortunes of these two young women to uncover treasures. Their safety was paramount. Nonetheless, Jian Feng allowed Suju to vent her frustrations, sensing that her cleverness suggested she might be feigning distress. Qingmo, unable to bear it any longer, gently cleared her throat and interjected, "Jian Feng, now that you're back, shouldn't we deal with Li Xiaoqi and his crew immediately? Or perhaps we should burn their bodies to prevent any potential mutations," she added, prompting glances from the nearby Vice-Captain Wang and others. Although this usually reticent girl had spoken little, her words revealed a deep-seated grudge. Jian Feng, however, laughed dismissively. "There's no need to rush. After all, the sarcophagus they are currently opening contains traps, and from the looks of it, they seem oblivious to them. Let them handle the traps themselves." Chapter 65, The Jade Figurine That Restores Youth. Are there still traps? Upon hearing Jian Bin's words, a look of relief washed over the faces of the crowd. Fortunately, after they had managed to unlock the chains of this coffin, they refrained from recklessly opening it. Otherwise, had they ventured forth without Jian Feng's presence, calamity would surely have befallen them. However, now that it was revealed that there were indeed traps within the coffin, the audience in the live stream, as well as those present at the scene, felt a sense of calm. With traps in place, it would be prudent to allow these nefarious tomb raiders to trigger them first. Jian Feng too found the unfolding events of fate to be remarkably peculiar. Given the novice skills of the archaeological team, they were bound to activate the iron-faced blood corpse within the coffin. Yet, at that very moment, the wicked tomb raiders happened to descend, intent on prying open the coffin. Had it not been for the delays caused by Li Xiaoqian and these tomb raiders, the blood corpse would likely have been awakened long ago. In comparison to these tomb raiders, the danger and unpredictability posed by the iron-faced blood corpse were evidently far greater. Nevertheless, the tomb raider group remained oblivious to this fact, eagerly continuing to pry open the second layer of the coffin while clearing away various pieces of human skin within. As they worked, their curses echoed. "Damn it, how revolting, how could so much skin come off a single person? When I first touched this thing, I thought it was a treasure, only to discover it was merely a piece of skin." However, as the raiders completed their grim task, they were abruptly struck by an unforeseen turn of events. The archaeological team, along with Jian Feng and his companions, witnessed the corpse inside the coffin suddenly sit up. This scene was indeed terrifying. If the king of Lushang had truly risen from the dead, the combat prowess of this corpse would undoubtedly be formidable. Yet, the audacity of these vile criminals far exceeded that of the archaeological team. Instead of recoiling in fear at the sight of the corpse rising, they quickly sought to identify the source of the disturbance. What kind of ghostly figure is this Lushang king? Even in death, he props up his own head with a wooden stick, merely to frighten people. Li Xiaoqian, gazing at the suddenly upright Lushang king, was so incensed that he longed to smash the corpse with a single blow. However, upon considering the possibility that this Liu King might possess some treasures, he restrained his violent impulses. Soon, the tomb raider's attention was drawn to the suit of armor resembling jade plates worn by the Liu King. Upon sighting the armor, the raider's eyes sparkled with greed, as if they had discovered a rare gem. Observing their keen interest, the two female hosts beside Jiang Feng turned to him with childlike curiosity. Handsome Jiang Feng, the armor worn by this Liu King must be the legendary golden-threaded jade garment worn by ancient nobles after death, right? I know that this item is exceedingly valuable. Many archaeological teams and official groups venture into ancient tombs in search of this golden-threaded jade garment. Strangely, why is this suit of armor black? Could it be that it has darkened over time from lying in this coffin for too long? The members of the archaeological team nodded in agreement, acknowledging the value of the golden-threaded jade garment. However, Jiang Feng shook his head with a soft chuckle. Not quite. While this armor bears resemblance to the golden-threaded jade garment, it is more accurately referred to as a jade figurine. Jade figurine. The members of the archaeological team and Su Jukingmo tilted their heads in confusion, evidently unfamiliar with the term, having never encountered it before. Juyi seized the opportunity to mock Jiang Feng openly, chuckling, "How absurd, after studying for so long at the Archaeological Association, I have never heard of this golden-threaded jade garment being called a jade figurine. In my opinion, this armor simply turned black from prolonged exposure inside the coffin." Jiang Feng cast him a sidelong glance, his expression impassive. It is not surprising that neither you nor anyone at the Archaeological Association is aware of this, for the jade figurine is a treasure that even Qin Shi Huang could not uncover. According to legend, anyone who dons this item will regain their youth. Believe it or not, I merely sought to clarify little Ju's confusion. With that, Jiang Feng resumed his meditative pose, appearing as languid as before. Upon hearing his words, the audience in the live stream began to engage in fervent discussion. Truly, Jiang Feng is remarkable. He returns and presents us with such a grand conundrum. Although I am tempted to instinctively trust what Jiang Feng says, the notion that merely wearing armor can restore youth seems rather fantastical, doesn't it? No, I actually think the handsome guy's assertion has a sound scientific basis. Look at the person lying within the jade figurine, doesn't he appear remarkably youthful? But that contradicts what I recall from the ancient texts the hosts previously found. The Liu King was approximately in his 40s or 50s at the time of his death, yet the figure within the jade figurine does not seem nearly that old. Could it be that our dashing Jiang Feng has once again spoken the truth? With so many treasures scattered across our vast land, it is entirely reasonable that some would elude even Qin Shi Huang. As the viewers in the live stream began to express their agreement with Jiang Feng's words, within the conference room of the Archaeological Association, the normally composed and dignified vice elder could no longer contain himself upon hearing the term jade figurine. He abruptly stood up. Having previously intended to leave, he now recognized that with Jiang Feng's return to the team, Li Xiaoqian and her group would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. Director Lin regarded the Vice President's sudden rise with a question. "Vice President, do you truly believe what Jiang Feng has said?" "Certainly. You should be aware of the reason I found myself in that peculiar illusory space, which has led to my current state of aging." Chapter 66, Was King Liu Shang the ancestor of tomb raiders? The Vice President gently touched his somewhat aged visage and sighed. "Now that I have transformed into this state, I have continuously sought ways to restore my former self with the resources at hand. Ultimately, I discovered a treasure that even Qin Shi Huang could not locate. It is the jade figurine that now resides within this coffin. At that time, I delved into numerous literary works and finally ascertained that only this jade figurine could help me reclaim the lost years of my life and return to my original form. Thus, I can assure you that the existence of this jade figurine is undeniably authentic." Upon hearing these words, many present in the conference room expressed their astonishment. It was unclear whether they were lamenting the Vice President's fate or marveling at the good fortune of Jiang Feng and his companions, who had managed to uncover such a legendary treasure. Professor Hao also expressed his relief, saying, "Fortunately, it seems that these tomb raiders are still unaware of the true value of this jade figurine. However, the knowledge and experiences of this young man, Jian Feng, are even more astonishing. He has indeed heard of treasures that exist solely in legends. This young man is increasingly resembling an encyclopedia of tomb raiding. This remark elicited a collective chuckle from those in the conference room. Clearly, the tension that had once gripped them dissipated with Jian Feng's arrival, and they appeared significantly more at ease. Only Elder Ju sighed in despair, for he had come to realize that his disciple was irreparably damaged, and in such a state, he still questioned Jian Feng's words. What could have led him to such a dismal condition? In the dimly lit underground palace, Li Xiaoqian and his companions still regarded the jade figurine as a golden-threaded jade box. Nevertheless, its worth remained exceedingly high, thus, these tomb raiders seemed to be devising a way to unlock the jade figurine, hoping to extract it as a whole for monetary gain. Meanwhile, the archaeological team discovered that Jian Feng had, unbeknownst to them, retrieved the purple jade box that the green-faced fox had held tightly in its grasp. The corpse of the green-faced fox lay adjacent to the deepest part of the cavern, and the purple jade box, seemingly overlooked due to its diminutive size in the presence of the massive coffin, had naturally fallen into Jian Feng's hands. Observing that the tomb raiders would likely take some time, Jian Feng seized the opportunity to examine the contents of the box. Turning to Deputy Team Leader Wen of the archaeological team, he inquired, "This box requires a key to unlock it. Do you have the key?" "What key?" "The one that was previously in the mouth of the female corpse lying on that stone platform, the one belonging to this purple jade box." Deputy Team Leader Wen pondered momentarily before shaking his head. No, when Team Leader Ju acquired this jade box, the surrounding environment had already shifted, and we had no time to check if there was anything else in the woman's mouth. That was dire. It seemed the key had likely been swallowed by the female corpse, rendering any attempt to retrieve it futile. However, it mattered little. With his current prowess, unlocking such a small box without a key would still be a trivial task. Wind and Huqian, unlock. After inscribing a nearly invisible spell array upon the purple jade box, Jian Feng swiftly unlocked its mechanism. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they discovered that the box contained a scroll of silk adorned with golden threads, appearing exceedingly precious. Moreover, the scroll was inscribed with densely packed characters, evidently written in ancient script. Upon seeing the text, a bespectacled youth from the archaeological team stepped forward confidently, offering to translate the contents of the scroll for everyone. However, after half a minute of scrutiny, the youth shook his head. "I cannot, the characters are simply too small for me to decipher." He then returned the scroll to Jian Feng, who accepted it with a calm demeanor. Noticing the curious expressions from the two female hosts beside him, he seized the somewhat tedious moment to begin translating the scroll's contents. Although the scroll contained limited information, each piece was of considerable significance, captivating many viewers in the live stream and those present at the scene. After hearing the translation, numerous audience members expressed their astonishment. How is it that King Lushang, after slaying the colossal serpent, discovered treasures within its belly? Could he possibly be akin to Liu Bang, the Hangaozu? Moreover, King Lushang was indeed ruthless. His murderous intent was formidable. That serpent granted him such magnificent treasures, which not only helped him ascend to the position of Prime Minister but also elevated him to greatness, yet he still chose to slay it. Not to mention, King Lushang evidently deemed this matter a closely guarded secret. He eliminated all his companions to prevent any exposure. Such actions would even make a certain cow boss shudder in cruelty. The two treasures are quite evident. One is the ghost seal, while the other is presumed. Had it not been for his short lifespan, it is conceivable that during the Warring States period, the state of Qi might have fallen under the dominion of this otherworldly figure. Iron-faced Sheng, this individual, the strategist of King Lushang, had appeared multiple times in those alchemy chambers. I would dub him the dog-headed strategist. Only when on the brink of death does one reflect on the multitude of misdeeds committed throughout a lifetime. Why not ponder such matters sooner? Yet, could it not be said that King Lushang is indeed the true ancestor of tomb raiders? His skills and this tomb were acquired solely through the act of tomb raiding. If that is the case, then the lineage of tomb raiders would trace back not merely to King Lushang but rather to an era preceding him, directly to the Warring States period. Chapter 67, The Resurrection of the Blood Corpse. Stop, we, the humble grave robbers, would never admit to such brutality. The likes of King Lu Shang should be the ancestors of scoundrels like Li Xiaoquan. Nevertheless, Jian Feng's translations of ancient texts remain as exceptional as ever. The professional archaeologists beside him struggled to articulate what he effortlessly conveyed. As the audience in the live stream engaged in playful banter inspired by Jian Feng's revelations, it seemed that Li Xiaoquan had finally discerned how to unravel the mystery of the jade figurine. There's a thread. Boss, look here, isn't there an extra thread protruding? Indeed. Initially, Li Xiaoquan contemplated dissolving the corpse to retrieve the exquisite golden-threaded jade artifact. However, the emergence of a golden thread suggested a far simpler solution. Li Xiaoquan promptly patted his subordinate on the shoulder, grinning. Your keen observation is commendable, you've spotted such intricate details. Then, you shall pull the thread. Understood, boss. The lecherous grave robber's face lit up with a long-awaited smile. A complete golden-threaded jade artifact. If he could successfully extract it, he would surely be hailed a hero among his peers. When the time came to sell it, he imagined himself reaping a substantial share of the profits. With that thought, the unscrupulous grave robber began to gradually tug at the golden thread, envisioning the coveted artifact falling into his grasp. However, Jian Feng, who had been observing the unfolding drama, turned to the archaeologists behind him and issued a command. Prepare to retreat. Something is about to happen here. Although the others were somewhat perplexed, their unwavering trust in Jian Feng prompted them to step back cautiously. Just as they had retreated a few steps, the corpse lying in the coffin seemed to awaken, glaring at the intruders who dared disturb its eternal slumber. Without uttering a word, a bloody claw shot forth from the coffin. While the lecherous grave robber was still lost in dreams of wealth, he was suddenly met with the gruesome sight of the bloody claw piercing through his chest. In the next instant, he collapsed before the very dream of fortune he had sought. What on earth? Why did it suddenly rise? Attack! Li Xiaoquan and his companions had no time to mourn their fallen comrade. They immediately drew their firearms and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the emerging blood corpse, yet, the bullets barely grazed it, causing little to no harm. Some bullets merely ricocheted off, while others passed straight through its grotesque form, only for the flesh to rapidly regenerate. The only semblance of hope for the grave robbers lay in their firearms, which provided minimal resistance against the blood corpse, preventing it from launching an immediate assault on a second target. Damn it! There were no signs of transformation in that corpse lying in the coffin. How did it suddenly reanimate? Within the confines of the narrow cave, Li Xiaoquan and his team found themselves engaged in a fierce battle with the blood corpse. Although their ammunition appeared plentiful, they would inevitably require reloading. Moreover, their lack of coordinated firepower allowed the freshly emerged blood corpse to seize the opportunity to advance. One more member of the grave-robbing team fell victim to the blood corpse's claws, and the creature showed no signs of halting its rampage, charging towards the next individual who had dared to fire upon it. The entire team of over 20 grave robbers was now being systematically slaughtered by the blood corpse. Observing this spectacle, the archaeologists, along with Suju and Qingmo, had no inclination to intervene. Instead, they were eager to enjoy the unfolding drama, akin to watching a thrilling movie. The audience in the live stream echoed their sentiments, reveling in the chaos. Excellent, finally, these two factions are at each other's throats, though one isn't even human. I firmly stand with King Lu Shang. Bravo, King Lu Shang. You've surely done enough nefarious deeds in life. Now, eliminate these villains and accrue some merit for your past transgressions. A mutated blood corpse is not to be trifled with. I recall an earlier archaeological expedition that suffered the loss of over a dozen members before they could seize the opportunity to deploy heavy snipers and obliterate the blood corpse's head. The more fervently they fight, the more advantageous it will be for Jian Feng and his crew. Yet, in truth, with Jian Feng's prowess, he could easily crush these individuals in an instant. His reluctance to intervene speaks volumes about his cunning nature. I'm more curious as to how Jian Feng anticipated the traps within the coffin. I'm increasingly suspecting that he might be a part of this ancient tomb. Have some confidence. Jian Feng is the iron-faced sage. While everyone was engrossed in the unfolding drama, Jian Feng attentively observed the movements of the blood corpse, unable to suppress his commentary. This blood corpse exhibits remarkable prowess, truly worthy of having undergone at least 50. The blood corpse's current strength far surpassed that of the one he had encountered at the entrance of the 7-star Lu Palace, suggesting that the inner core it possessed could yield a wealth of points when exchanged in the system. He realized that the 4 techniques he had mastered were nearing their limits, and it was time to pursue new avenues of cultivation. Of course, Jian Feng had no urgency to act. For now, the blood corpse's primary target was still Li Xiaoquan and his band of grave robbers. Let them engage in their tumultuous exchange for the time being. Chapter 68, Who told you that he is the king of Lu Shuang? Of course, Li Xiaoqian and his companions were not foolish. Upon witnessing the current rampage of the blood corpse and casting a glance at Jian Feng's demeanor, they immediately issued an order. Lead that blood corpse over to the archaeological team. Let them deal with it. Understood. After using an unfortunate member of their group as bait, Li Xiaoqian finally led the remaining individuals to confront Jian Feng and the archaeological team, glaring at them as he proclaimed, "Come over here and block that blood corpse. Let us work together to eliminate it." However, the dozen or so members of the archaeological team regarded the band of grave robbers led by Li Xiaoqian with expressions of patronizing amusement. Had Jian Feng not been present earlier, they might have shown some trepidation, but now that he was here, they naturally felt no fear. Li Xiaoqian, upon seeing these individuals suddenly refusing to heed his commands, was instantly filled with rage. He aimed his firearm at Deputy Team Leader Wang and Jian Feng, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and block that blood corpse. If you all cooperate, I won't harm you for the time being. But if you refuse to assist us now, we shall all perish at the hands of this blood corpse. And who are you to appear here? I don't recall any of you being part of the archaeological team." His last remark was directed at Jiang Bin. When he noticed that none of the archaeological team members acknowledged his demands, his fury escalated. "So, you choose to disobey, it seems you require a lesson." With that, Li Xiaoqian aimed his weapon at Jian Feng, preparing to pull the trigger, seemingly intending to make an example of him. However, with Jian Feng having fully mastered his ocular techniques, the speed at which Li Xiaoqian pulled the trigger was simply too sluggish. Moreover, the speed of a spiritual attack far surpassed that of a bullet. Eye technique, soul shock. A flash of purple light ignited in Jian Feng's gaze. Not far away, Li Xiaoqian, who had just readied to pull the trigger, suddenly felt his brain erupt in a cataclysmic explosion, as if his very organs were pierced by an invisible needle. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and he fell lifelessly to the ground, akin to a wooden stick that had lost its support. This spiritual attack was so formidable that even the previously powerful bronze 9-winged python could not withstand it, let alone an ordinary person like Li Xiaoqian. Unless one possessed significant spiritual cultivation, the outcome of such an attack was invariably a swift and gruesome demise. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was momentarily dumbfounded. Su Ju and Qing Mo had previously observed Jian Feng unleash his ethereal mental attacks, but the effect had never been this profound. This could only indicate that Jian Feng's spiritual power had significantly strengthened. As for the members of the archaeological team and the grave robbers, they were utterly bewildered, perceiving only that after a fleeting glance exchanged between Li Xiaoqian and Jian Feng, the former had succumbed to a sudden and violent death. "Is this real?" The audience in the live stream marveled. "I told you, our handsome Jian Feng is not human. He truly wields mental attacks. He just died like that, as if crushed like an ant. I just researched Li Xiaoqian's wanted record. This man had previously survived a deadly encounter in a tomb filled with monstrous insects, and yet he perished beneath Jian Feng's gaze. Indeed, our Jian Feng remains astonishingly powerful. But ordinary people cannot perform mental attacks. Could it be that our Jian Feng possesses a treasure capable of inflicting neurological damage? Perhaps. Moreover, he previously rescued himself from the insect-infested tomb with that flute, and yet he meets his end so easily. What a waste. Ho, what are you talking about upstairs?" As the audience engaged in fervent discussion, in the conference room of the Archaeological Association, Director Lin finally set down the heavy stone he had been holding and let out a sigh of relief. "At last, this fellow is thoroughly dead. Now I can finally provide closure to my fallen comrades." As he spoke, Director Lin ordered the lifting of the mountain's seal. With Li Xiaoqian deceased and his team of grave robbers deemed inconsequential, incapable of overcoming Jian Feng, they no longer had need to continue the manhunt or worry about any resurrection attempts from him. However, within the conference room, Professor Hao inquired, "Director Lin, are you certain you sent him to his doom last time?" "I am absolutely certain," Director Lin affirmed. In that rather humid tomb, various strange venomous insects were abundant. One of those insects could stop a person's heart in merely 5 seconds. I was certain that Li Xiaoqian was surrounded by those venomous insects, which is why I was confident of his demise. I did not wish to provoke those creatures, so I refrained from pursuing him. Professor Hao analyzed, "Since you were so certain of his inevitable death, there must be something amiss regarding his escape from the insect-infested area. This implies someone must have rescued him from that perilous situation. And this individual likely possesses ancient artifacts with specialized functions, akin to what Jian Feng wields." The gathered individuals in the conference room nodded in agreement, acknowledging the plausibility of this theory. Yet unbeknownst to them, the Long Yuan sword in Jian Feng's possession was no ordinary artifact, but a genuine celestial spiritual treasure. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern of the Seven Stars Luwang Palace, following Li Xiaoqian's demise, the grave robbers found themselves in disarray, devoid of leadership. Some clamored to escape, others sought vengeance, while a few, gripped by panic, fired their weapons at the approaching blood corpse. This successfully redirected the blood corpse's wrath towards the grave robbers. One by one, they fell victim to the claws of the blood corpse. The innermost cavern had transformed into a slaughterhouse, where the once silent depths reverberated with splattering blood and agonized cries. Jingmo lamented, "The king of Lu Shuang has indeed become a formidable blood corpse." Jian Feng chuckled, "Not quite, this blood corpse is not the king of Lu Shuang." Chapter 69, The Immortal Sword Strikes the Iron Mask, Is It Not the King of Lu Shuang? Upon hearing Jian Feng's words, Jingmo and those beside him were momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Jian Feng continued to cross his arms, observing the blood corpse as it relentlessly slaughtered the members of the tomb raiding team. Given the king of Lu Shuang's penchant for bloodshed, coupled with the cunning nature of the Iron Mask, it is evident that after fulfilling his plans, he would inevitably seek to eliminate Iron Mask to silence him. Iron Mask is equally aware of the king of Lu Shuang's character. Their collaboration was merely a means of mutual exploitation. However, Iron Mask is an astute individual and would not allow himself to be easily outmaneuvered. By choosing to preemptively outsmart the king of Lu Shuang, he feigned death and took the king's corpse from the sarcophagus, ultimately switching places, lying in the sarcophagus himself. The revelation from Jian Feng left many present in profound shock. They had believed that the body within the coffin was undoubtedly that of the king of Lu Shuang, and that the rampaging figure among the tomb raiders was also him. Jian Feng, however, had offered them an entirely new perspective. Suju, intrigued, inquired, "Jian Feng, how do you possess such knowledge? Could it be that you are truly a figure from that era?" Noticing Suju regarding him as one might regard a rare antique, Jian Feng chose to disregard her curiosity. However, he was more intrigued by the possibility that if the person inside the sarcophagus was indeed Iron Mask, then where lay the true corpse of the king of Lu Shuang? The original text did not elucidate the whereabouts of the king of Lu Shuang's body, and considering the time frame of Iron Mask's actions, it was likely that he could not have buried the king far away, perhaps even within the confines of the Seven Stars Palace. While the characters in the original work failed to discover this, Jian Feng felt there was a considerable chance of revelation on his part. After all, he had two remarkably fortunate female streamers by his side. Perhaps their fortuitous nature would lead to the discovery of the concealed corpse of the king of Lu Shuang. Everyone on Jian Feng's side remained in a state of anticipation. The blood corpse, having thoroughly indulged in slaughter, turned its gaze towards Jian Feng and the archaeological team. Although aware of Jian Feng's formidable presence within the group, many could not suppress a flicker of fear as they met the blood-red gaze of the corpse. Even to the naked eye, it was evident that this blood corpse's strength far surpassed any they had encountered prior, eclipsing even the one Jian Feng had witnessed being vanquished at the entrance of the Seven Stars Palace. This was a true blood corpse, nearly possessing the cultivation level of a millennia-old corpse king. As the blood corpse fixed its gaze upon him, Deputy Captain Wang instinctively led the archaeological team in retreat, swallowing hard as he addressed Jian Feng. Mr. Jian Feng, we must trouble you once again. Jian Feng found no inconvenience in the situation. After all, the blood corpse would undoubtedly harbor a mature cultivation core within, thus, his intervention would yield a guaranteed profit. The blood corpse, having just absorbed the vitality of over 20 individuals, felt an inflated sense of confidence and strength. Without hesitation, it lunged towards Jian Feng, leaving a trail of crimson shadows in its wake. Despite its rapid approach, it was of no consequence. Jian Feng's pupils transformed into a formidable dual gaze, unleashing a powerful soul shockwave from his eyes. However, to his astonishment, the iron mask blood corpse withstood the soul shock, merely wavering momentarily in midair before continuing its assault on Jian Feng. Remarkably high cultivation, indeed. It can withstand my soul shock. This was Jian Feng's first encounter with a creature capable of resisting his soul attack, albeit this being was no living entity. Wind after Qi Men, deceleration formation. Another spell was cast, instantly slowing the iron mask blood corpse to a crawl. Jian Feng then swung his fist forward. Although he could have effortlessly slain the creature with his sword, the Dragon Abyss sword was exceedingly sharp. A single strike would not only cleave the blood corpse but also potentially sever the jade armor it donned. As the force of his punch collided with the blood corpse's claws, a cacophony of wind echoed through the space. Feeling the formidable strength coursing through his arm, nearly matching his own, Jian Feng could not help but smile. The iron mask blood corpse indeed possessed formidable prowess. Without activating his dragon transformation technique, it was able to match him in raw physical strength. However, Jian Feng's primary objective was the jade armor adorning the blood corpse. Wind after Qi Men, acceleration. Imbuing his hands with the acceleration formation, Jian Feng swiftly began to peel away the jade armor. His rapid movements rendered the armor vulnerable, and through the combined focus of his dual gaze and the deceleration and acceleration formations, the iron mask blood corpse failed to land a single blow on him as he stripped it of its attire. This display of skill could indeed be deemed quite brutal. Once the jade armor was swiftly removed, the subsequent actions became significantly simpler. With no fear of damaging the jade, Jian Feng drew the Dragon Abyss sword from its sheath and struck at the blood corpse's form. With a resounding whoosh, the sharpness of the Dragon Abyss sword, combined with Jian Feng's current cultivation level, cleaved the iron mask blood corpse cleanly in half. Despite the blood corpse having absorbed vast amounts of vitality, it remained as fragile as paper beneath the might of Jian Feng's blade. Chapter 70, The Inner Elixir of the Blood Corpse with an Iron Mask. After the iron-masked blood corpse was cleaved in half by a single strike to its midsection, it lost the ability to continue its agonizing howls and gradually collapsed to the ground. This body, which had been cultivated for at least several millennia, appeared almost transparent in the hands of Jian Feng wielding the Long Yuan sword. Observing the severed iron-masked blood corpse, both the viewers in the live stream and the onlookers present could not help but draw a sharp breath of astonishment. Hiss. The sword wielded by this handsome man is exceedingly sharp. I had previously witnessed this blood corpse endure hundreds of bullets, seemingly unscathed, yet now it has been effortlessly dispatched by the handsome Jian Feng with a single stroke. Furthermore, considering that this iron-masked blood corpse had absorbed the vitality of at least a dozen or so individuals due to the previous tomb raiders, its strength must have been formidable. Yet, it was still vanquished by Jian Feng with a mere sword strike. I apologize, it seems I underestimated the prowess of our dashing Jian Feng. Thus, the previous intentions of those tomb raiders to divert attention may have been astutely correct. After all, in this situation, aside from Jian Feng, there appears to be no one else capable of saving them. Indeed, likewise, Jian Feng's combat performance was of great significance to the members of the Archaeological Society attentively following the live stream. The vice president, seated in the prominent position, spoke up. Based on the encounter between Jian Feng and the iron-masked blood corpse, it appears that such blood corpses grow stronger with the duration of their burial and their own cultivation. If it were merely a blood corpse that had cultivated for a few centuries, we could still attack it with firearms and other conventional weaponry. However, if it were a millennium-level blood corpse, we would need to employ far greater force to inflict lethal damage. Otherwise, its regenerative abilities would allow it to recover swiftly. In future excavations, we must pay close attention to the identities of the tombs we encounter and their historical timelines. By doing so, should we encounter a reanimated corpse, we could immediately assess the level of its cultivation. This would facilitate our subsequent tactical responses. The members of the society nodded in agreement, though a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. After all, they had already struggled to contend with the century-level blood corpse they had previously encountered. Should they face a millennium-level blood corpse capable of trading blows with someone as formidable as Jian Feng, the risks involved in their explorations would escalate dramatically. Recognizing this, many within the archaeological society felt an intensified yearning for Jian Feng. They could not afford to overlook this extraordinary talent who had descended upon them like a celestial warrior. Simultaneously, the vice president's gaze burned with fervor as he looked at the jade figurine that Jian Feng had liberated. He contemplated how to reasonably utilize this newfound ally to temporarily suppress the terrifying and costly curses afflicting him. Within the subterranean palace of the seven-star Lu Wang, the onlookers gazed at the thousand-year blood corpse, now severed in two by Jian Feng, feeling as though they were in a dream. Eventually, the ever-enthusiastic Su Ju came to her senses and joyfully approached Jian Feng. "Jian Feng, you are simply too impressive. I wonder if you could impart some of your skills to me." Jian Feng cast a glance at Su Ju and the eagerly expectant Xing Mo beside her, responding with a smile, "That depends on my mood." If he felt inclined, he might consider guiding them in their cultivation. However, rather than dwell on such matters for the future, Jian Feng approached the iron-masked blood corpse's remains, beginning to search its body. What he sought was, of course, the inner elixir contained within the blood corpse. Given that this entity had cultivated for at least 3,000 years, the elixir would undoubtedly yield a substantial number of points when exchanged within the system, making it an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Furthermore, after acquiring the inner elixir, it would be time for him to extract a few techniques for himself. With this in mind, Jian Feng began to utilize the system to locate the areas within the blood corpse that harbored the most potent blood energy and luck, quickly pinpointing the dantian. Fortunately, although his previous attack was fierce, it had managed to avoid striking the inner elixir directly, allowing him to evade a complete loss. Upon absorbing the inner elixir through the system, Jian Feng finally heard the long-awaited voice of the system. "Congratulations, esteemed host, on absorbing the inner elixir of the iron-masked blood corpse. Your cultivation has significantly advanced once more. Your current cultivation progress for all techniques is as follows: Happy Smiley Double Vision Technique, 100 Sword Control Technique, 150 Wind After Chi Gate Technique, 100 Dragon Transformation Technique, 90. The system detects that the vast majority of your cultivation skills are nearing completion. This time, the iron-masked inner elixir will provide you with an additional 1,000 points. Additionally, it has been detected that the skill the iron-masked blood corpse excelled in during its lifetime was alchemy. Since you have refined this inner elixir, you have also acquired partial memories of the associated alchemical techniques. This system has enhanced the skill into a true cultivation alchemy technique. Current alchemy technique progress. 5 current available system points, 7,600 points. Hearing the sudden influx of information from the system in his mind, a smile quickly spread across Jian Feng's face. This iron-masked individual truly was a benefactor, leaving behind such a generous gift even in death. He had managed to extract a cultivation alchemy technique with virtually no cost, marking a tremendous gain for himself. Moreover, the alchemy technique, enhanced by the system, would allow him to create genuine celestial elixirs, not mere earthly concoctions or the half-finished products found in certain secret chambers. Although sourcing the materials necessary to concoct various celestial elixirs in this world might prove challenging, for the system, it posed no significant difficulty, as he could directly exchange them within the system's marketplace. Chapter 71, Repaying a Favor, Then You Should Go Chop Some Trees. As Jian Feng rummaged through the blooded corpse, the archaeological team managed to extract a large folding box, into which they placed the jade figurine. Jian Feng appeared indifferent to the jade artifact, while the members of the archaeological team were exceedingly fascinated by it. With Jian Feng's guidance, they quickly grasped its significance, making it clear that leaving it behind was out of the question. In addition, there was an entire set of jade furnishings within the coffin, as well as various antiques pilfered from the bodies of the tomb raiders led by Li Xiaokar. Although the quantity was modest, they felt compelled to collect whatever they could. Su Ju and Qingmo did not wish to miss out on the action, but their backpacks were already overflowing, leaving no room for additional treasures. As the archaeological team treated the jade figurine as a prized find, Jian Feng had already gathered a considerable amount of treasures from the iron-masked corpse. Meanwhile, Su Ju and Qingmo diligently examined the depths of the cave for any hidden entrances. However, luck was not on their side this time, and they found nothing in the ancient tomb. Jian Feng, handsome, there are no more paths downwards, Su Ju remarked. Indeed, this tomb chamber seems to have reached its terminus, Jian Feng replied. It is time for us to return, he concluded. Upon hearing Jian Feng's words, many viewers in the live stream collectively sighed in relief. At last, we are heading back, it has been quite a journey. The perils they encountered in the tomb were unlike anything I have witnessed in other excavation streams. Were it not for Jian Feng's presence, I doubt any tomb exploration team could have completed this treacherous journey through the ancient tomb of the Seven Stars and the King of Lu. Though fraught with danger, I am grateful to Jian Feng and his team for providing us with an epic adventure in treasure hunting. The various dangers encountered in the tomb have thoroughly extinguished my desire to become a tomb raider. As the viewers in the live stream expressed their awe, those surrounding Jian Feng also breathed a sigh of relief, hearing that they were to return. Su Ju and Qingmo shook their heavy backpacks. Their bags were stuffed with ancient texts and small jade artifacts, despite the weight being burdensome, pressing down on their shoulders. The thought of the resources they could exchange for these ancient texts and jade pieces filled their faces with joy. As for the archaeological team, although they too carried hefty loads, their packs were mostly empty. It seemed that their initial intent of returning laden with treasures had been thwarted, and instead, they had faced numerous harrowing encounters. However, most of the team members were now content. The dangers lurking beneath the ancient tomb were overwhelming, and with the loss of a companion, they were unlikely to embark on another adventure for at least half a year. Except for Ju Yi, who felt profoundly displeased upon hearing Jian Feng announce the conclusion of their exploration. He understood that with this ancient tomb expedition coming to an end, his reputation outside would plummet drastically. Determined to find an opportunity to assert himself on the journey back, he resolved not to remain overshadowed by Jian Feng, the tomb raider. Soon, after gathering their belongings, everyone exited the deepest cave and arrived at the valley where the nine-headed serpent cypress originally stood. Gazing at the majestic tree, Jian Feng was struck by an idea. Having recently acquired the skill of alchemy, he was in need of firewood, particularly wood imbued with spiritual energy for the process of refining elixirs. The wood of the nine-headed serpent cypress, after years of growth, was the perfect material. Its bark even contained spiritual power. Previously, he had only utilized its bark to craft a sword sheath, realizing now that he could benefit from harvesting more of it. Turning to Deputy Captain Wang of the archaeological team, Jian Feng said, "Deputy Captain Wang, did you not mention that if we discovered anything I required, you would assist in retrieving it?" Yes, Mr. Jiang, please go ahead, Deputy Captain Wang responded, momentarily taken aback and curious about Jian Feng's intentions, especially as they were preparing to head back. Jian Feng gestured towards the nine-headed serpent cypress. "Any wood from this tree would be of great use to me. Given that your backpacks are still capable of holding some items, perhaps you could help me carry some wood out." Deputy Captain Wang was momentarily stunned by this unusual request. He had expected Jian Feng to ask for the jade figurine, yet here he was requesting them to chop down trees. This peculiar demand left Deputy Captain Wang momentarily bewildered. "Mr. Jiang, may I inquire why you need our assistance in chopping trees?" "That is of no concern to you. I simply need a moderate amount, approximately 60 to 70% of your backpacks filled will suffice," Jian Feng replied confidently, knowing he could find additional firewood in other ancient tombs. Seeing Jian Feng's determination, Deputy Captain Wang could only shake his head. Having previously agreed, they felt compelled to comply, so he retrieved a fire axe from his backpack and began to chop wood. The students from the Archaeological Society, while finding the request somewhat odd, remembered how Jian Feng had saved their lives multiple times during the journey. Considering that chopping would pose no real danger, they too took up axes and joined in. Before long, everyone in the archaeological team, save for Ju Yi, had joined the effort to chop wood. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng observed them while contemplating other matters, for he had yet to locate the dragon vein of the 7 stars and the King of Lu. Chapter 72, following the path descended by others. The grand tomb of the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace undoubtedly harbors a dragon vein, otherwise, it would not have caught the eye of King Lu Shang. However, therein lies the predicament. Jiang Feng, despite possessing the ability to sense the presence of this dragon vein within the confines of the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace through his system, has yet to pinpoint its exact location. He hopes that during the journey back, he might discover this dragon vein. If not, he shall resign himself to the notion that it is simply not his fate. Jiang Feng has no inclination to force matters that are devoid of destiny. At this moment, the members of the archaeological team have commenced chopping down trees, diligently stuffing the bark into their backpacks. During this process, they have come to realize that the texture of the bark is indeed akin to that of a treasure. Not only does it feel exquisite to the touch, almost irresistible, but it also emanates a delightful and refreshing fragrance. Given that they have scarcely uncovered any significant artifacts throughout their expedition, the team members, seeking a semblance of psychological comfort, have intensified their efforts in felling trees. This includes Jingmo and Suju, who have joined in without hesitation, motivated solely by the desire to assist Jiang Feng. However, when Suju picked up an axe, she noticed Ju Yi standing idly by and inquired, "Hey, aren't you ashamed to just stand there?" All of us girls, along with the entire archaeological team, are laboring to chop wood, yet you remain motionless. Upon hearing this, Ju Yi felt a surge of indignation and turned to glare at Suju. "We are members of the Archaeological Association, and I am the captain of this team. What gives you or Jiang Feng the right to command me to chop wood?" In response to his words, Suju showed no signs of yielding, staring him down as she retorted, "So, what have you done thus far that has been beneficial to our archaeological work?" Ju Yi fell silent. After a full 2 minutes of silence, he finally cast a furious glance at Suju, then begrudgingly retrieved a fire axe from his bag, seemingly venting his frustration as he struck the tree with it. Observers might have mistaken his fierce demeanor for that of someone wielding an axe against a foe. The viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their laughter at this spectacle. I adore our female host for her straightforwardness. She managed to break Ju Yi's composure in just 1 sentence. Yet, our female host has a point. As the captain of an archaeological team, what have you accomplished that benefits the team or the overall? Otherwise, your journey through the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace would truly be in vain. I sense that Jiang Feng possesses a certain potential to become a capitalist. It's astounding how he has compelled the entire team to chop wood. Perhaps he believes the timber is exceptionally valuable. After all, he did mention that this tree is a unique and powerful ancient specimen, and certain materials from it might prove useful to him. Our Jiang Feng is no ordinary individual. I even suspect that once the archaeological team completes their excavation and the safety of the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace is confirmed, officials will swiftly dispatch personnel to harvest this tree. Indeed, the members of the Archaeological Association were contemplating this, as it was evident that the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace still held many treasures that Jiang Feng and his team could not carry away in haste. Once they emerged, the archaeological team and official organizations would undoubtedly send more groups down to continue the exploration. Naturally, the archaeological team was also preparing a grand feast to welcome Jiang Feng and his companions back, eager to extend their hospitality. Upon witnessing this, Elder Ju felt a slight sense of relief. Although his disciple's performance in the tomb was rather disgraceful and he had failed to engage with someone as capable as Jiang Feng, at the very least, he had emerged alive. Moreover, thanks to Jiang Feng's presence throughout their journey, the archaeological team's losses within the tomb had not been overly severe. He hoped that this batch of archaeologists would return smoothly after finishing their woodcutting. After approximately half an hour, the backpacks of the archaeological team were filled to the brim with various sizes of bark from the tree. Though aware that their bags were primarily filled with wood, they felt a sense of satisfaction at the abundance they had accumulated. While the team was engaged in chopping wood, Jiang Feng spent most of his time meditating and cultivating, yet he also took the opportunity to explore the spacious underground valley, gradually uncovering a hidden path. This path was entirely distinct, requiring no treacherous cliffs to traverse, resembling a concealed route embedded within the mountain wall. Just then, After finishing with the trees, Qingmo retracted her axe and curiously inquired about Jian Feng's activities. "Hey, handsome, what are you looking at over there?" "I'm examining the path," he replied. As Jian Feng observed the hidden passage within the underground gorge, reminiscent of a mechanism unveiling itself, he recalled the previous encounter with the green-faced fox that summoned the shadow soldiers, as well as the route that Li Xiaoqian and his crew had unearthed. This path appeared to be the very route they had descended. In other words, had it not been for the fox's summoning skill, they might have never found their way down. Fortunately, due to their exploration, Jian Feng and his companions had now discovered an alternative route back. Before long, Deputy Captain Wang approached Jian Feng, observing his study of the passage within the mountain wall. "Mr. Jian Feng, what are you investigating? I believe we might be able to take a more leisurely route back. This path seems to be a tunnel previously excavated by Li Xiaoqian and his crew, and it appears quite spacious. Let us follow this route back." "Sounds good." Suju chimed in eagerly, having also grown somewhat fatigued from their journey through the Luwang Palace and eager to return for some much-needed rest. Without hesitation, she dashed into the secret passage, taking the lead in exploring the way forward. Chapter 73. Encountering the hidden chamber. On the way back, Suju possessed an astonishingly fortuitous streak, akin to that of a lucky koi, thus it was only fitting for her to lead the way at the forefront. Moreover, this path had previously been traversed by tomb raiders, who likely had already triggered the various traps and dangers along the way, rendering it relatively safe for their return journey. However, safety was not guaranteed. Judging by Jian Feng's assessment of Suju's remarkable luck, it was highly probable that she would uncover another hidden chamber within mere minutes. After Suju ventured ahead with her flashlight to scout the path, Qingmo glanced at Jian Feng and promptly followed suit. Jian Feng, for his part, crossed his arms and resumed a state of serene contemplation, akin to a somnambulist, as he ascended the narrow trail along the mountainside. Naturally, the members of the archaeological team trailed closely behind. Upon witnessing the configuration of this expedition in the live stream, the audience could not suppress their chuckles. Just hours earlier, the team had been arranged with the archaeologists leading the way, followed by Suju and Qingmo, who were preoccupied with their own concerns, while Jian Feng ambled along at the rear in a dazed state. Yet now, just a few hours later, the dynamic had shifted dramatically. Jian Feng now stood at the very center of the archaeological team, having truly become the core leader of the group. As the group continued their ascent along the narrow mountain path for nearly 10 minutes, Suju suddenly felt her footing give way. Although she had merely stepped onto a rock, it felt as though the ground beneath her was entirely hollow. Fortunately, Qingmo, who was closely following her, quickly reached out to steady her as she nearly stumbled. "Are you all right? How could you almost trip on such level ground?" "Oh, how would I know? It feels like it's not even my fault. Why did the ground suddenly become so soft?" As she spoke, Suju seemed somewhat unconvinced and began to stomp on the rocky surface beneath her feet. Unsurprisingly, her actions led to an unexpected outcome. The once solid rock beneath her began to collapse, revealing a hidden passageway. Observing this sudden emergence of a pathway, the two female streamers fell into contemplation, and eventually, Qingmo turned to Suju and inquired, "Hey, have you gained some weight recently?" "How could that be? The only time I've indulged lately was when I shared that roasted snake meat with the handsome Jian Feng. If my weight has increased, it must be due to this backpack I'm carrying, not my own doing." The moment the topic of her weight arose, Suju appeared flustered and defensive, clearly worried about the matter. Nevertheless, her physique suggested that any extra weight had accumulated in all the right places. Soon after, Jian Feng joined them, and upon witnessing the newly revealed path, he wore an expression of predictable surprise. However, his reaction seemed to lead Suju to misinterpret his thoughts, causing her to blush and plead, "Handsome, you have to believe me, it's not that I've gained weight, but there's something wrong with this path." Jian Feng thought to himself, "Have I uttered a single word since arriving?" The minds of these women are truly perplexing. Yet, he chose not to dwell on this and began to examine the newly revealed hidden chamber. It appeared that Suju's role as the guide had led them to discover yet another concealed space. Gently tapping Suju on the head, he smiled and said, "All right, I believe this is not due to your actions, but rather because there is a concealed mechanism hidden beneath." You merely triggered this trap. That's all. However, the room concealed by this mechanism does not seem to harbor any danger. If you are interested, you may venture inside. With that, Jiang Feng took the lead and descended into the chamber. He could vaguely sense a tremendous, unknown power emanating from beneath the secretive chamber, likely linked to the dragon vein of the mountain itself. Indeed, having these two girls accompany him had proven to be fortuitous. After searching for the dragon vein for so long, he finally sensed its approximate location. Ju, Qingmo, and the members of the archaeological team, upon seeing Jiang Feng descend, felt compelled to follow suit. Meanwhile, Ju Yi, who lingered at the back of the group, cast a glance at the newly unveiled hidden chamber and vowed, no matter what, I must prove my worth and abilities within this chamber. After all, this hidden space could very well be the final destination of their expedition through the 7 Stars Luwang Palace. If he failed to demonstrate his capabilities here, he would undoubtedly be looked down upon for the rest of his life. For Ju Yi, such a fate was utterly intolerable. Having already sacrificed a full decade of his lifespan, returning empty-handed would mean a devastating loss. As the group entered the hidden chamber, they quickly discerned its contents. The chamber was not particularly spacious, resembling a room that had been specifically carved out for this purpose. Within this concealed space lay but a single object, and upon sighting it, the hairs on the back of their necks stood on end. It was a cage, akin to a birdcage, and within it was a person, or rather, a blooded corpse. This corpse bore a resemblance to the others they had encountered along their journey, yet there was a notable difference. This one was moving. It walked back and forth within the confines of the cage, its movements nearly silent, resembling a creature pacing restlessly. As they gazed at the imprisoned corpse, Su Ju's hands trembled involuntarily, and she turned to Jiang Feng, asking, "Handsome, why is this creature confined within the cage?" Jiang Feng shook his head and replied, "No. To be precise, this creature confined within the cage is the true Lu Wang." Chapter 74. The true king of Lu Shuang. What? The true king of Lu Shuang is here. Upon hearing Jiang Bin's words, many were profoundly shaken. Su Ju could not help but inquire, "Handsome, are you certain? Is this blood corpse trapped in a cage truly the king of Lu Shuang?" After all, the king of Lu Shuang is the genuine master of the 7 Stars Luwang Palace. Although the tomb constructed by the king of Lu Shuang originally belonged to King Mu of Ju, witnessing it now ensnared like this in a cage elicited a palpable shock among the crowd. Vice Captain Wang pressed further, "Indeed, and why has this creature transformed into a blood corpse? Isn't it necessary for such a transformation to occur only within a coffin?" Based on the archaeological team's previous experiences and the conclusions drawn by the current Archaeological Association, it is understood that a corpse capable of resurrection must lie within a coffin to absorb the nourishing and cultivating energy of the yin atmosphere, thereby fulfilling the conditions for such a phenomenon. Yet, this king of Lu Shuang is evidently confined within a cage, and it can even move about freely. Jiang Feng nodded, asserting, "On this matter, I can assure you that this blood corpse is indeed the king of Lu Shuang." After the completion of the 7 Stars Luwang Palace, the king of Lu Shuang was captured by his strategist, Iron Face, who then substituted himself into the jade figurine. Having accomplished this, the strategist surely lacked the time to drag King Mu of Ju's body from the tomb and had to hide the king of Lu Shuang's body in a location some distance away. The previous dungeons contained individuals captured by the king of Lu Shuang for experimentation, thus this solitary cell was, without a doubt, prepared by the strategist for the king of Lu Shuang. This deduction formed the basis of Jiang Feng's conclusion regarding the identity of the blood corpse. Moreover, it was evident to him that this blood corpse had undergone considerable cultivation over time. Aside from the king of Lu Shuang, there were truly no other suitable candidates present. Most importantly, Jiang Bin sensed a unique aura emanating from this blood corpse. This aura was a distinctive blood-red essence visible only when Jiang Feng employed the technique of their heavy pupil. This sanguine energy was forged through acts of slaughter, and even in death, it remained entwined with countless vengeful souls, seemingly lamenting their tragic pasts. To this blood corpse, the king of Lu Shuang, in his living days, had indeed slaughtered many, resulting in an overwhelming number of vengeful spirits that could not completely dissipate even after the passage of centuries. Additionally, Jian Feng could faintly perceive an ominous, resentful energy emanating from the King of Lu Shuang himself. As for why the King of Lu Shuang could transform into a blood corpse despite not lying in a coffin, it might be related to the hidden dragon vein present here. However, such tales were of no concern to Jiang Bin. He was solely focused on how many points the inner core within this King of Lu Shuang would yield him and whether it might also grant him another tome of cultivation techniques. Nevertheless, being amidst the archaeological team, whose primary objective was protection, their propensity for violence was not as pronounced. Vice Captain Wang inquired of Jian Feng, "Brother Jian Feng, if we leave the King of Lu Shuang here, will he continue to roam about aimlessly without posing any threat?" His question clearly reflected a consideration of whether to keep the King of Lu Shuang confined in this place, thus establishing a living fossil for research within the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace. The Archaeological Association had previously engaged in such practices. It was said that a certain expert had once transported a slumbering blood corpse to the association's underground facility, where it still lay in repose. Of course, all of this hinged upon ensuring that this blood corpse would not suddenly lash out and cause harm, otherwise, it would have to be eradicated. Currently, Vice Captain Wang and the archaeological team were deliberating whether to neutralize this blood corpse. However, in response to such a request, Jiang Feng merely pointed to the box carried by the archaeological team members, which contained the jade figurine previously extracted from Iron Face. "If it were before, I could not guarantee that. But with you now bearing this item, it is impossible to avoid inciting the hostility of this blood corpse." Jiang Bin's words were almost immediately validated. Perhaps it was a case of the law of conservation of luck. Having befallen Suju earlier, it was now Qing Mo's turn to experience misfortune. The blood corpse of the King of Lu Shuang, confined within the cage, had now fixed its hollow gaze upon the jade figurine being carried by the archaeological team. Lacking the protection of the jade figurine, the King of Lu Shuang, trapped here, could hardly ensure the integrity of its corpse. That it had not yet decayed into a mere skeleton was likely due to its proximity to the mountain's dragon vein. However, upon glimpsing the jade figurine, its hollow eyes lit up with a distinctly human-like excitement. "Jade figurine, this belongs to me, return it to me." Although this blood corpse could not articulate words, its demeanor undeniably conveyed such intent. Without hesitation, the blood corpse charged violently against the cage that barred its path. The cage, unlike the King of Lu Shuang, could not grow stronger with time, and after all these years, even iron bars would have significantly corroded. With a single, forceful collision, the bars shattered like foam. The King of Lu Shuang then surged towards the archaeological team member bearing the jade figurine. The members of the archaeological team turned pale, and just then, a blade of qi sliced through the air beside them, striking the King of Lu Shuang in the shoulder and forcing it back a few steps. "Step back, let me handle this creature," Jiang Bin stated firmly as he unsheathed the Long Yuan sword, swiftly launching a series of strikes at the King of Lu Shuang. The archaeological team members, alongside Suju and Qing Mo, instinctively retreated several paces. They were well aware that they could not participate in this battle. The physical resilience of the King of Lu Shuang surpassed Jiang Bin's expectations. Despite several strikes from the Long Yuan sword, it did not falter, sustaining only a few ghostly white gashes upon its form. Could it be that the hidden dragon vein here has further fortified the King of Lu Shuang's body? Chapter 75. Farewell, King of Ruins. Considering that the dragon vein might indeed possess the ability to enhance physical strength, Jian Feng increased his grip, and with a single stroke of his sword, he finally severed the arm of the blood corpse known as the King of Ruins. Once the arm was detached, the audience in the live stream could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's still the dashing Jian Feng, regardless of whether he is facing the King of Ruins or a millennium-old blood corpse. They remain utterly fragile in the hands of the streamer. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the archaeological team to retreat. "Just wait for me to take the lead. Isn't he just relying on the treasures in his possession? What is so impressive about that? Let me see who is feeling envious. Oh, it's the one upstairs. Captain Ju Yi, please speak in your main account. Just who was it that said the archaeological team and the streamer would finally return safely? Yuri clearly setting a flag. Let us consider that the streamer and the dashing Jian Feng are acting on behalf of justice. After all, the King of Ruins committed countless atrocities in life, and now, not only has he been dragged from his coffin and jade statue by the iron-faced, but he is also being ruthlessly beaten by the dashing Jiang Feng. So, dear viewers, you must strive to be good people. If you don't, it's quite likely that after your demise, grave robbers will unearth your remains, only for the dashing Jiang Feng to give you a sound thrashing. So, if I live as a villain in this life, does that mean I'll be punished by a handsome guy in the next? Understood, I shall now embark on a path of mischief. You gentlemen are truly defying the heavens. No worries, as long as there are so many people with the dashing Jiang Feng in the team, we can still return home with some peace of mind. That might also be a flag. I don't believe it. I don't think any flag can surpass the strength of the dashing Jiang Feng. Within the 7-star palace of the King of Ruins, Jiang Feng delivered another solid strike, severing one of the king's legs. Neither the limbs nor the key points honed through training bled a single drop. All that remained were grotesque and decayed flesh. With a final kick, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, propelling the corpse against the granite wall. With that forceful blow, the King of Ruins ceased all movement, his head tilting at an unnatural angle, appearing as dead as one could be. Observing that the king was now utterly motionless, Suju let out a relieved sigh. Handsome, this fellow should be completely dead now, right? Of course, Jiang Feng nodded, then began his examination of the corpse. Unlike the other blood corpses he had encountered, the King of Ruins' body was distinctly harder. Upon touch, one could feel layers of toughened skin. It was precisely this hardened layer that had previously prevented his Dragon Abyss sword from cleaving through the body, though the outcome remained largely the same. Although bolstered by the power of the Dragon Vein, this fellow's body is merely slightly more resilient. It seems he has yet to fully harness the potential of the Dragon Vein's power. However, for Jiang Feng, the outcome was far from disappointing. His palm transformed into a pair of sharp scissors, penetrating through the chest of the King of Ruins to reach his dantian. Soon, the inner core within the blood corpse was extracted. This inner core was somewhat different from those he had previously obtained from other blood corpses, as it was enveloped in a swirling aura of ominous death energy. Under normal circumstances, absorbing this inner core would be detrimental to one's health, but Jiang Feng relied on the system's power for absorption rather than his own. Moments later, the system swiftly absorbed the inner core, and soon, a notification resonated. Congratulations, esteemed host, by absorbing the inner core of the King of Ruins, you have successfully enhanced your cultivation level. Your current cultivation progress is as follows. Double I Technique Feng Hu Chi Men Transformation Technique, Cultivation Progress 100 Sword Mastery Cultivation Progress 100 Alchemical Arts Cultivation Progress 25 Due to the King of Ruins' prior dealings with the Iron-Faced, he possesses a certain level of expertise in alchemical arts, resulting in an improvement in your alchemical proficiency. Moreover, you have also acquired the memories of the King of Ruins through this inner core, gaining insights into the Ghost Seal. You may now expend the points provided by this inner core and an additional 3,000 points to directly exchange for the Ghost Seal artifact. Additionally, the effects of this Ghost Seal will be enhanced. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. The system, having absorbed the memories of the King of Ruins, could directly exchange for the Ghost Seal, and it was even an enhanced version. Such fortuitous circumstances were not to be refused. After all, the system's points were meant to be utilized for acquiring useful items, and the Ghost Seal was undoubtedly valuable in Jiang Feng's eyes. Thus, he decisively opted for the exchange. Exchange successful. Current available points: 4,600 points. In a flash, a jade seal of vibrant green materialized in Jiang Feng's hand. This jade seal emanated an eerie dark light, as if shrouded in the ghostly energies of the underworld. The enhanced Ghost Seal, in addition to its original ability to summon spectral soldiers, now boasted an additional skill, Enhanced Ghost Seal, Yin-Yang Reflection. Individuals marked by the Ghost Seal will be summoned back at a 100 state. The cultivation level of the marked individual must not exceed that of the holder, otherwise, summoning will be impossible. Furthermore, the number of spectral soldiers summoned is contingent upon the holder's own level of cultivation. Thus, the higher Jiang Feng's cultivation, the greater the army of spectral soldiers he could truly manifest, without any backlash. Truly, the enhanced version of the Ghost Seal was remarkable. The amplification of its power had successfully elevated this artifact from a mere room-level item to one of celestial quality, yet, it remained uncertain whether this enhanced ghost seal could unlock the bronze door. Chapter 76, The Land of Dragon Veins and the King of Corpse Frogs. Of course, the matter of opening the bronze door was something to be considered later. In this realm, there existed numerous bizarre ancient tombs, even overlapping with one another, making it uncertain whether such a bronze door truly existed. Jian Feng turned his attention back to the state of the blood corpse of King Lushang. Despite being confined here, this entity was still capable of absorbing the power of the dragon veins to grow, gradually cultivating to the level of a millennium-old blood corpse. This naturally led Jian Feng to swiftly shift his focus to the chamber that previously housed King Lushang. If his conjecture held any merit, then behind this wall should lie the 7 Stars Luwang Palace, perhaps even the very center of the dragon veins within these 2 tombs and this mountain. The dragon veins he had been searching for all along were concealed just behind this wall. Jian Feng, handsome, shall we leave now? At that moment, Jing Mo approached, inquiring whether they should begin their journey back. Jian Feng shook his head. No need to rush, let us first see what lies behind this wall. There should be wonders behind this wall. Jian Feng spoke these words with caution. The discovery of this hidden chamber was indeed a stroke of good fortune for Su Ju. Following the principle of the conservation of luck, it seemed that it was now Jing Mo's turn for misfortune. One could only wonder what unfortunate events might unfold in this gathering place of dragon veins. Without hesitation, Jian Feng unleashed a powerful punch against the wall. Instantly, a hole was smashed into the wall, revealing a hidden passageway beyond. Once the beams of their flashlights illuminated the interior, the group was met with a breathtaking sight. Though the space within the cave was not vast, it was remarkably beautiful, with a crystal-clear river flowing like a miniature underground vein. The surrounding rocks had been sculpted by the flowing water into glistening formations resembling gemstones, transforming ordinary stones into transparent, radiant wonders. On either side of the river, lush greenery thrived, plants that, despite being far removed from sunlight, had managed to flourish in this subterranean cave. The enchanting scenery before them felt worlds apart from the previous perilous underground tomb. Observing this marvel, Su Ju and the viewers in the live stream could not help but feel a sense of serenity and curiosity. Handsome, where is this place? It seems so out of place compared to the previous underground tomb, they asked. Jian Feng, momentarily taken aback by the sight, soon recalled that the nature of dragon veins was indeed peculiar and varied. Thus, encountering such a picturesque scene was entirely reasonable. However, he could certainly sense that the concentration of fortune and spiritual energy here was the highest within the entire mountain. Just breathing in the air made Jian Feng feel a notable increase in his cultivation progress. He smiled and explained, "This is the location of the mountain's dragon veins, and it also serves as the core of this underground palace. I never expected this place to be so well hidden." If the iron-faced figure had any understanding of geomancy, he surely would not have left King Lushang's corpse here. It is precisely because of the environment and dragon veins. Being adjacent to this wall allowed one to feel the dragon veins, with the powerful spiritual energy and fortune continuously infusing into King Lushang's corpse. Upon entering this space, Jian Feng could even faintly hear the system emitting a strangely pleasant sound, suggesting that the environment was quite favorable for it as well. Of course, one could not excessively absorb this energy. As a fundamental principle of cultivation, one must take without overexploiting. To excessively absorb the fortune and spiritual energy from the dragon veins could lead to the mountain's collapse. Although Jian Feng, with his current strength, would not fear the mountain collapsing beneath him, such actions were utterly unacceptable for a cultivator. System, prepare to absorb the dragon veins, spiritual energy, and fortune values here. Jian Feng took a few steps forward into the clear, vein-like river, beginning to assimilate the mountain's spiritual energy. The immense energy soon made Jian Feng feel that his cultivation was on the verge of breaking through its limits. With the aid of this dragon vein's spiritual energy, he was certain that upon returning, his cultivation level would surely experience a breakthrough. Meanwhile, the others took a moment to appreciate the beauty around them. Deciding to rest for a while, the members of the archaeological team chatted cheerfully, noting that the environment was truly splendid. They suggested that when the official team or the Archaeological Society planned to continue excavating this ancient tomb, they could utilize this location as a supply station. Only Ju Yi displayed a hint of impatience, though it was unclear what he was anxious about. However, the tranquil atmosphere was soon disturbed by some unidentified creatures. Qingmo, who had merely been shining her flashlight around, suddenly spotted a blood-red little insect in the clear waters of the Dragon Vein. The insect was no larger than a palm. It appeared as if one could easily squash it with a shovel, yet, ever cautious, Qingmo turned to Jiangbin and asked, "Handsome, there's a strange red insect over here. Its appearance resembles the mutated corpse frogs we saw at the entrance. Do you know what this creature is?" The others quickly followed the light from Qingmo's flashlight, revealing a pitiful little insect. Though its appearance was somewhat unsettling, its small size suggested that an ordinary person could easily crush it with a single slap. After confirming the insect's appearance, Suju donned a playful expression and addressed Qingmo, "Little Mo, what's so frightening about such a tiny insect? Do you believe I couldn't just step on it right now?" Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Feng opened his eyes to glance at the spot where everyone's attention was gathered, as well as the small red insect emerging from the river. He was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Do not touch it, that is the king of corpse frogs." Chapter 77, Such a small creature is the king of turtles. The king of turtles, this diminutive creature can truly be called the king of turtles. At this moment, Suju, standing on the shore, gestured with her hand to indicate the size of the dark red corpse bug, her expression reflecting a mixture of surprise and disdain towards this so-called king of turtles. Qingmo, equally perplexed, remarked, "Indeed, the corpse bugs we encountered earlier were all approximately 1 meter in length, yet this king of turtles seems to be less than 1/5 the size of those specimens." As she spoke, Qingmo mimicked the dimensions of the other corpse bugs with her hands. The members of the archaeological team nearby shared the same incredulity. Although it is rare to encounter a king of turtles within ancient tombs, corpse bugs are relatively common in the vicinity of tomb spiders. The Archaeological Society has documented extensive descriptions of these creatures, resulting in several volumes dedicated to them. Some elders and professors within the society have posited that a king of turtles must exist among the corpse bug population, yet no archaeological team has thus far uncovered any trace of such a being. Consequently, many speculated that the king of turtles would be a formidable creature, measuring at least 5 meters in length and weighing several hundred pounds, akin to an ancient monstrous insect. However, Jiangbin's assertion that the small dark red corpse bug is indeed the king of turtles somewhat subverted the expectations of everyone present. Jiangbin did not anticipate that he would find the king of turtles here, especially since he had failed to locate it in previous corpse bug nests. In the original story, the king of turtles appeared within the head of a blood corpse, whereas here it manifested within the dragon vein of this mountain, seemingly drawn by the abundant spiritual energy and vitality present in the area. Yet, Jiang Feng, feeling somewhat fatigued by these thoughts, quickly turned to the archaeological team and the 2 female streamers, issuing a warning. "I'll explain the details later, but this king of turtles possesses extremely potent venom. Do not touch it, for contact means certain death." As he spoke, Jiangbin hesitated to fully immerse himself in the river where the king of turtles resided, quickly retracting his hand from the water. He had already absorbed a portion of the spiritual energy and vitality from this location, and further absorption could disrupt the mountain itself. With the king of turtles present, Jiang Feng was determined to halt his intake. Moreover, considering his current physique, which had only been enhanced by a single vial of Chilean blood, his resistance to toxins was likely comparable to that of an innocent individual. Although his cultivation allowed him to easily manifest a protective barrier of spiritual energy, there was no need to test the venomous potency of the king of turtles with such a safeguard. Observing that even a being as formidable as Jiang Feng was reluctant to enter the water contaminated by corpse bugs, the members of the archaeological team, along with Suju and Qingmo, reacted with swift caution, albeit with expressions of confusion. Vice Captain Wang kindly reminded them, "Quickly get out of the water, we don't want this creature to crawl onto us." The Chinese members reacted promptly, scrambling from the crystal-clear river. When they shone their flashlights on the location of the king of turtles, a collective gasp escaped from both those present and the viewers in the live stream. The once pristine waters were gradually tainted by a thick, inky liquid, which began to swirl on the surface, producing a series of bubbling froth. The foul stench emanating from the roiling black bubbles was unmistakable. Although the flowing river continued to wash over the body of the King of Turtles and its toxic emissions, the effect was clearly negligible. It was evident that this creature was highly toxic, and the venom was exceedingly difficult to cleanse. The onlookers felt a wave of relief wash over them, thankful for Jian Feng's timely warning to evacuate the river. If the venom emanating from the King of Turtles could corrupt the water to such an extent, any contact with human skin would surely prove fatal. Jian Feng spoke again, "Do not be deceived by its small size, this is undeniably the King of Turtles. It possesses the ability to command all corpse bugs and exhibits remarkable resistance to the deterrent effects of certain potent blood. The vial of blood I previously presented cannot subdue it. Furthermore, its venom is exceedingly lethal, mere contact will result in death, and given the current state of human medical technology, there is no remedy for the poison it produces, nor do we have the luxury of time to find an antidote." After delivering this dire warning, the assembled crowd finally turned their attention to the dark red corpse bug emerging from the river, many unable to suppress a gasp of terror. The viewers in the live stream echoed their astonishment. "All right, I now believe this creature is indeed the King of Turtles. Its venom is evidently far more potent than that of any other corpse bug. Even if it lacks other special traits, its sheer toxicity alone is enough to establish it as the ruler of its kind. Let us marvel at the wonders of nature. It truly has the capacity to surprise us in the most unexpected ways." Thank goodness for Jian Feng's vast knowledge. Had we remained in that river, at least half of this archaeological team would have succumbed to the King of Turtles' venom. However, Jian Feng's method of addressing the situation seems somewhat peculiar. What does he mean by stating that current human technology cannot produce an antidote for this creature? That is because our Jian Feng has long transcended the limitations of humanity. Of course, Jian Feng's actual intention was to convey that while human technology could not counteract the toxicity of the corpse bug, his skills as a cultivator, combined with his current alchemical abilities, would enable him to suppress it. Chapter 78, I have slain the corpse toad, and I have become renowned. However, even so, Jian Feng did not intend to casually kill this corpse toad, for this toad king possessed the ability to summon all nearby corpse toads while alive, and even in death, it could still emit a plethora of pheromones in the vicinity. Yet, as a mere beast, even the smartest of corpse toads, the Toad King, undoubtedly exhibited a remarkably low intelligence. Thus, Jian Feng contemplated employing the technique of the heavy eyes to induce a perpetual state of dizziness in this Toad King, subsequently utilizing the power of the system to extract it. After all, this Toad King could be considered an excellent alchemical material. Despite its formidable toxicity, the system would undoubtedly handle it without issue, as it had no fear of poison or similar threats. At that moment, while Jian Feng pondered how to deal with this Toad King, Suju approached him eagerly from behind and inquired, "Handsome, since you said this Toad King can resist the intimidation from that vial of blood you previously threw, why don't we just eliminate it?" As she spoke, Suju raised a shovel that she had seemingly pulled from nowhere, exhibiting an impressive readiness for action. Vice Captain Wang, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Qixing Wang Palace would undoubtedly continue to be developed by officials and archaeologists. Hence, this creature could not be allowed to roam freely any longer. If their team could eliminate this dangerous factor sooner rather than later, it would provide some convenience and security for the Archaeological Association's future explorations. Jian Feng decisively declined their well-meaning offer. "No need. Leave it to me." Recklessly killing it would attract all the corpse toads in the tomb. You should recall the corpse toad nest we encountered earlier. Although we are now some distance away from it, should we carelessly kill this beast, it could still summon all the corpse toads from that nest. At that point, even Jian Feng would find himself in a somewhat precarious situation. After all, his only means of wide-area attack relied solely on the Dragon Abyss Sword, and the terrain here was far too constricted. Unlike the previously expansive underground valley, recklessly wielding the Dragon Abyss Sword could easily block his own escape route. The Toad King of the Qixing Wang Palace was precisely what Jian Feng feared most. If this creature were to ambush him from the shadows, he would indeed be caught off guard. After all, he could not maintain his spiritual shield at all times, and the creature's diminutive size made it particularly suited for stealthy attacks. However, finding himself confronted directly, Jian Feng would not hold back. Thus, with this thought, a glimmer of the heavy eyes illuminated his gaze as he prepared to unleash a mental assault potent enough to incapacitate any creature on the spot. The Toad King seemed to sense its impending doom, as a series of blood-red wings suddenly flickered behind it, propelling it towards Jian Feng, yet there was no need for concern. Given the Toad King's speed, even if it could fly, anyone in close proximity would undoubtedly be struck by Jian Feng's mental shockwave. However, Jian Feng was utterly unprepared for what transpired next. At that precise moment, Jingmo's abysmal luck was triggered. Behind Jingmo, the corpse Toad King that Zhu Yi had encountered gradually exhibited signs of excitement. He had found it, at long last, an opportunity to cement his own fame. This Toad King was a rarity. The Archaeological Association had yet to discover one in any other ancient tomb, nor had they succeeded in slaying any. In other words, whoever could claim the title of the first to slay a Toad King would be immortalized. Just as the first person to eat a crab is forever remembered, particularly upon realizing how feeble this Toad King appeared, Zhu Yi's excitement escalated, his complexion flushed, as if the years he had lost were inconsequential to him. While he could not bring himself to slay the blood corpses or apprehend the wanted tomb raiders, dealing with a creature no larger than the palm of his hand was a task well within his grasp. Toxicity, how splendid! The presence of poison only served to amplify the valor of his act in slaying this Toad King. In this way, whether acknowledged or not, his deed would be etched into memory, perhaps even recorded in the annals of the Archaeological Association, thereby enhancing his own renown. In that moment of exhilaration and madness, Zhu Yi failed to hear Jiang Bin's subsequent warning: if we recklessly kill this Toad King, it will summon an army of corpse toads from the mountains. His heart was consumed solely by the thrill of becoming the first slayer of the Toad King and the anticipation of the fame that would follow. Consequently, when others spoke of the archaeological team at the Qixing Luwang Palace, Jian Feng would no longer be the sole name mentioned. With a firm grip on the shovel, Zhu Yi began to cautiously advance. Initially, none of those present were focused on him. After escaping from the realm of the Yin soldiers, the team had largely disregarded Zhu Yi, the nominal captain, preferring to heed Jian Feng and Vice-Captain Wang's commands. This lack of attention allowed Zhu Yi to proceed unnoticed, including by Jian Feng. By the time everyone realized he had charged forth with his shovel, it was too late to intervene. Har har har, Toad King, perish! With a sharp crack, the Toad King's body was reduced to a pulp beneath Zhu Yi's shovel, undeniably dead. The Toad King's defenses were indeed abysmally low, akin to that of a mere fragile insect, yet, witnessing the creature's demise elicited expressions of aggression from everyone in the archaeological team, as well as from the viewers in the live stream. Jiang Feng, however, observed the scene with a calm demeanor. Although it was somewhat unexpected, it was not insurmountable. It seems we have encountered a dilemma. Let us retreat for now. Chapter 79. The sole instance of urgency. As he spoke, Jiang Feng felt a swift pull emanating from his palm, drawing the corpse of the Tortoise King directly into his grasp before he tossed it into his backpack. With his hands enveloped in protective spiritual energy throughout the process, he need not worry about the risk of poisoning. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed the corpse of the Tortoise King. Its unique toxins are of exceptional quality for alchemical materials. Do you intend to retain it for future use as an alchemical ingredient, or would you prefer to exchange it for merit points immediately? Merit points. This response was strikingly evident to Jiang Feng. Not only was there no time to contemplate the matter of alchemical materials, but converting it into merit points was also undeniably advantageous. After all, the merit points offered by the system could be exchanged for virtually anything, be it alchemical materials or other goods. While Jiang Feng hastily converted the corpse of the Tortoise King into merit points, Zhu Yi's actions finally drew the attention of everyone present, quickly inciting their ire. Zhu scolded furiously, "Zhu Yi, what on earth are you doing? Didn't you hear what Jiang Feng just said? Have you lost your mind?" The other members of the team cast furious glances at Zhu Yi, questioning his sanity. In response to Su Zhu's words, Zhu Yi's face contorted into a grotesque grin. "Jealousy is what you all feel. You envy me for being the one who has slain the Tortoise King. This expedition will immortalize my name. Whenever the Tortoise King is mentioned in the future, my name will echo in their minds." Hearing this, Suju could scarcely contain her laughter in exasperation. Jealous of your fame, what an absurd jest. Perhaps you should take a look at the treasures packed into my backpack. It is brimming with exquisite jade artifacts and ancient tomes. Just the value of these antiquities alone could yield an unimaginable amount of official rewards. Moreover, while she could not see the number of viewers in her live stream, she was acutely aware that many were undoubtedly tuning in. What could you possibly offer that surpasses our renown? For the viewers in the live stream, Juyi's words only intensified their outrage. You might as well go mad and perish. You are clearly dragging Jiang Feng and the others down. I momentarily wondered if the Tortoise King possessed some beguiling ability that ensnared this fool, prompting such reckless behavior. It seems I was overthinking it. You are utterly brainless. Who cares about your fame? Even if you were to die fighting the tortoise, you would not earn the title of martyr. This is disastrous. If Jiang Feng's earlier remarks hold true, and the Tortoise King is not properly dealt with, its death will release pheromones that could alert the entire mountain's horde of tortoises. This ancient tomb has existed for a millennium. Who knows how many tortoises lie beneath it? This is akin to a powder keg waiting to explode. And have you noticed the terrifying detail? Did you hear Jiang Feng instruct everyone to flee? That is indeed chilling. You must understand that despite facing countless dangers, such as the millennia-old blood corpses, the iron-faced blood corpses, the tortoise nests, the shadowy puppets, and the previous illusionary space, Jiang Feng had never once commanded retreat. Yet now, he has done so. This is the first and only time Jiang Feng has urged the archaeological team and streamers to flee. Does this not imply that he himself lacks complete confidence in navigating the impending crisis? As the live-stream audience grasped this alarming reality, the archaeologists also recognized the gravity of the situation. The relief they had felt moments ago was replaced by renewed anxiety, especially upon hearing Jiang Feng call for a retreat. Some professors and elders trembled in trepidation. Among them, Elder Ju trembled the most. Initially, he had observed Juyi's compliance at the back of the team, silent and subdued, and although disappointed, he believed no significant losses would ensue. If they could simply muddle through, they would emerge unscathed. However, he never anticipated that his disciple would create such chaos. In that moment, Elder Ju felt a profound longing for, yet more than despair, he was consumed by regret. He understood that Juyi's disdain for grave robbers and for Jiang Feng stemmed from his own past biases. It was this prejudice that had prevented Juyi from accepting that Jiang Feng and the two female streamers garnered greater fame and admiration than he did as a mere grave robber. This bias had led him to commit a grievous error. Should the archaeological team suffer significant losses or face a catastrophe as a result, it would be a disgrace for both the team and the entire archaeological society. In previous incidents involving fatalities during tomb explorations, the dangers of the ancient tombs had been to blame, but this time, the calamity was purely a consequence of the archaeological team's own folly. Now, they could only watch the unfolding events in the live stream, praying that the worst would not come to pass. They hoped against hope that Jiang Feng could once again conjure a miracle against the odds. At the subterranean dragon vein of the Seven Stars Lu public network, after merely a second or two of delay, a cacophony of agitated sounds began to reverberate from the crevices of the surrounding mountain walls. The group understood that they must hastily withdraw and escape through the tunnel originally excavated by the grave robbers, lest they be encircled by the horde of tortoises. Jiang Feng, along with female streamers Suju and Qingmo, had no intention of dragging Juyi along, letting him bask in the glory of having slain the Tortoise King. However, as a soldier, Vice Captain Wang was truly a good-natured man. Glancing at Juyi, who had devolved into madness after claiming the Tortoise King's life, he exclaimed in fury, "Damn you, drag him along." Chapter 80. A sea of corpses, tens of thousands of corpse crabs. Deputy Captain Wang, a man known for his amiable nature, was unable to stand idly by as he witnessed someone willingly march towards their demise right before his eyes. He could do nothing but allow two brothers from the team to grasp his arms and drag him away. They were quite literally hauling him along, for at that moment, Juyi was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly stand. Following the slaying of the King of Tortoises, Juyi had descended into a state of utter madness, his face betraying a wild fervor. When others approached him to speak, all he could mutter through his mask was, "I killed the King of Tortoises," or, "Indeed, the one who slayed the King of Tortoises is me." The insatiable greed for fame had completely stripped him of the little sanity he possessed. However, the others were far too preoccupied to attend to him. Under Jian Feng's leadership, they hastily escaped from the ominous tunnel that had led them to the mountainside. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from either side of the path. A beam of light from a flashlight illuminated the rear, revealing a massive horde of corpse crabs surging towards them like a tide of darkness. Not even a minute had passed since the demise of the King of Tortoises, yet in that brief interval, hundreds of corpse crabs had recklessly charged toward Jian Feng. As the sounds grew more pronounced, a chill crept over everyone present, including the millions of viewers in the livestream. Ju, observing Deputy Captain Wang as he dragged Ju Yi along, couldn't help but turn to Jian Feng and say, "Handsome, do you think if we abandon the one responsible for killing the King of Tortoises here, this swarm of corpse crabs might spare us?" Qingmo nodded in agreement. The two young women felt no ties of camaraderie or friendship with the archaeological team. If sacrificing Ju Yi could quell the frenzy of the corpse crabs, they would undoubtedly support the idea without hesitation. Jian Feng shook his head. "It's futile. With the King of Tortoises dead, these corpse crabs will lose all semblance of reason." He continued, "They fear even the blood of the Chilean that I consumed earlier, so do not expect that tossing someone out will resolve our predicament. The best course of action now is to charge forward, while we still have a chance to escape before they completely encircle us. After all, these corpse crabs hailed from the entire mountain, and they certainly would not pursue from just behind. The tunnel leading outward would undoubtedly see a continuous influx of corpse crabs, therefore, it was imperative to break free before they formed a complete encirclement, lest they be overwhelmed by the countless corpse crabs that inhabited the mountain." As he spoke, Jian Feng took the lead, brandishing his long yuan sword and unleashing a relentless barrage of sword energy towards the oncoming horde. The sound of slicing air echoed as the sword marks cleaved through the corpse crabs ahead, paving a path for the group to flee. The urgency of the situation was glaringly apparent. They could not allow the corpse crabs to fully encircle them, nor could they let the relentless army pursuing them catch up. The archaeological team exerted every ounce of strength to keep pace with Jian Feng, for they understood that their only chance of survival lay in staying by his side. To halt meant certain death. Ahead, corpse crabs continued to leap from the shadows. Though their numbers were staggering, they posed no match for Jian Feng's formidable skills and the razor-sharp edge of the long yuan sword. Despite the relentless onslaught of corpse crabs, which did indeed impede Jian Feng's speed, his unwavering momentum instilled a profound sense of safety among the entire team and the millions of viewers watching the live stream. "It's really Jian Feng, the handsome guy. His presence is incredibly reassuring. I even think that if he were not concerned about the team, he could easily carve a path out single-handedly. There's no doubt about it. This handsome man possesses such strength. But honestly, the sheer number of corpse crabs lurking beneath the mountain is alarming. It has barely been a few minutes since the King of Tortoises met his end, and already hundreds of corpse crabs are hot on their heels. This indicates that the first wave of corpse crabs to arrive are merely those patrolling nearby. If this is the case, the total number of corpse crabs hidden within this mountain could easily exceed 10,000. So many. No wonder there were reports of numerous assaults on those exploring the periphery before the entrance to the Qixing Wang Palace was discovered. It turns out the mountain harbors a staggering number of these creatures. Yet, looking at these corpse crabs, I can't shake the feeling that their intent is to pursue the archaeological team and Jian Feng relentlessly. They will not relent easily. Are you suggesting that this massive horde of corpse crabs might actually follow us through the tunnel? This question quickly garnered the attention of the Archaeological Association and official personnel. In the meeting room of the Archaeological Association, the vice president immediately turned to Director Lin and said, "Director Lin, please dispatch personnel to prepare heavy weaponry at the exit of the tomb. If necessary, you are authorized to utilize explosives capable of jeopardizing the mountain structure. We absolutely cannot allow these corpse crabs to emerge." "Understood." Director Lin promptly retrieved a walkie-talkie, seemingly issuing commands to someone on the other end. The hidden number of corpse crabs in this mountain was genuinely staggering, likely exceeding 10,000. Unless they were to set fire to the entire mountain, there would be no way to contain such a multitude. Thus, the Archaeological Association had made preparations to employ heavy weaponry if the situation demanded it. Moreover, the vicinity of the mountain housed several thousand residents. Should these corpse crabs break free, all villagers, as well as the tomb raiders and grave robbers drawn to the area, would face dire consequences. This was no longer merely an archaeological expedition or treasure hunt, it had escalated into a battle for survival. Chapter 81, Qingmo, I must convey my last words within the 7-star Lu royal palace. Jian Feng wielded his celestial sword, forging a path ahead as he cleaved through the advancing corpses of the corpse insects, rendering them into lifeless halves, utterly beyond revival. As the team trailing behind surged forward, they beheld the gruesome sight of the tunnel's walls lined with the bisected remains of these creatures. This gruesome spectacle allowed the archaeological team to focus solely on the relentless horde of corpse insects pursuing them, providing them with a moment of respite. Due to their size, the corpse insects naturally pursued at a slightly slower pace than humans could flee. Moreover, Vice Captain Wang led a squad of soldiers, who promptly aimed their firearms at the oncoming swarm. Fortunately, they had scavenged some ammunition and supplies from the remains of Li Xiaoqian's band of tomb raiders, or else they would have long since exhausted their bullets, with their coordinated effort. However, upon reaching a relatively spacious dark chamber, both the archaeological team and the duo of Suju and Qingmo were taken aback to discover that Jian Feng, who had been leading the way, had come to a halt. Observing his grave expression, Suju inquired, "Hey there, why have you stopped? Have we reached the exit?" Jian Feng shook his head and replied, "I bear both good and bad news. The good news is that we are less than 100 meters away from the final exit. If we can sprint the last 100 meters, we shall arrive at the side chamber where we initially entered the 7-star Lu royal palace, the chamber housing the 4-legged square ding." Upon hearing this, Qingmo's excitement surged as she urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten our escape." Jian Feng, however, shook his head and continued, "The bad news is that when you see the path ahead suddenly widen, you should understand our way forward has been completely obstructed by the corpse insects." Stunned, the group immediately directed their flashlights toward the front, and in that moment, the faces of the 2 female anchors turned ashen. The spacious dark chamber before them was shrouded in darkness, with the ground and ceiling crawling with the repugnant carcasses of the insects. Moreover, at the distant exit of the chamber, a dense circle of corpse insects surrounded the area. Even as the beam of their flashlights reached the farthest point, all they beheld were the looming figures of the corpse insects. Strangely, these creatures remained motionless, seemingly deterred by the scent of their countless fallen brethren lingering upon Jian Feng's sword. Perhaps they were waiting for their companions trailing behind to corner Jian Feng and the others within this passageway, which offered only 2 routes, upward or downward, before they could launch a unified attack. As the 2 female anchors reached this point, the rest of the archaeological team swiftly followed. Upon witnessing the barricade of corpse insects ahead, their faces mirrored the same pallor of dread. They were all too aware of their dire predicament, trapped with no means of escape, besieged both in front and behind within the tomb. Even Jian Feng, who had previously instilled a glimmer of hope, now stood helplessly, casting a shadow of despair over the archaeological team. Behind them, the horde of grotesque insects relentlessly pursued. In that moment, the archaeological team could almost hear the countdown to their demise echoing in their ears. In the next instant, a chorus of furious glares turned toward Ju Yi, who was roundly condemned. "Ju Yi, you scoundrel! This is all your fault." A young scholar, bespectacled and furious, seized Ju Yi by the collar, exclaiming, "If it weren't for your reckless decision to slay the Turtle King and leave it for Jian Feng to handle, would we be in this predicament?" Yet Ju Yi appeared utterly unhinged, displaying no reaction to the accusations. A manic grin plastered across his face as he retorted, "Heh, indeed, I was the one who killed the Turtle King. Are you envious, tomb raiders? I envy your mother." If not for their exhausting escape, the archaeological team would have been unable to restrain their impulse to pummel Ju As for Suju and Qingmo, having accompanied Jian Feng for a longer duration, they maintained a clearer head. Observing the menacing swarm of corpse insects and hearing the increasing rustling from behind, Qingmo approached Jian Feng, her ink-like eyes gleaming with a hint of crimson. Handsome, I know with your abilities, you could certainly escape on your own, thus, could you at least help me convey my last words? There are some things I wish to express before my demise." Given the dire situation, Jingmo seemed prepared to entrust her final words to the man before her. After all, they understood that while this peril was life-threatening for them, it was not necessarily so for Jian Feng. His prowess could undoubtedly allow him to carve a path through their adversaries. Noticing this exchange, Su Ju, as Jingmo's close friend, quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Jingmo, it's not just you. I too have something to say to you, handsome. Although our time together has been brief, lasting barely a day, I hope you can remember the words I share with you." Jian Feng regarded the two female anchors with a bemused expression, rolling his eyes at their misunderstanding. Had they misconstrued his earlier statement, he had merely indicated there was bad news. He had not suggested he was entirely without options. Determined, Jian Feng resolved that if escape was impossible, he would adopt the most forceful approach to gather all the corpse insects and annihilate them. After all, he still possessed a celestial technique. Although he had attained full mastery, he had yet to find an opportune moment to unleash it. Chapter 82, Cover Your Ears, for the dragon's roar is too loud. Meanwhile, at the Archaeological Society, the vice president gazed at the live stream with a sense of melancholy, a sentiment echoed by the other attendees in the conference room. Listening to the discussions in the live stream, even Su Ju was contemplating the matter of last words, prompting a sigh from the vice president. Esteemed elders, it is time to inform the families of this archaeological team's members. Let their loved ones know that those who participated in this expedition were valiant souls, and we shall provide them with the utmost compensation. Moreover, we must notify the media, explaining that the losses incurred during this archaeological endeavor were the result of our society's oversight. The Archaeological Society is willing to accept full responsibility. As he uttered these words, the vice president's already aged visage appeared even more creased. Faced with such dire circumstances, everyone in the conference room could only nod in agreement, particularly Elder Ju, whose emotions could only be described as akin to living hell. He was engulfed in boundless regret. However, within the underground palace, Jian Feng maintained a relaxed smile, addressing Su Ju and Jingmo. "You need not pen your last words just yet. I possess a method to lead you out of here." They hastily covered their ears with their hands, simultaneously shouting to the archaeological team. "Stop panicking, quickly cover your ears. Handsome Jian Feng has assured us he can lead us out." The members of the archaeological team shared a moment of levity, yet the situation was undeniably desperate. With no alternatives, they could only nod and crouch down to shield their ears. Only the erratic Ju Yi appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, yet no one bothered to assist him in covering his ears. As both the archaeological team and the two female streamers shielded their ears, a horde of cadaverous creatures finally closed in behind them. The live stream's camera captured the overwhelming number of these creatures, nearly 1,000 in total. Yet, Jian Feng remained unfazed, even addressing the viewers of the live stream. "To those watching, you ought to cover your ears as well, otherwise, you too shall suffer the consequences." This prompted the anxious viewers to voice their frustration. "Handsome, what are you joking about at a time like this? If you have an effective technique left, now is the time to reveal it. Why are you asking us to cover our ears now? It would be better to simply close our eyes to avoid the distress." "Oh, my ears." Before the viewers could finish their complaints, a series of roars, powerful enough to penetrate the live stream's microphone, resonated in the ears of all present. It was Jian Feng's voice, a roar akin to dragon's breath. Dragon transformation technique. Dragons were shattering thousands of corpses. This was a technique Jian Feng had never employed until now, and in this moment, its immense power was unleashed. In the confined space, the ability of the Long Yuan sword to create mountains and rivers proved less effective than wielding sand as a weapon. The roar, infused with the strength of will, was a devastating force against the cadaverous creatures. Moreover, this roar, imbued with his spiritual energy, had an extensive range, manifesting as a colossal wave of lethal intent. The reluctance to use this technique stemmed from the potential harm it could inflict on his allies, yet Jian Feng could control the shockwave's impact to avoid affecting those around him. Once the resonant roar was unleashed, the entire mountain trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The sound waves, powerful enough to shatter solid rock, surged forth, halting the movements of the encircling cadaverous creatures and those pursuing from behind. The creatures that had been suspended from the ceiling began to plummet, crushing heavily to the ground or onto their unfortunate companions, yet they remained motionless, as if the roar had shattered their very thought processes. For Suju, Jingmo, and the rest of the archaeological team, even with their ears firmly covered, the reverberations of the roar inflicted a piercing pain in their eardrums and minds. Clearly, Jiang Feng's warning had been astutely accurate. Had they not shielded their ears, the force of the roar alone would have rendered them deaf. As for Ju Yi, his situation was far worse. Despite appearing uncomprehending, he was not immune to the ravaging effects of the roar. Although it was not directed at him, the widespread impact of the sound waves shattered his eardrums, blood streaming from his ears as he instinctively covered them, collapsing in pain. Moreover, even the viewers of the live stream, who were intently watching, found themselves similarly affected. Chapter 83, a roar that shatters thousands of corpses. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live streaming room was inundated with the anguished cries of numerous viewers. My ears. It hurts so much. Thank goodness, although my brain is buzzing, I can still hear sounds. Had I known, I wouldn't have worn headphones. After that roar, my mind has become a chaotic mess. I didn't wear headphones, but even without them, my ears are still in agony. Fortunately, I was clever. When Brother Jiang Feng advised us to cover our ears, I immediately adjusted the volume on my phone. Seeing your reactions, I now realize how wise my decision was. I told you to trust Brother Jiang Feng. He has never let us down. Who would have thought that Brother Jiang Feng's tactic could penetrate the screen and reach us directly? I truly understand what indiscriminate AoE means now. This AoE is deadly even for us viewers. Moreover, this roar is not only loud but carries an immense sense of vibration. I have no doubt that if this roar were to occur underground, the destructive force it would unleash could likely trigger an earthquake. I told you, Brother Jiang Feng is definitely not human. That roar is beyond what any human could produce. Although the viewers in the live stream were suffering greatly, they were still separated by a large screen, so they merely experienced a fleeting moment of discomfort or the lingering buzzing in their heads. Compared to Ju Yi, whose eardrums had been ruptured on the spot and whose ears were now bleeding, their situation was considerably better. In the conference room of the Archaeological Society, the gathered elders and professors were similarly afflicted by the echoes of the roar, their ears aching. All of them, save for Director Lin, were over 50 years old, their bodies no longer youthful, and their recovery was correspondingly slow. Once they regained their composure, the vice president promptly spoke up. Quick, let us check the live stream and see how the archaeological team is faring. The others in the conference room quickly covered their ears and nodded. Although their brains were still buzzing, the situation of the archaeological team within the 7 Stars Luwang Palace weighed more heavily on their minds than their own headaches. Within the 7 Stars Luwang Palace, following Jiang Feng's thunderous roar, the passage beneath the earth fell into a profound silence. Jiang Ben observed the situation before him and nodded. The initial use of the transformation technique proved to be remarkably effective. The energy expended to unleash this move was also quite suitable. As long as the circumstances demanded, he could continuously emit several such roars. The only concern was whether the individuals around him could withstand it. The army of corpses, numbering in the thousands, had been thoroughly stunned by the roar, though they appeared like statues in shock. In truth, their bodies had been shattered by the force of the sound. Externally, these corpses still seemed intact, but under the might of the dragon's roar, they had effectively become mere sculptures. After a full minute had passed, Suju and Qingmo, as well as the members of the archaeological team who had initially covered their ears, finally regained their senses. Gazing at the immobile corpses before them, Suju rubbed her throbbing head and inquired, "Handsome, have you cleared these corpses?" Indeed, although they appear unharmed on the surface, they are now utterly incapable of movement. What else more, this represents nearly all the corpses within this mountain. You need not worry about ambushes from the army of corpses for the remainder of your journey. Upon hearing this, the group, still feeling somewhat dazed, collectively sighed in relief, their eyes filled with profound gratitude as they turned to Jiang Feng. With such a remarkable individual among them, they felt immensely secure, despite the myriad challenges and dangers they had faced. As long as Jiang Feng was present, those threats would never truly be threats. The gazes of Suju and Qingmo towards Jiang Feng shimmered with admiration. Previously, they often compared themselves with the group of talkers in the live stream. believing themselves to be formidable archaeologists. However, in comparison to Jian Feng, they now recognized their own insignificance. The members of the archaeological team shared a similar realization that brought them even greater joy. With all the corpses within this mountain having been vanquished by Jian Feng's powerful voice, it signified that all dangers within the Seven Stars realm had been effectively neutralized. Henceforth, if the Archaeological Society wished to continue their exploration of this ancient tomb, they would encounter significantly fewer hazards. Now, as the peril receded, the team quickly relaxed, though the exhaustion from their frantic escape, compounded by the recent overwhelming roar from Jian Feng, left most of them struggling to stand. Suju rubbed her still aching head and turned to Jian Feng, expressing her complaint. "Handsome, could you please try to avoid us the next time you unleash such an attack? My head is still throbbing." Qingmo chimed in jest, "Indeed, and we might need to bring earplugs the next time we explore with Brother Jian Feng. Although this would prevent us from hearing any dangerous sounds, with Brother Jian Feng around, the surrounding dangers shouldn't pose much of a threat." Upon hearing these playful remarks from the two female streamers, Jian Feng naturally responded with a jest of his own. "Is that so? But I recall you two mentioning something about delivering special last words earlier. Now that you're expressing such gratitude, why not share those last words you intended to say?" In an instant, Suju and Qingmo, two charming young women with contrasting personalities, felt their cheeks flush crimson. Stammering and at a loss for words, they could only shoot Jian Feng an embarrassed, annoyed glare. Chapter 84, A Safe Escape. Well, although these corpses of the beetles are now utterly lifeless, they still possess a certain level of toxicity. Remember to tread carefully on the path free of beetle-infested bodies. As he spoke, Jian Feng casually swung his sword forward, unleashing a stream of air that cleared a straight path, pushing all the beetles aside. Once this task was accomplished, the members of the archaeological team, along with two female streamers, had nearly recovered from their fatigue. The thought that they merely needed to traverse a few more 100 meters to truly escape this underground palace invigorated them, and one by one, they gradually rose from the ground. "However, Brother Jian Feng, what shall we do about this fellow?" Vice Captain Wang gestured towards the now deranged Zhu Yi, whose ears had been utterly shattered by the previous shout. It was likely that, with any further intensity or technology, he would hear no sound again. Earlier, when they had been cornered, they had been tempted to end his life on the spot. Yet now, having escaped their earlier peril, they had regained a modicum of rationality. Jian Feng cast a glance at Zhu Yi. The aura surrounding him had morphed into a chaotic hue, enveloping him in a dim, yellowish essence, akin to that of an ordinary person's skin tone. Such an aura signified that this individual would undoubtedly be muddled in the world, perpetually lost in the quest for direction. Thus, Jian Feng had no intention of lingering on him any longer. He turned his head away and slowly made his way towards the exit of the Seven Stars Luwang Palace. Suju and Qingmo observed Jian Feng's decisive turn towards the path ahead and promptly followed suit. As for the archaeological team and Vice Captain Huang, they sighed heavily, then continued to drag Zhu Yi along like a lifeless body, keeping pace with Jian Feng. After a considerable distance, the group arrived at the side chamber that initially featured the four-legged square cauldron. This chamber was where Jian Feng and his companions had first descended, and it was also where the archaeological team and the tomb raiders led by Li Xiaoquan had previously converged. Clearly, they had excavated a tunnel from this chamber, so retracing their earlier steps naturally brought them back to this location. Now, somewhat exhausted, the group emerged to find a considerable number of armed soldiers stationed at the exit. Not far from the entrance of the Seven Stars Luwang Palace, there were a staggering 34 heavy machine guns set up. Evidently, this entrance was heavily fortified to prevent any monstrous entities from emerging from the tomb. These individuals had received orders from Commander Lin to deploy substantial firepower here. Originally, their intention was to prevent Li Xiaoquan and his companions from escaping the ancient tomb and to deter the beetle army from pursuing them. However, from the current perspective, their preparations appeared futile. Nevertheless, Jian Feng and his companions were oblivious to the reasons behind such heavy armaments. Moreover, Jian Feng was decidedly uncomfortable with the The commanding officer, noticing Jian Feng's imminent draw, quickly stepped forward and said, "Mr. Jian Feng, you have misunderstood. We are allies. We are on the same side. You lot, put your weapons down at once." The officer then elaborated on the rationale for their deployment. Upon seeing Jian Feng, he couldn't help but express his admiration. The earlier dragon's roar, although originating hundreds of meters below the surface, had resonated clearly even for those stationed at the mountain's entrance. Initially, these heavily armed personnel had regarded Jian Feng with a measure of disdain. Despite hearing of his unparalleled prowess displayed deep within the ancient woods, they believed that as long as their firepower was sufficiently formidable, even someone of Jian Feng's caliber would have to comply. However, the recent roar that had carried for hundreds of meters quickly made it clear that Jian Feng was not to be trifled with. As for what these individuals thought, Jian Feng paid them no mind. After discerning their intentions, he lazily closed his eyes once more, seeking to recuperate. Following their expedition to the Luwang Palace, Jian Feng's cultivation progress had nearly reached a bottleneck. He needed to stabilize the spiritual energy within him, ensuring it remained abundant in preparation for the breakthroughs that lay ahead. Observing Jian Feng's return to meditation, Su Ju and Qing Mo approached the officer at the entrance and said, "Dear soldier, we appreciate your vigilance here. However, as you can see, we have just emerged from the tomb. Since you are here to escort us, could you kindly lead us to a safe place where we can rest?" The commanding officer nodded in agreement and swiftly guided the group to a large vessel moored on a river. This vessel was quite substantial and appeared exceedingly secure, representing the utmost capacity of the river winding through the valley. Once aboard, both the archaeological team and the female streamers finally exhaled in relief. It was only now that they could genuinely feel they had escaped the perilous confines of the Seven Stars Luwang Palace. As the twilight descended upon the sky, Qing Mo remarked, "It is hard to believe that less than a day has passed since we first entered that ancient tomb." Su Ju nodded in agreement and pointed towards a distant town. "Speaking of which, we first encountered the dashing Jian Feng early this morning. This location was the town outside the valley, the very marketplace where Jian Feng had crossed paths with the two female streamers amidst the throng." Chapter 85. Following Jian Feng's live broadcast, popularity soars by 40 times upon catching sight of the quaint little town at the end of the Valley River. Many viewers in the live stream recognized it as the very place where it all began. Indeed, returning here felt as if an eternity had passed, despite it only being a few short hours since our last departure, just as the two beautiful hosts had remarked. Within this brief span, the charming Jian Feng had led his companions to the long-lost Chishing Luwang Palace, a site that had eluded discovery for decades. Beneath this majestic palace, he vanquished at least 3 blood corpses, obliterated the 9-headed serpent, dispelled illusions, apprehended fugitives, and defeated the Tortoise King along with countless corpse insects. Moreover, he unearthed numerous historical anecdotes and long-hidden tales within the ancient tomb, even discovering several legendary treasures. Of course, it is worth mentioning the few deadweights in the archaeological team. One might as well state plainly that aside from Brother Jian Feng, who among this crew is not a burden, it is not merely a matter of capability. It is evident that Brother Jian Feng possesses extraordinary strength. Now that we have returned, my previously taut nerves can finally relax, albeit momentarily. As the spectators in the live stream expressed their sentiments, the vessel they were aboard gently swayed, revealing its position. Even from a distance, those aboard could discern a multitude of figures waiting on the shore, seemingly anticipating the return of those on their ship. Furthermore, it appeared that the crowd waiting included not only members of the Archaeological Association but also a diverse array of other individuals. "Xiao Mo, it seems our adventure has indeed brought us fame," remarked Su Ju. "Indeed," Qing Mo replied, as she finally took out her phone. Previously, as professional excavators, both Qing Mo and Su Ju had kept their phones on silent, for a sudden phone call in the depths of an ancient tomb could attract a swarm of monstrous entities. However, upon glancing at the live stream data on her phone, Qing Mo was momentarily stunned. She quickly called out to her dear friend, "Xiao Ju, you must check your live stream. Our popularity has skyrocketed." Su Ju too was taken aback and hastily retrieved her phone. Upon witnessing the astounding figures displayed, a look of sheer ecstasy spread across her face. Their live stream's viewership had surged to an astonishing 8 million. Although both female hosts were undeniably attractive, drawing considerable attention, it was the allure of the ancient tomb's treasures that predominantly captivated the audience. Prior to this, their live stream had only garnered around a few 100,000 viewers. Yet, just a few hours later, their popularity had multiplied by a staggering 50 times, a feat they had never dared to imagine. Alas, we truly owe Brother Jiang Feng a significant debt of gratitude, Suju and Qingmo mused, quickly realizing the source of their newfound popularity was inextricably linked to Jiang Feng. It was precisely due to him that their live stream had garnered such attention and acclaim. They stole a glance at Jiang Feng, who remained blissfully unaware, seemingly lost in thought. His indifference elicited a wave of admiration from Suju and Qingmo, yet, amidst the camaraderie, a boisterous individual aboard the vessel stirred a sense of annoyance. Har har har, did you see that? Look at how many people are standing on the dock, he exclaimed. These individuals must be here to welcome me, the one who vanquished the Tortoise King. At this proclamation, the others on board could not suppress their disdain. It was clear to the viewers that it was Jiang Feng who had truly sent the Corpse King and its army to their demise. The notion of welcoming him was laughable. Had it not been for his role as the affable mediator along their journey, he would have been unceremoniously kicked off the ship. Before long, the vessel gradually docked at the harbour, allowing the passengers to clearly hear the jubilant shouts from the shore. The content of these cheers was unmistakable. That ship is surely carrying the esteemed Jiang Feng. Indeed, you can see from the live stream that the esteemed figure is aboard, returning from his exploits. At last, I shall meet this enigmatic gentleman. What a stroke of luck. I saw him sleeping during the broadcast. Perhaps I can seize the opportunity to take a photo with him. If successful, it would surely incite jealousy among the millions of viewers. Quiet down, the elder professors from the Archaeological Association are arriving. Make way for them. Is that the vice president of the Archaeological Association? It seems Jiang Feng's allure is truly extraordinary. In the central pathway of the ship, those standing were either actively making way or being gently nudged aside by a cadre of security personnel. At the forefront of this procession were several dignified individuals, clad in traditional attire, clearly of high standing. These were the influential figures who had been monitoring the live streams and were now making their presence known. The elder professors, accompanied by Commander Lin, wore expressions of warm enthusiasm as they approached. Chapter 86. The official organization prepares to seize the opportunity. As the vessel approached the shore, the vice president of the Archaeological Society turned to Director Lin and remarked, Director Lin, the talents of young Jiang Feng, with his remarkable skills, seem to be inherently destined for archaeology. Such a person, despite having previously been a mere local treasure hunter, would indeed be a tremendous waste if he were not to delve into the world of archaeology and treasure hunting. Would you not agree, Director Lin? On the surface, the vice president of the Archaeological Society appeared exceedingly enthusiastic. However, Director Lin, being an experienced veteran, was not easily ensnared. He responded, I do not share your sentiment. Young Jiang Feng possesses formidable combat prowess, capable of single-handedly turning the tide on the battlefield. In my opinion, an individual of his caliber would be far better suited to join our military district. Merely allowing him to roam freely would serve as an unparalleled deterrent of military might. Although their previous discussions in the conference room had been relatively amicable due to their collaboration on archaeological excavations, the matter of seizing talent would inevitably lead them to rely on their own abilities. Director Lin sought to recruit Jiang Bin for the military district, while the Archaeological Society was equally determined not to let such a talent slip through their fingers, aiming to draw him into their ranks instead. Yet, neither party would resort to open conflict at that moment. After exchanging a few words, the boat gradually neared the shore. The individuals aboard began to disembark, and seeing that Jiang Feng remained in a state of repose, Suju and Qingmo decided to wait for him to awaken rather than rush down themselves. They surmised that the members of the Archaeological Society would inevitably approach them, and it was more prudent to wait for them to make the first move. However, the members of the archaeological team were already hastily descending, with Juyi being the swiftest among them. In the throng below, he quickly spotted his mentor, which spurred him to run even faster, a broad smile lighting up his face as he rushed to Elder Ju of the Archaeological Society. "Teacher, did you see? Did you watch the live broadcast? I am the one who vanquished the king of corpse frogs. Surely, among this archaeological team, no one can boast a greater achievement than mine. Am I to prepare for an award and ascend to the rank of Professor Elder within the Archaeological Society?" Clearly, despite his deafness, Juyi naturally approached his mentor to boast about his exploits upon seeing a familiar face. Yet, as he stood before Elder Ju, the elder's expression darkened with a profound sense of anguish, culminating in a sharp slap that reddened his palm. Even with such an action, Elder Ju's face was marred by an overwhelming sense of shame, especially under the scrutiny of the onlookers, wishing he could find a place to hide from the world. "Unworthy disciple, is it only now that you remember I am your teacher? Have you forgotten my instructions before you entered the tomb? Do you not recall the contents of the numerous calls I made to you while you were inside? You have utterly disappointed me." At this moment, Juyi was completely oblivious to Elder Ju's reprimands, unable to hear the elder's words. He could only discern his teacher's disappointment and anger, perplexed as to why, despite his significant contributions within the ancient tomb, he was met with a slap instead of praise. This display of frustration only deepened Elder Ju's sorrow, and he gestured for several enforcement members of the Archaeological Society to escort Juyi away. The consequences of his actions within the Seven Stars Luwang Palace would require reckoning, yet few were concerned about the subsequent judgment he would face. After bidding farewell to his disciple, Elder Ju ascended the ship, approaching Jian Feng, who was seated with his eyes closed in meditation. He bowed slightly and said, "I apologize, Mr. Jian Feng, for the trouble my disciple has caused you. As his teacher, I accept my share." For Elder Ju, a man of proud disposition, to bow in apology was no small matter, especially as he had recently endured the loss of a child. It was evident how deeply this action weighed upon him, yet he felt compelled to act. Should Jian Feng develop a bias against the Archaeological Society due to the conduct of its members in the tomb, the repercussions would be dire. Observing Elder Ju's approach, Jian Feng cast a glance at him, assessing the aura surrounding him before nodding in acknowledgement. Every individual is susceptible to bias, and once such biases take root, they are challenging to amend. Our only recourse is to prevent these prejudices from spreading to others. For while your biases may possess some rationality, those born of your influence are devoid of reason. Indeed, Elder Ju nodded in agreement. However, Jian Feng appeared nonchalant, stretching as if just awakening from slumber. At that moment, the vice president of the Archaeological Society approached with a group of people in tow. Jian Feng's attention was immediately drawn to the vice president, whose physical age starkly contrasted with the vitality of his remaining life. The vice president's fortune bore the hue of gold, yet was marred with an inky blackness, suggesting that while he was destined for success, it would not come without its sacrifices. It seemed this vice president was a figure of considerable depth. In kind, the prominent figures of the Archaeological Society swiftly assessed Jian Feng, before the vice president stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Young Jian Feng, congratulations. Your actions and contributions within the tomb have established you as a trusted entity in the eyes of the authorities. From this point onward, you may choose to carry firearms and other weaponry during your excavations." Chapter 87. New collaboration. 2 invitations. Upon hearing the vice president of the Archaeological Association declare that from this moment forth, their accumulated contribution points could be exchanged for authentic firearms, both Suju and Qingmo could not help but smile. The ability to wield firearms is, in itself, an acknowledgement from the authorities of their capabilities as excavators. After all, the permission to carry weapons into tombs significantly enhances personal safety. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary combat prowess of Jian Feng. Naturally, Jian Feng was equally unperturbed by such direct benefits. There are no stipulations barring cultivators from using firearms. Marksmanship is a skill, and ballistics is an art. Moreover, it is noteworthy that among the redeemable firearms are even remote-controlled explosives. Such explosives are highly effective, and those provided by the authorities are considerably safer than those available on the black market. Although regulations stipulate that these firearms may only be carried during tomb exploration, for excavators like Suju and Qingmo, this is more than sufficient. At this moment, Qingmo joyfully embraced Suju, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. If we venture into the tombs again, our equipment will be upgraded." Jiang Feng, observing their exuberance, chuckled lightly. "What has you two so delighted? Do you actually know how to use firearms?" It was certain that they did not. Despite their somewhat privileged backgrounds and peculiar fortunes, it did not imply they were skilled marksmen. However, neither of them would easily concede. Suju retorted defiantly, "Even if we don't know how to use them, we can always learn. As long as we have enough ammunition, we can effectively suppress fire. Who knows, we might even be able to assist you." Jiang Feng. Assisting was something Jiang Feng did not particularly mind. The main advantage these two girls offered lay in their bizarre fortunes. Even with appropriate firearms, the combat effectiveness they could bring to the table would be minimal. Of course, Jiang Feng was too disinterested to voice such thoughts. As long as the two were happy, that sufficed. However, the vice president of the Archaeological Association seemed entirely focused not on the two charming female anchors but rather on Jiang Feng, smilingly extending an invitation. "Mr. Jiang Feng, might I inquire if you are interested in our Archaeological Association?" "Oh." Jiang Feng acknowledged with a nod, unable to deny his interest. In this world, where numerous ancient tombs overlapped, the status of archaeologists had continuously risen, with excavators and tomb raiders also becoming legitimate professions, provided they refrained from overly aggressive actions. It was said that this was why many members of the Archaeological Association hailed from civilian treasure hunting teams, unearthing various treasures that not only significantly boosted the national economy but occasionally offered modern science new avenues for research. To express disinterest in such an organization would indeed be peculiar. Furthermore, Jiang Feng could discern that this vice president had also encountered extraordinary tribulations, which served as further proof of the bizarre supernatural forces at play in this world, forces that surpassed even the sensational accounts found in his treasured tomb raiding novels. Thus, he was curious about the remarkable stories the Archaeological Association might have encountered since its inception. Perhaps they could provide him with valuable resources for his cultivation. In the next instant, the vice president did not divert from his intent and directly proposed, "In that case, Jiang Feng, would you be willing to join our Archaeological Association as a member? Should you choose to align with us, you would instantly attain the rank of elder within the association. You would possess the complete autonomy to explore ancient tombs at your discretion and could also fund your own archaeological team, with personnel selection entirely at your command. Moreover, the remuneration and other benefits are exceptionally generous. What do you think, Jiang Feng?" This invitation was straightforward, as the vice president understood that someone of Jiang Feng's disposition would not appreciate convoluted language. He was the type to feign sleep if presented with ambiguous or roundabout statements. Hence, the vice president wasted no time and, upon hearing Jiang Feng express interest in the Archaeological Association, promptly extended the invitation. Meanwhile, the onlookers nearby were equally taken aback by the lucrative offers and benefits presented by the vice president. After all, this world was a confluence of multiple ancient tombs, with countless sites nearly inexhaustible in terms of exploration, rendering the identity of an archaeologist exceptionally prestigious in this realm. The fact that Jiang Feng could ascend to the rank of elder in the Archaeological Association based solely on a single tomb exploration experience was indeed a status enviable enough to elicit envy. Additionally, many present were aware that if one wished to explore tombs protected by the state, any artifacts discovered therein would invariably need to be surrendered to the authorities. However, becoming an official member, particularly as an elder of the Archaeological Association, would exempt one from such obligations. Collectively, this array of privileges was undeniably alluring, yet, before the attendees could fully absorb this revelation, another individual, Officer Lin, interjected. "Jiang Feng, might I ask if you would be interested in becoming an instructor in the mountainous combat zone? The combat techniques and skills you possess would be immensely beneficial to our military personnel, and I believe you could impart many martial arts as well. Moreover, I trust that with your capabilities, you would quickly carve out your own niche within the military. What do you think?" Chapter 88. A new collaboration, the Undersea Tomb. It was astonishing to hear that even the military, represented by Officer Lin, extended an invitation to Jian Feng, eliciting gasps of surprise from the onlookers and the viewers in the live stream. Truly, Jian Feng is remarkable. He has garnered the interest of two major national organizations in one fell swoop. Wow, witnessing both the Archaeological Society and the military extend invitations made me realize that these two factions are not merely aligned as I had previously assumed. Their close cooperation had led me to mistakenly perceive them as one entity. Come on. Moreover, the compensation offered by both parties appears quite generous, one position as an elder and the other as an instructor. I cannot deny it. Should Jian Feng express a desire to join the military as an instructor, I would undoubtedly enlist as a new recruit without hesitation, hoping to learn some mystical arts from him. Indeed, I believe it is a sign of progress. What is wrong with our military learning a bit of constitutional lore? It seems entirely reasonable, doesn't it? However, I must concur with the Vice President of the Archaeological Society. Aside from his martial prowess, Jian Feng possesses an extensive understanding of the ancient tombs' histories and the local terrain. His skills seem tailor-made for tomb raiding. But doesn't the array of benefits being proposed seem a tad excessive? I must admit, I now somewhat comprehend Zhu Yi's envy. Were I in his position, I too would feel a twinge of jealousy. Before you succumb to envy, I suggest you reflect on your own merits and abilities. If you possessed even half of Jian Feng's talents and capabilities, I believe you could easily vie for a position as an elder in the Archaeological Society. That depends on whether Jian Feng is willing to take on the role of instructor and impart his knowledge. Let us not bicker. Where he chooses to go and whom he collaborates with is entirely up to Jian Feng. Please refrain from making unfounded assumptions. Despite the enticing invitations and olive branches presented by the two factions, Jian Feng was not particularly interested. He shook his head and stated, "That is enough. I do not wish to join any organization at this time. I prefer to remain a free spirit." Having finally embarked on the legendary path of cultivation, Jian Feng was naturally more captivated by the pursuit of immortality than by the prospect of joining any organization for a cushy retirement. The vice president of the Archaeological Society and Officer Lin were somewhat taken aback by this outcome. After all, there is a saying, while everyone is enamored by the allure of immortality, few can forget the pursuit of fame. One would expect a young man like Jian Feng to harbor at least some interest in civic duties and government affairs, yet he had rejected their offers without a hint of hesitation. Now that Jian Feng had declined, the vice president of the Archaeological Society and Officer Lin, in their official capacities, would not press further but instead inquired, "Well then, since Jian Feng is not interested in that, might you be intrigued by another mysterious ancient tomb?" This question piqued Jian Feng's interest. Although he was approaching a critical juncture in his cultivation, likely leading to a temporary retreat, it would not hurt to learn about his next destination in advance, allowing him to contemplate the potential discoveries during his seclusion. Perhaps he would encounter an ancient tomb with which he was already familiar. Seeing Jian Feng's newfound interest, the vice president felt a sense of relief. Initially, he had not harbored any unrealistic expectations of swiftly bringing Jian Feng into their fold. Furthermore, during the incident at the Seven Stars Luwang Palace, Jian Feng likely viewed the Archaeological Society with some skepticism, especially given Zhu Yi's detrimental presence within their ranks. It was better to proceed gradually, presenting enticing propositions. As long as Jian Feng continued to display an interest in tomb raiding, they could nurture their relationship further and discuss potential collaborations in the future. From their current perspective, Jian Feng's interests appeared aligned with theirs. The vice president proceeded to share the story surrounding the other ancient tomb. Jian Feng, this particular tomb is unlike others. It is located beneath the depths of the sea. Based on current technological explorations, this tomb is likely a shipwreck from the coast, with a significant portion still submerged. The preliminary investigations of the tomb's perimeter have recently concluded, and it is now time to formally send a team to explore it. What do you think, Jian Feng? Would you be willing to collaborate with us on this endeavor? Upon hearing this, Jian Feng's interest was certainly piqued. The description suggested that the tomb detected by the Archaeological Society might indeed be the shipwreck tomb featured in novels. This shipwreck tomb held considerable allure for Jian Feng. Of course, he remained cautious and sought clarification, for he could not recklessly plunge into danger simply because he was cultivating. The vice president further elucidated the rationale behind this invitation. According to the National Meteorological Bureau's investigations, a typhoon is expected to sweep through the area of the shipwreck tomb within a week. This impending tornado has yet to fully form, but forecasts indicate it could be quite severe, potentially obliterating the entire site. Thus, both the state and our society find it imperative to resolve the mysteries of this tomb. However, due to the perilous environment, we can only dispatch a single team, which must consist of elite members. Your arrival, Jian Feng, presents us with an excellent opportunity. Upon hearing this news, Jian Feng quickly fell into deep contemplation. The area of the shipwreck tomb was about to be struck by a tornado. While the narrative of the novel did indeed feature a storm, it seemed unlikely that the tempest would be so fierce as to destroy the entire tomb. Could this be yet another anomaly of this world? Chapter 89. You are not cultivating immortality. Given the current circumstances, it seems that the sunken ship grave beneath the sea must have undergone some unimaginable transformations. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jian Feng cast a glance at the two young women beside him, Suju and Qingmo. After all, it was the fortune brought by these two girls that could ensure he encountered more opportunities and challenges within the ancient tomb. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, if he were to encounter some highly perceptive ghostly entities that sensed Jian Feng was a cultivator, they might simply choose not to appear, leaving Jian Feng at a significant disadvantage. Hence, it was essential to have both a sister of misfortune and a sister of good fortune. Thus, upon hearing the invitation from the vice president of the Archaeological Association, Jian Feng spoke up. I would be willing to go, but I hope to bring these two along. As he spoke, Jian Feng gestured towards the two female streamers, Qingmo and Suju. The vice president nodded after glancing at the two striking young women. No problem, it's merely adding two more individuals to the team. We had initially intended to invite some skilled tomb raiders and talented individuals among the earth workers to join this expedition, so we have reserved spots for them. Both of them possess certain capabilities, and their inclusion is entirely feasible. Upon hearing this, Qingmo and Suju's hearts surged with joy. Being part of the exploration team for the underwater tomb was undoubtedly a remarkable opportunity for them. The inherent limitations of the underwater tomb meant that ordinary individuals could not gain entry. According to the Archaeological Association, all individuals dispatched to the underwater tomb must be the elite of the elite. Previous members such as Zhu Yi or even the archaeological team from the 7 Stars Luwang Palace, including Vice Captain Wang, were not qualified to join this team. Undoubtedly, both female streamers also lacked the qualifications to participate, yet Jian Feng was now directly facilitating their entry. Naturally, they would not squander Jian Feng's goodwill, nodding enthusiastically, nearly expressing their willingness vocally. Observing that there were no issues on Jian Feng's end, a relaxed smile spread across the vice president's face. He felt that he might have discovered another of Jian Feng's preferences. After all, it was only natural for the youth to be drawn to attractive, youthful women. In the forthcoming collaborative team, he might seize an opportunity to cater to that preference and arrange for a suitable candidate to join. Who knows, he might even manage to draw Jian Feng into the fold of the Archaeological Association. Director Lin, having known the vice president for some time, could discern the scheming glint in the old man's eyes. However, Lin pondered over his acquaintances, realizing they were all burly men, devoid of any beautiful women. There was no possibility of employing the allure of a femme fatale. This only led Lin to silently curse the vice president for his lack of cultivation. Although this fellow claimed to be in his 40s, it did not hinder him from being scolded. Subsequently, Jian Feng articulated his requirements to the Archaeological Association. He requested a courtyard for rest, preferably a traditional seheyuan with a garden, and asked for the previously felled wood from the 9-headed snake cypress to be brought to him. He needed a space to refine pills and cultivate breakthroughs, which would require some time. After the training at the 7 Stars Luwang Palace and adjusting along the way, Jian Feng felt the spiritual energy within him nearing the brink of overflowing. The vice president assured him there would be no issue and that arrangements would be made for a suitable resting courtyard. The two parties then discussed various topics concerning the underwater tomb and Jian Feng's remuneration. Jian Feng, Su Ju, and Qing Mo had retrieved numerous ancient texts and artifacts from the tomb, which held considerable value. Moreover, the Archaeological Association planned to offer Jian Feng an additional token of gratitude, as without his involvement, the Seven Stars Lu Wang Palace might still be undiscovered, and the archaeological team would likely have faced annihilation at the hands of Zhu Yi. For Jian Feng, this could simply be described in 4 words: instant wealth. After concluding their discussions, the vice president and director Lin prepared to depart. As they were about to leave, Jian Feng, appreciating the vice president's warmth towards him, offered a final piece of advice. By the way, should you intend to seek an opportunity to envelop yourself in the jade figurine to restore your original state, remember to find a sunny spot where you can bask in the sunlight after cleansing it. After all, this is the artifact of the deceased, laden with heavy yin energy. Adorning it may lead to some complications. Of course, do not expect this single treasure to fully restore your condition. The notion of immortality is largely based on myths, with about 90% of such legends being fictitious. And you are not cultivating immortality. The final remark lingered in Jian Feng's mind. With his discerning eye, he could easily perceive the vice president's intentions, especially as the man had cast furtive glances toward the box containing the jade figurine several times during their conversation. Upon hearing this statement, the vice president halted, turned, and cupped his fist in salute towards Jian Feng before departing the vessel. Once the extraneous individuals had left, Jian Feng was left with only Su Ju and Qing Mo. Observing the two remaining behind, he smiled and inquired, "What is this? Are you not planning to leave?" The two exchanged glances, and it was Su Ju, ever the enthusiastic one, who stepped forward with a smile. "Handsome, if we simply depart now, wouldn't that be a pity? You've assisted us immensely along the way. It would be utterly remiss of us not to treat you to a meal. Fortunately, we know of a fantastic hot pot restaurant nearby." Jian Feng had no intention of refusing and nodded in agreement. Even as a cultivator, one must indulge in grains and delicacies. There was no need to suffer unnecessarily. Thus, Su Ju and Qing Mo joyfully led Jian Feng off the ship. As they approached the shore, a crowd had gathered, and upon witnessing Jian Feng's descent, their excitement surged, with some even beginning to take photographs. Qing Mo teased, "Handsome, it appears you've become a star." Jian Feng was indifferent to such matters, continuing to cross his arms as he followed Su Ju and Qing Mo into the hot pot restaurant. Upon arriving, the two women remembered that their livestream cameras were still broadcasting, and thus decided to conclude their broadcast there. Chapter 90, Are You Indulging Yourself, Dear Host? Dear viewers, as you can see, we have now completely emerged from the ancient tomb, and thus, our livestream has reached its conclusion. Of course, just as you witnessed moments ago, within no more than 3 or 4 days, we shall embark once more to explore that enigmatic sunken ship tomb. At that time, we kindly ask you to continue following our live stream, as we will still be accompanied by the charming Jian Feng. After finishing her words, the two female hosts hurriedly removed the camera from their shoulders. Their hasty exit from the live stream bore a resemblance to a child covering their ears while stealing a bell, which quickly incited teasing and playful banter from the audience in their chat room. So you finish the stream only to indulge yourselves, do you? Don't log off. I also wish to dine with the handsome Jian Feng. Can we not watch as well? No, what we truly wish to see is not your meal, but what you will do afterward. Must you even ask? The sun is nearly setting. When two hosts invite a desirable gentleman to dinner, it surely means they will seek a place to stay afterward. Moreover, didn't the Archaeological Society mention arranging a spacious courtyard for the handsome fellow? I can only imagine that the chosen host will undoubtedly move right in. No, host, have some dignity. I advise you to keep your distance from my Jian Feng. If you cannot maintain your dignity, then do keep the live stream running. The viewers here are good souls and will surely keep an eye on the unfolding drama. Speaking of which, am I the only one genuinely concerned about the underwater tomb mentioned by the Archaeological Society? I just looked up some information about that tomb and found that the situation aligns closely with what the society described. It will be destroyed within a week at the shortest, and at most, 2 weeks, by a sudden, massive oceanic storm, and according to meteorological predictions, that tempest will not significantly affect the journey. It seems it will cease shortly after obliterating that tomb. How peculiar could it be that something within the tomb must be eradicated? I am uncertain. It appears we can only discover what that may be when the hosts and Jian Feng delve into the tomb themselves. As for the playful remarks from the audience, Su Ju and Qing Mo decisively closed the live stream. They could only glimpse a few of the comments, but even those were sufficient to render their faces flushed with embarrassment. However, Jian Feng, having entered the hot pot restaurant, had but one port, to indulge in a hearty meal. His energy had been considerably depleted during their previous exploits at the 7 Stars Luwang Palace, and after all he had experienced, a sumptuous feast was precisely what he desired. Upon witnessing Jian Feng's enthusiasm, Su Ju and Qing Mo could only sigh in resignation. Clearly, while others might have been concerned about the girl treating them to dinner, Jian Feng's focus lay solely on the prospect of a meal being offered. Seizing this opportunity, Qing Mo boldly stepped forward. Jian Feng, we also wish to express our gratitude for choosing us as your teammates in the market. It is thanks to your assistance that we have uncovered the long-lost 7 Stars Luwang Palace, discovering numerous ancient texts and relics, thus reconstructing the historical narratives of this place. Without your help, even if the two of us had found the entrance, we would certainly not have emerged from the tomb. Additionally, our combined livestream audience has reached a staggering 8 million, a growth rate that has skyrocketed to 40 times compared to when we first met you. And considering the myriad of events we have encountered along our journey, and the subsequent recognition and esteem bestowed upon us by the Archaeological Society, not to mention the profits we stand to gain. Moreover, we've even been included in the expedition to the sunken tomb, a venture that would be utterly inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Thank you, Jian Feng. Listening to Qing Mo's heartfelt words, Jian Feng glanced at the bottle of pineapple beer she held. Could one truly become intoxicated from such a beverage? Yet, he chose not to respond, instead quietly absorbing her gratitude. Initially, his selection of these 2 young women as teammates was solely based on their favorable fortune, and their beauty was merely an added bonus. As for the concept of luck, such an abstract notion was perhaps best left undisclosed to those who had yet to tread the path of the extraordinary. After expressing her gratitude, Qing Mo blushed and lowered her gaze, sipping her cold drink, regretting not having chosen an alcoholic beverage instead. That way, if Jian Feng were to inquire later, she could claim to have been tipsy and inadvertently let slip her thoughts. Regardless, she would have a friend by her side, ensuring she wouldn't be left alone in such a state. Su Ju, surprised, glanced at her bold friend. She recalled that Qing Mo usually exhibited a reticent demeanor. What had prompted such audacity in this otherwise shy situation? Nonetheless, after enjoying this meal, Jian Feng bid a temporary farewell to the 2 young women and sought out a private courtyard, prearranged with the vice president of the Archaeological Society, a place where he could rest for several days. Surveying the surroundings with his keen eyes, Jian Feng nodded in approval. The feng shui of this place is indeed quite favorable. It is perfect for a breakthrough. System, please exchange for an alchemy furnace. I don't require one of the same caliber as my Long Yuan sword. A furnace suitable for my current needs will suffice. After all, his points were rather limited. Despite having converted the carcass of the Turtle King into points, he presently only had a little over 7,000 points remaining. Exchange successful. Yin-Yarn Alchemy Furnace. Attributes, capable of transforming flames into yin fire and yang fire. Point cost, 500 points. Chapter 91. The vehicle moved at a pace too languid for my taste. Thus, I opted to take flight directly, gazing upon the yin-yang alchemical furnace before me, which had consumed a staggering 500 points of my cultivation credits. Jian Feng found himself lost in contemplation. The statement he had just uttered may have inadvertently led to some misunderstanding by the system. When Jian Feng referred to the alchemical furnace as being particularly suited for his current capabilities, he meant that it was one he could effortlessly utilize. However, the system might have interpreted his words differently, suggesting instead that it pertained to the furnace that could be redeemed with the cultivation credits he had amassed. As he scrutinized the jewel-colored furnace, doubts began to creep into Jianfeng's mind regarding whether the system was deliberately toying with him, seeking to undermine his accrued points. Nonetheless, he decided to brush aside such concerns. Rather than dwell on trivialities, he resolved to commence alchemy promptly, for this furnace would indeed serve him well. Subsequently, he would need to exchange for the necessary materials for his concoction. The system's marketplace, it seemed, was once again embroiling Jianfeng in its intricate schemes. To procure a breakthrough pill that would facilitate his ascension to the golden core stage would require a hefty expenditure of 500 points. Conversely, should he choose to purchase the alchemical materials and undertake the crafting himself, the cost would be a mere 100 points. It appeared as though the system truly hailed from the realm of cultivation, presenting him with such a conundrum. Fortunately, Jianfeng's progress in alchemical mastery had reached 25. Although his cultivation momentum had nearly stagnated upon leaving the ancient tomb, devoid of corresponding spiritual energy and fortune, the pill he intended to concoct was not exceedingly complex. Moreover, with such a sophisticated furnace at his disposal, the difficulty of its creation was significantly diminished. He cast the materials into the furnace, as spiritual energy ignited into fervent flames, consuming the 9-headed serpent cypress he had previously arranged as fuel. With all potential distractions eliminated from his surroundings, Jianfeng embarked upon the alchemical process. Upon achieving success, he immediately grasped the breakthrough pill that would enable his ascension to the golden core stage, casually stowing the furnace into the system's spatial backpack while settling onto a bed in the private courtyard to commence his cultivation breakthrough. 2 days later, emerging from the chamber of the private courtyard, Jianfeng shook off the dust that had settled upon him, attuning himself to the energy within his dantian. At long last, he had successfully cultivated a resplendent golden core. This signified that Jianfeng's cultivation level had ascended to the golden core stage. Feeling the renewed power surging within him, he retrieved his buzzing mobile phone from his pocket. Numerous messages awaited him, sent by various individuals, including members of the Archaeological Society, as well as the 2 young women, Suju and Qingmo. According to the itinerary arranged by the Archaeological Society, they had allotted Jianfeng and the 2 female broadcasters a day for rest and another for travel, followed by a day to convene by the seaside. This arrangement afforded the society approximately 3 to 4 days to explore the sunken tomb, especially given the meteorological predictions indicating that a massive storm would soon sweep over the area. Under these circumstances, it was paramount for the Archaeological Society to gather their team as expediently as possible. Logically, at this juncture, Jianfeng should have already arrived at the southern coastline. Instead, he had secluded himself for a full 2 days, resulting in his tardiness, remaining ensconced in the mountain's private courtyard, a considerable distance from the southern straits. The persistent vibrations emanating from his phone indicated an incoming call from the vice president of the Archaeological Society. Previously, when Jianfeng had expressed his intention to collaborate with them, he had exchanged contact details with the vice president and Lin Changhua. However, due to his seclusion, his phone had remained in silent mode. Now that he had emerged from his retreat, he promptly answered the call. As he connected, the vice president's voice resonated with a mix of exasperation and relief. Jianfeng, my boy, you finally answered our call. Over the past couple of days, we have attempted to reach you at least a dozen times, and until now, you have not picked up once. In response, Jianfeng, with his characteristic nonchalance, merely acknowledged with a soft millimeter, indicating that he was indeed listening. The vice president, meanwhile, was grappling with a sense of frustration. While Jianfeng had been at ease, the society's members had been anxiously waiting for him, especially after countless unsuccessful attempts to contact him. The importance of this archaeological expedition weighed heavily on their minds, as the sunken tomb presented a unique opportunity that would not come again. Thus, meticulous preparation was imperative. The vice president then inquired, "So, Mr. Jianfeng, where exactly are you at this moment? We have already gathered by the seaside, and the team is complete. Even the boat is ready. If you find yourself unable to reach us, we can dispatch someone to collect you immediately." To this, Jianfeng replied, "No need for that. Just send me the address, and I shall make my way there directly." Currently, I'm still in the small town near the 7-star Luang Palace. What? Hearing this, the vice president nearly sputtered with disbelief. Had it not been for the prior restoration of his vitality through the jade figurine, he might well have fainted from indignation upon receiving such news. You are still in the private courtyard we arranged for you. Forget it. I will have someone nearby arrange a vehicle to bring you over. Remarkably, the vice president managed to suppress his irritation without resorting to invective. Jian Feng, however, countered, "A vehicle is too slow. I shall fly over." Chapter 92, The unprecedented delay in arrival. My current progress in the mastery of sword control has reached an extraordinary level, yet I have yet to find a suitable location for flight. After all, the confines beneath the ancient tomb have become exceedingly narrow, making sword flight rather cumbersome. Consequently, most of my enhancements in sword control have been devoted to the art of wielding the flying sword. At last, I can employ this technique for something of genuine significance. Upon hearing this, the vice president of the Archaeological Society on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback and inquired, perplexed, "Mr. Jian Feng, while it is true that flying would indeed expedite matters, we are currently in a situation where even the most skilled hands cannot conjure a meal without ingredients." Following the elimination of the dangers surrounding the 7 Stars Luang Palace, the helicopters in the vicinity have been withdrawn, he continued. Thus, even if you wish to fly, we cannot summon a helicopter for you. Jian Feng replied, "I am not asking you to summon a helicopter. Simply send me the address, and I shall find a way myself." Upon hearing Jian Feng's insistence, the vice president could only sigh in resignation before sending Jiang Bin a coordinate near the seaside. After confirming the coordinates, Jiang Feng drew forth his long yuan sword and projected it into the air. Almost instantaneously, the spiritual energy beneath his feet transformed into a gust of wind, propelling him upward as he leapt onto the blade. Harnessing his spiritual force and the foundational knowledge of sword control, he steadied his form, firmly planting his feet upon the sword's surface. The long yuan sword erupted with a powerful wind, and Jian Feng glanced at the location sent to him on his phone before activating a rather dubious navigation app. Upon identifying a direct flight path, he urged his spiritual energy and set forth towards the southern Hainan Islands. One could only hope that this navigation system would not record an unusual detour, such as dubious navigation has discovered a shortcut. Meanwhile, along the southern coastline, the vice president of the Archaeological Society stood with the phone that Jian Feng had just hung up, feeling a sense of despair. A vessel lay anchored at the shore, and for a wealthy organization like the Archaeological Society, renting this ship posed little challenge. Surrounding the ship stood dozens of individuals, dressed in a variety of gear, indicative of their thorough preparations for this archaeological venture. Moreover, given the involvement of border issues, the society had even coordinated with officials to avoid unnecessary complications. All these arrangements were made to ensure that they could set sail promptly once everyone arrived, yet Jian Feng had yet to make an appearance. The vice president's frustration was palpable as he turned to Suju and Qingmo, who stood not far behind him, and inquired, "Ladies, do you have any idea how we might reach Jian Feng at this moment?" Surprised, Suju shook her head, "I have no idea. The last time we saw Jian Feng was 2 days ago, and since then, we have been unable to contact him." "Vice President, what is the situation with Jian Feng? When might he arrive?" The vice president could only express his exasperation. He mentioned that he overslept, and is still at that site near the 7 Stars Luang Palace. He then requested that I send him a location, claiming he would fly over shortly. What? This revelation left the staff on site, the newly formed archaeological team members, and even the audience in the 2 female streamers live broadcast utterly bewildered. Soon, discussions erupted both on site and in the live stream's comment section. Overslept, I can believe that he might be an hour or 2 late, but oversleeping for a full 2 days. What on earth? I know Jian Feng enjoys his sleep. During our exploration of the 7 Stars Luang Palace, he was often seen dozing off while walking. But to sleep for such an extended period is truly unprecedented to me. I would like to dub him their god of sleep, mastering the art of slumber. However, now is not the time to jest about Jian Feng. If he does not arrive, will the archaeological team proceed with their work? Ultimately, it hinges on whether Jiang Feng is deemed worth waiting for another day by the Archaeological Society. Traveling from the Seven Stars Luwang Palace with dedicated transport, it would still take a considerable amount of time, surely causing delays. That is uncertain. I just checked the weather reports from the Meteorological Bureau, which stated that a storm would sweep through the vicinity of the underwater tomb within 5 days. Any further delay brings the storm closer. We cannot afford that. Without Jiang Feng descending into the tomb, what significance does our archaeological endeavor hold? Furthermore, I must share another disheartening piece of news. The Archaeological Society has dispatched a professor, around 50 years of age, specifically for this underwater excavation. This professor is known as Professor Jiu. This is quite standard, as the Archaeological Society has expressed great interest in this excavation, naturally sending a professor along. However, the problem lies here. 2 days ago, Professor Gu's beloved nephew, a student at the Archaeological Society, went missing while conducting sea exploration, and the direction of his disappearance coincides with that of the underwater tomb. Thus, one can only imagine the anxiety weighing upon Professor Jiu, who is eager to set sail and search for his nephew. At the seaside, a somewhat portly yet remarkably agile 50-year-old archaeological professor approached the vice president, inquiring, "Vice President, when can we expect the last individual to arrive?" The vice president, wearing an expression of difficulty, cleared his throat before responding, "Professor Jiu, would you be able to wait just half an hour longer?" "Absolutely not." Professor Jiu insisted. "In half an hour, we are scheduled to set sail. We must depart." Chapter 93. An over-the-top entrance. At this moment, the vice president of the Archaeological Association found himself in a rather awkward situation. He had been closely following the live broadcast, thus he was well aware of Jiang Feng's formidable abilities. Coupled with the inherent dangers of the underwater sunken tomb, the vice president was genuinely eager to devise a foolproof strategy for exploring this ancient shipwreck. Therefore, he understood the critical importance of Jiang Feng's presence. However, Jiang Feng was an outsider, while Professor Jiu was one of their own. This precarious balance left the vice president feeling quite troubled. At that moment, Suju proactively approached and remarked, "Vice President, why don't we place our trust in Jiang Feng? He mentioned that he could arrive swiftly, and I believe he will." Upon hearing this, Professor Jiu naturally scoffed, "Arrive? Do you have any idea just how far the Seven Stars Luwang Palace is from here? Such a considerable distance cannot simply be traversed on a whim. I acknowledge that the young man you speak of possesses talent, but no matter how skilled he may be, he cannot afford to disrupt our urgent matters." Though he spoke of urgent matters, the elderly professor was undoubtedly more concerned about the well-being of his own child. The vice president, witnessing this exchange, could only feel a headache coming on. After a moment of contemplation, he forced a smile and proposed, "Professor Jiu, how about this? We stick to our original departure time. If, by that time, Jiang Feng has yet to arrive, your team can set off first. Should Jiang Feng arrive afterward, we can arrange for him to catch up. We can also prepare a speedboat for him at a moment's notice." While this plan still lacked assurance, given the significant time gap that could expose the archaeological team to unimaginable dangers, the vice president viewed it as relatively prudent. The best hope was that Jiang Feng could indeed soar over as he claimed, yet, the likelihood of that seemed rather slim. This suggestion garnered nods of agreement from both Professor Jiu and Suju. The former conceded that this half-hour was the last he could endure, while Suju expressed unwavering confidence in Jiang Feng. If he said he could arrive promptly, then surely he would. As time ticked away, only 10 minutes remained before everyone was to board the vessel. The accompanying archaeological team members and the staff on site busily transported boxes of necessary equipment onto the ship, which had already begun to weigh anchor, preparing to set sail. Naturally, the vice president of the Archaeological Association had no intention of joining them, as he was still undergoing treatment from the jade figurine. Thus, their discussions revolved around back-end arrangements. However, as he observed Jiang Feng's continued absence, the vice president sighed, ready to announce the ship's departure, when suddenly, a silver flying sword gracefully soared from the distance. Upon the sword stood a figure. Before anyone at the scene could react, the sword plunged into the sand, bringing its rider crashing down onto the beach. In an instant, the air was filled with swirling dust, but fortunately, the landing spot was devoid of any bystanders, sparing them from harm. As the dust settled, the onlookers finally discerned the identity of the individual who had seemingly descended from the heavens. Upon recognizing him, Suju and Qing immediately burst into cheers. Jian Feng, you have finally arrived. As the initial companions of Jian Feng, the two young women naturally held a great deal of trust in him, fully aware that whatever he had promised, he would undoubtedly fulfill. Hearing the commotion, the crowd of onlookers and the viewers in the live broadcast quickly turned their attention to Jian Feng, standing on the beach, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. The vice president observed Jian Feng, who truly appeared as though he had flown in, and felt somewhat speechless, rubbing his temples and saying, Jian Feng, I must say, you truly have a remarkable sense of timing, arriving at the last moment. By the official schedule, you are quite late. Jian Feng merely smiled. There are still 10 minutes remaining until the scheduled boarding time, so technically, I am not late. Besides, you have yet to officially set sail. As he spoke, Jian Feng gently kicked up the Dragon Abyss sword, sheathing it with a flick of his wrist. Thanks to his recent breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, his internal spiritual energy had become considerably more robust, enabling him to withstand his own consumption during the journey. Otherwise, he would have been unable to locate a single source of spiritual energy along the way and would have long since exhausted his reserves, plummeting from the sky. However, this meant that his internal spiritual energy, along with the points he had accumulated from the system, were nearly depleted. He hoped that the forthcoming actions within the ancient tomb would allow him to recuperate some of those points and replenish his energy. He believed that the vast underwater tomb they were about to explore would not disappoint him in this regard. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast marveled at Jian Feng's seemingly divine arrival, feeling both relieved that he had made it in time and somewhat exasperated. They were also taken aback. Wait, did he really just fly down from the sky? We thought he was joking. It turns out our Jian Feng never jokes. If he says he can do something, he certainly will. Even if he can do it, how did he just descend? Did he literally ride down on his sword? And judging by his demeanor, he must have soared from the valley where the 7 Stars Luwang Palace is located all the way here. Am I the only one who thinks Jian Feng's entrance was incredibly cool? He descended like a hero from the heavens. So, this bee is indeed cultivating immortality. Chapter 94, My surname is Yi. You may also call me Aining. All those present witnessed Jian Feng descend from the sky as if he were flying, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. A considerable number of individuals were filled with curiosity, pondering how on earth he accomplished such a feat. Shouldn't our world be one governed by Muggle technology? Yet, why did it seem that his skills diverged so greatly from our own? Nevertheless, the prevailing sentiment among the crowd was one of joy. After all, many members of the archaeological team and staff were acutely aware of the formidable abilities possessed by this young man, whose mere presence instilled a profound sense of security. With such a powerful figure accompanying them into the tomb, everyone felt an exponential increase in their sense of safety. Jian Feng, meanwhile, stifled a yawn and glanced at the large Coast Guard ship, which was anchored and poised to set sail at any moment, as well as his old acquaintances, Suju and Qingmo. After nodding in acknowledgement, he made his way onto the vessel. Finding a comfortable railing to lean against, he assumed a posture that suggested he was once again closing his eyes, appearing to doze off. It was only natural. This was his first time flying such a considerable distance, and the depletion of spiritual energy within him necessitated rest to ensure he remained in optimal condition for the impending exploration of the ancient tomb. Despite this, several young students from the archaeological team were keenly intrigued by Jian Feng, cautiously circling around him with expressions of curiosity that seemed almost palpable to the viewers tuning into the live broadcast. As for Professor Jiyu, the captain of this archaeological association, he huffed upon witnessing Jian Feng's arrival. Though he harbored some annoyance at Jian Feng for nearly arriving late, his greater concern lay with his missing nephew, who had been dispatched on a reconnaissance mission to assess the tomb's situation, including locating the entrance. As Jian Feng boarded the ship and resumed his seemingly meditative state, the association's vice president could only shrug in resignation. Commander Fang Yu, we appreciate your assistance once again, he said, turning to a soldier preparing to embark. Clad in a brown military uniform, he possessed a robust physique, standing nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a formidable iron tower. He offered a slight acknowledgement before stepping aboard the vessel. Next came Suju and Qingmo, who, having already been acquainted, approached Jian Feng without hesitation, aware of the various personalities within the archaeological team. The fragrant scent wafting from them prompted Jian Feng to open his eyes and jest, "What is this? You two lovely ladies have come to unearth treasures and yet have adorned yourselves with perfume." Suju rolled her eyes at him and explained, "What perfume? It's merely a lightly scented sunscreen." She continued, "We were concerned that we might have to stay at sea for an extended period before locating the entrance to the underwater tomb, so we applied some sunscreen just in case." Jian Feng shrugged, feigning disinterest in their conversation. Suju then proceeded, "Allow me to introduce you to the members of this archaeological team. First and foremost is our team leader, the rather portly professor over there, Professor Jiyu. Despite his appearance, his agility rivals that of younger individuals, and he has made significant contributions to the Archaeological Association. However, just a day or two ago, his nephew, who was sent out as part of a reconnaissance team to scout the underwater tomb, went missing along with the entire squad dispatched with him. As you can imagine, he is quite anxious about the situation, but rest assured, he is certainly not as incompetent as that fool Juyi. By the way, Jian Feng, it seems Juyi has ended up in prison. Initially, he shouldn't have faced such a fate, but given his mental state, perhaps a stint in jail would do him good." Jian Feng nodded, glancing toward Professor Jiyu. "Your nephew has gone missing, and you, the elder, are seeking him out. This narrative feels oddly familiar." Then, Suju began to introduce the vice captain of the archaeological team. Commander Fang Yu was previously a Special Forces soldier, and due to the nature of this mission requiring naval operations, he is an expert in maritime combat. It is said that he once single-handedly apprehended an entire squad of foreign smugglers, showcasing remarkable strength. "Of course, he doesn't quite compare to your prowess," she giggled, playfully sticking out her tongue while gesturing toward Commander Fang Yu in the distance. He, too, seemed to direct his gaze toward them, and Jian Feng could vaguely sense a hint of combativeness emanating from him. Did he seem inclined to spar and test his skills? Jian Feng scrutinized him with his heavy pupils. This fellow has indeed trained in Qigong and honed his physique, quite impressive. As for his luck, a quintessential battle-hungry demeanor. Of course, Jian Feng's praise was limited to the realm of humanity. As a genuine cultivator, he was confident that even without employing spiritual energy, he could easily overpower him. Just as Suju intended to continue introducing the other individuals aboard the ship, a striking young woman clad in leather pants approached, her figure captivating. With a smile directed at Jian Feng, she declared, "Allow me to take over the introductions. Hello, Jian Feng, I'm Yi Ning, a reporter on this vessel. You may also call me Aining." Chapter 95. The Phantom Ship at Sea. Aining. The name elicited a moment of surprise from Jian Feng, causing him to open his eyes and gaze upon the young woman before him. She was indeed strikingly attractive, clad in leather attire that accentuated her figure, exuding an air of competence. The very mention of her name caught Jian Feng off guard, prompting him to steal a few more glances at her. Although she claimed to be a journalist, Jian Feng discerned that her skills likely surpassed those of many trained men. Even the audience in the live stream seemed skeptical of her profession. Wow, a beautiful woman, and in leather, no less. She is stunning. My apologies to the two female hosts, I might just have to switch my affections. What do you mean switch affections? Were you all tuning in to admire beautiful women? Aren't they here to watch Jian Feng's dashing maneuvers? Dogemoji, but you say this beauty is a journalist. I don't believe a word of it. A reporter, dressed in such a way for ease of movement, and sporting a handgun at her waist. Half of the archaeological team isn't even armed, yet this woman is equipped. At that moment, the vice president of the Archaeological Association, observing the live stream, displayed a triumphant smile. As I suspected, he mused. Though Jian Feng's actual age remains a mystery, he is evidently intrigued by such matters. The vice president, pleased with his scheme, wore a satisfied grin, mirrored by several colleagues nearby. They did not realize that Jian Feng's prolonged gaze upon Aining was merely due to her name, akin to how he had previously lingered on Suju and Qingmo, not solely for their beauty, but also because of their extraordinary fates. For Jian Feng, encountering an unexpected individual in this setting was an opportunity to observe her fortune. With that thought, he shifted his gaze into the jewel-hued light of his eyes and employed his fortune-telling technique. The result revealed, Aining's fortune was a pure chaos, devoid of any discernible good or bad hue, simply unadulterated chaos. This was Jian Feng's first encounter with such a fate. Even the members of the archaeological team he had previously met did not possess such an aura. In essence, those with such fortune, their lives and destinies never truly belonged to them in a meaningful sense. How profoundly ironic, yet, Jian Feng noticed that after their interaction, Aining's fortune began to gradually shift towards a more favorable direction. Subsequently, Aining introduced Jian Feng to other members of the archaeological team, as well as the crew aboard the ship, detailing its origins. This vessel was a sizable maritime police ship acquired from the official Coast Guard, boasting impressive performance and stability even amidst turbulent sea storms. Furthermore, the archaeological team was well equipped, comprising not only archaeologists but also escorts and accompanying medical personnel. As Aining elaborated on the crew members, the ship embarked, setting sail into the vast expanse of the ocean. However, the waters today were far from calm. Instead, they were tumultuous. Waves crashed against the sturdy police vessel, causing it to sway despite its considerable weight of over 1,000 tons. Meanwhile, Professor Jiyu on board appeared somewhat pale, showing signs of seasickness. A few young archaeological trainees expressed concern for him, yet his primary worry remained his missing nephew. Now that they had finally set sail, he refrained from voicing further complaints. The crew advised him to take seasickness medication and hoped fervently to locate the entrance to the underwater tomb as soon as possible. At that moment, the captain of the ship suddenly alerted everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be cautious. We are about to enter a dense fog." Looking ahead, an expansive fog bank loomed, drastically reducing visibility to a mere 100 meters. Once they ventured into the mist, the crew quickly fell into a state of heightened vigilance, bracing for any potential calamities. Unexpectedly, a scene unfolded that no one could have anticipated. Amidst the fog-shrouded horizon, a yacht appeared, swaying gently as if drifting aimlessly on the water. The craft resembled a private yacht, and soon someone aboard shouted through a megaphone to the individuals ahead, "Please vacate this area promptly. The weather at sea is deteriorating, and a storm may soon arise." Additionally, our archaeological association is currently patrolling the waters in search of an underwater tomb, so we kindly ask that you do not interfere with our mission. Having official personnel on hand provided a sense of security. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, they could readily invoke their authority. However, despite several calls from the yacht, no response came. Instead, it continued to drift closer to them. Witnessing this, many aboard were puzzled, and Professor Jiyu, upon examining the yacht, felt a sudden thrill of recognition. "That yacht, it's the vessel my nephew Jiyu he rented for his expedition," he exclaimed with a glimmer of hope on his face. "Commander Fang Yu, could you assist us in boarding that yacht? We need to ascertain whether it holds any information regarding my nephew." Commander Fang Yu nodded in agreement, signaling the police vessel to carefully approach, using its weight to secure the yacht before attempting to board. Yet, as they drew nearer, the eerie truth became apparent. There was not a single soul on the deck of the yacht. Chapter 96, Abducted. Is there no one? Suju adjusted the camera on her shoulder, ensuring that the live stream could capture the scene above with precision. Upon realizing that the vessel was utterly deserted, many viewers in the live chat expressed their bewilderment. How can this boat, seemingly devoid of crew, still be navigating so vigorously? Is it solely propelled by the force of the sea breeze? Nonsense, this is a yacht, and yachts do not possess sails. Then what on earth is allowing this vessel to remain afloat and in motion? Could it be a ghost ship? Ghost. This is the continent of Huaxia. Where would any such nonsense come from? Our classical mythology contains no such entity. However, I do sense that the host might have inadvertently encountered something sinister. At that moment, the tumultuous waves relentlessly battered the patrol boat carrying the archaeological team. Amidst the crashing waves, Fang Yu and his companions exerted considerable effort to successfully throw a rope onto the unmanned vessel. Initially intending to lay down a few planks to create a rudimentary bridge, they soon realized the daunting challenge posed by the current conditions. The incessant waves could easily sweep away any boards they managed to place on board the patrol boat. Professor Jiyu, anxious to locate the missing individuals, longed to leap onto the deserted ship. However, Ning's timely counsel dissuaded him from this perilous impulse. At that juncture, Qingmo stood poised at the railing of the patrol boat, eager to take action. Their agility could indeed allow them to leap over the railing and land on the unmanned vessel. As streamers, the two young women, naturally, would not forego the opportunity to observe such an extraordinary event. Suddenly, Jian Feng, who had been meditating nearby, sensed an unsettling presence and immediately turned to warn Qingmo, "Step back. Get away from there." Yet, Qingmo was positioned too close to the railing, and her eagerness to investigate the unmanned ship rendered her unable to react swiftly enough to Jian Feng's warning. A sudden wave surged forth, and within its frothy embrace lurked a peculiar silhouette. Abruptly, an odd shadow emerged from the deserted vessel. It bore a grotesque visage adorned with an array of bizarre scales, its face significantly larger than that of an average human. Though its size was imposing, this creature exhibited agility akin to that of a monkey. Extending its arms towards Qingmo, who was poised to board the unmanned ship, Jian Feng, well versed in the narrative, recognized the creature as the infamous sea monkey. Without hesitation, Jian Feng, the first to perceive the danger, acted swiftly. Drawing the Long Yuan sword, he unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy aimed at the oddly scaled creature. The sharp energy sliced through the air, severing one of the sea monkey's arms. Even with its limb rendered useless, the creature's strength was formidable. It managed to grasp Qingmo with its remaining hand while retreating, using the cover of the waves to leap back onto the ghostly vessel. Witnessing this unfold, Jian Feng could not help but shake his head. That unfortunate girl, he lamented. Qingmo's woeful luck. The sea monkey had cleverly concealed itself within the crashing waves, evading detection until it could spring forth and seize Qingmo. Had it not been for the wave's cover, the creature would have perished at the edge of his blade. Jian Feng was certain that the sea monkey lacked the intelligence to exploit its surroundings. This incident merely underscored Qingmo's astounding misfortune. In a certain sense, she was indeed a chosen one. Jian Feng had observed numerous individuals whose fortunes shifted upon encountering him. For instance, the vice-captain he had met in the Qixingluwang Palace and Ning, whom he had just encountered. Their fortunes began to change once they crossed paths with him, yet, both Qingmo and Suju, who possessed extraordinary luck from the outset, remained unchanged, one perpetually unlucky, the other remarkably fortunate. At last, the crew aboard the patrol boat comprehended the rapid sequence of events that had just transpired. The speed at which the incident unfolded was astonishing, occurring almost within the brief span of a wave crashing against the patrol vessel. As Suju processed the sudden disappearance of her dear friend, her complexion paled. Xiaomo. Jian Feng, what on earth was that creature that abducted Xiaomo? The others on the boat exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of bewilderment and apprehension as they regarded the severed arm Jian Feng had cleaved from the creature. The arm, adorned with an array of strange scales, oozed a peculiar green blood from its severed section. From the expressions of the archaeological team, it was evident that they too were perplexed by the creature that had appeared so suddenly. Jian Feng spoke up. This creature is known as a sea monkey. Its movements and attack patterns are indeed akin to those of a monkey. Moreover, do not worry, I have already severed one of its arms. Once Qingmo is taken, she should be able to endure for a while. We must hurry to rescue her. With that, Jian Feng swiftly sheathed the Long Yuan sword and leapt towards the unmanned vessel. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream began to grasp the gravity of the situation that had just unfolded, and a chorus of astonished gasps filled the chat, particularly upon hearing Jian Feng utter the name of the creature. How can this creature be called a sea monkey? Someone should tag a certain Fox expert for clarification. Chapter 97, The Instantaneous Defeat of the Sea Monkey, the Disdainful System. So, it's a water monkey, is it? I recall a certain Tibetan fox mentor once dedicated his life to educating others, proclaiming that such creatures do not exist in this world. Yet, a mere archaeological endeavor by our broadcaster has successfully proven him wrong. Water monkeys do indeed exist in our realm. Did we not establish that this creature is referred to as a sea monkey? Thus, it cannot be deemed an educational misstep. I must point out that one of our beautiful female hosts has been captured. Shouldn't you express some concern for the safety of host Xiaomo? Indeed, and did that charming gentleman not mention that the temperament of this sea monkey is entirely akin to that of a monkey? If it has abducted our lovely female host, does that not imply it wishes to take her aboard as a bride? With such beauty, it is not entirely implausible. Fear not, for that sea monkey was swiftly disarmed by the handsome Jiang Feng, who severed one of its arms with a single, forceful stroke of his sword. Thus, you can place your unwavering trust in him regarding this matter. Indeed, who would have expected that this unmanned vessel would harbor such a creature from the outset? What has become of the individuals aboard this ship? Surely, they have encountered peril. On the patrol boat of the maritime police, Jiang Feng had already leaped onto the unmanned vessel. Although Suju's skills were somewhat lacking, her concern for Qing Mo prompted her to hastily shed her equipment, lightening her load as she swiftly vaulted from her vessel onto the ghost ship. Captain Fang Yu similarly commanded, "Leave 3 individuals to guard the patrol boat, the rest shall follow me as we transition to this vessel." The others aboard promptly followed suit, but surprisingly, apart from Jiang Feng, the first to leap over was Commander Fang Yu, with the second being the self-proclaimed reporter, a Ning. This only heightened the suspicion that, despite her claims, the girl bore little resemblance to a typical journalist, save for her striking looks. Professor Ji Yu wished to join them, yet upon contemplating the danger that awaited them on the other side and recognizing his own limitations compared to these adept individuals, he resolved to remain with the other trainees on the patrol boat, awaiting news from Jiang Feng and the others. Upon reaching the yacht, Jiang Feng quickly discerned the sounds of a fierce struggle emanating from within the cabin. He instinctively followed the noise, soon locating a confrontation between one person and one monkey. Evidently, after being captured aboard this vessel, Qing Mo had exerted every effort to escape the grip of the sea monkey and was now engaged in a standoff. However, despite her predicament, Qing Mo was no mere damsel in distress. Her typically reticent demeanor was now armed with a Type 95 assault rifle, which she utilized to unleash a barrage of fire upon the advancing sea monkey. This very rifle was acquired when she and Suju, as tomb raiders, had accumulated contributions sufficient to wield firearms during their endeavors. Fortunately, in her capture, she had retained this weapon, enabling her to fend off the approaching creature. Yet, the sea monkey's scales enveloped its entire visage and body, rendering it nearly impervious to damage unless the bullets struck precisely at unprotected spots. Nonetheless, Qing Mo maintained her suppressive fire, resolutely thinking, "I must hold out a little longer. The more time I buy, the sooner Jiang Feng will come to my rescue." As she continued her relentless assault, her eyes lit up with joy upon spotting Jiang Feng entering through the cabin's entrance. Faced once more with the sea monkey, Jiang Feng wasted no time. With a swift motion, he directed his sword toward the creature. The blade pierced through its chest, cleaving its body in twain, ensuring the creature's demise as it collapsed lifelessly onto the floor. "Handsome, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly," Qing Mo remarked, her face finally breaking into a relieved smile as she expressed her gratitude to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, nonchalantly waving his hand, subsequently plunged his dragon abyss sword into the carcass of the sea monkey. "System, let us see if this sea monkey possesses anything worth absorbing." System. It appeared that the system was somewhat disdainful at that moment. After all, from the system's perspective, the sea monkey offered neither absorbable materials nor spiritual energy, rendering it rather unimpressive, even as an alchemical ingredient. However, the system ultimately relented, taking Jiang Feng's reputation into account, and proceeded to utilize the Dragon Abyss sword to absorb the remains. In no time, a series of data cascaded into Jiang Feng's mind. Detected that the host has absorbed the body of the sea monkey, discovering a portion of skills within. Congratulations, esteemed host, you have acquired the technique. Underwater breathing. Due to the low level of this technique, the host has automatically cultivated it to 100% proficiency. Jiang Feng. Well, at least the underwater breathing skill will help conserve some spiritual energy. It is not entirely without merit, yet, given that the sea monkey yielded no valuable items, it stands to reason that other treasures worth absorbing must exist aboard this unmanned vessel. Meanwhile, Jingmo observed in astonishment as the remains of the sea monkey were reduced to a desiccated form by Jian Feng's sword. Although the sea monkey might warrant investigation by the Archaeological Association, Jingmo, standing firmly by Jian Feng's side, had no intention of opposing his actions. Outside the cabin, Suju, Commander Fang Yu, and a Ning had also surged in with their companions. Upon entering, Suju quickly assessed Jingmo's condition, relieved to confirm she had not sustained any serious injuries. Fang Yu, gazing at the now deflated sea monkey, felt a twinge of regret. It seemed this creature had been swiftly dispatched by Jian Feng. Truly, this man was remarkably formidable. Chapter 98, The Faceless Horror, yet exhibiting the traits of a foolish man. Let us search this vessel. Perhaps we may uncover some useful information. Now that safety had been secured and the peculiar sea monkey eradicated, Commander Fang Yu decided to lead his team in seeking further relevant details aboard the ship. This vessel had departed prior to the archaeological team's arrival, and although the means by which the first sea monkey, a creature of such strangeness, came to be aboard remained unclear, it was certain that valuable information could be found here, including the whereabouts of personnel who had previously gone missing. As Commander Fang Yu and his team ventured forth, Suju, however, was in no rush to leave. Instead, she approached Jingmo, inquiring gently, "Little Mo, are you truly all right? Brother Jian Feng is here. If you are experiencing any discomfort, do not hesitate to inform him. He will assuredly provide you with the remedy you need." Jingmo pondered for a moment, and after considering that both individuals before her were indeed trustworthy, she replied, "If I must specify, the only issue I sense at present is a peculiar heaviness within my body. I wonder if it is due to the tension I felt while battling that sea monkey." Upon hearing Jingmo's description, Suju felt relieved, realizing it did not seem to be a serious ailment. She nodded and remarked, "That is a relief. I was worried you might have contracted some ailment unexpectedly." After all, the corpses observed in the Seven Stars Luwang Palace were tainted with various sinister energies, and even the slightest contact could infect an ordinary person. Suju, concerned for her dear friend, had merely asked a few extra questions out of caution, yet, upon hearing this description, Jian Feng cast a few more glances in Jingmo's direction, which caused her to blush deeply. She lowered her head and asked, "Brother, is there something on my face?" Jian Feng shook his head. "It is not your face that bears any filth, rather, there appears to be something unsightly on your person. Please turn around, facing away from us." Jingmo, somewhat bewildered yet obedient, turned her back to Jian Feng and Suju. As she did so, the others quickly sensed something amiss. At that moment, a small, human-like face, resembling a grotesque tumor, was crawling up the back of Jingmo's thigh, its expression twisted with malice, accompanied by a pair of desiccated little hands. Strangely, despite this creature's ascent, Jingmo exhibited no awareness of its presence, which struck everyone as exceedingly bizarre. Upon witnessing this, Suju gasped in horror, her face reflecting her disgust. Although Jingmo faced away from Jian Feng, she could still sense their stares fixated on her long legs, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she protested, "Brother, you and little Ju, could you please refrain from staring at my legs? If you keep looking so intently, does that mean there truly is something filthy upon them?" As she spoke, Jingmo instinctively reached down to inspect her leg. "Do not touch it!" Suju cried out sharply, her voice laden with urgency. The sight of such a repulsive entity made her stomach churn, and it was evident that this was no benign creature. Should Jingmo's hands make contact, the consequences would be unfathomable. Startled by Suju's shrill outburst, Jingmo felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Jian Feng, observing the scene unfold, turned to Suju and said, "We ought to cut the live stream unless you wish for the impending events to be broadcasted." "What?" Jingmo exclaimed, utterly bewildered, as she remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Suju, with a resigned expression, nodded in agreement, hastily reaching to disable the stream while inquiring, "Handsome, what is this grotesque tumor-like entity? It is utterly revolting." Jian Feng replied, "This is a human-faced tumor, a manifestation of the vengeful spirits aboard this ship. Unlike the sea monkey, this creature is far more perilous and prefers to lurk in the shadows. Those ensnared by it rarely escape." Having elucidated the nature of the human-faced tumor, Suju successfully blacked out the live stream, thereby obscuring the unfolding events from the viewer's side. Yet, even without Jian Feng's explanation, the audience within the live stream could sense the impending turmoil. "No, host, you must believe me, I am a gentleman and would never gaze upon unseemly sights. We are genuinely intrigued by the peculiarities of the human-faced tumor, not at all concerned with inappropriate views. I do not believe it. Where the human-faced tumor resides is undoubtedly a locale only a pervert would linger. Allow me to quote a famous saying, as one ages, an affinity for fragrant and alluring things is only natural. Why should I not be allowed a few more glances? Spare me. I dare say the individual above has browsing history thicker than a volume of the Xinhua dictionary. Spare us the pretense of purity." Yet, Jian Feng is truly well informed, recognizing even such bizarre creatures. Had another person been in his stead, they would have been utterly clueless. Thus, host and viewers alike, trust us, our interest in this stream is not merely for the beauty on display but for the wisdom of Jian Feng. Then when shall Jian Feng remove his trousers? We wish to ensure there are no human-faced tumors present. The map of Yang State is far too brief, my friends. Meanwhile, Jingmo finally grasped that something unsavory clung to her leg, eliciting the expressions of distress from her friends. Yet, at that moment, she remained uncertain of how to proceed, her face aflame as she lifted her legs, inadvertently inviting Jian Feng's scrutiny. Chapter 99. Are you truly healing? At this moment, Jian Feng glanced at Suju and inquired, "Does the archaeological team's vessel carry anything like cow hair? If we wish to safely remove this entity from the individual, the most prudent approach would be to sprinkle some cow hair over it." Upon hearing this, Suju decisively shook her head, stating, "Young man, although I am uncertain, I am confident that the archaeological team's ship would not possess such an item. Then we have no choice but to resort to our hands." Jian Feng could only sigh inwardly, lamenting the inadequacies of this archaeological team. When conventional logic fails, one must inevitably resort to brute force to unravel all difficulties. However, serendipitously, this was precisely Jian Feng's forte. He extended his hand towards the visage of the entity that had already possessed Jingmo's leg. Witnessing this scene, Suju covered her mouth and cautioned, "Little Mo, do not turn around, Jian Feng is assisting you. So, do not move about recklessly. Could you be quiet? Are your words truly meant to comfort me?" At that moment, Jingmo felt an overwhelming urge to turn and glare at Suju, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet, she feared that any inadvertent movement might trouble Jian Feng, who was currently aiding her. Thus, she could only remain still, her face reddening as Jian Feng's large hands inched closer. At that juncture, Jian Feng's fingers were now less than half an inch from the entity's visage. Simultaneously, he manipulated the spiritual energy within his body, allowing it to subtly overflow. The fresh spiritual energy characteristic of the golden core stage quickly enveloped the entity's face. It seemed the entity sensed that the fragrance emanating from Jian Feng was far more alluring than that of the woman it had possessed. Without hesitation, it began to crawl up Jian Feng's finger towards his arm. Just as the entity prepared to ascend, Jian Feng's spiritual energy coalesced furiously in his hand, forming a miniature vortex that drew the entity in. Heavy eye mental assault. Now that the entity was no longer clinging to Jingmo, Jian Feng need not worry about accidentally harming her with his mental attack. The heavy eye emitted an undetectable, eerie light, instantly rendering the entity unconscious. With that, the entity was successfully extricated, maintaining a protective aura of spiritual energy. Jian Feng addressed Jingmo, "You may turn your face around now." Jingmo slowly nodded and turned her head, only to behold the grotesque entity in Jian Feng's grasp. Even in its unconscious state, the entity was disturbingly unsettling, causing her previously flushed cheeks to turn pale. She could hardly fathom that such a creature had been perched upon her leg moments ago. After taking a moment to calm herself, Jingmo looked at Jian Feng with gratitude in her eyes, saying, "Thank you, young man, had it not been for you, I would have been oblivious to this creature's presence on my leg." To the system, this entity was deemed more valuable than the previous, brutish sea monkey, whose only notable feature was its somewhat repulsive appearance. Once the entity was reduced to a mere withered skin, the system relayed a series of notifications. The entity can serve as a tool for alchemy to a certain extent and is thus eligible for system reclamation. Congratulations, host, you have earned 500 points. Current available cultivation points. 600. With no descent into the tomb yet and having successfully garnered some rewards, it became evident that in order to appease this cultivation system, one must indeed engage in tomb raiding. Meanwhile, as Jian Feng utilized the system to absorb the entity, Su Ju and Qing Mo observed him diligently at work, refraining from interrupting. Instead, they reopened the cameras for their live stream, as their primary occupation remained that of streamers, and they could not afford to keep their broadcast offline for too long. Coincidentally, another girl from the ship, a Ning, entered the cabin and, noticing the slightly flushed faces of the two girls, could not suppress her curiosity. Jian Feng, and you two ladies, what were you doing in here? Why are your faces so red? Naturally, Qing Mo and Su Ju had no intention of clarifying this situation to someone they were not particularly familiar with and hurriedly protested, We weren't doing anything. Just now, after little Mo was caught by that sea monkey, she sustained a minor injury. Jian Feng was merely healing her, nothing else occurred. Yes, indeed, Jian Feng was only healing me. Healing? And Ning tilted her head, expressing skepticism. Healing typically involves only one person, yet why were both of you blushing so profusely? Were you genuinely engaged in healing? This statement was met with disbelief not only from a Ning but also from the viewers in the live stream. Healing? If you were indeed healing, then why is the live feed not accessible to us? This indicates that it was not healing at all. I didn't expect the handsome guy to finish in just 5 minutes, that's rather swift. Someone please let me off this bus, this is clearly not a trip to kindergarten. All right, everyone, let's keep the jokes light. We should all be aware that the young man and the streamers were indeed dealing with that entity, and it's entirely reasonable that the camera angle did not allow us to see. I understand that it's reasonable, but could the two streamers please refrain from explaining while blushing? The current situation makes Qing Mo's statement utterly implausible. In contrast to the two female streamers' embarrassment, Jian Feng, having completed the absorption of the entity and extracted his points, turned to a Ning and asked, What brings you over? Has your archaeological team made any discoveries aboard this vessel? Chapter 100. Everyone laughs at Ju Yi. Everyone is Ju Yi as matters turned serious. A Ning nodded and said, Indeed, there has been a discovery. Captain Fang Yu and his team found a diary aboard this vessel. If all goes as expected, this diary was penned by Professor Gu's nephew. It likely contains some significant content, which is why we need to call you all over to examine it together. Jian Feng naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. Su Ju and Qing Mo, however, appeared eager to divert the conversation, showing no inclination to refuse A Ning's invitation, and they too nodded in unison. This prompted A Ning to regard them with a more scrutinizing gaze, though she chose not to pursue further inquiries. The group quickly made their way to another cabin on the yacht, which resembled the cruise lounge. Commander Fang Yu from the Archaeological Society had also discovered some valuable items here. Upon seeing Jian Feng and the others finally enter, he waved his hand and remarked, At last, you all have arrived, let us take a look at the contents of this diary together. I must trouble the live stream cameras of the two ladies. The cameraman from the archaeological team remained on the patrol boat, but some details within this diary are not suitable for Professor Yu to witness directly at this moment, so it would be prudent for you to review it and understand the situation. Saying this, Fang Yu placed the diary into Jian Feng's hands. However, during this exchange, he unexpectedly engaged in a test of strength with Jian Feng. This combat enthusiast genuinely seemed eager for a spar. Naturally, Jian Feng would not entertain such trivialities. After all, engaging in a bout with this warrior would only lead to folly. Whether victorious or defeated, he would find satisfaction in the encounter. Thus, Jian Feng opted to respond with a force 5 times greater, effortlessly reclaiming the diary. Impressive strength, Fang Yu remarked, seemingly unfazed by the rebuff, instead appearing even more eager to engage. Behind Jian Feng, Su Ju, Qing Mo, and A Ning, who had followed closely, leaned in to peruse the contents of the diary. The diary was authored by Ji He, the nephew of Elder Ji. The initial entries were rather mundane, recounting the crew's struggles against adverse weather conditions at sea, yet managing to endure thanks to the vessel's impressive performance. The latter half of the diary, however, detailed the whereabouts of the crew. Finally, diligence pays off. After extensive exploration at sea, we have at last located the entrance to the underwater tomb. Upon inspecting the equipment possessed by our crew, it appears we have the capability for preliminary exploration. Thus, I made a bold decision on behalf of everyone aboard, proposing that we venture into the underwater tomb. This plan quickly garnered considerable support. A few individuals aboard cautioned against such impulsiveness, suggesting we wait for the main party to assemble. However, I disagreed and articulated the reasons for our descent. This underwater tomb had never been accessed before. If we could become the first explorers, we might rise to prominence in the archaeological community, akin to Jian Feng and his companions. Support for my proposition grew among the crew, yet many still deemed it overly reckless. I assured them that we would limit our exploration to the vicinity of the entrance and would not delve deeper, which should mitigate any concerns. After all, I believe that once we enter the tomb, everyone will be eager to proceed further. Having concluded my remarks, all aboard finally acquiesced to my opinion, and we proceeded to prepare our equipment before entering the underwater tomb. Upon reviewing the diary's content, Suju and Qingmo swiftly deduced the current circumstances of those individuals, and the audience in the live stream needed no further elaboration. Oh no! Why is it that there are always such self-important young people in archaeological endeavors? Well, it appears that there is no need to peruse this diary any further. It is evidently a living embodiment of Juyi 2.0. Har, you two are eager to charge ahead, aren't you? Now, it seems that everyone is laughing at Juyi. Everyone has become a Juyi. The world knows the allure of immortals, yet only fame remains unforgettable. To be fair, one can somewhat understand the situation. However, have these individuals forgotten that our handsome Jian Feng's current accolades are not solely the result of being the first to enter the 7 Stars Luwang Palace? Now, it seems that none of these people have returned thus far, nor has there been a whisper of news. In fact, their vessel has transformed into a ghost ship, now inhabited by monsters. It is highly likely that these individuals have met their demise beneath the depths of that underwater tomb. Moreover, this person seems, in certain respects, even more unfortunate than Juyi. Although Juyi's reputation has become tarnished, his hearing impaired, and his sanity questioned, at least he is still alive. As for this Jiyu he has likely met his end. It is no wonder that Captain Fang Yu insisted that the contents of this diary should not be revealed to Professor Jiyu on the other ship. I can only imagine the depths of his despair upon reading it. On this ghost ship, the others shared their insights, each perusing the diary's contents. When the account finally reached Ning, she sighed and remarked, "Brother Jian Feng, it seems that, to some extent, you have caused quite a bit of trouble." Suju defended, "What does this have to do with Brother Jian Feng? It is clearly this individual's own reckless desire for self-destruction." Observing Suju's protective demeanor towards Jian Feng, and Ning wisely chose not to engage in further conflict and instead tucked the diary away. "For safety's sake, I shall temporarily keep this diary hidden from Professor Jiyu." The others nodded in agreement with this decision and subsequently returned to their original patrol vessel, carrying with them all the information from the ghost ship, along with the 2 desiccated monster corpses.